Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my audiobooks, you can also support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. Check out the link in the description to join.
If a woman feels happier because of another man, then you should reflect on why you can't make her happier, instead of blaming the woman, let alone the man. You're right, Sister Yuan. Zheng Fa looked at Sister Yuan, trying to make her understand this truth with his eyes. Unfortunately, Sister Yuan obviously didn't understand his deep meaning, but pointed to the desk piled with account books, and wailed overwhelmed, 3 days? I haven't even left this room for 3 whole days. It can be seen that for Sister Yuan, who likes to be a hands-off shopkeeper, being locked in the room to look at the account books is simply a torture. Zheng Fa looked along her finger and found that these account books were not only on the table, but also piled up on the ground. The workload seemed to be really large. It's also true that Jushin sect has to rely on account books to levy taxes on transactions in the entire market. Unfortunately, this market is extremely lively. Not to mention those shops, even those hundreds of small stalls, the daily transaction volume is an astronomical figure. Seeing Zheng Fa didn't say anything, Sister Yuan reached out and took a ledger and stuffed it into his hand, saying, "Sister said you are good at math. Since you stole Sister Zheng, you should be responsible for all this. Then, if you don't agree, then don't agree. How can you sneak attack me with a thunder talisman in your hand?" Sister Yuan retracted her hand, frowned and looked at Zheng Fa, with a little anger on her face. "You should use a more powerful one when you sneak attack, it's like tickling. Who are you looking down on? No, are you angry because you were electrocuted, or because the electricity is small? Sister, forgive me, I have just formed the 5 thunder body, and I haven't been able to control it freely yet," Zheng Fa explained. 5 thunder body? Have you tempered your skin? Doesn't this skill take 7 days to achieve something? Sister Yuan blinked, raised her head, and counted her fingers as if she was recalling something. "I remember that Sister gave you the Black Thunder Stone 3 days ago. Did I calculate for 7 days? I am such a hard-working person. Impossible. You know yourself too well." Senior Sister Yuan thought about it and felt that it was wrong. No matter how much she counted, she would not miss a day. "You tempered your skin in 3 days. She looked up and down at Zheng Fa. Back then, the master also took 7 days to reach the stage of tempering skin. Senior Sister Yuan seemed to know the master very well. She looked at Zheng Fa with surprise. "Could it be that you are really a genius who cultivates the 5 thunder body?" Behind Zheng Fa, Han Qi and the other 2 looked at each other and felt that they had heard something big. "Pass it on, Zheng Fa's talent is better than the master?" Zheng Fa wanted to be humble, but he heard the ruthless voice of Senior Sister Yuan. "Even if the master comes today, he has to help me settle the accounts. This account book is related to the market. I am a new disciple. Isn't it not good?" Zheng Fa wanted to refuse. It was not his intention to submit the topic to Senior Sister Zheng every month. He is also a victim. "Okay, don't want to agree. Junior brother is really not up to the task. 5 spirit stones per month. If I can help you, Senior Sister, Junior brother will do it." Zheng Fa held the account book tightly in his hand, trying to show his determination to contribute to the sect with his actions. In the evening, Zheng Fa's courtyard. After a day of accounting, Zheng Fa took the talisman pen and carefully drew the talisman on the talisman paper. Although he could earn 5 spirit stones per month working for Senior Sister, it was obviously not enough to support his consumption of condensing Yuan Dan. More importantly, this was an unstable part-time job. Senior Sister Yuan didn't look very reliable. She was a bit fickle and might change her mind one day. Or what if Senior Sister Zheng got addicted to questions one day and insisted on going back to her old job and playing with the account book? Zheng Fa was determined to rely on his own hands and work hard to get rich. Accounting during the day, working at night, and practicing at night. As long as he didn't die, he would roll to death. When he came back, he went to the market to inquire about the price of Xian-grade talismans. Although there are many Xian-grade talisman masters in Jushin sect, Xian-grade talismans are indeed much more valuable than the flood of yellow-grade talismans. Depending on the type of talisman, the price is about 5 to 3 spirit stones per piece. According to Zheng Fa's estimation, he can draw 3 pieces with his spiritual power every day, and his monthly income is about 20 to 30 spirit stones. When his cultivation is deep, he can earn more. For those Xian-grade talisman masters in the foundation building period, this may not be a big money. But we are practicing qi? Is it the same to earn more than 10,000 in 3 years and more than 10,000 in 30 years? Han Qi was walking towards Zheng's courtyard with 2 followers. He was holding a box half a person's height in his arms, and his steps were very slow, mainly because the 2 people behind him were dragging him down by stopping and walking 1 step at a time. "Brother Han, are we not going to leave any?" the tall and thin man asked, looking at the box with a look of reluctance. "You want to take your money back, take it now." Han Qi thought for a moment and said, "I will give it to you, but you don't have to go with me. We 3 brothers have been doing everything together for decades." The tall and thin man blushed. "Brother, you said you wanted to leave Jushin sect, and we went with you without saying a word? You said you wanted to stay, so we stayed too. But this is a lifetime savings. Give it all to Zheng Fa? Is it worth it?" "I don't know." Han Qi sighed and said, "I don't really know what kind of person he is. But I know that this person is highly valued by Senior Sister Zheng." "Then what is Zhou Ganyuan's identity?" Are you not trying to please Zheng Fa? What's more important is that he can practice the 5 Thunder Dharma body, a technique that no one has mastered for thousands of years, faster than the master. Han Qi said sentence by sentence, Senior Brother Yuan. I'm all rushing to deliver the spirit stones. Send spiritual stones. The tall and thin man blinked. Isn't that his wages for settling accounts? Fart? How many years have we been doing things for Senior Sister Yuan? Do you have any wages? Han Qi yelled angrily, 5 spiritual stones? Don't ask me to settle the accounts, I am willing to eat the account books. Seeing that the two of them stopped talking, Han Qi said again, we always talk about leaving and leaving. How many years have we been talking about it? Where else can we go if we leave? Jushin sect is our home. If we can have a backer here, we don't need to be rich. Digi, as long as I can be safe and sound, I still don't want to leave. I don't want to either. No one is home. The other two people also nodded. That's right. I thought it would take some time for Zheng Fa to grow up. I didn't expect that he would become a Sunpin Talisman master as soon as he started, and he would also become a 5 Thunder body. Han Qi said his thoughts. Now it was just when he was short of money that it would be too late if I didn't seize the opportunity. The tall and thin man nodded slightly, convinced by him. But the eyes looking at the box were still very reluctant. We have accumulated these over the years, he said with a sad face. Senior brother, please open it and let me take a look, just one look. Han Qi sighed and opened the box. It contained almost a whole box of gold. It is covered with more than a dozen spiritual stones. The tall and thin man reluctantly touched the dozen or so spiritual stones one by one, as if he was saying his final farewell. Let's go, I can't bear to let the child trap the wolf. Han Qi closed the box with a cruel heart. As soon as the three of them reached the door of Zheng Fa's courtyard, they saw a person they didn't want to meet knocking on the door. Zhou Qianyuan? The three of them glanced at each other, and they all had a bad feeling in their hearts. Is Senior Brother Zheng here? Zhou Qianyuan called while knocking on the door. Zheng Fa opened the door and first saw Zhou Qianyuan at the door, and then Han Qi and the others further away. What do you want from me? I heard that Senior Brother Zheng, you are a little tight on money now. Junior brother, I have some spare money now, and I am worried that I won't be able to use it. Zhou Qianyuan said with a smile, and took off a delicate-looking black storage bag from his waist. Opening the bag mouth, a small box appeared in Zhou Qianyuan's hand. Here are 40 spiritual stones. I hope Senior Brother Zheng will not refuse. Seeing Zhou Qianyuan's sincere words, Zheng Fa was a little stunned. Is this the value of a nascent soul disciple? Is there any use for the spirit stone? The tall and thin man behind Han Qi whispered, Senior brother, that child of his was carved from spirit stone. Hearing this, Han Qi couldn't help but hide the box containing the three people's life savings behind him, seeming a little inferior. You three. Zheng Fa looked at the box that could not be blocked by Han Qi's slightly fat body and his embarrassed expression, and understood what these people meant. No, we are working hard to make money and prepare to support ourselves. You just use spiritual stones to corrupt me? He glanced at the two parties and frowned. Everyone, please come in first. 4 people entered the house. Zheng Fa first looked at Han Qi and the others. What's in your box? Han Qi gritted his teeth and opened the box. This is the life savings of the 3 of me. Zheng Fa looked at it. Regardless of the spiritual stones inside, the gold was really big and small, with pieces here and there. It was obviously saved bit by bit. Senior brother Han, I accept this with kindness, but I can't accept it. He shook his head towards Han Qi and the others. The expressions of the 3 of them darkened, and they couldn't help but look at Zhou Qianyuan. Judging from their expressions, they all seemed to think that Zheng Fa didn't like it because his box was too shabby in front of Zhou Qianyuan's 40 spirit stones. As for junior brother Zhou, Zheng Fa turned to look at Zhou Qianyuan at this time. You will not be rewarded for your merits, so you can take back this spiritual stone. Senior brother Zheng. Zhou Qianyuan asked anxiously, but Zheng Fa's face was very determined. Of course he wanted the spirit stone, but he felt he couldn't afford what the 4 people brought. When you treat others with courtesy, you must ask for something. Han Qi and the 3 of them have spent their life savings. Although Zhou Qianyuan was rich, Zheng Fa never figured out why this man was secretly trying to please him. With his talent, it would not be too easy to please him like this. Seeing that Zheng Fa even rejected Zhou Qianyuan's spiritual stones, Han Qi and the others' eyes lit up. At least they knew that Zheng Fa didn't think their spiritual stones were not enough. Han Qi looked at the 2 people around him, then stood up and said, Junior brother Zheng, the 3 of us are here just to ask for support. Zheng Fa was stunned and looked at the 3 of them. We know that our qualifications are humble, but if our junior brother takes a fancy to us, we will do our best to do our best. Zheng Fa looked at the 3 of them. The expressions on their faces were very sincere. In fact, except for Han Qi, the other 2 people were a little hesitant at first, but now, probably because of Zhou Qianyuan's competition, their faces were full of expressions of fear of Zheng Fa's rejection. Zheng Fa thought for a while and said to the 3 of them, Senior brother, you are so polite. You are willing to help. Junior brother is very grateful. He had been thinking that it would be troublesome to sell the talismans he had drawn, especially since he had to settle accounts with senior sister Yuan during the day. Han Qi and the other 2 looked up in surprise, as if they couldn't believe their ears. On the side, Zhou Qianyuan looked at Zheng Fa. Senior brother Zheng, you don't like smart people and people with high qualifications. Zhou Qianyuan's tone was full of grievance. I'm a little more talented, is it my fault? Han Qi and the other two slowly turned their heads and looked at Zhou Qianyuan. Looking at Zhou Qianyuan's aggrieved look, Zheng Fa was also puzzled. Junior brother Zhou, do you have any difficulties? He really didn't understand what this person wanted to do. You pay someone to do something. Of course you can't get it done without paying. But if you pay without asking, won't it be even more impossible? I just want to learn the talisman from you. Zhou Qianyuan said sullenly. That's it. Zheng Fa looked at the 40 spirit stones in his hand and was quite surprised in his heart. There are still people in Sunwei realm who respect knowledge so much. It's not that he thinks that the talisman that inherits the self-confessed Yuanying is not valuable, but the current situation in this world is that spirit stones are precious and knowledge is relatively cheap. Especially the knowledge of the talisman. Think about Han Qi and the other two. Just because of selling Zhang Zhenren Lunfu, the price was raised by 2 taels of gold, disrupting the textbook market. Now everyone has compensated him. Who said that learning talismans from me requires so many spirit stones? What's the name of the young master of the Zhao family? Zhou Qianyuan seemed to have a bad memory. Oh, Zhao Fan. He said he learned talismans from you. What did he say? Zheng Fa calmed down. In order to learn talismans from you, he gave you a lot of spirit stones. Zhou Qianyuan's memory seemed to be quite good again. You have to work like a cow or a horse, be humble, and suffer all kinds of grievances. What kind of cram school gold medal sales? Looking at Zhou Qianyuan, Zheng Fa was still a little confused. Do you believe everything he said? Not really. Zhou Qianyuan looked at the box in his hand. But is there any wrong way to give money? Han Qi and the other two shook their heads behind their backs. Zheng Fa had to remain silent. This makes sense. Brother Zheng. Zhou Qianyuan pushed the box in his hand and handed it to Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa was silent for a long time before he spoke. Junior brother Zhou, you are a Yuanying disciple. Why do you need to come to me to learn? Our 2 sections. My master agreed. Han Qi and the other two looked at each other again. Passing it on, Master Peng felt that Zheng Fa was better at teaching disciples than himself. Master said that his talisman is not afraid of being compared. Senior sister Zhang or you, as long as you want to learn, you can learn. Only by learning can you know that he is right. Zhou Qianyuan said softly. Zheng Fa had never met Master Peng. In fact, because of the conflict between the 2 sects, he did not have a good impression of him. But at this moment, he also admired the other party's mind. Then in the Fufo pavilion, thinking of the scene of swinging the talisman that day, Zheng Fa still couldn't understand. Master said, don't worry if no one will die. Zhou Qianyuan seemed to know what he wanted to ask and said directly. Zheng Fa saw that the expressions of Han Qi and the other 3 were a bit difficult to describe, and he felt a little uncomfortable. He guessed many reasons why the top leaders let the 2 sects fight. For example, to prepare for the chaos in the immortal sect in the future, well, practice actual combat skills. For example, use this kind of controllable scale fight to vent the resentment in the hearts of the lower level disciples. Or, they are really verifying each other's strengths and weaknesses in the way of talismans. But, don't worry about it. Zheng Fa looked out the window. He seemed to see a few pairs of high eyes on the Jushan mountain looking at the entire Jushan sect. In their eyes, there seemed to be no one else except a few real geniuses. Junior brother Zhou, there is no need for spiritual stones. We can exchange ideas when we are free in the future. Zheng Fa pushed the box in front of him over. Zhou Qianyuan seemed to understand what Zheng Fa meant, and raised his head to look at Zheng Fa. I am also interested in Master Peng's way of talismans. Zheng Fa said, looking into Zhou Qianyuan's eyes. Zhou Qianyuan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly laughed, with a meaningful tone. Senior brother is greedy. I didn't expect that senior brother actually has such a big ambition in his heart. Zheng Fa understood what he meant. For most people in the Qi refining stage, 40 spirit stones are much more valuable than the knowledge of the way of talisman. Only those who really want to pursue the way of talisman will make a choice like Zheng Fa, because Zhou Qianyuan himself is such a person, so he understands Zheng Fa's ambition. Zheng Fa doesn't think he is greedy. Old man buy guaranteed a yuanying, and it's a bargain for you to exchange it with Master Peng's way of talisman. I have to ask my master about this. Zhou Qianyuan took out 40 spirit stones without blinking, and Zheng Fa's request made him embarrassed. The backyard of senior sister Zhang's house. Senior sister Zhang sat cross-legged on a large blue stone by the waterfall, with her eyes slightly closed, as if she was practicing. Zheng Fa looked at her and couldn't help sighing in his heart. She still likes playing with water so much. What do you want to ask me? Junior brother wants to ask about the Talisman Way foundation building method. Senior sister Zhang opened her eyes and looked at Zheng Fa, but there was some strange emotion in her eyes. Zheng Fa had never seen such a hesitant expression on her face. Have you tempered your 5 thunder body? Yes. 3 days. Yes. Zheng Fa knew that it was senior sister Yuan who told her the secret. You don't need to practice the Talisman foundation building method. Senior sister Zhang suddenly said. Zheng Fa was stunned. Senior sister Zhang had always taken good care of her, just to let Zheng Fa practice the Talisman foundation building method and help her repair the defects of her golden elixir. Now, if you practice the Talisman foundation building method, you will face the same difficulties as me in the future. Senior sister Zhang said in a light tone, if you don't have the talent to practice the 5 thunder dharma body, forget it, but you have it. Even if the Shenxiao Yulei Zhen Fa cannot be practiced now, my Jushin sect still has many thunder techniques. Zheng Fa understood what senior sister Zhang meant. Before, he showed mainly the talent of the way of the talisman, so he practiced the talisman foundation building method. But now he has shown another talent. This is probably another form of love for talent by senior sister Zhang. Senior sister Zhang, I allow you to make another choice. Senior sister Zhang looked at Zheng Fa with a calm look. How could she choose another one? Regardless of senior sister Zhang's help and protection to him, let alone the issue of senior sister Zhang's favorability, Zheng Fa knows better than anyone what his so-called talent is. 3 days of skin hardening? It's probably 7 days without adding the modern one. What's more, the talisman foundation building method is a guarantee of safety for Zheng Fa in the modern world. Disciple chooses the talisman foundation building method. Even if there is no way forward, will you not regret it? No regrets. Zheng Fa said firmly. Sister Zhang looked at him with a gentle look, well, gentler than ever before. Zheng Fa felt a little guilty. Sister Zhang seemed to think that she made this choice for her, but Sister Zhang didn't say anything, just changed the subject. What doubts do you have about the talisman foundation building method? Disciple wants to ask if there are any taboos in the selection of talismans. This is a point in the talisman foundation building method that he couldn't understand. Sister Zhang was silent for a while, and suddenly said, "You watch it." Sister Zhang suddenly stood up, and her dress flashed a soft aqua blue light, like rippling water waves, and then swayed, and disappeared. I know you are a little touched, but isn't it too exciting to take off your clothes directly? Bad news. Ahem, the good news is that senior sister Zhang's body has also turned into a blue transparent outline. He can't see anything, but he can see a composite talisman glowing at her original Danshin position. This is my Yuanfu Deiji. Senior sister Zhang's voice came from Zheng Fa's head, and the Yuanfu Deiji slowly turned in front of his eyes. The shape of this Deiji is a bit strange, like 2 lotus pedestals connected at the bottom, each with 5 petals, and a talisman painted on each petal. What do you understand? Yin-yang and 5 elements. Yes. Zheng Fa saw senior sister Zhang's appearance in front of him, and she nodded at Zheng Fa. The choice of talismans is not important, but the matching of talismans is very important. In my opinion, every talisman has the properties of yin-yang and 5 elements. For example, the first talisman I condensed, Tianshuang Fu, is of yin and water properties. Zheng Fa understood what senior sister said. She divided the talismans into yin-yang and 5 elements, a total of 10 categories. Yin gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Yang gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The method of building the foundation of the talisman is to choose a talisman from each of the 10 categories and condense it. As for which talisman is condensed, it is not important. This way of classifying talismans is unheard of by Zheng Fa, and he suspects that it is the original creation of senior sister Zhang. No. How did senior sister Zhang come up with this thing? As if seeing Zheng Fa's doubts, senior sister Zhang smiled and asked, "Do you know what kind of Taoist body I am?" "I don't know." Yuanling Taoist body. Senior sister Zhang explained, "I can temporarily turn the spiritual power into the shape of a talisman in my body. This Yuanfu Taoist foundation is the result of condensing hundreds of talismans in my body." Zheng Fa suddenly realized. He was also eager to build a laboratory in modern times. Senior sister Zhang herself is a human laboratory? Envy? After Zheng Fa asked senior sister Zhang about the Taoist foundation building method, he talked about Zhou Qianyuan. Uncle Peng. Senior sister Zhang nodded, not caring much. His talisman is also quite desirable. Senior sister Zhang, I don't really understand what the disagreement is between our 2 sects. To put it simply, it's the understanding of the Yuanfu. My master and I believe that the Yuanfu is limited. Senior sister Zhang thought for a while and explained, Uncle Peng believes that the talisman is infinite, and the Yuanfu is also infinite. Can this thing be argued for so many years? Do you know why my golden elixir is incomplete? Is it related to this? Yes. Senior sister Zhang nodded and said, as long as it is confirmed that the Yuanfu is limited and all the Yuanfu can be found, my golden elixir will be complete. In essence, the difference between me and Uncle Peng is dash. I think the talismans between heaven and earth must have essential laws that we have not recognized. The great way is simple. We cannot draw all the Yuanfu because we do not understand the talismans enough. Uncle Peng thinks that life is finite but the talismans are infinite. It is dangerous to follow the infinite with the finite. Only then did Zheng Fa understand the essential contradiction between the 2 veins. This is a bit like most scientists believe that there is absolute truth in the world, we just can't fully understand it. But some people will feel that there are many things in this world that cannot be explained, and there is no absolute truth. Zheng Fa, who was influenced by modern times, recognizes the former. But the Sunwei realm is not modern after all, and it cannot be generalized. Sister Zhang finally told him, Uncle Peng is very unique in the use of talismans, you should learn well. Zheng Fa knew that Sister Zhang probably really regarded him as her man to tell him so. 1 month later, Zheng Fa's home. He took out a Ningyuan pill and swallowed it with his head tilted back. Zhou Qianyuan was walking towards Zheng Fa's house. In the past month, he would come to discuss talisman techniques with Zheng Fa every now and then. In fact, he did not gain much. He knew that this was because his attainments in talisman techniques were not enough. He had just started to learn the talisman techniques of his master, and there were very few things he could discuss with Zheng Fa. Similarly, he also understood Zheng Fa's character. He was a man who would not release his eagle until he saw the rabbit. In his communication, Zheng Fa was obviously reserved. But even so, he was still convinced by some of Zheng Fa's ideas. Some of Zheng Fa's words made him feel enlightened and broadened his horizons from time to time. If he did not feel rude, he would even want to run to Zheng Fa's house every day. Today he was not alone. Brother Zhou, if you have any questions, just ask us brothers. How can we not teach you? Sunday Yu beside him said helplessly, why do you always go to Zheng Fa? Brother, Master agreed. Yes, Master is open-minded. Sunday Yu nodded and said, but not everyone has this kind of mind. If you do this, I'm afraid you will hurt the hearts of our brothers and sisters. Zhou Qianyuan was silent. Sunday Yu sighed and said, I know that in Master's eyes, the relationship between our two branches is just a joke, but how can the grievances over the past few decades be forgotten with a joke? Brother, I don't want to get involved in these things. Zhou Qianyuan's tone revealed a trace of fatigue. I know you are devoted to Taoism, and I also hope that you will become the pillar of our lineage in the future. Sunday Yu grinned, but not everyone understands you. Do you know that our brothers have already complained about you? What did they say? They said that you are a traitor and took the master's talisman to make friends with senior sister Zhang's people. If the master didn't value you, I'm afraid they would have troubled you. Do you think so, senior brother? I have led you all the way, how can I not understand you? Sunday Yu patted him and said fiercely, but junior brother can't do things according to his own will. If you don't want to cut yourself off from senior brothers and others, you should think more. I have thought about it a long time ago. Zhou Qianyuan raised his eyes and looked at his senior brother. I was taught by the master, and it was you who has been taking care of me. As long as you two don't stop me, I can't control what others think. Junior brother, you. Master brother, I am not cultivating for power, nor for them. Sunday Yu was silent for a while, and finally said, I will go and talk to the senior brothers for you. We are from the same lineage, and it is always bad to have a quarrel. Also, I advise you again, no matter how powerful you think Zheng Fa's talisman art is, the master's secret teaching cannot be passed on. If you pass it on, I will no longer be able to help you turn things around. I have already asked the master, and the master said that the Dongsu spirit eye can also be passed on to him. This master actually compares him with senior sister Zhang. Sunday Yu looked puzzled. Yes, Zheng Fa is the best talisman master in the past 10,000 years, and I admit that his talisman art is powerful. But the Dongsu spirit eye is the master's secret teaching. He is only 20 years old, has only been a disciple for 2 months, and has dual spiritual roots. Master actually likes it. It was he who passed the Dongsu spirit eye to senior sister Zhang in the beginning, so of course he knew what the master meant by passing the Dongsu spirit eye to Zheng Fa. Can you call me master? Zhou Qianyuan looked at Sunday Yu and knew that this person probably felt that Zheng Fa's qualifications were a bit low, but he was not willing to say it because of his master. Zheng Fa's home. As soon as the Ningyuan pill entered his mouth, it turned into a warm current, flowing along Zheng Fa's esophagus to his abdomen. Zheng Fa's consciousness fell on the danshan in his body, and he began to control the spiritual power, trying to make them condense into a standing shadowless talisman according to his will. He was a little nervous. According to the Talisman foundation building method, this step is the difficulty in condensing the talisman. After all, the consciousness of the cultivators in the chi refining stage is weak, and their ability to control spiritual power is not strong. Drawing talismans in the danshan is very difficult for them. Even a genius like senior sister Zhang was quite annoyed by the record of this step, saying that she had a moment when her consciousness was exhausted, the talisman failed, and then completely collapsed. And if this step fails, then this Ningyuan pill will be wasted. That's a full 20 spirit stones? But Zheng Fa tried. Huh? That's it? He looked at the perfect upright shadowless talisman in his danshan, feeling his still abundant spiritual consciousness. He couldn't help but feel a little proud in his heart. Well, why am I not considered a genius? After the upright shadowless talisman was condensed, it automatically fell into the danshan. His danshan is also quite lively now, not to mention the spiritual power. Before, there was a group of Qingyang Qi entrenched here. Now there is another upright shadowless talisman. Qingyang Qi has always been very cold, and now it doesn't care about the other two. But the upright shadowless talisman and spiritual power are originally from the same source, and at this moment they are very close together. According to the records of Talisman foundation building method, the upright shadowless talisman he just condensed is not stable. If he now draws talismans with this talisman without talisman paper, in addition to consuming spiritual power, it will also consume the talisman itself. After 3 times, it will dissipate. It is not without a remedy. As long as the spell is cast no more than 3 times, the talisman that has not completely dissipated can absorb spiritual power during cultivation, and it can repair itself. If you want to be able to cast spells without talisman paper without restrictions like senior sister Zhang, you must build up the Yuan Fu Dao foundation. After condensing the upright shadowless talisman, Zheng Fa felt the power of the Tao Dao foundation building method. When a monk practices, his soul will be released involuntarily, and the same is true for Zheng Fa. This was nothing at first, but now the shadowless talisman standing upright is absorbing the corresponding talisman within the range of his soul. These symbols entered his danshan and turned into spiritual energy. Zheng Fa estimated that his cultivation speed was nearly 10% faster. If the Yuan Fudeiji is condensed, wouldn't the cultivation speed be twice as fast? Only then did Zheng Fa understand why senior sister Zhang was known as the fastest foundation builder in the 100 Immortals Alliance. She was cheating. At this moment, Zheng Fa felt the spiritual power in his body tremble slightly. His body was like a funnel absorbing the spiritual energy from the outside world, causing the spiritual energy above the room to form a small vortex. Not far outside the yard, Zhou Qianyuan and Sun Deyu looked up at the fleeting whirlpool of spiritual energy in the sky, and stopped for a moment. Senior brother, this is... Zhou Qianyuan had some guesses in his mind, but he was just not sure. Breakthrough. Sun Deyu was silent for a while and suddenly asked, he was at the first level of Qi training before. Yes. How long has it been since he started? Less than 2 months. Sun Deyu thought for a long time, double spiritual roots. He has broken through to the second level of Qi training in less than 2 months? Junior brother, how long did it take you to break through? Me. Zhou Qianyuan asked doubtfully, senior brother, don't you know? I broke through half a month ago. You are the golden spiritual root and the Zhengjin Dao body. You can be so fast by complementing each other. Sun Deyu shook his head gently and said, this Zheng Fa's speed is not much slower than that of ordinary single spiritual roots. Zhou Qianyuan watched his senior brother's expression change, as if he was thinking about something. As the spiritual energy over the Zheng family gradually calmed down, Zhou Qianyuan knew that Zheng Fa had quit practicing. He walked to the courtyard door and knocked on the Zheng family's courtyard door. Junior brother Zhou, you are here. Zheng Fa was not surprised when he saw Zhou Qianyuan, but Sun Deyu behind Zhou Qianyuan made him a little surprised and greeted him, senior brother Sun. The two of us happened to see your breakthrough, junior brother, outside, so we came here to congratulate you. Sun Deyu cupped his hands and smiled at Zheng Fa. The smile on his face was much more sincere than the last time he saw Zheng Fa. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. Zheng Fa invited the two of them to the courtyard and looked at Zhou Qianyuan. Zhou Qianyuan looked at Zheng Fa and then at Sun Deyu. There was a little hesitation in his heart. He wanted to talk about the Dongxu spiritual eye, but he also understood that Sun Deyu was against it. In front of senior brother Sun, he didn't know how to speak. Junior brother Zhou. Zheng Fa asked softly. Ahem. Sun Deyu coughed lightly and suddenly interrupted. Junior brother Zhou is stupid and can't speak. Let me tell you, junior brother Zheng, my master intends to accept you as his disciple. Zhou Qianyuan slowly turned his head and looked at his senior brother. Why are there still people trying to steal my lyrics? Don't you know why I hesitate? Pang Zhenren. Zheng Fa couldn't help being surprised. Zhou Qianyuan explained, yes, senior brother Zheng, after I exchanged talismans with you, I talked to my master about your opinions several times. Master appreciates your attainments in talismans and intends to take you under his section. Zheng Fa nodded. It doesn't look surprising. At this time, Sun Deyu spoke again. Junior brother Zheng, do you know that the master has given the Dongxu spiritual eye, which is the secret transmission of the master? Zheng Fa was silent for a while and suddenly asked. Master Peng intends to accept me as his disciple. Yes. Then I dare to ask, what should I do when senior sister Zhang is so angry? Senior brother, can you protect me? Senior sister Zhang, are you sensible? Sun Deyu stammered. Are all the disciples under Master Peng's disciples as valued as junior brother Zhou? Ahem, junior brother Zhou has amazing talent after all. Then I probably have no chance with this Dongxu spiritual eye. After walking out of the door, Zhou Qianyuan still looked at Sun Deyu with a frown. Senior brother, how come you become so fast? Zheng Fa's talent is pretty good. He can reach the second level of Qi training in less than 2 months. Senior brother loves talents. Love talents. Sun Deyu smiled softly and looked at Zhou Qianyuan. Junior brother Zhou, I just don't want to have another general under senior sister Zhang. Junior brother, master's value is never everything, let alone I can't tell how much he values Zheng Fa. It's a pity, this guy is a smart guy. Senior sister Zhang's yard. You rejected Zhenren Peng. Senior sister Zhang asked Zheng Fei though. Yes. Why? How can a traitor be so easy to do? Zheng Falao answered honestly. If it weren't for the sex rules, these two veins would be able to produce real fire. Pang Zhenren's beloved disciple already has Zhou Qianyuan. How much does he value himself? The entire Jushin sect sees senior sister Zhang's defense of him. If he becomes a disciple of Master Peng, senior sister Zhang's family will probably hate him deeply, and Master Peng's family will probably feel that he is ungrateful. In the end, he has to become a human being. The spell Dongxu spiritual eye is also very famous in the 100 Immortals Alliance. Don't want it. In no mood. Oh, then I won't give it to you. Zheng Fa was stunned, and when he looked up, he saw senior sister Zhang holding a jade tube in her hand, looking at him with a slight smile on her lips. Zheng Fa felt that he had been tricked. When he looked at senior sister Zhang, he always felt that the smile on her face was a bit evil. Senior sister Zhang seemed to be dangling a carrot in front of the donkey, looking like she deserved a beating. Senior sister also has this technique. I won it by betting on you. Senior sister Zhang said without any concealment. Only after I saw it did I know why Uncle Peng said he never loses a bet. Why? Because practicing this technique requires a spiritual material called millennium purple bamboo tears. Senior Sister Zheng threw the jade tube towards Zheng Fa. In the entire Jushin sect, only Master Peng has a millennium purple bamboo. As for whether he wants to go to the market, not only is it expensive to buy, this spiritual material is also extremely rare, and I didn't even buy it. Zheng Fa was speechless when he caught the jade tube. The top management of Jushin sect are all following tricks. If I really agreed to Zhenren Peng, wouldn't it be a waste to get the Dongsu spiritual eye without the spiritual materials? I have been studying this technique for a while. Senior Sister Zheng shook her head and said, based on my knowledge, I also feel that this spiritual eye technique is extremely magical and very suitable for the cultivation of talisman masters. It should be of great use to you. But if you want to master it, you will definitely not be able to bypass the 1,000 years of purple bamboo tears. Zheng Fa was silent for a moment, not disappointed at all. No wonder Master Peng chose this skill as a bet. Senior Sister Zheng shook her head. He wanted me to use the Tao foundation building method in exchange for his 1,000-year-old purple bamboo tears. He was really considerate of that junior brother Zhou Qianyuan. Zheng Fa was a little confused. I was a little hesitant at first. Senior Sister Zheng glanced at him and said, but for 2 people, I can consider it. The premise is that you must practice the Food Dao foundation building method well. You have to let Uncle Peng inspect the goods. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to ask for excessive prices. Complete the Food Dao foundation building method can double the speed of cultivation. Zheng Fa asked in confusion, how can Master Peng not be tempted by such a powerful technique? Double. Senior Sister Zheng looked confused and looked at Zheng Fa, who said that practicing the Tao foundation building method can double the speed of cultivation. After I condensed the upright shadowless talisman, my practice was 10% faster. Wouldn't it be twice as fast with 10 talisman seals? Zheng Fa said in surprise. Could it be that I was too optimistic? Senior Sister Zheng looked at Zheng Fa and said nothing for a long time. After a long time, she said quietly, when I condensed the first Yuan talisman, my cultivation speed was a little faster, not even half of 10%. It was just cast. After gaining the foundation of Yuan Fu Dao, the cultivation speed will be 30% faster. The expression on her face was very complicated. If Zheng Fa was asked to translate it, it could only be, is there anyone better than me? Zheng Fa thought for a while and suddenly realized that it was still his fault that his soul was too strong. The strong soul attracted more corresponding symbols. Even the genius Senior Sister Zheng would not be better than him in this aspect. You continue to practice. Senior Sister Zheng slapped her hands and said to Zheng Fa, I'm asking Uncle Peng for more millennium purple bamboo tears. What if junior brother Zhou can't make as much progress as me? Did you lie? Can't the Food Dao foundation building method double your cultivation speed? No, but junior brother Zhou estimates that it won't have this effect. Zheng Fa was a little worried about Uncle Peng's reaction when he discovered their false propaganda. That's because he's stupid. Remember, geniuses don't need explanations. They can't do it because they're not geniuses enough. Senior Sister Zheng said very experiencedly. She patted Zheng Fa on the shoulder and said, practice hard, and we can earn a fortune from Uncle Peng in spiritual materials. Zheng Fa felt something was wrong. I practice and you get paid? No, you have to rely on my donkey to grow all your carrots? Then Senior Sister, do you dare to bargain with Senior Uncle Peng? Senior Sister Zheng asked. Don't dare. Modern, Old Man Bai's home. Zheng Fa and Old Man Bai gathered around the desk. On the desk is the method for building the foundation of Talisman Dao copied by Zheng Fa. The first group study of the Xiaoxian study group begins. The Old Man Bai's eyelids were all green and black, but his face was full of expectation. Tang Linghui's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. Zheng Fa can understand the emotions of the two of them, they are cultivators after all. But after the two of them finished reading the Talisman Dao foundation building method, Old Man Bai's face fell. That's all. That's all. Zheng Fa nodded lightly. Too little, I can't see anything. Old Man Bai placed the Food Dao foundation building method on the table, as if he felt that Bai was looking forward to it. Zheng Fa agreed with his words in his heart. This technique was initially perfected by Master Jushin after thinking about it, and by Senior Sister Zheng. Unlike other techniques of the Jushin sect, such as Chixiaoju, it has been passed down from generation to generation and has many annotations and analyses. Food Dao foundation building method actually only has more than 1,000 words in total. It's too few. Zheng Fa nodded slowly. Many issues were not explained clearly. Why does the talisman and seal script show the characteristics of yin-yang and the 5 elements? More importantly, why is it possible to use the idea of yin-yang and 5 elements to create the Yuan Fudaiji? This was his most direct doubt after taking the Tao foundation building method. After all, Senior Sister Zheng is a person from the Sunwei realm. For her, the idea of using yin-yang and 5 elements to explain the talismans is extremely normal and does not require too many questions. But that's not the case with Zheng Fa. Modern education has to make him ask more questions about why. I can't tell now. Hearing Zheng Fa's question, the old man thought for a while and frowned, saying, this number is too small. At least we have to look at other talismans. Senior Sister Zheng only needs to take her own Yuanling Dao body to do the experiment. But the 3 of them have to consider more. First, is the yin-yang and 5 elements classification method feasible? Can all talismans be divided in this way? Then, we can explore their essence. It's best to use a computer. The old man looked at Zheng Fa, said this and shut up. Zheng Fa knew what he meant. To process such a large amount of data, a computer is the best choice, but this means exposing the secret of cultivating immortals to another person. But the person who wrote this book, Talisman Foundation Building Method, did verify a doubt I had before. The old man suddenly said, the Yuan Fu you showed me before too many. Since it can be classified by yin-yang and 5 elements, it is likely that the Yuan Fu is still not the most essential thing of the talisman. Yuan Fu can be divided. Yes, this is the most direct explanation. The old man nodded. This is also one of Zheng Fa's conjectures, but now the question is how to verify this conjecture. The three of them discussed it and still felt that to solve this problem, of course, they had to rely on topology. On the other hand, to process such a large amount of data, they still had to rely on people who understand computers. As the three of them talked, Zheng Fa saw the old man's head nodding. What's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep last night? He asked a little curiously. I was obsessed with studying last night and went to bed a little late. The old man wiped his face with both hands and explained. As if he felt that it was a bit embarrassing to doze off while studying, he also blamed it. And there is this thing, it's boring, it makes people want to sleep when they look at it. He pointed to the Taoism foundation building method on the table. Boring. How powerful was your previous human body power generation? The old man pouted and said, bioelectricity, magnetic field rotation, and a punch to explode a star. Wait, what did you learn yesterday? Zheng Fa felt something was wrong and glanced at the old man. Ahem, comics. I saw that you were electrified, so I thought you were showing us those things, so I searched online out of curiosity. The old man said a little embarrassedly, don't mention it, those comics are pretty good. You are quite fashionable. That's right. The old man raised his head proudly, and said a little dissatisfiedly, look at the things in this book again, all the drawings are those talismans, not gorgeous at all. Zheng Fa glanced at Tang Lingmuo, who was not sleepy, but her expression was not as excited as before. After all, reading a book Talisman Foundation Building Method was really boring for the two of them. How about you give me another electric shock? The old man suddenly said expectantly, let me experience the magic of cultivating immortals again. I suspect that you are using the name of cultivating immortals to satisfy some of your unspeakable habits. But Zheng Fa knew what the old man meant. They had some more beautiful and magical imaginations about cultivating immortals, and it was definitely not an ordinary book. Simply put, the carrots are not fragrant enough, and the donkey is about to go on strike. Zheng Fa's mind moved, and the upright shadowless talisman in his danchan trembled slightly. Huh. The old man Bai and Tang Lingmuo watched Zheng Fa, who was sitting next to them, suddenly disappear, leaving only an empty chair. Zheng Fa. The old man Bai shuddered, and he was frightened awake. Tang Lingmuo's eyes were full of surprise, and her fingers curiously stretched out to Zheng Fa's original seat, and pointed here and there. You can't touch this. Zheng Fa showed his figure, held Tang Lingmuo's fingers in horror, and looked at the other party helplessly with a red face. This girl, why does she feel a little too curious? Zheng Fa, this is. You said boring things. What's boring? Not as gorgeous as in comics. It's not gorgeous, but it's practical. The old man Bai said excitedly, when I was young, I thought it would be great to be invisible. How is it good? Zheng Fa looked at the old man Bai, who seemed to be too excited. When I was young, I was poor. I thought about becoming invisible, and I would go to the other side of the ocean and become a thief. The old man was lost in his reverie. What bank vault? Isn't it free for me to come and go? The other side of the ocean. Of course, we won't go to the domestic ones. Zheng Fa's tone was a bit complicated. Although you want to be an outlaw, you are still quite patriotic. Actually, the old man blushed, and suddenly said a little embarrassedly, I was young at that time, and I was not married. You know, young people are hot-tempered. I also thought that if I could become invisible, I would go to the women's bathhouse to have a look. Tang Lingmuo on the side widened her eyes, and couldn't help but move her chair away from the old man. I just thought about it. The bathhouse on the other side of the ocean. Zheng Fa asked. The domestic ones? What's so good about the foreign ones? Zheng Fa nodded, and praised sincerely, you are indeed quite patriotic. Pa? Tang Lingmuo threw the bank card on the table again. I want to learn this. Her eyes lit up. You want to go to the bathhouse too? Zheng Fa was stunned. This guy doesn't seem to be short of money, right? Sometimes, I want my mother to not see me. Tang Lingmuo looked at Zheng Fa, her eyes full of pleading and stubbornness. Zheng Fa shook his head slightly and said to her, it's not that I don't agree, it's just that there is nothing I can do now. Apart from the Tao Foundation building method, what he cares about most is the Lingshan method. However, the minimum requirement of Lingshan method is the 7th level of Qi training. From the essence of the Lingshan method, it is a method that is for everyone. If you want people to cultivate immortality, you must have enough spiritual energy in your body. I have just been able to practice the 7th level of Qi training. This thing proves with facts that if you want to save the world, you must at least become a Buddha. I have money. Tang Lingmuo pointed to the bank card on the table. She didn't say whether she believed it or not, but said a little stubbornly, if it's not enough, I'll ask my dad to give me more. It's really not about money. I just don't want to live under my mother's gaze all the time. Tang Lingmuo suddenly said, even if it is a moment of freedom, no matter how short a moment, I will be satisfied. Zheng Fa was silent for a while before saying, I will help you if I can. Tang Lingyu stared into his eyes and nodded slowly, seeming to believe his promise. The atmosphere in the room was a bit silent. Old Man Bai on the side shook his head, as if to relieve the solemn atmosphere, and said, speaking of which, even if the secret of cultivating immortals is not revealed, this rune diagram can still be looked at by someone who understands computers. Zheng Fa patted his head and remembered someone. He opened the social software and found a white puppy in his contacts. Not found. After flipping through the address book on his phone, he finally found the name Han Bai. The man's avatar changed and turned into a lone wolf walking alone in the desert. Brother Han, are you there? He sent a message to the other party. Is something wrong? The other party's response was very brief, and it was obvious that he was not very patient. I'd like to ask a question. You tell me. The other party didn't refuse. Zheng Fa briefly described the main ideas of Fudeo Foundation building method. You mean, you had a way of classifying those symbols before, but you didn't understand the rules. After talking for a long time, the other party finally understood what Zheng Fa meant. Almost. Senior Sister Zhang has already classified some of the talismans according to yin-yang and 5 elements. But there were too many runes, and she could only test out a small part. This is not easy to do. I can only try my luck. All I can think of now is to use machine learning algorithms for image recognition. The other party typed a long string of words. Use the images that you have classified into categories as the training set. Then let the computer summarize the features and determine what type the other images are. Zheng Fa took a moment to understand and somewhat understood what the other party meant. Even I couldn't see the characteristics of these symbols, so I asked the computer to find some characteristics. As for whether these characteristics are correct, that depends on subsequent verification. But I can't guarantee the accuracy. The other party continued, it's a fool's errand. Old Man Bai looked at the other party's words and nodded slowly, it's a way, we can analyze it later. Zheng Fa typed a few more words, Brother Han, can you do this? You can do it, it's not difficult. Then what's the price this time? I don't want to do it, you can find someone else. Seeing the other party's straightforward refusal, Zheng Fa was stunned. Just when he was thinking about how to reply to the other party, a small hand suddenly stretched out in front of him. Zheng Fa raised his head and looked at Tang Lingyu. Tang Lingyu stretched out her hands and said softly, shall I come? Zheng Fa thought for a while and handed her the phone. He saw Tang Lingyu type 4 words on her phone, you can add money. I just don't want to do it. The other party explained. 10,000. Zheng Fa stretched out his hand. No, I can't bear such a price. 50,000. It's really not about money. 100,000. Zheng Fa felt a little in awe as he watched Tang Lingyu increase the price expressionlessly. Didn't I speak too loudly in front of this little rich woman before? Brother, aren't you an orphan? Are you mistaking money like this? Did you lie to me before? The other party seemed to be helpless by Tang Lingyu, and sent another sentence, I wanted to make money before because I had a girlfriend. Tang Lingyu was stunned and glanced at Zheng Fa, not understanding the logic behind it. It's all gone now, money is nothing. Han Bai seemed to have said it, and explained straightforwardly, although I am poor now, I am very happy. Money is no longer useful to me. Zheng Fa remembered. This man was willing to work before, mainly because he wanted to buy a mobile phone for his girlfriend. Now it seems that my girlfriend ran away? Brother, now that all the 4 elements are empty, he has a pure heart and few desires, so he has to escape into Buddhism. Han Bai said, you'd better find someone else. The old man Bai on the side nodded and sighed, what if we don't want to get married? This man is too relaxed if he doesn't get married, and he has no motivation to work. Tang Lingyu frowned, suddenly turned on the camera, and sent a selfie. Zheng Fa and Old Man Bai were stunned for a moment, not understanding what she wanted to do. Are you a woman? The person on the other side was obviously shocked by Tang Lingyu's appearance. I'm his girlfriend. Lied to me with pictures of beautiful women on the internet. Tang Lingyu made a video call directly. It took a long time before the other party connected to the video. In the video, there is a face with a slightly high hairline, and one look at it shows that he has stayed up all night and is so horny. Zheng Fa knows why it is so difficult for the other party to fall in love. Fuck. The moment he saw Tang Lingyu, this guy suddenly screamed, alive. I didn't lie to you. It seemed that he rarely talked to girls. Han Bai, who was opposite him, hesitated for a long time and suddenly asked, you were the one who just added money blindly. Yes, he hasn't lied to you before. Tang Lingyu glanced at Zheng Fa and said, I'll pay? He has a girlfriend as beautiful as you, and you still pay to do things for him. Han Bai was obviously a little defensive, working for such a thief? Forgive me for refusing. I asked him to teach you how to fall in love. I'll do it. Han Bai quickly changed his words, I guarantee it will be fast and good. It can be seen that he is really curious about knowledge. After hanging up the video, Tang Lingyu handed the phone to Zheng Fa. 2 words were written proudly on his face, done. When Zheng Fa took it, Tang Lingyu suddenly said, I can help you a lot. Zheng Fa was startled, looked at Tang Lingyu, and suddenly understood why she had done this before. Probably in Tang Lingyu's opinion, Zheng Fa needs Old Man Bai because of his mathematical knowledge. In comparison, Tang Lingyu's strength in mathematics is indeed not impressive. What she did just now was just to show that she was really useful. In fact, Tang Lingyu was overly worried. Her status as a rich woman was enough to make Zheng Fa give in. When Zheng Fa came home, he saw the adjustable transformer on the chair and immediately thought of the 1,000-year-old purple bamboo that senior sister Zhang mentioned before. Senior sister Zhang said that it was the only one in the Jushin sect and unique to Pang Zhenren. He was still envious when he heard it. But I took a look at the adjustable transformer I bought for less than $200. Well, who can't afford a unique spiritual treasure? Zheng Fa connected the adjustable transformer to the power supply, held the wire with both hands, and adjusted the voltage level to 90 V. A familiar tingling sensation came, but Zheng Fa felt that the current seemed a little weaker today, and it seemed that the voltage was lower than before. Only when he stood in front of the mirror did he understand the reason. He had already tempered his skin. He could clearly see that when the 5 Thunder Dharmakaya was running, a thin film would appear on the skin of his body, shining like white jade. Zheng Fa took a kitchen knife from the kitchen and scratched his finger with the blade. The blade seemed to have scratched tough cowhide, unable to break the film on his fingers. Sunwei Realm, Zheng Fa's small courtyard. Han Qi and the other three were familiar with each other at this time. They knocked on the door and walked into the yard. Zheng Fa just finished drawing the talisman seals. When he saw it was them, he walked out with 5 talismans. Han Qi took the magic talisman and his face was full of joy. Junior brother can now draw 5 magic talismans a day. Yes, I advanced to the 2nd level of Qi training 2 days ago, and my spiritual power is much more than before. Han Qi and the others looked at each other and saw excitement in each other's eyes. Junior brother's advancement speed is much faster than the ordinary dual spiritual routes. Han Qi boasted. Zheng Fa could see that these 3 people were really happy for him. After all, the people they took refuge in had good qualifications, and they would be successful in the future. Junior brother, this is the money I got from selling talismans and seals in the past 2 days. Han Qi took out a spiritual stone from his arms and handed it to Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa thought for a while, but didn't reach out to take it. Junior brother, senior brother, take this spirit stone. Zheng Fa said. Han Qi's lips trembled, with a hint of bitterness in his voice. Did we do something wrong? Zheng Fa was stunned and then explained, the 3 senior brothers have worked hard for me this month, and I should have given them some compensation. Reward. Yes, I did some calculations a few days ago. Excluding the cost of the stall, our magic talisman business generates approximately 11 or 12 spiritual stones in revenue per month, which also includes the hard work of our 3 senior brothers. Han Qi pinched the spirit stone in his hand, as if he was in a trance. He opened his mouth and said dryly, really give it to us. The 2 people behind him also looked like they had never seen the world, looking at the spirit stone with expressions as if they were in a dream. Senior brother, are you too young? Zheng Fa frowned and said, I don't know the market situation of Jushin sect. How about you tell me the number, senior brother? No less, no less. Han Qi hurriedly said, Junior brother, you misunderstood. Let me tell you this, we have also taken refuge with many senior brothers, helped them do a lot of work, and never received anything. Remuneration. Then senior brother, what do you do for a living? Zheng Fa's eyes widened. Senior brother eats us, we eat junior brother. Han Qi's voice became smaller and smaller. Zheng Fa understood at this point that the previous pattern of these 3 people was a bit like that of the Taoists, relying on big bosses to collect protection fees. No wonder they didn't do anything humanly when they first met them. Senior brother Han, let alone I am now a 2nd level Qi practitioner. Unlike those senior brothers who can let you bully others, even if I could, I would not want to. Do you understand? I understand, I understand. Han Qi and the other 3 nodded hurriedly. Who is willing to do something that is harmful to nature when you can make money cleanly? Zheng Fa nodded and asked, brother, why did you come to see me today? Just to give me the spirit stones? No, senior sister Yuan met us in the evening and asked us to tell you to sort out the account books tomorrow because senior sister Zhang will check them in the evening. The next day, the market. Senior sister Yuan strolled among the stalls and looked at the prices of the goods in the store from time to time. She wore a veil on her face, and her eyebrows and eyes were hazy behind the veil, making it difficult to see the truth, and even her figure looked a little different. As the manager of the market, she actually cared about this responsibility very much, and would come to the market every day to inspect. On the one hand, it was for entertainment, and on the other hand, of course, it was to see if there was any bullying in the market. Wearing a veil was also to prevent someone from recognizing her identity and cheating. Today's market made her feel a little bit wrong, as if there was something more than usual. As for what was wrong, senior sister Yuan didn't understand it for a while. Golden Armor Talisman? Xian Grade Golden Armor Talisman. Drawn by junior brother Zheng, who is the best in talisman techniques in the past 10,000 years. Even if you don't use it after buying it, it's good to observe and learn. Hearing the 3 words of junior brother Zheng, senior sister Yuan couldn't help but look towards the place where the shouting came from. Next to a somewhat remote stall, Han Qi was standing upright, shouting hard to attract customers coming and going. The 2 followers beside him were also like this. The passionate voices of the 3 people combined actually drowned out the shouts of other people in the market, and attracted a lot of attention in the noisy market. Not to mention the customers, even the other vendors on the side looked at the 3 people. There were quite a few customers in front of the stall of the 3 people. Especially compared with the deserted scene in front of other talisman stalls, the business of Han Qi and his 3 people seemed better. Sister Yuan finally understood that there were many extremely passionate shouts in the market today. She couldn't help but get closer. The stall of Han Qi and his 3 people was not all filled with Sunpin talismans painted by Zheng Fa. They got some not-so-valuable Huangpin talismans from somewhere to sell together. Buy a Sunpin talisman, we will give you 3 Huangpin talismans for free. Han Qi shouted to the onlookers. The customers around whispered for a while, and they were obviously tempted. A Xian-grade talisman drawn by junior brother Zheng. You can get 3 more Huang-grade talismans. Seeing them like this, Han Qi increased his strength in his mouth. If we didn't treat you brothers as family, we wouldn't offer this price. If you miss this village, you will never see this store again. I don't know whether it was because of Zheng Fa's reputation or because of the 3 Huang-grade talismans given as a gift, a cultivator couldn't help but buy 3 Xian-grade talismans. Han Qi happily put away a spirit stone, and when he looked up, he saw senior sister Yuan standing in front of him. Is there anything this fairy wants? Han Qi greeted enthusiastically. Look, they are all painted by junior brother Zheng, the most famous genius of our Jushin sect. Is this your stall? No. Han Qi shook his head, half explaining and half showing off. This is junior brother Zheng's stall, otherwise how can we get junior brother Zheng's talismans? So you are helping him work? Of course. Fairy, what talismans do you want to buy? Han Qi answered loudly and asked another question. You work so hard for him? The whole market can hear your shouts. Looking at Han Qi, who still had a little pride on his face, senior sister Yuan snorted. Han Qi thought something was wrong with this and looked at senior sister Yuan carefully. Senior sister Yuan took off her veil. Yuan, shut up. Putting on the veil again, sister Yuan frowned and looked at the 3 people. You 3, don't do this when you work for me. Selling a book, you raised the price without authorization. Doing something, you make excuses. Don't commit big crimes, but make small mistakes all the time. Senior sister Yuan became more and more angry. Han Qi and the other 2 all hung their heads and dared not speak. If you had done this earlier, I could. Forget it. Sister Yuan paused at this point, and waved her hand after a long while, feeling that it was meaningless. She just felt that these 3 people changed a little too quickly, which made her seem unpopular and couldn't compare to Zheng Fa. Han Qi raised his head and asked earnestly, then Sister Yuan, do you want to buy a talisman? Zheng Fa always felt that Sister Yuan's eyes were a little wrong when she looked at him. As soon as he went up to the 2nd floor, he felt that this senior sister was staring at him from time to time. In addition to the faint anger in her eyes, there was actually some rare thoughtfulness. It was rare because Zheng Fa had almost never seen the word thinking on her face. Senior sister Yuan, is there something wrong with my face? He couldn't help asking in confusion. It's not that you are wrong, but I am about to be wrong. Senior sister Yuan seemed to come back to her senses and curled her lips. Teach me quickly. What? Didn't Han Qi tell you? Senior sister Zhang is coming to check the accounts tonight. I know about checking the accounts. Zheng Fa was stunned. I have sorted out the account books. He came to the market every day this month to help senior sister Yuan with the accounts. This account book is just a little heavy, but it is not difficult. Zheng Fa felt that he had calculated it quite clearly. Senior sister, are you checking the accounts? That's checking me. Senior sister Yuan looked a little depressed. Senior sister didn't take care of the accounts before, and said that I was incompetent as the manager of the market, and wanted to change someone. Zheng Fa couldn't help but nod slightly. Why are you nodding? Senior sister Yuan's eyes widened for a moment, and then she seemed to remember that she was asking for help, so her tone softened. I boasted to you that I could easily handle these account books. So, Zheng Fa understood what Sister Yuan meant. So I didn't tell Sister Zhang that you helped me with the accounts. Sister Zhang thought I was in charge of the accounts. I was an outsourcer, but Zheng Fa didn't mind it much. This job was indeed a bit tiring, but compared to the salary of 5 spirit stones a month, it seemed very easy. Han Qi once told him that if a shop in Fangxi hired a cashier and could get 1 spirit stone in 3 months, it was generous. To make a not very appropriate analogy, it was probably that street cleaners were indeed very hardworking, but if the monthly salary was not 3,000 but 30,000, not to mention being a little tired, they could even have a sense of professional honor and call themselves city beauticians. In terms of spirit stones, Sister Yuan not only did not treat him badly, but gave him too much. Zheng Fa decided to return the favor. So what does senior sister mean? Tell me all the important numbers in this account book. Senior sister Yuan begged, because if senior sister Zhang asks me later, I won't know anything and will be exposed. It turned out that she wanted to cram before the exam. This is easy. Zheng Fa took out a few account books, spread them in front of senior sister Yuan, and showed her some important data for this month. Senior sister Yuan remembered very quickly. For a cultivator, mathematics may not be very good, but memory is not bad. Zheng Fa's generous teaching gave senior sister Yuan a great confidence, and she seemed to think that she would not make a fool of herself in front of senior sister Zhang. Okay, you should leave early later. She patted Zheng Fa's shoulder and reminded him, because senior sister Zhang will see it and get suspicious. What are you afraid of seeing? Senior sister Zheng's voice came from downstairs. Zheng Fa felt that the muscles of senior sister Yuan's palm that patted her shoulder were stiff, and it hurt her. She looked at Zheng Fa anxiously, with 4 words on her face, act according to circumstances. Senior sister Zhang walked up the stairs slowly. She glanced at Zheng Fa, but there was not much surprise in her eyes. She just turned to Senior Sister Yuan and said, "Is there anything that I can't see?" Senior Sister Yuan laughed dryly, and suddenly thought of a way. "I'm afraid that junior brother Zheng will come here to play and let you see it. After all, this place is where the account books of the market are located. Ordinary people should not come in." Senior Sister Zheng looked at Senior Sister Yuan deeply, and glanced at Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa sighed in his heart, but still nodded under Senior Sister Yuan's uneasy eyes. "Have you sorted out the account books?" Senior Sister Zheng did not pursue it, but just asked Senior Sister Yuan. "Senior Sister, you came a little early." Senior Sister Yuan muttered, and then took credit, "But I have sorted out the account books." After that, she brought all the account books that Zheng Fa had sorted out and placed them in front of Senior Sister Zheng. Senior Sister Zheng lowered her head and turned the pages one by one at a fast speed. Senior Sister Yuan on the side secretly glanced at the expression on her face. "Well done." After reading a few books, Senior Sister Zheng put them down and nodded to Senior Sister Yuan with a gentle expression. Senior Sister Yuan showed a happy look on her face. "How much is the income of the market this month?" 1,236 spirit stones. Senior Sister Yuan said with a happy face, with a kind of joy on her face that she had guessed the question correctly. "How much is the rent?" "The rent is 955 spirit stones, including 230 for the stall rent, 270 for the market rent, and 455 for the big shop rent." Senior Sister Yuan answered fluently, and her voice became more and more confident. Zheng Fa was also thinking about the meaning of these data in his heart. There are about 600 to 700 stalls in the market, about 100 small shops, and at least a dozen big shops opened by major sects. But the bulk of the rent is contributed by those big shops. An ordinary stall, such as the one Zheng Fa is currently using, only costs about 1 spirit stone in 3 months. But a shop costs an average of 2 or 3 spirit stones a month. The rent of a big shop is even more expensive. In addition to rent, the income of the market also includes transaction tax, and the tax rates of various commodities are different, but compared with the store rent, it is a small amount. Senior Sister Zheng nodded slightly, seeming to be quite satisfied. "You have put in a lot of effort." Senior Sister Yuan couldn't help but smile with pride. "How is the income of the market compared to last month?" Senior Sister Zheng asked again. Senior Sister Yuan turned her head and looked at Zheng Fa blankly. "Oops, I didn't review the data of last month. You tell me." Senior Sister Zheng pointed at Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa thought for a while and said, "Last month, the income of the market was 1,295 spirit stones, and this month, the income of the market dropped by about half." Senior Sister Zheng didn't say anything, just looked at the two of them quietly, and Senior Sister Yuan's face was full of guilt. "You will be in charge of the market in the future." She suddenly pointed at Zheng Fa and said. When Zheng Fa heard that Senior Sister Zheng wanted to give him a promotion, his first thought was, refuse. Just kidding, Senior Sister Zheng thought whatever she wanted, regardless of the consequences. How could he, a Qi training level 2 disciple, convince these disciples in the market? Senior Sister Yuan curled her lips and lowered her head slightly. She found that after Zheng Fa came, everyone seemed to like him more. Han Qi and the other two became more hardworking. Senior Sister Zheng obviously trusted Zheng Fa more this time. Although she knew that she was lazy, she also knew that Zheng Fa had extraordinary talent, so she was actually willing to take care of him more. But she was still a little disappointed to be compared with Zheng Fa twice in one day. This junior brother Zheng. Could it be that he practiced the art of charm? Sister Zheng, actually these data were told to me by Sister Yuan when we were chatting before. She suddenly heard Zheng Fa's voice and looked up suddenly, and saw Zheng Fa saying to Sister Zheng, "Sister Yuan was just tested by you, Sister Zheng," and she was too nervous to remember it. Sister Yuan looked at Zheng Fa and always felt that this face, which was not very handsome to begin with, became more and more attractive the more she looked at it. Senior Sister Yuan looked very touched. But Senior Sister Zheng's eyes turned a little cold. She looked at Zheng Fa and didn't speak for a long time. After a long silence, she said, "Senior Sister Yuan, let me talk to Zheng Fa alone." Senior Sister Yuan nodded, gave Zheng Fa a worried and pleading look, and walked down the stairs gently. When she went downstairs, she looked back at Zheng Fa again, as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't say anything in the end. When her figure disappeared at the corner of the stairs, Senior Sister Zheng stretched out her hand and drew a golden soundproof note in the void. The talisman broke into golden light spots and quickly dissipated in the corner of the room. Zheng Fa felt that the room suddenly became quiet. The noisy hawking and footsteps of people in the market downstairs were blocked outside the door by this soundproof note. The only thing he could hear now was the long and deep breathing of Senior Sister Zheng. "Why refuse?" Senior Sister Zheng asked. Both of them knew that Zheng Fa's words just now seemed to be speaking for Senior Sister Yuan, but in fact they were more of a rejection of Senior Sister Zheng. From the beginning, Senior Sister Zheng knew that the account book was sorted out by Zheng Fa, and even the purpose of her coming here today might be to hand over the market to Zheng Fa. Senior Sister Yuan works very hard. Zheng Fa first said a fair word for Senior Sister Yuan. At first, Han Qi said that Senior Sister Yuan was idle, and he believed it. But after working with Senior Sister Yuan for a while, he found that although Senior Sister Yuan was not very active in calculating accounts, she was still concerned about the market. "I know." Senior Sister Zheng nodded, but her face was still a little cold. She continued to explain, the General Affairs Hall has two sources of income, one of which is the market. If she doesn't work hard, I won't hand over the market to her. 2. Do you think you can support the entire Jushin sect with these few spiritual stones? Senior Sister Zheng glanced at him and said, the bulk of Jushin sect's income comes from the General Affairs Hall buying the disciples' talismans and then selling them to other sects of the Baxian League. Got it. State-owned enterprises and private enterprises? Then, why do you want me to come? I'm short of people, and there are some chaos outside the section. Senior Sister Zheng said frankly, some things I need her to do, and the market can only be handed over to other people. Zheng Fa nodded. Other people? I don't trust them. Senior Sister Zheng looked at Zheng Fa and explained, everyone is short of spiritual materials now. With so many spiritual stones every day, I'm afraid that putting another person in this position will be dirty. Zheng Fa was silent. He finally understood why Senior Sister Zheng was so anxious to put herself, a second-level Qi training, in the position of managing the market. It's simply forcing the growth of seedlings, and it will inevitably cause a big storm. But he also believed what Senior Sister Zheng said about the other people in Jushin sect, who doesn't know how precious spiritual stones are now. In my lineage in Jushin sect, there are only a few people who I dare say will not reach out. Senior Sister Zheng raised her eyes and looked at Zheng Fa. Junior Sister Yuan is one, and you are one. Zheng Fa was stunned. Senior Sister trusts me so much. Because you are talented enough, you won't ruin your future because of this little thing. Zheng Fa thanked humbly, Senior Sister, you are too kind. And you are timid, this is the most important thing. Senior Sister Zheng added. Thank you too early. Zheng Fa thought about it and declined, saying, I know what you mean, but my cultivation level is hard to convince others. You are a Xian grade talisman master. Except for the lack of spiritual power, everything else is basically equivalent to the foundation building stage. Senior Sister Zheng shook her head and said, although the foundation building stage is a bit low, it is barely enough. Seeing that Zheng Fa was still silent, Senior Sister Zheng suddenly said, if anyone is dissatisfied, beat him until he is convinced. I am in charge of the General Affairs Hall with a Jindan body. Isn't there anyone who doubts it? Senior Sister Zheng glanced at Zheng Fa. Yes, the head of the Discipline Hall is Master Pang, who is a Yuanying. The General Affairs Hall, which controls the financial resources of the Jushin sect, is actually managed by Senior Sister Zheng, a Jindan. I am afraid that it will cause more dissatisfaction than Zheng Fa's management of the market. The atmosphere in Jushin sect has not been good since I joined. There were even casualties in the fight in Lunfu Pavilion. Zheng Fa was surprised, is it still good now? When I defeat my peers in Jushin sect, they will accept my rule that I cannot hurt others. Senior Sister Zheng continued, my foundation building speed is the fastest in the history of Baxian League. Some people in Jushin sect said that I am the first talent in the way of Fu in Baxian League. Of course, some people in Baxian League are not convinced. When I defeated most of the foundation building people in Baxian League, they accepted this title. After Jindan, I was in charge of the General Affairs Hall. Those Jindan true transmissions were also unconvinced, so I defeated all the Jindan of my generation. Zheng Fa grinned. What kind of path is this for a genius who is the enemy of the world? He couldn't help but praise, Senior Sister is a natural genius. I am also excited when I hear it. I wish I could take her place. You can do it too. Ahem, I don't have this talent. Zheng Fa hurriedly denied that Senior Sister Zheng's path was Senior Sister Zheng's path, not the path Zheng Fa wanted to take. He felt that he was very busy now. Talisman Foundation Building Method, 5 Thunder Dharma Body, Red Sky Art, the exploration of Talisman in modern times, and the college entrance examination. How could he have time to fight with others? The path of being enemies all over the world sounds very tiring, right? I'll help you. Zheng Fa looked at Senior Sister Zheng, and a question mark slowly appeared on his head. Or you can help me. Senior Sister Zheng looked at him and said softly. Looking into Senior Sister Zheng's eyes, Zheng Fa gritted his teeth and nodded. Junior brother is willing, but I have a request. Explain. If there is no rush, it would be better for me and Senior Sister Yuan to jointly take charge of Fangxi for a while. You actually think about her. Junior brother, I want Senior Sister Yuan to help me support the situation. Zheng Fa smiled. That's fine, there's really no rush. Senior Sister Zheng nodded and said, she wants to be the supervisor of this city. In fact, she was too lonely before. Now she likes to be lively and wandering around in the city. Lonely. She is Qingluan, raised by the headmaster. Zheng Fa's pupils dilated, remembering the big bird that covered the sky before. Then Senior Sister Yuan is Golden Elixir. She was raised to the Golden Elixir by the master on the 9 mountains. She survived the thunder catastrophe of transformation, and then came down from the mountain to be taught by me. Zheng Fa nodded. When he looked at Senior Sister Yuan's round face on the first floor, he couldn't help but think of the round bird head from before. Don't tell me, just looking at the face shape, they are really similar. Senior Sister Yuan looked at the two of them a little uneasily. Junior Sister Yuan, Zheng Fa will be in charge of the affairs of Fangxi in the future. Senior Sister Yuan's expression darkened, but he nodded without saying anything, and seemed to listen to Senior Sister Zheng's words. But Junior Brother Zheng said that he hopes you can work for a while longer. Senior Sister Zheng changed the topic, and Senior Sister Yuan couldn't help but show a bit of joy on her face. In half a year, this market will be completely handed over to Junior Brother Zheng. If this had been said before, senior sister Yuan probably wouldn't be happy. But now this sentence seemed like an unexpected surprise, making her smile so hard that she couldn't even see her eyebrows. Teach junior brother Zheng well these 6 months. Senior sister Zheng warned. Senior sister Yuan grabbed Zheng Fa's arm and said, I will definitely teach you well. At Han Chi's stall, the Sunpin talisman painted by Zheng Fa was quickly sold out. The 2 people around him were smiling. Senior brother, our talismans are selling faster and faster. 1 Xian grade talisman combined with 3 Huang grade talismans is indeed more cost-effective than before, and it is easy to sell. Senior brother has the brains. The tall and thin man even complimented Han Chi. I think other vendors selling talismans and seals will soon follow suit. Han Chi shook his head, but his expression was not as happy as the other 2, and his brows were furrowed, as if he was worried. That's right, those people are not stupid either. The tall and thin man nodded. He looked at Han Chi's worried face and comforted him. Brother, don't worry too much. Don't we still have the title of junior brother Zheng? There will be a general meeting. Business is better than others. That's not what I'm worried about. Han Chi sighed. Senior brother, you have a sad face. Senior sister Yuan this morning, do you 2 still remember? Of course you remember. We are afraid that we have offended senior sister Yuan. Han Chi said worriedly. The tall and thin man was stunned, and his face turned pale. Why are you offended? You don't know what it's like to be around senior sister Yuan. Han Chi said, when I was under junior brother Zheng, I was so attentive and changed so much. Senior sister Yuan saw this. How could I not have any ideas? That's right, they say it's hard to raise a woman and a villain. Then will she wear small shoes for us? Han Chi was silent for a while. Senior sister Yuan is the steward of the city and has a high level of cultivation. Even if she doesn't give us small shoes, it's not a good thing to offend her. Isn't there also junior brother Zheng? The tall and thin man said uneasily. Junior brother Zheng. Han Chi's face became even more tangled. I'm afraid that the 3 of us will implicate junior brother Zheng and make senior sister Yuan anger him. He is still a Qi practitioner after all. Besides, senior sister Yuan is also senior sister Zheng's confidant. Hearing what he said, the smiles on the faces of the other 2 people were gradually replaced by worry. Then senior brother, what should we do? If it doesn't work, we will go to junior brother Zheng's house later to accuse him so that he can be prepared. First, we can go to senior sister Zhang to intercede. Han Chi gritted his teeth and said, if junior brother Zheng is punished, we will admit it. Senior brother, it seems we don't have to go to junior brother Zheng's house. Isn't that junior brother Zheng over there? The tall and thin man pointed in that direction and said, when you said that senior sister Yuan was angry with him, do you mean that? Han Chi looked up. Zheng Fa was walking around in Fangji. There was a familiar yet unfamiliar figure beside him, pointing at the surrounding shops, with a warm smile on his face and talking non-stop. The 3 of them couldn't hear what senior sister Yuan said, but it didn't look like she was cursing. That's senior sister Yuan. Han Chi said blankly. The faces look similar, but the complexions don't. The tall and thin man next to him also hesitated. Senior brother, should we go to junior brother Zheng's house to ask for forgiveness? What a shame. Han Chi slapped the stupid follower next to him. How does she look in front of us, and how does she look in front of junior brother Zheng? She has the nerve to blame us. Zheng Fa followed Sister Yuan to visit the market, mainly to get familiar with the duties of the market manager. Sister Yuan introduced as she walked. The market we are talking about is actually divided into 3 parts to be more precise, the square where the big shops are located, the market where the small shops are located, and the market composed of those small stalls. Our most important task is to maintain order in these 3 places. The first is to be careful not to bully the market. The second is to prevent some rogues or high-level cultivators from bullying those shopkeepers. Sister Yuan really knows all about these. Those big shops don't need to be managed. They are all opened by the big sects of the 100 Immortals Alliance. Almost no one dares to make trouble. Sister Yuan said, well, no matter how expensive the things they sell are, we can't manage them. Zheng Fa was silent. These big shops not only have backgrounds, but also have scarce spiritual materials. For Jushin sect, they also contribute the most rent. No one can afford to provoke the god of wealth with a big fist, and no one wants to provoke him. But we need to be careful about this market. The shops in the market are generally very honest. Most of them are opened by some immortals. Only they have the capital. These people may not be good, but they are definitely afraid of trouble from senior sister Zhang. But those stalls are hard to say. There are all kinds of people. This is also the most difficult to manage and there are the most disputes. Most of my disciples will patrol this market. Senior sister Yuan said, by the way, when will you meet them? Zheng Fa thought for a while and said, wait a few days. It is right to meet these disciples on duty in the market, but he can also foresee that this matter is not so simple. Not only does he have a low cultivation level, but he also has little experience. He has only been in the sect for 2 months. Even if there is senior sister Zhang's support behind him, it will not be smooth sailing to manage such a large market. Let's not talk about others, just talk about senior sister Zhang. Is her talent not good? That is the fastest foundation in the 100 Immortals Alliance, and the recognized first in the way of talismans before Zheng Fa. Isn't her background strong? His master is a Yuanying Zhenren. But from what senior sister Zheng said, Zheng Fa could understand that she had experienced many disputes and doubts along the way. Background and talent cannot solve everything in Xianmen. Okay, let's set it in half a month. Senior sister Yuan seemed to see something and patted his arm. It's okay, senior sister, I will help you. Zheng Fa bowed to senior sister Yuan to thank her. After senior sister Yuan introduced Zheng Fa, she pulled his arm and ran around in the market full of stalls. Come on, senior sister. Don't look at these shops. There are so many, but there are only a few that really have good things. Zheng Fa couldn't help but look forward to it. He had been in Jushin sect for so long, and he had hardly spent money here, just because he was afraid of making mistakes and stepping on a pit. Senior sister Yuan was familiar with the place at first glance. Maybe she could really introduce some reliable shops to him, so that it would be convenient for him to buy magic weapons and spiritual materials in the future. This meat pie is a family tradition. Sister Yuan pointed to a stall and said, the seasoning is secret, and the meat is rich and oily. Is this the good stuff you mentioned, sister? Of course, go 100 steps forward, then turn right and the third stall is a delicious pastry stall. I'll tell you a secret, Sister Zheng loves their sweet-scented Osmanthus cake the most. By the way, there is also a meat skewers stall at the entrance of the market, which has been in business for more than 10 years and has a very good reputation. Sister Yuan said, looking at Zheng Fa proudly, I've told you all the treasure shops I've found out over the years. Thank you, sister. Zheng Fa thanked her with difficulty. It's okay, I promised Sister Zheng to teach you well. Sister Yuan patted her chest, and then quietly approached Zheng Fa's ear and whispered, there is a grain store in the market, and the spiritual grain inside is especially delicious. No one else knows about this, only I buy it. She looked earnest, asking others not to tell her. Sister, is it possible that others don't buy it because the taste of ordinary people is different from yours? Thinking of Sister Yuan's true form, Zheng Fa was silent for a while and asked. 13 days later, Zheng Fa's courtyard. He sat cross-legged on the futon, holding a green jade bottle in his right hand. He pointed the bottle mouth to the palm of his left hand, and a Ningyuan pill rolled into his hand. This is what he spent all his fortune to buy today, including the wages given by Sister Yuan, and the income from selling talismans these days. If he hadn't advanced to the second level of Qi training and could draw 2 more talismans every day, he might not have saved up enough 20 spirit stones. This is why he asked Sister Yuan to wait a few more days before introducing him to the disciples of the market. He wanted to condense the second Yuan Fu first. The first Yuan Fu he chose was the Zhengli Wuying Fu, mainly to ensure his safety in modern times. But the Zhengli Wuying Fu is not very useful in the Sunwei realm. This time, Zheng Fa's goal is very clear, find a powerful one, and it would be best if the effect is cooler. Senior Sister Zheng said that he is a Xian grade talisman master, which is equivalent to the foundation establishment stage, but Zheng Fa does not think so. The main thing is that anyone can buy talismans, so can you say you are in the foundation establishment stage if you have a Xian grade talisman? I'm afraid these Fangxi disciples don't recognize it. Everyone envies the Krypton Gold warriors, but on the other hand, it is inevitable that some people will look down on them. But the talisman foundation building method is different. It can allow Zheng Fa to turn talismans into spells. Being able to cast foundation building spells instantly, it is not wrong to say that he is half a foundation building period. According to the classification of Senior Sister Zheng, the upright shadowless talisman belongs to the feminine and earth element. Earth produces gold, so the talisman that Zheng Fa has to choose must be feminine and metal. There are not many options. Senior Sister Zheng has only tried a small number of talismans, and Zheng Fa can only condense the Yuan talisman. According to Senior Sister Zheng, the talisman is too complicated, and 1 Ningyuan pill is not enough. Among these optional Yuan talismans, the best choice he can find is the Frostblade talisman. This talisman is not only powerful and lethal, it can also freeze the enemy's body and slow down the opponent's movements. It is also very popular among talisman masters. Zheng Fa raised his head and swallowed the Ningyuan pill into his throat, mobilizing the spiritual power in his body with ease, and condensed it into the Yuan talisman pattern of the Frostblade talisman in his danshan. With his soul strength and the fact that it was not the first time for him to condense the Yuan Fu, this was not difficult for him. But when condensing the Frostblade Fu, he also found that the medicinal power of this condensing Yuan pill seemed to be 1 or 2 points weaker than the last time. This is probably the drug resistance mentioned by Senior Sister Zheng in Talisman Foundation building method. After the Frostblade Fu was condensed, it fell directly next to the upright shadowless Fu. The two were like a natural match, and they formed a somewhat complicated pattern together. Zheng Fa tried it. After condensing the Frostblade Fu, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy during cultivation was faster. Fangxi. 6 disciples in green clothes patrolled in the aisle left by the stalls. The other 5 surrounded a senior brother who looked a little older, and it seemed that this person was the leader. The vendors on both sides looked at these people with awe, and when they passed by, even the sound of hawking was a little quieter. It can be seen that these people are usually in the market. But this time, these people didn't want to show off. They walked and whispered to each other. Have you heard about that Zheng Fa? It's been spread a long time ago. We have to let him take charge of this market. He's only in the 2nd level of Qi training and has only been in the business for 2 months. Senior Sister Zheng really loves him. The 3 of them were talking about Zheng Fa's taking over the market. Senior Sister Zheng didn't intend to hide this from others. Not to mention these well-informed disciples in the market, even some people in the shops in the market have heard about it. If you ask me, he has a good talent for talismans, but it's a bit too much to promote him like this. A short and strong disciple said in a muffled voice. This is the appointment by Senior Sister Zheng. Is Senior Sister Zheng always right? The disciple said indignantly, let's not talk about anything else. Who can accept a second-level chi training? If there is a riot in the market, can he calm the situation? He is a talent in the art of talismans, so he should draw talismans well. But the market cannot be managed by drawing a few talismans. He has just joined the sect for 2 months and has not even figured out the 9 Mountains sect. Can he manage the market well? The other people looked at each other and felt that what this person said made sense. According to you, who is the best person to manage it? Do you want to manage it? The short and strong disciple looked at the senior brother among them who had been silent and said, if it is Senior Sister Yuan who has been in charge all the time, it will be fine. If it is not Senior Sister Yuan, I think Senior Brother Yang is the best. The others were stunned and looked at Senior Brother Yang. Brother Yang is in the late stage of foundation building, and he has connections in Jushin sect for decades, and has worked in the market for many years. Is he much better than Zheng Fa? The other people were also moved. On the one hand, they certainly felt that what this person said made sense. But on the other hand, they had a good relationship with Brother Yang, and if Brother Yang had a future, they would certainly benefit from it. Brother Yang waved his hand. I have no desire for power. Besides, Sister Zheng has spoken, and we can only obey her orders. Brother Yang, the manager of the market, has more spiritual stones flowing through his hands every month than we have seen in our lifetime. The short and strong disciple instigated. Brother Yang was silent for a while, looked at him and said, what you said makes sense, so, when you see Zheng Fa in 2 days, you tell him this, don't mention my name, I support you to be the manager of this market. How dare I oppose Sister Zheng? I dare. Brother Yang sneered. The others didn't know what to say. Among the disciples of the market, there are quite a few who have opinions about Zheng Fa's management of the market, or rather, the majority. The reasons are very complicated. As an old disciple, being suppressed by a new disciple of the second level of chi training is of course indignant. On the other hand, it is also a lack of trust in Zheng Fa's ability. But more of it is actually interests. They all want to replace her. This position represents too many spiritual stones. But no one dares to openly oppose Senior Sister Zheng, and they all hope that someone will come forward. Anyway, I am not convinced, and Zheng Fa is too young. The short and strong disciple gritted his teeth and said. Others were also silent. Zheng Fa's youth meant a fact that was very unfavorable to them. He could sit in the position of the market manager for a long time, leaving no chance for others. If it was Senior Sister Yuan, they certainly wouldn't dare to have any opinions, but Zheng Fa's cultivation was low. Why not go to Senior Sister Yuan and let Senior Sister Yuan come forward? Seeing that everyone was silent, the short and strong disciple gritted his teeth. Senior Brother Yang raised his head and looked at this person. Sister Yuan cares most about the position of manager of this market. The disciple analyzed. Now Sister Zheng wants this junior brother Zheng to be in charge of this market. Isn't Sister Yuan the most angry? Why do I hear that Sister Yuan and Zheng Fa have a good relationship? Do you believe it? The short and strong disciple retorted. With such a big profit, even a couple can turn against each other. What's more, if they really have a good relationship, why don't they just give the position to Zheng Fa? The more he talked, the more he felt that he was right. Is Zheng Fa stupid? Does he want another sister above him? What do you mean? Sister Yuan is reluctant to give up this position, and Sister Zheng can't be too partial to Zheng Fa, so she can only compromise like this. In the future, these two people will have a fight, and only when they fight will we have a chance. The short and strong junior brother raised his chin, with a face full of wisdom, and he almost took a fan and waved it in front of his chest. Zheng Fa came to Senior Sister Zheng's house early in the morning. What's up? Seeing Zheng Fa coming to find her, Senior Sister Zheng looked a little puzzled. Senior Sister, I've looked at the past account books these days, and the income of this market has been much lower than before. Senior Sister Zheng thought for a while, pointed to a chair beside her, and asked Zheng Fa to sit down. When I first took over the General Affairs Pavilion, the income of the market was more than 2,000 spiritual stones a month. Senior Sister Zheng said bluntly, but in the past 100 years, both the rent and transaction tax of the market have been declining. Zheng Fa was also a little surprised to hear this. This decline is a bit too much. This is not a problem for our Jushin sect. Senior Sister Zheng comforted, just do your best. It can be seen that she felt that Zheng Fa was afraid of being punished for the continued decline in income after taking over the market, so he came to find her. Blowing up his shortcomings was also to comfort Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa was silent for a while, then said, I'm not worried about this. I have an idea, and I want to ask you, Senior Sister Zheng, if it's feasible. Idea. Senior Sister Zheng glanced at Zheng Fa, and suddenly said, do you think your cultivation can't hold the formation, and want to do something in the market? Zheng Fa smiled and said, Senior Sister has seen through it. Since I don't have a cultivation that can convince people, I can only use my brain on these things. This is also a helpless thing, if you want to sit firmly in this position. Either you use your Jindan cultivation to suppress the people below like Senior Sister Yuan, or make the market more prosperous. Senior sister Zhang nodded, but her expression didn't show much expectation. Obviously, she didn't think Zheng Fa could have any good ideas. Tell me about it. Sister, you also know that the income of the market has decreased. From the root, it is caused by the decline of spiritual energy. Zheng Fa said, but from the current problem, the vendors and shops in the sect can't make money. The income of the market actually comes from these vendors and merchants. If they have no business, the market will naturally have no income. Especially because there are too many talisman masters in our sect, the spiritual talismans are becoming increasingly difficult to sell. Han Qi and the others who sell spiritual talismans to me now have to use yellow-grade talismans to sell them. Zheng Fa's face was a little strange. This method was really thought up by Han Qi himself. He is really talented and has done a good business. But in fact this thing is rolling on the rolls, and it is almost rolling up the talisman stalls in the market. Senior sister Zhang also nodded when she heard this. In fact, some stalls are not easy to rent in recent years. Her expression did not change much. This matter is not only Zheng Fa, but also the top leaders of Jushin sect have figured it out long ago. But now the entire cultivation world is experiencing consumption downgrades, and they don't have any good solutions. Junior brother, if you want to increase their income, it's nothing more than increasing revenue and reducing expenditure. Zheng Fa said his plan. Junior brother has no idea about reducing expenditure, but I have some ideas about increasing revenue. Oh. Zheng Fa took out a booklet from his sleeve and handed it to senior sister Zhang. Senior sister Zhang took the booklet, flipped through it for a while, and when she looked up, she looked at Zheng Fa with a strange look. You want us to send out a pickup boat to attract customers from the major immortal gates and markets of the Baixian League? And free pickup and drop off? Yes. Zheng Fa said, Junior brother, I think that there are too many talisman masters because there are too few customers. And we can also arrange personnel on the boat to let those who don't have time to come to order, and we will deliver to them. In the final analysis, this is actually the free bus in those supermarkets. The kind that old men and women who don't want to spend money like the most. Add a simple mail order. It's not hard to think of, but no one in the Sunwei realm has done this. This model has not appeared in modern times for many years. This requires commercial civilization and service awareness to develop to a stage. In the market towns of Sunwei realm, all of them are landlords who only collect rent and protection fees. In Zheng Fa's plan, the responsibilities of the market towns are actually more like modern shopping malls. They have to take on the responsibility of marketing. Especially those vendors and small shops, which actually have no marketing capabilities and can only rely on the market towns. This kind of thinking actually requires the market towns to have a sense of service to small vendors. Obviously, it is really difficult for the market towns backed by large sects to have such thinking. This idea is a bit interesting. It is aimed at those low-level cultivators who don't have much money. Senior sister Zhang gently patted the booklet in her hand, and there was a bit of appreciation in her eyes. You can try it. Zheng Fa nodded and said, Senior sister is wise. I was thinking that there are too many yellow-grade talisman masters in our sect. The biggest audience is those low-level cultivators with low cultivation and not very convenient to come. In fact, the talismans here are relatively cheap. If there is no travel expenses, that group of people are probably willing to come, at least willing to come and have a look. As for whether they will buy when they come, there is a saying, since they are here, they are here. Senior sister Zhang looked at the booklet again and found that there was a lot of things written in it. There were some nearby sects or markets to pilot first. There were some ways to promote it, writing and decorating on the boat. There were some ways to arrange the reception staff. Zheng Fa recommended Han Qi, who had great potential as a black tour guide. He could also use his expertise on the boat to sell some goods. You wrote this booklet very carefully. Senior sister Zhang looked at Zheng Fa, her eyes full of praise. I originally just wanted you to occupy this position, but I didn't expect you to give me a surprise. Zheng Fa shook his head, but he was very cautious. This matter still has some costs, so I came to discuss it with you, senior sister. It's okay to try. I'll arrange it. Senior sister Zhang handed the booklet to Zheng Fa, and said to him, in the market, you can do it without worry. This day was the first day Zheng Fa met those disciples in the market. He came to the small building in the market. Senior sister Yuan had been waiting here for a long time. Are you nervous, junior brother? She asked with a little curiosity. I was very nervous when I first took over the position of the manager of the market. Zheng Fa smiled and shook his head. He had made all the preparations he could. Condensed into a frost blade talisman. He used the business plan booklet to get further support from senior sister Zhang. Whether the plan was successful or not was not the most important thing. The most important thing was to let senior sister Zhang recognize his talents and efforts in this regard, and be willing to remove some other obstacles for him. He felt that he was now capable of dealing with some difficulties and exclusion. As for more maliciousness, Zheng Fa was not without psychological preparation. After all, with his background, he faced a lot of maliciousness in Zhuangzi and modern times. Not liking to fight does not mean he is afraid of fighting. Seeing him shaking his head, Sister Yuan curled her lips, seeming a little disappointed. Soon, all the disciples under Sister Yuan came. There were not many people, less than 30 disciples. Standing together, they filled the first floor of the small building. What surprised Zheng Fa a little was that all the disciples in this room, no matter who they were, looked a little scared when they saw him. He looked from left to right, and no one dared to look at him. Whether practicing qi or building foundation, when seeing him looking at him, this person would lower his head. If he stared at that person for a long time, this person would raise his head and carefully show a flattering smile. What's going on? Sister Yuan smiled and watched for a while, then coughed lightly. Now let me introduce you to everyone. This is Brother Zheng, who will co-manage the market with me in the future. Zheng Fa didn't have time to show a kind smile. These brothers spoke. I've heard of Junior Brother Zheng's name for a long time. The market should be run by someone like you. Since I heard the news, I've been looking forward to it day and night, and finally Junior Brother Zheng has come. No, why do you look like you've seen this guy? He looked at this group of extremely enthusiastic brothers and said modestly, Junior Brother's cultivation is shallow. That's self-deprecating. A senior brother with a more mature appearance interrupted him, ambition is not old. What's wrong with low cultivation? We have high cultivation. That's right. If there is anything you want to do, Junior Brother Zheng, you put it aside, we will do it. Right. Who is this senior brother? My surname is Yang. The senior brother said enthusiastically, if anyone is blind in the future, tell me. Senior sister Zheng's lineage is much more united than he thought. Then, Junior brother has an idea here, please discuss it with the senior brothers. Zheng Fa thought about it and told the senior brothers about the measures he and senior sister Zhang had said. To be honest, he was not very confident in his business ability. After all, he had never done business in modern times. Not to mention that it was a different world. So he was very cautious in writing in the booklet. It was a small-scale pilot at the beginning, and the cost of investment was limited. He really wanted to hear the opinions of these senior brothers who discussed it. After all, their familiarity with the market was not comparable to his. Great. But before he finished speaking, senior brother Yang clapped his hands and laughed. Junior brother, this method has solved the urgent needs of these shops in the market. You are kind-hearted. I think those shops are going to erect a longevity monument for you, Junior brother. Senior brothers, do you have any objections? Zheng Fa asked sincerely and puzzledly. Junior brother, your plan is perfect. No problem, no problem. Looking at the brothers who were walking away, Zheng Fa slowly frowned, and asked Sister Yuan, Senior sister, are all the disciples in our market so kind? Why, you don't like them? That's not it. Zheng Fa shook his head and smiled. I thought there would be some conflicts, and Junior brother has prepared some means. There have been some means. Huh. Zheng Fa turned his head and saw Sister Yuan smiling, with a look of seeking credit on her face. These people have been coming to me in groups these days, trying to sow discord in front of me. Senior Sister Yuan curled her lips. I have taught them a lesson one by one. In the past 6 months, as long as I haven't left, these people will be obedient. Senior Sister Yuan patted her chest and said, after I leave, if they still make trouble, Junior brother, you come to me and I will come back to teach them a lesson. Zheng Fa looked at the carefully prepared booklet in his hand, and then looked at Senior Sister Yuan who was full of pride. With a flick of his finger, a stream of cold air condensed into a cold blade in the air, passing through a pot of flowers and trees in the corner. A leaf on the flower and tree slowly fell. Junior brother. Senior Sister Yuan looked puzzled. I'll try, Zheng Fa said a little depressed. Jushin sect, Doc. Zheng Fa is seeing off Han Qi and the other two. Senior Sister Zhang is probably the kind of leader who is swift and decisive. The pickup boat was ready in just a few days. Because it was the first attempt, Zheng Fa and Senior Sister Zhang were both cautious. They only sent out one boat, and they only planned to go to the nearest sects and markets, and they could go back and forth in about half a month. In addition to Senior Sister Zhang's people and several senior brothers from the market, there were also Han Qi and the other two specially arranged by Zheng Fa. Han Qi and the other two were not stuffed in by Zheng Fa for power and profit, but after discussing with Senior Sister Zhang for 2 days, he perfected his previous idea. Now there are many talismans in those empty guest rooms, all collected from the market. Now the mode of the pickup boat is to go with talismans and bring customers back, trying not to waste transportation capacity. Han Qi and the other two are not very good at cultivation, but they do have some business acumen. Zheng Fa intends to let them help sell goods. Brother Han, this is just a try, don't have too much psychological pressure. Zheng Fa saw that Han Qi's expression was obviously very nervous, and he comforted him. Brother. Han Qi smiled bitterly, such a large amount of talismans are under my control, just in case something goes wrong. Sister Zhang is very courageous. He recommended Han Qi and the other two, and Sister Zhang actually handed the talismans on the ship to Han Qi. How to sell them and how much to sell them are all up to him. Han Qi has always been at the bottom of the Jushin sect, and he has never taken such a big responsibility. It is normal to worry about gains and losses. Zheng Fa patted his shoulder, thought for a while and said, as long as you work hard, no one can do anything to you. You have me above you, and I have Sister Zhang above me. Han Qi nodded when he heard this, and the uneasiness on his face was less. The boat gradually rose from the water. Han Qi watched Zheng Fa's figure on the dock getting smaller and smaller, as if watching him go away. He turned around and walked towards the cabin with the two brothers beside him. When going upstairs, the three met two senior brothers. These two used to patrol in the market, and Han Qi and the others were very familiar with them. Or rather, they used to be very respectful of them. They were afraid of offending them, but they also wanted to curry favor with them, and they couldn't find a way to curry favor with them in their previous status. Now when they met the three stopped, habitually showed a flattering smile on their faces, and saluted to each other. Unexpectedly, the two senior brothers on the other side also stopped, smiled at them kindly and said, "Junior brother Han, don't be so polite. Senior brother, we are all junior brother Zheng's people." One of the senior brothers even gently put his arm around Han Chi's shoulders, as if he was very familiar with him. "You have been with junior brother Zheng for a long time, and you have a lot of face in front of him. This ship of talismans is handed over to you? Please say a few good words to me, senior brother, in the future." Yes. The few of them talked intimately for a few words, and the two senior brothers said goodbye. The tall and thin man next to Han Chi looked at the disappearing figures of the two senior brothers, smacked his lips, and said with a little pride, "We are so famous now. That's because junior brother Zheng is famous." Han Chi shook his head. "Senior brother, I'm afraid we can make a fortune this time." The tall and thin man suddenly changed the subject and said excitedly, "It was just a small fight before, this time, it's a boatload of talismans. If you want to die, don't take me with you." Han Chi slapped the other man on the back of his head. "We've just had 2 days of good life, and you're going to die." Han Chi took 2 deep breaths and shouted in a low voice, "Do you really think those brothers on the ship won't stare at us? The more polite they are to us now, the more they want to replace us. How great is the future of junior brother Zheng? This is just the beginning. If you are so short-sighted, don't follow me next time." After saying that, he gave 2 more instructions. "We can't cultivate well, so we can only use our heart. Sleep with one eye open these few nights." The thin tall man touched the back of his head and grinned. "Senior brother, after following junior brother Zheng, you are almost not yourself." Han Chi glanced at him, then looked at the senior brother in the distance, and suddenly said softly, "Following junior brother Zheng, I am like myself." The thin tall man looked puzzled and didn't quite understand. "Isn't it good now?" Han Chi was too lazy to explain. "Okay, then you talk so much nonsense." The waning moon was in the sky, and the night was thick. In a slightly larger courtyard 2 streets away from Zheng Fa's courtyard, Sun Dayu and Zhou Qianyuan were sitting in the attic. Sun Dayu's eyes were always looking in the direction of Zheng Fa's courtyard. "Brother, what are you looking at?" Zhou Qianyuan asked. "Looking at Zheng Fa." Zheng Fa. Zhou Qianyuan was stunned and looked at Zheng Fa's courtyard, but saw nothing. When he turned around, he found that Sun Dayu's eyes had changed color. The originally black pupils were now stained with silver light, looking mysterious. "Donksu spirit eyes." Zhou Qianyuan looked surprised, and suddenly a somewhat scary guess came to his mind. He gently stepped back 3 steps, and said a little further away from his brother, "Brother, you are a little rude." "It's a little rude." Sun Dayu sighed. "I can't stare at him in front of him. Actually, this is not a wrong thing. Aren't there many ordinary young masters who have similar hobbies to you, senior brother?" Zhou Qianyuan pursed his lips and suggested dryly, "We cultivators don't have so many prejudices. How about you go directly to express your feelings to junior brother Zheng? What's in your mind?" Sun Dayu was stunned and slowly looked at Zhou Qianyuan. Zhou Qianyuan looked at him with encouragement and understanding. Sun Dayu's face showed a look of thinking, as if he finally understood the meaning of the word heart. His face slowly fell apart. "I am here for the Millennium Purple Bamboo Tears." Looking at Zhou Qianyuan's doubtful expression, Sun Dayu gritted his teeth and explained, "Senior sister Zhang went to see master a few days ago and said that she wanted to use the Tao Foundation building method in exchange for 2 people. Millennium Purple Bamboo Tears." Zhou Qianyuan looked at his senior brother with a somewhat unconvincing expression. "What does this have to do with Zheng Fa?" Senior sister Zhang said that Zheng Fa's progress in practicing the Food Dao Foundation building method has improved very quickly. He can even double his training speed after condensing the UN Food Dao Foundation. So powerful. Not only do you not believe it, master doesn't believe it either. Sun Dayu shook his head and said, "And I don't want to give 2 people the 1,000-year-old purple bamboo tears." Seeing Zhou Qianyuan still a little confused, Sun Dayu explained softly, "Master's 1,000-year-old purple bamboo plant can produce fewer and fewer purple bamboo tears, and now it is only the share of 2 people. Because of me. Yes, if you give senior sister Zhang 2 shares, you will have to wait at least 10 years. Sun Dayu explained. "Furthermore, the Food Dao Foundation building method is lacking, so it's not worth so much." Sun Dayu's words made Zhou Qianyuan stunned, and he couldn't help but ask, "The master has always wanted this skill. On the one hand, this technique is indeed magical and very suitable for talisman masters to practice. Master once said that just because senior sister Zhang can't make up for the shortcomings of this technique, it doesn't mean that he can't do it. He actually already has a clue." Sun Dayu smiled, laughing, "And master also has the idea of overcoming another lineage by repairing the Food Dao Foundation building method. Senior brother, are you coming today? Master asked me to see if junior brother Zheng's cultivation speed is so fast, and more importantly, if senior sister Zhang has repaired the shortcomings in the Tao Dao Foundation building method, which allowed Zheng Fa to practice so fast." Zhou Qianyuan looked a little confused. Sun Dayu smiled as soon as he saw it. "Junior brother, don't worry, no matter how fast he cultivates, I will tell the master that the Tao Foundation building method is not worth the 1,000-year-old purple bamboo tears shared by 2 people. Zhou Qianyuan nodded a little shyly and said in a low voice, "Thank you, senior brother. You are my junior brother? Of course I will use you first." Sun Dayu smiled gently at his junior brother. Zhou Qianyuan pursed his lips, his expression a little touched but not as if he dared to be moved. He whispered, "Senior brother, junior brother. I only have respect for you. Sunday you." Zheng Fa didn't know that someone was spying on him, it was a man. He has come to modern times in a dream. At Old Man Bai's house, there was a notebook in front of the three of them. On the screen of the notebook were symbols classified into different categories. Not very good. Zheng Fa frowned and looked at the results sent by Han Xiaobai, feeling a little disappointed. "I have tried all the algorithms I can try." Han Xiaobai's reply was a little aggrieved, "The training set you gave me is still insufficient." Zheng Fa didn't feel that this person was shirking responsibility. Indeed, there are not many yin-yang and five-element talisman diagrams that Senior Sister Zheng has classified into categories, and some of them need to be set aside to verify the accuracy of Han Xiaobai's classification algorithm. That's even less. How about not classifying them in such detail? Zheng Fa thought for a while and suggested. "You're right." Old Man Bai clapped his hands and nodded in agreement. "There are few samples, so let's divide them into major categories." Zheng Fa's meaning is very simple. Since it is divided into 10 categories of yin, yang, and 5 elements, nothing can be seen. Then divide it into 2 categories, yin and yang, or 5 categories, 5 elements, and see if you can find some clues. Obviously, the number of samples divided into yin and yang is the largest. Try the positive symbols first. Han Xiaobai on the other end of the notebook sent back several results more than an hour later. Zheng Fa looked for a long time but didn't see anything, so he turned to look at Old Man Bai. Old Man Bai looked at it for a long time and shook his head. "Try the negative one again." Zheng Fa's heart sank and he said to the other side. "Still can't tell." Seeing the results sent by Han Xiaobai again, Old Man Bai sighed. "Try following the 5 elements and try the water spiritual talisman first." Zheng Fa felt calm now. After all, cultivation is not a temporary thing, and it really cannot be rushed. Probably Senior Sister Zheng has water spiritual roots, and she has experimented with the most water spiritual talismans. After struggling for so long, the night is getting a little late. While waiting for the results, Old Man Bai couldn't help but yawn. Zheng Fa turned to Tang Lingyu and asked, "Don't you need to go back first?" Tang Lingyu thought for a while and said, "I will leave when the results come out." "How about you go back first?" "I don't think there is much hope." Old Man Bai opened his mouth wide and squeezed a few tears from his eyes. He muttered, "This thing still depends on some luck." Tang Lingyu shook her head. There was a new message notification sound coming from the notebook. Zheng Fa clicked on it and saw that it was Han Xiaobai who gave the result this time. Zheng Fa frowned, turned the mouse wheel, and looked at the symbols classified as water attributes by the computer one by one. "Wait, look back at those pictures." Old Man Bai suddenly shouted. Zheng Fa turned his head and looked at Old Man Bai with a little surprise. Old Man Bai wiped the corners of his eyes and muttered, "I just yawned and cried. My eyes were a little blurry and I couldn't see clearly," etc. Dazzled again. This structure appears very frequently in this category. Old Man Bai pointed at the computer screen and said. Zheng Fa looked at the pattern pointed by the old man. "It's not quite right to say it's a pattern, it's part of a three-dimensional figure. In fact, as Old Man Bai said, this is a structure, and it is a partial structure. If you want to make an analogy, it is probably like a radical of a Chinese character. It's just that each of these graphics is three-dimensional and much more complicated than Chinese characters on a flat surface." Zheng Fa scrolled the mouse and moved other symbols to the screen. Sure enough, at least in this result, most of the runes have this structure, and there is only one. Water element. Zheng Fa pondered, this result could easily point to a conjecture. The 5-element classification of runes depends on whether there is such a small structure. It is not yet certain whether this conjecture is correct, but at least it gave Zheng Fa a way to analyze the runes. Look at the runes of metal, wood, fire, and earth. Zheng Fa passed the other 5 elements runes to Han Xiaobai. He looked at the sky and apologized, "It's a bit late, sorry for bothering you." Late. Han Xiaobai quickly typed, "You know nothing about cultivating immortals." "I do know a little bit about this." Old Man Bai stopped yawning and was full of energy. He stood beside Zheng Fa and studied the previous water runes with him. Some runes could not be seen to have this structure at first, but after the topology changed, the similar faces gradually emerged. Zheng Fa drew the structure on paper and wrote the word water on the side. "The more I look at this thing, the more interesting it becomes. You said before that the runes are the movement trajectories of spiritual energy." Old Man Bai suddenly said. "One of my senior sisters said it." Zheng Fa shook his head, "But I think it makes sense. At least judging from the fact that the Rule Dao foundation building method can speed up his practice, the essence of the runes is indeed spiritual energy. Different motion trajectories have different effects." Old Man Bai shook his head, "I can't understand it." Zheng Fa nodded and asked 2 questions. "Apart from this structure, what are the other parts of this rune used for? Are the yin and yang attributes also a structure?" Old Man Bai was stunned when he heard this. He glanced at Zheng Fa, looking a little innocent. "I didn't know, I'm just a bad old man. I've never even seen what aura is like." "No, your status in the Sunwei world is quite high. I don't know how long it took, but after Tang Lingmu's cell phone rang 3 times, the other side sent over the analysis results of other runes. What makes the 3 of them a little regretful is that the algorithm is probably not accurate enough, or the number of samples in the other 4 lines is not enough. They only found structures corresponding to the element of earth. The other 3 lines did not produce the results they expected. To have such a discovery today can be regarded as luck. Seeing Tang Lingmiu, who was a little disappointed, Zheng Fa comforted him. These things are not urgent, just continue tomorrow night. He kept his eyes open. Doing research requires patience. What's more, if you are not careful, you will be able to cultivate immortality for hundreds or even thousands of years. There is really no rush. Tang Lingmiu nodded slowly. She looked at her phone, said hello to the 2 of them, and walked downstairs. Zheng Fa's hearing is now far beyond ordinary people's. He can clearly hear Tang Lingmiu's gradually fainter footsteps as she goes down the stairs, and can hear the sound of the engine starting when she gets into the car. What he heard more clearly was her mother's loud scolding when Tang Lingmiu came downstairs. And Tang Lingmiu remained silent without saying a word. The next day, classroom. After the physics class, Zheng Fa put away the test papers handed out by the teacher and took out a problem book to read. See, not do. He now has the confidence not to write down questions at this stage of high school. After reading most of the questions, he roughly knows what the question maker wants to test, what method can be used to solve them, and then looks at the answers. If there are no problems, you can pass the question. Zheng Fa feels that his time is getting less and less day by day. The time that can be left to study high school knowledge is actually very limited, that is, the time in class plus recess. So he now chooses this relatively less time-consuming method. But this does not mean that he has given up on the college entrance examination. On the contrary, his goal is higher than before. He told Lao Chen before that he wanted to take the exam at Jiangnan University. Now he wants to get admitted to Beijing University. To establish a cultivation laboratory, you must go to a place where there are more top talents. In modern society, most people have only a few opportunities to come into contact with top talents in various disciplines. Getting into a good college is probably the easiest thing to do. Most people don't even realize that a teacher you met in college may be the pinnacle of your network. Zheng Fa. Wang Chen called him softly from behind. Huh. Zheng Fa turned his head slightly and looked at Wang Chen. You got a perfect score on that paper just now, right? Wang Chen looked at Zheng Fa. Yeah. Zheng Fa nodded lightly. He is indeed somewhat talented in physics, at least in high school physics. Nowadays most of the physics exams are done first in the class. Then you don't have a break during class. Wang Chen curled his lips, pointed at the countdown sign at the door, and complained, I don't even see anxiety when I look at that thing now. Zheng Fa. Tang Lingwu suddenly walked over from the front row, holding a thick notebook in her hand. I took a look during class and seemed to have discovered the common structure of the golden runes. Tang Lingwu placed the notebook in front of Zheng Fa, opened it, and said softly. Zheng Fa suddenly felt a little envious when he thought of this man's privilege of not attending lectures. He flipped through the notebook handed over by Tang Lingwu, which was filled with densely packed runes. Every symbol in the book is neatly arranged in rows. Seems very obsessive-compulsive friendly. On each runic diagram, Tang Lingwu made a small circle, and there was indeed the same structure inside. He looked at the blue-black color in Tang Lingwu's eyes, frowned slightly, and asked in a low voice, when did you go to bed yesterday? He suspected that this girl stayed up late last night doing this. Tang Lingwu didn't answer. She waved her hand towards him, flicked her ponytail, and staggered to her seat. Then she lay down on the desk and started to take a nap. What's this? Wang Chen didn't know when he quietly walked up to Zheng Fa and pointed to the talisman diagram in the notebook with curiosity. It's hard for me to explain to you. Zheng Fa thought for a while and said to Wang Chen. Wang Chen touched his chin, looked at Zheng Fa, and then at Tang Lingwu, with a hint of realization on his face. It has to be you too. Wang Chen patted Zheng Fa on the shoulder and said with some envy, a top student is a top student, and he is so good at falling in love. Zheng Fa looked at Wang Chen, who was beaming with joy, and always felt that the other person was thinking of something extraordinary. What on earth are you talking about? I've watched a lot of Spy Wars. Is this a code book? Wang Chen pointed at the notebook in Zheng Fa's hand and said, you two are engaged in encrypted communication now. You're overthinking. Zheng Fa looked at Wang Chen and didn't know what this man's brain was like. At this time, a head with a built-in flashlight poked out from behind Wang Chen. Wang Chen's face turned pale, and he watched Lao Chen first look at himself, and then his eyes fell on the notebook. Show me? Old Chen stretched out his hand toward Zheng Fa and said. He looked at the densely packed runes on it, touched his chin, looked down at Zheng Fa, and then at Tang Lingwu. A flash of realization flashed across his face. Zheng Fa always felt that he had just seen this expression. Lao Chen didn't say anything to Zheng Fa. Instead, he placed the notebook in front of Zheng Fa and gave him a meaningful look. Watching Old Chen leave, Wang Chen patted Zheng Fa on the shoulder and asked, do you think Old Chen is overthinking? Old man buys house. Hearing that Tang Lingwu had discovered a structure related to gold, Old man Bai couldn't help but look at the girl in surprise. It seems about right. After verifying the golden runes classified by senior sister Zhang one by one, Old man Bai nodded. Zheng Fa glanced at Tang Lingwu. The girl still looked tired, but there was a relieved smile on her face. Old man Bai seemed to have noticed her expression, and turned his head to take a deep look at Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa nodded slightly. Han Xiaobai on the other side of the computer also modified the algorithm. Some things are easier once you know what to look for. An hour later, the 5 structures symbolizing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth appeared on the screen. Several people tried again to find the structure of yin and yang, only to find that yin and yang seemed to be different from the 5 elements. At least they couldn't find it in this way. Zheng Fa randomly dragged 5 patterns in the software, making the 5 patterns change their orientation and orientation, as if he was piecing together something. What are you doing? Zheng Fa did not speak, but looked at the screen and operated slowly. Yes. On the computer screen, these 5 structures suddenly formed a whole. Earth connects to metal, metal connects to water, water connects to wood, wood connects to fire, and fire connects to earth. Old man Bai was stunned and looked at the computer screen. You thought before that this was a whole? No, I got the inspiration from the runes in my body. Today he specifically observed the upright shadowless talisman and the frost blade talisman condensed in his dantian. They have been next to each other since they were condensed. Only today did he discover that the 2 parts next to each other were the 2 structures that symbolized earth and water, and they were combined to form a new pattern. This gave him a guess as to whether these 5 structures could be combined with each other. Are these 5 things actually one? Old man Bai frowned. Zheng Fa nodded, opened the notebook in front of him, and wrote a very simple sentence. The 5 element attributes of a talisman are determined by a certain special structure. This structure can be called a 5-element talisman, and the 5-element talisman can be combined individually into a whole. Old man Bai was stunned for a moment when he looked at this line of words, and then he laughed. You are trying to write a law. He seemed to see Zheng Fa's hidden ambition. Zheng Fa shook his head and said, it still needs to be verified, but when it is really proven, I want to give it this name. Above this line he wrote 8 words. The first law of Bai's talisman. Old man Bai pointed at himself. Name it after me. The biggest credit here is your old age. Zheng Fa said with a smile. Ahem, this is the collective wisdom and collective wisdom of the 3 of us. Then let me change my name. Zheng Fa expressed his intention to change his name. Forget it, this name is pretty nice. The old man hurriedly stopped Zheng Fa, looked at the line of words and smiled foolishly for a long time, and suddenly felt a little emotional. I have been doing mathematics for a lifetime and have not left any reputation. If there is such a law, I am afraid I will die without regrets. It sounds like he didn't take this thing seriously. Bai's first law of Talismanism may only make old man Bai laugh now, but 5 Thunder Body made him grin from ear to ear. Zheng Fa. Old man Bai has always been obsessed with his dream of electromagnetic rotation and exploding stars with one punch. Hearing that Zheng Fa was going to practice the 5 Thunder Body at home, he came over to take a look out of curiosity. Tang Lingyu also followed. Old man Bai looked left and right and asked, as if he was a little confused, do you usually practice at home? What if? I read that in novels, they all rely on some kind of natural and earthly treasures. At the worst, they have to find a waterfall to practice. I have a treasure. Zheng Fa thought for a moment and nodded. What? Old man Bai looked very excited. Zheng Fa pointed to the corner of the wall. Old man Bai looked at the unpretentious transformer on the ground. Even the label was brand new. His eyes were a little dazed. Is cultivating an immortal, so down to earth? Old man Bai smacked his lips, with a slightly disappointed expression on his face. Zheng Fa felt that he was a bit ignorant and did not recognize gold and jade. My own transformer, this lightning treasure, has been upgraded. He added 2 straps with metal pieces to the previously exposed copper wire. When tied around his wrists, the metal pieces could stick to his skin, making it look like he was wearing a wrist guard from the outside. When he practiced before, he had to hold the wire with his hands and shake it while practicing. If an outsider saw it, they would think he was an electrician who got electrocuted due to operating errors. It looks much more respectable now. Zheng Fa connected the transformer to the power supply, adjusted the gear to 90V, then sat back in the chair, tied the straps on, and sat cross-legged. Old man Bai and the other 2 looked a little worried as they watched the skin on his arms trembling and twitching. But because Zheng Fa was practicing, neither of them dared to speak. They could only breathe softly and observe Zheng Fa closely. Tang Lingyu, do me a favor. Zheng Fa suddenly opened his eyes and said to Tang Lingyu, okay, I'll turn it off for you. Tang Lingyu seemed to think that Zheng Fa couldn't bear it anymore, so she ran to the transformer and prepared to turn off the power. No, help me turn the gear up 1 more gear. Hi. Yes, my 5 Thunder Dharma body is about to reach the next level. Zheng Fa's eyes were a little happy. The current voltage is not enough. Tang Lingyu pursed her lips and carefully turned the voltage knob on the transformer to the right. The pointer on the knob was pointing at 120V. Zheng Fa's brows furrowed slightly, and the veins on the back of his hands were beating. Obviously, the increase in current made his body feel a little uncomfortable. Old man Bai and Tang Lingyu held their breath and observed Zheng Fa's condition. After a while, Zheng Fa opened his eyes again. Turn it off. Tang Lingyu asked again. 1 step higher. This time Tang Lingyu was even more hesitant. She put her hand on the knob and looked back at Zheng Fa, as if to confirm. Zheng Fa nodded slightly. Snap. No matter how big it is. Pop. Big. The knob was turned to the 210V position. Zheng Fa had an obviously painful look on his face. In particular, the muscles on his body were abnormal, from his arms to his shoulders, and even to his chest, back and thighs, the muscles were surging, arching, and then disappearing. To Old Man Bai and Tangling Miu, it looked like dozens of little mice running around under his skin. What reassured the two of them was that Zheng Fa's pain seemed to be temporary. After about 10 minutes, he seemed to have adapted. Although there were still little mice running around on his body, his brows gradually relaxed. After practicing for about 40 minutes, Zheng Fa opened his eyes and couldn't speak. He could only use his eyes to signal Tangling Miu to turn off the transformer. He felt that his cheeks were a little numb, but he still smiled at the worried two people. Not only was he comforting the two of them, but he also had something to be happy about. His five thunder body had indeed reached the level of physical training. Sunwei World. Zheng Fa opened his eyes and gently clenched his fists, feeling that he was a lot stronger. He stood up, walked to the desk, picked up an iron paperweight, and put a little force on his hand. The iron paperweight was like plasticine, changing its shape in his hand, giving it whatever position he wanted, extremely well behaved. Putting down the shapeless iron paperweight, Zheng Fa sat back on the futon and looked at his Danshan. The advancement of the five thunder body was a matter of course, but the discovery of the five elements talisman was an unexpected surprise. He had an idea before, to adjust the upright shadowless talisman and frost blade talisman that he had condensed. After discovering that the five elements talisman was originally one body, he looked at the two UN talismans in his body and discovered some minor problems. Although the two are next to each other, they are not actually one. For the two to be fully integrated into a whole, it actually requires a bit of topological transformation, just like he did on the computer, not just orientation and size, but even stretching and curling. For people in the Sunwei world, whether they can discover the five elements talisman is a question. What is more difficult is actually this transformation. He controlled his consciousness and slowly adjusted the direction and shape of the two spiritual talismans. In the attic where Sunday Yu and two other people were, Zhou Qianyuan looked at Sunday Yu, who had been looking in the direction of Zheng Fa's courtyard, and asked curiously, "Brother, how long are you going to look like this?" "A few nights will do." Sunday Yu turned around and smiled. "In fact, I can't see him either. What I can see is the five elements of spiritual energy in his yard." 5 elements of spiritual energy. Master's Dongsu Spirit Eye is divided into 3 realms. Now I am in the first realm, observing Qi. Sunday Yu thought that this junior brother in front of him also wanted to practice Dongsu Spirit Eye, so he explained, "Do you know why Master said that senior sister Zhang's Fu Dao foundation building method is flawed but he can repair it? Why? Because of this Dongsu Spirit Eye." Sunday Yu looked a little proud. "You also know that this is the fundamental practice of our lineage." "Master told me." Zhou Qianyuan nodded. "You probably don't understand why." Sunday Yu smiled and said, "The greatest ability of the Dongsu Spirit Eye is actually to see into the details. It can observe the properties and flow of spiritual energy. It can see more clearly than the divine consciousness, so Master can see the problem of senior sister Zhang's Fu Dao foundation building method at a glance." "What's the problem?" "The 5 elements are out of harmony. Senior sister Zhang proposed that the talisman method is divided into yin and yang and the 5 elements. Master actually has this discovery." Sunday Yu said softly, "It's just that senior sister Zhang has the Yuanling Dao body, so she can try out the Fu Dao foundation building method. Master can't do it. Can the foundation of the Tao be changed randomly? Except for senior sister Zhang, who dares to try it like this." Sunday Yu couldn't tell whether he was envious or something else in his tone. "Then, the 5 elements are out of harmony." "I don't know either, but Master once said that senior sister Zhang's Yuan Fu Dao foundation is not harmonious enough." He used the Dongsu Spirit Eye to observe senior sister Zhang's practice. When senior sister Zhang practiced, the 5 elements of spiritual energy in the yard were slightly out of harmony. Zhou Qianyuan looked at Sunday Yu in front of him, and suddenly felt a little bit of a toothache. "Master, observe. Senior sister Zhang? Like you, brother. That's not it. How could Master squat here like me? He always sits at home and uses the Dongsu Spirit Eye to watch." Sunday Yu said enviously, "When my Dongsu Spirit Eye has improved, I have to try it too. Is there no need to learn it?" Zhou Qianyuan always felt that his master's tradition was a bit weird, strange and easy to be misunderstood. In fact, with the help of the Dongsu Spirit Eye, Master has the confidence to improve this method. Sunday Yu talked about another thing, but this is not such a simple matter. Master probably just gave it a try. He said that if the Fu Dao foundation building method can be perfected, it may become the best method of Fu Dao Dan. Dan. Of course. Sunday Yu's face flashed a trace of desire. "Why do you think everyone only says this is the foundation building method now?" "Why? Because there is a problem with the pill formed by senior sister Zhang. If there is no problem with senior sister Zhang's ability to draw a heavenly talisman with a golden elixir body, the Fu Dao foundation building method is known as the best method of Fu Dao Dan. There is no problem at all." Looking at the expression on Sunday Yu's face, Zhou Qianyuan understood that if the Fu Dao foundation building method could be perfected, this senior brother would probably choose this method resolutely. He didn't dare to practice it now, but it was just that this thing really had some problems. Unfortunately, it's not that simple to repair this method. I heard that senior sister Zhang's master, Master Huang, also tried it before, but he didn't seem to have any clues. Sunday Yu sighed, as if he didn't have enough confidence in his master. Huh. Sunday Yu looked at the sky above Zhang's court, with a puzzled expression on his face. "What's wrong, senior brother?" The spiritual energy above Zhang's court changed. Sun Dayu frowned, as if he was a little puzzled. Changed. Zhou Qianyuan didn't quite understand what Sun Dayu said, but Sun Dayu's expression changed very quickly, sometimes surprised and sometimes heavy, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. After a while, Sun Dayu stood up suddenly. Brother, Sister Zheng is worthy of being the first genius of our Jushin sect. She has really solved the hidden danger of the Fudeo foundation building method. Zheng Fa's earth and gold auras on the roof are now extremely harmonious. There is no sense of disharmony, that master said. Sun Dayu's face was complicated. He seemed a little worried, a little eager and happy. He walked around the attic twice, and suddenly said to Zhou Qianyuan, Brother, I have to report to master as soon as possible. This Fudeo foundation building method must be exchanged. Sun Dayu's face was excited. If this hidden danger is really solved by Sister Zheng, then we can also practice the Fudeo foundation building method in the future, and then hope to form a pill. But this 1,000-year purple bamboo tears. Zhou Qianyuan did not forget that in order to exchange the Fudeo foundation building method, he had to use his share of 1,000-year purple bamboo tears. Brother, for us cultivators, 10 years pass in the blink of an eye. Sun Dayu patted his shoulder and comforted him. Senior brother, you told me before that no matter how fast Zheng Fa progresses. Zhou Qianyuan was still a little reluctant. Junior brother, I also have a pure brotherly love for you. Sun Dayu suddenly said. You are not my Taoist partner, and the opportunity to form a pill is ahead. Senior brother really can't give up, even if it is a Taoist partner. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Sun Dayu hurriedly added another sentence. Senior sister Zheng's home. Senior sister Zheng sat at the desk in the study, holding a pen in her right hand, writing something briskly on the paper. In her left hand, she held the exercise book that Zheng Fa had submitted before. She was not the only one in the study. Senior sister Yuan stood beside her and kept talking, chattering with great energy. Both of them looked relaxed, as if this was their way of relaxing in their spare time. Senior sister Zheng did not mean to complain about senior sister Yuan's talkativeness. Senior sister Yuan did not seem to need senior sister Zheng to respond to anything, but just kept talking about random things. Suddenly, a question from senior sister Yuan brought senior sister Zheng back to her senses from the sea of questions. I heard that senior sister and Uncle Peng are still bargaining. Yeah, how about you lower your terms? Senior sister Yuan frowned and suggested, I heard that there are not many 1,000-year-old purple bamboo tears now, and even Uncle Peng's disciples may not be able to get a share. No. What if Uncle Peng doesn't agree to you? Senior sister Yuan said with a pout. They won't disagree. Senior sister Zheng seemed confident. The longer it takes, the more likely they will agree. Why? Because of junior brother Zheng. Senior sister Zheng glanced at the handwriting on the exercise book and seemed to remember Zheng Fa's face. He is very suitable for the Taoism foundation building method, more suitable than me. Senior sister Yuan nodded, as if she understood what senior sister Zheng meant. You mean, they will be moved when they see junior brother Zheng's progress. Senior sister Zheng, how long do you think it will take for them to agree? Senior sister Yuan asked curiously. Uncle Peng's lineage. Sister Zheng's tone was a bit complicated. They like to use the Dongshu spirit eye to look around. That junior brother son, I'm afraid he is still squatting near junior brother Zheng's house. How would they know? I can't hide these from you. You have experience after being watched for a long time. If the top beam is not straight, the bottom beam will be crooked. Sister Zheng cursed expressionlessly. Sister, aren't you going to cheat Uncle Peng? How long will they watch? At most 10 days or half a month. Junior brother Zheng's cultivation speed is not fake. Sister is really confident in junior brother Zheng. Sister Yuan shook her head, as if she doubted that such a short time was not enough for Master Peng to make up his mind. But I heard that Uncle Peng now cherishes the 1,000-year-old purple bamboo tears. Sister Zheng opened her mouth and was about to say something, when a golden talisman shot in from the window of the study. She reached out to take it, and a voice with helplessness and reluctance came from the talisman. Junior brother Zheng, the 1,000-year-old purple bamboo tears for 2 people have been prepared. You really predicted it, senior sister Zheng. Senior sister Yuan's tone was full of surprise. Uncle Peng actually agreed. Senior sister Zheng's tone was a bit complicated. I didn't predict it. It was junior brother Zheng. The goods are too good. The price will be lower. Senior sister Zheng's face showed an expression that was not sure whether she was happy or unhappy. When Zheng Fa walked into the study, senior sister Zheng and senior sister Yuan both looked at his face. The inquiring eyes of the two made him feel uneasy. Junior brother Zheng, have you gained anything from practicing the Talisman foundation building method? I do have some understanding. Zheng Fa nodded, with a hint of hesitation on his face. He really wanted to find an opportunity to discuss the so-called first law of Bai's talisman with senior sister Zheng. It's necessary to discuss it. This thing is purely derived through topology and computers. Whether it really conforms to the Fudeo system of the Sunwei realm, we still have to see the results of the experiment. As for how to experiment, is there a better human laboratory than senior sister Zheng? But he didn't know how to start. After all, he had only received the Fudeo foundation building method for a month or 2. He said that he had some ideas and wanted to borrow senior sister Zheng's body to do experiments. Not to mention whether senior sister Zheng could believe that he had ideas in such a short time. Just saying that using senior sister Zheng for experiments was a bit offensive. No matter how much senior sister Zheng trusted him and how good she was a Jindan Zhenren after all, and he was just a disciple who had just entered the door. The realms between the Sunwei realm were like natural moats, and Zheng Fa didn't think that senior sister Zheng had such a high tolerance for him. Unexpectedly, senior sister Zheng actually took the initiative to find him today. As if seeing the hesitation on his face, senior sister Zheng asked, "Do you have any difficulties?" Senior sister Zheng, "I have some ideas, I need you to verify them." Zheng Fa thought about it and said with gritted teeth, "After all, this matter will be done sooner or later. Since senior sister Zheng asked about it today, it is a good opportunity. You say, can I borrow your Yuanling Dao body?" Senior sister Yuan looked at Zheng Fa slowly on the side, and a sentence was written on her face, "You are very brave." Senior sister Zheng looked at Zheng Fa for a long time, and seemed a little hesitant. But she seemed to think of something again, and then nodded gently. This made Zheng Fa stunned. Does senior sister Zheng trust her discovery so much? What are you going to do? I want to ask you for help to verify the 5 elements of some talismans. It is actually very simple to see the correctness of the classification of the 5 elements of sub-talismans. Just take the talismans classified according to the sub-talismans and bring them to senior sister Zheng for verification to see if the classification is correct. Senior sister Zheng stood up, and a water blue light flashed on her body. A delicate and transparent human body appeared in front of Zheng Fa. Please take a look at the 5 elements of the Qingyun talisman. He saw a pair of lotus pedestals slowly condensed in Sister Zhang's danshan, and then the symbol on one of the lotuses slowly disappeared, and the symbol of the Qingyun talisman appeared on the blank petals. It seemed that it didn't match the lotus very well, and the 2 lotus pedestals shook lightly at the same time and disappeared in Sister Zhang's danshan. Sister Zheng didn't seem to be affected at all, but condensed another pair of lotus pedestals. He finally understood how Sister Zheng determined the properties of the 5 elements talisman, the replacement method. It's like you have a circuit board and a circuit component whose function you don't know. In order to know what this component does, you remove the components on the circuit board and then install this component. If the circuit board can work, you will know what this thing does. If not, you remove another component and replace this component to try. The only difference is, it's easy to break the circuit board if you do it this way. Sister Zheng, it won't break. Water. Zheng Fa nodded, which was also in line with the judgment of the 5 elements sub-talisman. Golden Light Talisman. Earth Element. Armor Horse Talisman. Earth Element. Zheng Fa was a little excited after finally finding a human laboratory. He tested hundreds of talismans in one breath. The results all met the classification of the 5 elements sub-talismans. Just as he was about to make further efforts and continue the experiment, he felt his clothes being pulled. Huh. He looked back at Sister Yuan who was pulling his clothes, puzzled. Senior Sister Yuan didn't say anything, but pointed her finger upwards, motioning him to look at Sister Zhang's face. Zheng Fa turned around and found that although Sister Zhang's face was transparent, the arc of her mouth was very flat, as if she was pursing her lips in anger. He looked at the sky outside, and his heart sank again. When he came, the sun was still hanging overhead, and now it was almost setting. Sister Zheng was too useful as a tool, and he had too much fun. He couldn't help but lose some of his respect for Sister Zheng. The experimental equipment had to be cooled and rested after being used too much. How could senior Sister Zheng not have any objections when she was commanded by him like this? Moreover, there was a huge gap between their status, and senior Sister Zheng was a peerless genius. Probably, she had never been commanded like this before. Zheng Fa looked at senior Sister Zheng, and then looked back at senior Sister Yuan. Senior Sister Yuan took 2 steps back, a little further away from him, with a look on her face as if she was afraid of blood splashing on her. Disloyal? Anything else? Senior Sister Zhang's tone did not reveal any emotion, but Zheng Fa did not dare to go too far, and immediately replied, "No more. Tell me what you were doing just now." Zheng Fa heard that there was anger in Senior Sister Zhang's tone, but she was still suppressing it. Junior brother is verifying a conjecture. He lowered his head and whispered, "What conjecture?" The 5 elements of the talisman are determined by the 5 elements sub-talismans. Zheng Fa picked up the pen on the desk and drew the appearance of the 5 elements sub-talismans on the paper. 5 elements, sub-talismans. Senior Sister Zheng slowly frowned. Yes. Zheng Fa drew a water element on the paper. "Sister, look, does this part look similar to the water element sub-element?" He drew another gold element. "Here, it's the gold element sub-element. Wood element sub-element." Zheng Fa analyzed each element one by one, and circled the existence of the 5 element sub-element on each element. Sister Zheng seemed to gradually understand what Zheng Fa meant. The anger on her face gradually disappeared, replaced by a pair of bright eyes. I'm verifying this classification method. What's the result? All correct. Zheng Fa put down the pen, touched his head, and explained, "Junior brother is just obsessed with verification, not disrespecting you, sister." Sister Zheng nodded gently, still didn't speak. "Also, senior sister, these 5 elements are originally 1, but when I used the Talisman foundation building method to condense the Yuanfu, I found that the earth and gold subsymbols did not fit completely. 1. Senior Sister Zheng heard this and looked at Zheng Fa suddenly, as if she had thought of something. Zheng Fa drew the appearance of the 5 elements after the subsymbols were combined on paper. Senior Sister Zheng looked at the pattern in silence for a long time before she said softly, "You can be disrespectful." Zheng Fa was stunned. "If you have such a discovery, you can be disrespectful." He looked up suddenly and looked at Senior Sister Zheng. He had never seen such a smile on Senior Sister Zheng's face. This kind of wanton, proud smile. Or in other words, a smile that is no longer high and mighty, no longer pretentious. Zheng Fa was pleasantly surprised in his heart. Just think about it, a genius of the 100 Immortals League, a Yuanling Dao body. It can be called a world-class laboratory with top-notch equipment. You can do whatever you want? This is the dream of a scientific researcher. Senior Sister Yuan on the side blinked her eyes and suddenly said, "I want to play with your body, too." Zheng Fa felt that Senior Sister Zheng's smile froze and her expression seemed to become hesitant. What a bird's beak. Seeing that Senior Sister Zheng's face looked a little strange, she seemed to be regretful. Zheng Fa hurriedly changed the subject. "Senior Sister, I have something to ask you." "What is it?" "Since there are subsymbols of the 5 elements, are there subsymbols of yin and yang?" Zheng Fa raised his own question, but when I used the same idea to analyze the yin and yang symbol, I couldn't find the part that symbolizes yin and yang. In modern times, he and Old Man Bai and his friends have actually tried many methods. Whether it is asking Han Xiaobai to modify the algorithm, or the 3 of them use topological analysis, the yin and yang symbol really doesn't seem to have any similar parts. Yin and yang? I don't know about this either. Senior Sister Zheng frowned slowly, but yin and yang should be different from the 5 elements. Why? Senior Sister Zheng didn't speak, but the light flashed on her body, and she showed her Yuanling Dao body again. The twin lotus platforms in her danshan slowly turned, and one of the lotus platforms slowly collapsed, as if it had suddenly withered. But the next moment, Zheng Fa clearly saw that the lotus platform that still existed stretched out several root-like lines, as if it was growing spontaneously again. The disappeared lotus platform reappeared slowly. This is... Zheng Fa was a little confused. Yin and yang are both indispensable, Senior Sister Zheng said. Zheng Fa nodded gently, and his brows furrowed slightly. He understood what Senior Sister Zheng meant. The essence of the 5 elements is that they are like parts of an object. But the meaning of yin and yang is a bit like light and shadow, as if as long as one lotus platform exists, the other lotus platform must exist. Even if it is destroyed for a short time, it can still regenerate. This is more difficult to understand than the 5 elements sub-talisman. It seems that she saw the confusion on his face. Senior Sister Zheng comforted. The Talisman foundation building method was originally created by the 9 Mountain Patriarch, and I have only made preliminary improvements. There is no need to rush. Well, if you need it again in the future, just come to me. Senior Sister Zheng said gently. It's not fair. Senior Sister Yuan muttered, I come to see you when you are free. As she spoke, she leaned towards Senior Sister Zheng, as if to assert her sovereignty in front of Zheng Fa. You come here and make a noise that makes my head hurt. Senior Sister Zheng rolled her eyes at her, but did not hide, letting her lean on her. What if he comes? Senior Sister Yuan said dissatisfiedly. He comes and you let him do whatever he wants. He comes. Senior Sister Zheng suddenly chuckled, and her slender body rose up without wind, standing upright in the sky. Zheng Fa walked out of the study and looked up at Senior Sister Zheng above his head. Now it was dark, the sun had long disappeared, and only layers of dark clouds occupied the sky of Jushan sect. Senior Sister Zheng was shining with dazzling 5-color light. With a wave of her hand, the sea of clouds that could not be seen disappeared, revealing a clear sky. The light on her body was like a colorful aurora, illuminating the snow-white peaks of Jushan Mountain, and then reflecting back, making the entire Jushan sect as beautiful as the polar night. Senior Sister Zheng slowly landed beside the two, glanced at Senior Sister Yuan, and said with a smile. Look, he came, and it was already dawn. Senior Sister, you are good at playing awkward special effects. Junior Brother Zheng has perfected the 5 elements. On the 8th peak of Jushan Mountain, a middle-aged man who looked as wealthy as a mortal sighed as he watched this scene. 5 elements perfect? Master, what realm is this? Sun Dayu, who was standing next to him, asked. This person was Sun Dayu's master, Master Peng. Hearing his disciple's question, he patiently answered, gathering the 5 elements to perfection, and then harmonizing yin and yang, is the golden elixir, and there is hope for the nascent soul. Then, Senior Sister Zheng is going to advance to the nascent soul. Sun Dayu's tone was mixed with joy and worry. One step away, just one step away. Master Peng shook his head, his tone was mostly regretful. I originally thought that repairing the Talisman foundation building method to harmonize the 5 elements would be enough, but now it seems that harmonizing yin and yang is also a threshold, and this method has too many flaws. Then Master, shall we change? Hearing that the Talisman foundation building method was not completely improved, Sun Dayu couldn't help but hesitate a little, and he was obviously not so concerned about this method. After all, if this method is not complete, he doesn't need to practice it. Although the Talisman foundation building method is good, he still likes the method that directly points to the nascent soul. Change? Let alone 2,000-year-old purple bamboo tears. No matter how high her price is, I have to change, but I want to change someone. Unexpectedly, Master Peng nodded heavily, even more urgently than before. Who? Sun Dayu was stunned. Whoever improves this method, I will change. Master Peng looked at Sister Zheng's courtyard, as if he saw a figure in it. Sister Zheng. Sunday Yu was stunned. Master, if you want to snatch Sister Zheng, I'm afraid Master Huang will fight you to death. Who said it was her? Master Peng glanced at him as if he was looking at a fool. Who is that? Zheng Fa. Master Peng's eyes flashed with silver light, looking down the mountain. It's his improved method. Sunday Yu was stunned. Even though the person who spoke was a Yuanying Zhenren and his master, he still looked mostly unconvinced. Master, Zheng Fa is only at the initial stage of qi training, and he has been practicing for less than 3 months. Master Peng glanced at him as if he was looking at a fool. You have been staring at Zheng Fa for so long, and you didn't think of anything. Think of what? Stupid. Peng Zhenren's face showed an expression of hatred for iron and steel. Successfully. You first discovered that Zheng Fa solved the problem of incoordination of the 5 elements, and then Master Nephew Zhang advanced. Yes. Sunday Yu was stunned for a moment, but he still asked, maybe senior sister Zhang asked junior brother Zheng to practice first and try it out. Zheng Fa just went to Master Nephew Zhang's house, and then Master Nephew Zhang completed the 5 elements. Sunday Yu was stunned and looked at his master's shining silver eyes. Now Master Zhang is seeing off Zheng Fa. Well, he has seen him off past the main gate and a few more steps. He is reluctant to leave. Peng Zhenren turned to look at Sunday Yu and asked quietly, do you think I can get this courtesy when I go to Master Zhang's nephew's house? You have great eyesight and you are amazing. But Master, Zheng Fa has rejected us before. Sunday Yu reminded. I didn't pay enough attention to him last time. This time I went to see him in person. Master, what's wrong? I didn't take you in personally, junior brother Zhou. Master, didn't you say that now a nascent soul will only devote all its efforts to cultivating one true successor? Sunday Yu whispered, junior brother Zhou is the true successor you selected. Master Peng was silent for a while. Your junior brother Zhou has a broad mind. Anyway, he wants to learn talismans from Zheng Fa. How about letting him join Zheng Fa's disciples and become my disciple? Junior brother Zhou's mind may not be so broad. After seeing off Zheng Fa, senior sister Zhang did not go home, but flew towards the 7th peak of the 9 mountains. On the 7th peak, there is a palace that looks like a pile of cold jade. The palace doors were closed, there was no sound of people, and it looked empty. Only when senior sister Zhang walked to the door of the palace, a cold female voice sounded, Wu Yi, why are you here? Disciple, I have something to ask you to see master. Come in. The palace door opened without any wind, revealing the scene inside the palace. A female cultivator was sitting in the hall. Her face seemed colder than the snow on the mountain, but she felt a little warm when she looked at senior sister Zhang. What's the matter? She asked. You can decide everything about our lineage without asking me. Master, I would like to ask you to accept another disciple. Disciple. The woman seemed not to have thought that her disciple came to her for this matter, and her face was obviously a little shocked. You know, I am the most impatient of teaching disciples. Senior sister Zhang was silent for a moment, seeming to recall some bad memory, but she still said, my disciple's intention is to ask the master to give the spiritual materials accumulated in this lineage to that disciple for practice. When the woman heard this, she stood up suddenly and stared at senior sister Zhang for a long time, with a little excitement on her face. You. Hongluan star moved. No, that's like being threatened. When the woman said this, the cold wind in the palace seemed to be chilling. No, then are you stupid? The woman stared at her, seemingly unable to understand. Those spiritual materials were prepared by me for you to condense your nascent soul, and some of them were collected by you yourself. This disciple just thinks that this junior brother is worth it. I have never heard you commenting on a person like this. The woman seemed to have finally become interested. She waved with a smile and asked senior sister Zhang to come closer. There was some reminiscence in her expression. The little Wu in my memory was someone who would not suffer any losses and would not give in to anything. Spiritual material, mine. The technique is mine. Even the 9 mountains sect is mine. When the woman said this, she was somewhat tender. Senior sister Zhang smiled softly. Master, that's because I was young and ignorant, thinking that everything can be solved by relying on my own talent. You are so powerful. You can practice the Tao Foundation building method as long as you want, no matter how much I scold you. The woman curled her lips and said, what's wrong? Now you regret it. I don't regret it. Senior sister Zhang shook her head and said, disciple never feels that he is bullying anyone. When his spiritual power is fading, it is better to give those spiritual materials to me than to those mediocre people. Ha! The woman laughed loudly, as if she had thought of something. I remember you dared to tell me when you first started, that the future of the Jushin sect and the future of the Sunwei world are all on your shoulders. Then how old were you? 12. Yes. Senior sister Zhang also smiled and said, this disciple's current thoughts have not changed. Then you still want to give these spiritual materials to others. I'm better than others, so you should give it to me. If he's better than me, you should give it to him. Senior sister Zhang's simple words left the woman speechless for a long time. After a long silence, the woman finally spoke. Tell me, who is this disciple? Senior sister Zhang sat beside her master and began to talk about Zheng Fa. After a long time, the woman sighed softly. He is a talent. No wonder you value him so much. Then master, do you want to accept another disciple? I don't agree. Master, nowadays, it is difficult for a nascent soul to cultivate a true disciple who has the potential to be a nascent soul. If you give it to him, you will be gone. Master, I have not made any progress in my golden elixir for decades. I have been desperate and doubtful, but finally I figured out a problem. Senior Sister Zheng shook her head and said, even if spiritual materials are rare, a fellow practitioner who can encourage each other is unique in the world. Zheng Fa didn't know that the two great nascent souls of the Jushin sect were chanting his name overnight. After he returned home, he has been concentrating on practicing. Since adjusting the upright shadowless talisman and the frost blade talisman, he feels that his practice has become a little smoother, and he has a vague feeling that he is about to break through the third level of Qi training. Zheng Fa has learned about the cultivation speed of various spiritual roots. The difference between single spiritual roots and double spiritual roots is actually very big. Generally speaking, a single spiritual root can reach the 10th level of Qi training and build a foundation in about 1 year. But for someone with dual spiritual roots like Zheng Fa, if he is more diligent, it will take him 3 to 5 years to reach the 10th level of Qi refining. If you are busy making a living and doing so many things, it is common for 8 or 9 years to be consumed. This is a very common thing. Disciples with single spiritual roots often have the support of their masters and only need to concentrate on their cultivation, but those with dual spiritual roots rarely receive such treatment. After 10 levels of Qi training, there is another hurdle to build the foundation. Building the foundation requires foundation building pills, which are also in short supply and are valuable. If a disciple in the Qi refining stage wants to buy this kind of elixir, it is really beyond his means, and it often takes many years of hard work to save it. If you think about it this way, it is actually extremely difficult to build a foundation in 10 years. Therefore, the Jushin sect only gives a 10-year subsidy to entry-level disciples, which is actually not enough for disciples with 2 spiritual roots, let alone disciples with 3 spiritual roots and 4 spiritual roots. The Jushin sect's time limit is equivalent to leaving only a window for the Shuanglingan disciples, and not even a crack for other disciples with lower qualifications. For example, Han Qi, who has 3 spiritual roots, had the dream of achieving foundation building when he started. As time goes by, in fact, in Zionman, I can only be busy for survival. As for foundation building, it's like a fantasy dream in my youth that doesn't know the heights of the world. Most of the disciples at the bottom are like Han Qi, who are either numb or angry. However, Zheng Fa's cultivation speed is much faster than that of ordinary disciples with double spiritual roots, and his progress is only a little slower than that of disciples with single spiritual roots. For example, Zhou Qianyuan reached the 2nd level of Qi training in more than 30 days. Zheng Fa also spent more than 40 days and less than 50 days. At first, Zheng Fa himself didn't understand the reason. Later, after observation, he understood. On the one hand, it is of course because of the Food Dao foundation building method. According to his current estimation, the speed at which he absorbs spiritual energy is almost 20 to 30% faster than ordinary dual spiritual roots. On the other hand, we have to thank Hyundai. There is no spiritual energy in modern times, but Zheng Fa is diligent by nature and still uses his spiritual energy according to the Red Sky Ju every day. At first, it just became a habit for him, but later he discovered the benefits. In modern practice, his spiritual power will certainly not increase, but it can gradually become purer, laying a very solid foundation for him. Others have to practice for a period of time and have to adapt to the increase in spiritual power before they can continue to breathe out spiritual energy. Zheng Fa doesn't need it, he just needs to rush forward in Sunwei realm. He had a feeling that he could catch up with Zhou Qianyuan's cultivation speed without even having to master Yuan Fu Daiji. As he practiced, Zheng Fa felt his danshan drumming, and a feeling of fullness came from his danshan. From an internal perspective, his danshan was filled with spiritual power. Compared with the trickle when he first started practicing, the spiritual power at this time was like a surging river. The 3rd level of Qi training has arrived. Zheng Fa opened his eyes, a slight smile appeared on his face, and he celebrated a little. After all, the ones I see every day are the golden elixirs like Senior Sister Zheng and Senior Sister Yuan. Even among the disciples in Fangxi, there are many foundation establishment disciples. A breakthrough in Qi training level seems to be nothing. Maybe people don't even bother to look at it. Zheng Fa has made a breakthrough. On the 8th peak of the 9 mountains, Pang Zhenren's eyes glowed with silver. He looked at Zheng Fa's yard from a distance and exclaimed loudly as if he had never seen anyone break through. The talent is really extraordinary. Master, I also made a breakthrough some time ago. Zhou Qianyuan stood beside him and reminded him in a low voice. You also broke through. Pang Zhenren was stunned, glanced at him, and curled his lips. What can you say about the 3rd level of Qi training? Zhou Qianyuan. The next day, Zheng Fa could not practice at home all day. The lead boat sent earlier has returned. There were a lot of people on the boat. The boat took a total of 3 nearby sects and 2 markets where casual cultivators gathered, and more than 100 people came back with the boat. With so many customers coming in, there were a lot of chores in the market. Zheng Fa spent 2 days squatting in Fangxi, dealing with various problems with Senior Sister Yuan. Some merchants saw that these customers were not members of the same sect and were ready to cheat them. Some people came here for free by boat, but they couldn't afford to buy anything and instead acted like scoundrels and caused trouble in the market. There are also some merchants who have no confidence in Zheng Fa's idea. After selling out their goods, they beg Zheng Fa and others to help find sources of goods. For a time, the whole market was in a state of panic. It's not just Zheng Fa and Senior Sister Yuan. The disciples on duty in Fangxi were also running around without stopping. After all the customers left, the others could take a break, but Zheng Fa was still busy. He wanted to calculate the income from the round trip of the pickup boat. The tax we collected on this trip is about 20 spirit stones, plus the profit from reselling the talismans on the ship. There should be a total of 50 spirit stones. After finishing the calculation, Zheng Fa said to senior sister Yuan, who was waiting aside, "The rent cannot be changed temporarily." The only spiritual stones Zheng Fa and the others could get from the reception ship were the difference in price from reselling the spiritual talismans. It all comes from transaction taxes. The tax rates for various transaction taxes are different, but on average they are between 10% and 20%. Senior sister Yuan was quite happy to hear this number. 2 trips a month, that's 100 spirit stones a month. Senior sister, we still have to deduct the consumption of the pickup boat and pay the wages of the senior brothers on the boat. The disciples on duty in the market have been very busy these 2 days. I'm afraid we have to give them some bonuses to appease them. How much will it cost? Zheng Fa didn't have an exact number, but just roughly estimated in his mind. The net profit left at the end is about 20 spirit stones. This is a bit less. Zheng Fa nodded. Less is one thing. The main thing is that everyone was busy, but it seemed that there was no effect. I'm afraid someone would say something strange. Han Qi and the other 2 walked towards the market, ready to patrol. They are now Zheng Fa's subordinates, and they are also considered to be one of the disciples of the market. Along the way, some other senior brothers also walked towards the market. Some of them were senior brothers who gradually became familiar with each other on the pickup boat. The 3 of them greeted each other along the way and soon walked together and gathered together. Have you heard? After all this trouble, we only earned 20 spirit stones. I think this boat can't be operated. A disciple curled his lips. We worked so hard, we lost our smiles on the way, and we were exhausted when we came back. In the end, we only earned 20 spirit stones. Why can't we earn so much? Others were also talking about it. Although they spoke some obscene words in a low voice, they were heard by Han Qi and the other 2. Han Qi and the other 2 were a little embarrassed and angry. After all, they considered themselves to be Zheng Fa's people. Now these people were dissatisfied with Zheng Fa in their words and deeds. Although they didn't mention him by name, everyone could hear it. The tall and thin man opened his mouth, as if he wanted to speak, but was stopped by Han Qi pulling his sleeve. The 3 people's steps gradually slowed down, watching the group of brothers gradually walk away. "Brother, why don't you let me scold them? What did they say?" Han Qi glared at him. "What are you going to scold them for? Besides, these people are very respectful in front of junior brother Zheng." Smiling but dagger hidden, the thin tall man cursed angrily. Junior brother Zheng still has a shallow foundation and a low level of cultivation. Han Qi sighed. This group of people are afraid of junior brother Zheng, but it's just because of senior sister Zhang and senior sister Yuan, but most of them are dissatisfied in their hearts. Then junior brother Zheng also earned spirit stones this time. Yes, but the commotion was so big. Han Qi sighed. They might think that if they are given so much power, they can earn more. The thin tall man stopped talking. Han Qi continued. Besides, this ferry can't always go to the same place. This time it's close, but it will be farther in the future, then you'll earn even less. Will senior sister Zhang blame junior brother Zheng? Of course she won't blame me, but I'm afraid we'll have to wait and see whether we can continue to do this. Han Qi's face was also full of worry. With a not-so-good mood, Han Qi and the other 2 came to the market. As soon as they entered the market, the 3 felt something was wrong. "Senior brother, you've worked hard these 2 days. Eat a cake." When the 3 walked by, a vendor selling meat pies stuffed 3 cakes into their mouths and said with a smile, "You didn't eat in the morning? Take a date cake to fill your stomach. You'll choke if you only eat." 3 senior brothers, drink some water. After walking down a street, the 3 had a lot more things in their arms. Not only them, but also the senior brothers who had arrived earlier and were on duty were stuffed with a lot of miscellaneous food. A group of people were stunned and confused by the performance of these vendors. I didn't understand why these vendors were so enthusiastic. "Brother, when we saw the disciples on duty before, we couldn't hide in time, but now they are." Han Qi blinked and suddenly laughed. The market didn't make money, but the vendors did. Huh. Han Qi turned around and looked at the small building where the market manager was. In the small building, senior sister Zhang also said to Zheng Fa with a smile on her face, "The stalls that couldn't be rented out before today are now being rented by people. Not only that, the important thing is the people's hearts." Senior sister Zhang looked at Zheng Fa meaningfully, and then said firmly, "This reception boat must continue to be sent, even if it doesn't make money." Zheng Fa nodded, and he understood what senior sister Zhang meant. Now in Jushin sect, the most aggrieved are these low-level disciples. Almost all of them are the ones who set up stalls. In a reception boat trip, almost every vendor made a small profit. This money is not much for Zheng Fa and his friends, but for these people, it may be the profit of a month in the past. For senior sister Zhang, asking the top leaders of Jushin sect to give more cake to the lower classes is something she can't do and won't agree to. But picking up people from other sects and markets to consume is like cutting a piece of someone else's cake for the disciples of Jushin sect to share. The more the better. Senior sister Yuan came up from the first floor with a bunch of things in her arms. She looked a little confused. "Junior brother Zheng, these are what the vendors put at the door of the first floor. They all have your name on them. There are so many more. I can't hold them all." It is possible to take it. As a Jindan cultivator, this small building is probably within the palm of Sister Yuan's hand. But she has magical powers, but she doesn't use them. She just wants to hold it with her arms. She ran up and down again and again without feeling tired. Her expression was inexplicably proud and happy. It can be seen that the things really don't seem to be sent by one person. Those various kinds of food are fine. There are also some talismans, elixirs, and handicrafts. What Zheng Fa can't accept the most is that it is probably some ready-made clothing store that sent a few dresses. It feels like it was sent to the wrong person. Sister Zheng, why don't you take this skirt back and wear it? Sister Zheng reached out and picked up the skirt closest to her. It wasn't until the hem of the skirt stretched out in front of Zheng Fa that he could see clearly that the design of the skirt was quite clever. The places that don't need to be covered are tightly feudal and old-fashioned. The places that should be covered, there is no fabric at all. Senior Sister Zheng just looked at Zheng Fa quietly, without saying anything, but her eyes were very sharp. Zheng Fa pursed his lips and said dryly, "Well, I'll take it back. I'll go back." He was quite shocked in his heart, who said that the Sunwei world cultivators, this idea is not quite open? Can you keep the whole shipment confidential? There are not many things, and Senior Sister Yuan ran 3 times to move them. It doesn't look valuable, after all, the gift giver doesn't have much money. But Zheng Fa and the other 2 surrounded the pile of gifts and were silent for a long time. Finally, it was Senior Sister Zheng who spoke. The guide ship cannot stop. Zheng Fa and the other 2 nodded gently. Han Qi and the other 2 had their mouths full, and they slowly patrolled the streets in the market. Senior brother, is it my illusion? Why do I feel that there are fewer people quarreling in the market today? The tall and thin man swallowed a bite of cake and said puzzledly. Han Qi was not surprised. He smiled and explained, if you can make money and have a better life, of course everyone will be less resentful. The thin and tall man nodded, not knowing whether he understood or not. He turned his eyes to the senior brothers at the corner of the street, and said in a somewhat indignant tone, before, they were the ones who said weird things, but now they are eating delicious food. Nothing. Han Qi's face was not angry, but his tone was quite relaxed. Don't be angry with these people. Junior brother Zheng has won the hearts of the people now, and they can't slander him with words. That's right. The thin and tall man thought about it and became happy. Junior brother Zheng has Senior Sister Zheng above him and the people below him. Now is the general trend. He will be stable in this market in the future. Senior Sister Zheng. Unexpectedly, Han Qi's tone was a bit strange. With junior brother Zheng's ability and talent, it is hard to say whether this market will be named Zheng or Zheng in the future. I want to accept Zheng Fa as my disciple. Master Pang looked determined, as if he had made up his mind. Zhou Qianyuan looked at his master and wanted to speak, but didn't dare. Then he turned to look at his senior brother Sunday Yu beside him, and found that Sunday Yu also had a hint of opposition on his face. Zhou Qianyuan himself had no opinion on Zheng Fa, and he even admired Zheng Fa's attainments in the art of talismans. He could treat Zheng Fa as a teacher. He didn't care about a little face and status. But, the meaning of master wanting to accept Zheng Fa as a disciple was different. This might be related to his future path to the nascent soul. With master's current emphasis on Zheng Fa, those spiritual materials accumulated for him before might have to be used by Zheng Fa. How could he accept this? As for why senior brother Sun was not very willing, he could understand a little. Senior brother Sun did not get along well with Zheng Fa before, and even wanted to snatch the immortal product order. If you think more utilitarian, senior brother Sun took good care of him before, and he also paid a lot. If master accepted Zheng Fa as a disciple, wouldn't all the previous efforts be in vain? But Master Pang was a nascent soul master, and the 2 had no room to comment on his decision. As if seeing the reluctance of the 2, Master Pang glanced at them and said, "Do you think I think too much of Zheng Fa?" The 2 looked at each other, but still lowered their heads and said, "Disciple dare not, only master's order. If this Zheng Fa is just a little more talented, I really won't force him to be my disciple. After all, he was brought up by junior brother Zheng." But Master Pang explained, "Do I really need such a disciple? Then, no matter how powerful he is, can he hinder a Yuanying Zhenren like me?" Master Pang smiled a little coldly. "But master, why are you? Because you are too stupid." Master Pang looked at the 2, frowned and scolded. "I said before not to care about the instigation below. You can fight, but you have to be sensible. But what about now? The 2 veins are like fire and water. Now I can still suppress it. What about in the future?" Sunday Yu's face turned red and white. The conflict between the 2 veins is getting further and further away, which is indeed not what Master Pang meant. He and senior sister Zhang's master, Master Huang, just have different ideas. But the disciples first fought for ideas, then for resources, and then they didn't know what they were fighting for. For decades, this old grudge has accumulated, and it is difficult to tell right from wrong now. On the other hand, it is also caused by the inaction of these middle-level disciples and even fueling the flames. Qianyuan, tell me yourself, can you compare with junior brother Zheng? Zhou Qianyuan bowed his head in shame. Disciple, I have no confidence. When he arrived at Jushan sect, the more he understood senior sister Zheng, the more he could understand how terrifying she was. The other party's character and ability are definitely the best among the next generation of disciples. His status in the sect is not even lower than that of his own master. Now there is Zheng Fa. It's okay that he has high talent, but now he can win the hearts of all the lower-level disciples. Master Pang sighed, if he and nephew Zhang work together, will there be a place for people like you in the future? The disciples are incompetent. Sun Dayu and the others bowed their heads. Master Pang shook his head and sighed, that Huang guy is so lucky. He picked up Master Zhang and now there is Zheng Fa. If you want to have a better life in the future, the best way is to accept Zheng Fa as your disciple. Sun Dayu nodded slowly, understanding Master Pang's meaning, and thought, junior brother Zheng is so powerful. If he joins our lineage, the strength of the two lines will be balanced, and we will have nothing to worry about. Master Pang looked outside the mountain, as if he was looking at something, and suddenly said to the two of them, not only that, with his relationship with Master Zhang, maybe he can resolve the dispute between our two lines in the future. Master, the 100 Immortals Alliance has already started a turmoil. Master Pang glanced at the two of them, do you two understand? After saying goodbye to Master Pang, Zhou Qianyuan and Sun Dayu didn't say anything. Zhou Qianyuan felt depressed, but Sun Dayu beside him seemed to be thinking about something. When they parted, he seemed to see Zhou Qianyuan's unhappiness. Sun Dayu said, since Master is so concerned about us, even if he values Zheng Fa more in the future, he will make plans for you, don't worry. Yes, thank you, senior brother Sunday. Zhou Qianyuan felt better after hearing this, and bowed to him gratefully. Junior brother Zhou is so polite. Zheng Fa sat on the futon in the study, swallowed a newly bought Ningyuan pill, and prepared to condense the third Yuan Fu. The spiritual stones for buying this Ningyuan pill were earned by the boat, although Han Qi and the other two did not set up a stall, they still sold spiritual talismans to Zheng Fa. Among the spiritual talismans on the boat before, there were some newly drawn by Zheng Fa. In Jushin sect, these spiritual talismans can only be sold for about 10 spiritual stones. But in other markets, they can be sold for 20 spiritual stones. The Jushin sect's talisman masters are really too generous, making the price of Sunpin talismans much lower than outside. This time, Zheng Fa has more choices for Yuan Fu than before. Since the discovery of the 5 elements talisman, there is a top laboratory like senior sister Zhang. They have studied the yin-yang and 5 elements properties of many talismans. In particular, what he wants to condense now is the yin-yang water element talisman. Senior sister Zhang probably has a water spirit root, and she has studied the water spirit talisman the most. Among the hundreds of options, he plans to condense an element talisman called the Yangshen talisman. The main effect of this element talisman is very simple, nourishing the soul and repairing mental disorders. This is prepared for Tang Lingmu's mother. Not to mention the friendship accumulated between the two, just say that the 5 elements talisman was discovered this time. The biggest credit is of course the old man Bai, but Tang Lingmu also contributed, at least she paid a lot. On the other hand, Zheng Fa felt that if the Yangshen talisman was useful to Tang Lingmu's mother, it might be of great use in the modern world. He thought very clearly that in addition to speeding up his own cultivation, the talisman foundation building method can also. The environment where it can shine the most is actually the modern world. After all, talismans are common things in the Sunwei world, and it is not rare. The Yuanfu condensed by the talisman foundation building method is difficult to produce a decisive effect. But it is different in the modern world. This thing can make oneself cast spells in the modern world? According to this idea, the choice of condensed runes does not need too much lethality, and some less powerful auxiliary talismans are more effective. Zheng Fa has 2 principles for choosing Yuanfu. First, you should enhance your self-protection ability such as the upright shadowless talisman. This is to prevent the worst from happening. The second is to be able to solve some problems that modern science cannot completely solve such as the Yangshen talisman. This is to obtain more resources in the future. His consciousness fell into the Danshan, and soon condensed the Yangshen talisman. After the Yangshen talisman appeared, it immediately leaned against the previous upright shadowless talisman and frost blade talisman, as if it were one body. Modern, the old man Bai's house. When leaving the classroom and heading to old man Bai's house today, Tang Lingmu suddenly said that she had something to do and asked Zheng Fa to go to old man Bai's house first, and she would be late. But she was not just late. When Tang Lingmu came, it was more than an hour later. What Zheng Fa and his friends were more concerned about was that there were some water stains on Tang Lingmu's face, as if she had washed her face. If you look closely, her eyes are slightly red. Old man Bai stood up suddenly, his face was angry. Have you cried? Were you bullied on the way here? Zheng Fa also walked over, and was also quite worried, but he had some other guesses. No. Tang Lingmu sniffed, and her voice sounded buzzing with a heavy nasal tone. Teacher, I may not come to class in the future. Old man Bai's house. The lights were dim, and Zheng Fa and the other two were sitting in the living room. The atmosphere was a little depressed. Your mother doesn't want you to come here. Old man Bai asked softly. Tang Lingmu nodded gently, then shook her head. She sniffed, as if she didn't want to worry the two of them, and a small smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. My mother's condition has been a little bad recently, and I want to accompany her more. Zheng Fa stared at Tang Lingmu's eyes closely. Tang Lingmu seemed unwilling to look at Zheng Fa, lowered her head, and the hair on her side face fell, forming a shadow on her face, covering her fatigue and helplessness. Why? Zheng Fa asked. Because of me. After a long silence, Tang Lingmu replied softly, I stayed here too late before, and my mother was a little angry. Zheng Fa remembered that this was because they were a little excited to find the 5 elements Zifu before, and they went back later than usual. Tang Lingmu's phone always rang several times at that time. Later, my mother found out that I stayed up late. She suffered from insomnia and couldn't sleep all night. The notebook full of talismans appeared in Zheng Fa's mind. The Jinxingzi talisman was found by Tang Lingmu when she stayed up late. It seemed to be related to him. That doesn't mean you can't come here, right? The old man frowned slightly. Is your mother's condition getting worse again? No. I had a quarrel with her these 2 days, so she couldn't stand it and didn't allow me to come. Tang Lingmu said with some regret in her tone. Why are you arguing? I told her. I'm not going to minor in management in college, I'm going to minor in computer science, and she thought I didn't listen to her and wouldn't let me go out. The old man glanced at Zheng Fa, then asked Tang Lingmu in confusion, wait, why did you want to minor in management before? Tang Lingmu explained to the two, my mother said that after I graduate from college, I can go abroad to study business, and come back to take over my father's company. Then computer. Zheng Fa saw Tang Lingmu's head slightly tilted towards him, as if she wanted to look at him, but stopped immediately. I recently found that I like computers very much. Zheng Fa heard Tang Lingmu say a little loudly, as if she thought that if she spoke louder, the two would believe her. He felt a little complicated. This girl probably thought that computers were very useful for studying talismans, and she knew that Zheng Fa was not confident that outsiders would know about cultivating immortals, so she wanted to minor in computer science. Tang Lingmu raised her head, and seemed to find that the two did not believe her words, and added, actually, I just don't want to learn computer science, and I don't want to study business, but I didn't tell my mother before. Why don't you want to? My mother doesn't let boys get close to me since I was a child, which is nothing, but she follows me every day, and I don't even have a girlfriend since I was a child. I don't have any interpersonal skills at all. I can still feel comfortable when I get along with 2 or 3 acquaintances like us. I don't like it when there are too many people, and I am not impatient to talk. I am not suitable for doing business, let alone managing a company. Tang Lingmu's expression was also helpless. She explained to the two people, I originally thought that I would study mathematics and do research in the future. If I really don't have talent in the future, I can learn from Elobita and get along in the mathematics world. The old man was stunned, and the heartache on his face suddenly disappeared. Zheng Fa understood him very well. They started by comparing themselves to the rich brother Elobita who bought a paper and became famous in history. You don't feel sorry for him? Seeing the two people's somewhat speechless expressions, Tang Lingmu showed a sly smile on her face, stood up and said, now that my mother doesn't agree, I can only go back to inherit my father's wealth? You don't have to worry, my mother is still waiting for me, I'm leaving first. I learned a spell before. Zheng Fa suddenly spoke behind her. Tang Lingmu paused and turned her head slowly. It's called the Yingshan Fu. Nourish, Shen, Fu. Tang Lingmu chewed on these 3 words and asked with a trembling voice. You mean? I'm not sure if it works. Zheng Fa said cautiously, I can only say that it can strengthen people's spirits and nourish people's souls, and the effect is mild, it's useless and won't cause harm. This is one of the reasons why he chose the Yingshan Fu. Although this spiritual talisman is not the best for treating souls, it is the safest. Although the research on the soul in the Sunwei realm far exceeds that of modern times, the 2 realms are different after all, and Zheng Fa still made a relatively conservative choice. Tang Lingmu nodded slowly, and the unnatural smile on her face disappeared, but her eyes became much brighter. If you are worried, we can try it first. Zheng Fa said. Try. The old man was stunned and asked, try it on whom? Zheng Fa looked at him. I won't. The old man waved his hand quickly, my brain is very good, there is nothing wrong with it. Let me do it. Tang Lingmu gritted his teeth and said. Zheng Fa pointed his finger, and the nourishing spirit talisman in the danshan trembled slightly. A spiritual power burst out from his fingertips, forming a golden rune in the air, and flew to Tang Lingmu's forehead. Tang Lingmu seemed a little nervous, subconsciously closing her eyes, her eyelashes were shaking constantly, the spirit talisman sank from her forehead, and her whole body became soft and fell to the ground. Zheng Fa hurriedly supported her and put her on the sofa. What's wrong? The old man was also shocked, thinking that Tang Lingmu was really in trouble. After another look, both of them were relieved. The girl was sleeping soundly, she even hummed slightly because her nose was a little blocked. Tang Lingmu slept for a short time and woke up in just a quarter of an hour. Her changes were very obvious. When she came to the old man Bai's house, Tang Lingmu looked tired, listless, and dark under her eyes. It was obvious that she was in a bad state at a glance. Now she seemed to have changed into a different person. Her face was rosy, her eyes were clear, and she was full of energy. The old man Bai leaned his head over and looked around curiously, asking Tang Lingmu, such a big change? How do you feel? Feeling. Tang Lingmu grinned. Zheng Fa felt that this girl was emitting a kind of happy and silly bubble. He heard Tang Lingmu say in a dreamy voice, it feels like my head is soaking in a hot spring and my soul is basking in the sun. I want to try it. I want to try it. The old man Bai seemed to be really greedy as he listened, and shouted to Zheng Fa, aren't you mentally healthy? How many math students are not crazy? The old man replied confidently, let me play. My mother doesn't believe it. Putting down the phone, Tang Lingmu said helplessly to the two. Zheng Fa was not surprised. He was just a classmate of Tang Lingmu, so it was normal for Tang Lingmu's mother not to believe it. I'll do it. The old man stretched out his hand, and Tang Lingmiu put the phone in his hand doubtfully. Hello? Hey, it's me. The old man greeted the other party familiarly. Yes, I'm here to tell you about this kid. He really has this ability, it's amazing. Don't disbelieve it? I've tried it. The old man swore. Yes, I'm sick too. I've been taking medicine. The other party seemed to really believe it and listened to the old man's nonsense. Think about it, I took your money to tutor Xiao Tang. I didn't even take money for that kid. Yes, that's why. Will it work today? The old man looked at Zheng Fa, who shook his head gently. He had tried it twice today on Tang Lingmiu and the old man. If it happens again, the spirit-nourishing talisman in his danshan will dissipate. Tomorrow? After school tomorrow, I'll go to your house? Sure. Putting down his phone, the old man showed a look of accomplishment to the two of them. Teacher, how come you? Tang Lingmiu showed a little admiration. A sick person sees everyone as sick. The old man shook his head. Do you really think I was joking when I said that the mathematics department produced a madman? I've seen a lot. I have experience. The old man's tone sounded distressing and experienced. When the school bell rang the next day, Tang Lingmiu trotted to Zheng Fa's seat, looking at him with a sharp gaze, as if she was afraid that he would regret it. Zheng Fa shook his head helplessly, and without even having time to put away the paper and pen on the table, he stood up and followed her out. My mother sent a driver to pick us up, and it only takes 20 minutes to get from the school to my home. Tang Lingmiu said cheerfully, I'll ask my mother to take you back later. The two walked out of the classroom side by side. Wang Chen, who was sitting behind Zheng Fa, watched the two of them leave the classroom together, turned his head blankly, looked at his deskmate, and said in a tone that was a little inexplicably unconfident, as if he was doubting his ears, Did you hear it? I heard it. His deskmate's expression also seemed to doubt that he was dreaming. If I heard correctly, Zheng Fa is going to Tang Lingmiu's house. Or is Tang Lingmiu's mother sending someone to pick him up? Is he meeting the parents? I think so. I can't understand. Wang Chen said in a sad and angry tone. Why? His deskmate nodded slowly, pointed to the door and said, Look at Lao Chen, he looks even more confused than you. Wang Chen turned his head and saw Lao Chen standing in the corridor, looking downstairs, smoking a cigarette and scratching his bald scalp frantically. There was a kind of confusion on his face, as if he had seen an alien. Zheng Fa didn't go to Tang Lingmiu's house alone. As his introducer and guarantor, the old man Bai had been waiting for the two of them in the back seat of the car. The driver of Tang Lingmiu's family was dressed very plainly, with big shorts and a t-shirt, not the suits and leather shoes of the rich drivers in TV dramas. The driver didn't say anything during the whole journey, but Zheng Fa keenly sensed that he was looking at him from time to time through the rearview mirror while driving, and he was obviously full of curiosity about him. 20 minutes of driving was not too short in this prefecture-level city, and Zheng Fa saw the car slowly driving into a villa area. This place was not as luxurious as the TV shows, and there were no manors or big iron gates. There were only 3-story villas separated by a lot, and it looked like the buildings here were not very new, at least 10 years old. Probably because it was built earlier, this place is actually in the city center, occupying a good location, and there is a small hill behind it. Tang Lingmiu's villa seems to have only 3 floors, and the decoration is not luxurious, it's even a bit old-fashioned. This is my grandfather's old house. Tang Lingmiu said softly, My father doesn't live here, he lives in the provincial capital. What about your mother? The doctor said that it's better for her to live in a familiar environment. Zheng Fa was very confused before. Not to mention Tang Lingmiu's grades, just given her family background, she shouldn't be studying in Qingshui Middle School. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid she has been studying here to accompany her mother. There was a nanny-like person cleaning the first floor of the villa, but her movements were very light and made no sound. The house was so quiet that it made people feel that no one lived there. The footsteps of the 3 people echoed in this huge house. My mother is resting on the 2nd floor. Tang Lingmiu led the 3 people up the stairs. She can't sleep at night, and she has to squint almost all day. When he reached the 2nd floor, Zheng Fa saw Tang Lingmiu's mother. Before Zheng Fa came, he felt that Tang Lingmiu's mother's condition would not look good. After all, according to Tang Lingmiu's description, her mother was a bit hysterical, insomniac at night, and had a strong desire for control. In Zheng Fa's imagination, such a person, although not crazy with disheveled hair, was probably also mentally depressed. But she was not. Tang Lingmiu's mother was lying on an almost flat sofa, covered with a white and soft bath towel. The incense sticks on the coffee table were slowly rising with green smoke, filling the room with fragrance. A delicate girl in her 20s squatted at the end of the sofa, gently massaging her face and scalp. As if she heard the footsteps of Zheng Fa and others, Tang Lingmiu's mother sat up gently, and the bath towel slipped off her shoulders, revealing the suspender dress she was wearing. Her facial features were 80% similar to Tang Lingmiu's, but her figure was a little more charming. At first glance, she was even in better condition than Tang Lingmiu last night. Her face was clean and rosy, her posture was lazy, and she even looked energetic. Not to mention Zheng Fa, even Tang Lingmiu looked shocked, staring at her mother blankly. Tang Lingmiu's mother stood up, first stretched out her hand to the old man Bai, and said politely, Teacher Bai, Xiao has troubled you. The old man Bai shook hands with her twice gently. She nodded gently to Zheng Fa again, without any intention of shaking hands with him, but just said affectionately, "This must be classmate Zheng, my last name is Ye, you can just call me Sister Ye." Zheng Fa was stunned, turned his head to look at Tang Lingmuo beside him. "Sister. Ye. Call me Auntie Ye." Tang Lingmuo, who was a generation down, refused to agree, and said to her mother, "Mom, they are helping you treat your illness, why are you like this? What about me?" Auntie Ye rolled her eyes gently and muttered, "I have to meet a guest, I'll find someone to massage, do a spa, adjust my state, what's wrong?" Zheng Fa glanced at the old man by, and always felt that Auntie Ye was much more lively than he imagined. But he could see from a closer look that Aunt Ye was not as good as she looked. The redness on her face seemed to be made up, and her lazy posture was actually to cover up her slowness. Even her right hand was shaking from time to time, as if she was nervous. Aunt Ye said to old man Bai, "Teacher Bai, you see, I don't have any big problems. Xiao Wu is just making a fuss." Zheng Fa was stunned and finally understood what Aunt Ye was thinking. On the one hand, she probably didn't have much confidence in herself. I was probably asked to come here because of old man Bai's face. On the other hand, she was probably a little afraid of seeing a doctor. "Mom, didn't you promise me?" Tang Lingyu also saw her mother's repetition and said a little angrily, "Look, I'm much better today. Every time I go to the hospital, you don't want to go, and I force you to go." Tang Lingyu seemed really angry. "This time I ask someone to help you, and you are like this again." Aunt Ye stopped talking. Zheng Fa looked at Tang Lingyu and then at Aunt Ye. I always feel that Tang Lingyu seems to be more worried about the mother and daughter. Aunt Ye seemed to know that she was a little wrong. She sat on the sofa and was silent for a long time before she said, "It's useless. Mom, what experts have you seen in China and abroad? I took medicine as food, but it didn't help much. I used to sleep for 2 hours at night, but now I can't sleep all night." Aunt Ye said, "Xiao Wu, I know you are worried about me. For so many years, it's actually you who took care of me." Old Bai opened his mouth to speak. "Teacher Bai, I believe in your kindness, but I also know that you are not sick, at least not like me. You don't need to ask your classmates to treat me, and you don't need to force me to go to the hospital." Aunt Ye suddenly said, "I contacted a hospital abroad this morning. I have a flight tomorrow and can be admitted the day after tomorrow. You don't have to take the college entrance examination anyway. Your father will come to pick you up and go to the provincial capital." Aunt Ye seemed to have given up control over her daughter, but Tang Lingyu seemed to still want to leave here. Mom knows she has a problem, and she wants to control herself, but when she's with you, sometimes she can't control herself, thinking about this and that, and forcing you to do this and that. Aunt Ye said to Tang Lingyu softly, "Just remember to visit me in the future." Tang Lingyu was stunned for a long time, and suddenly said, "Then why are you like this today? I have to let my daughter remember her mother's better appearance." Zheng Fa was a little silent. Perhaps in Aunt Ye's opinion, Tang Lingyu believed in herself, and she was desperate and had to do something desperate, and even dragged old man Bai to play a show. She didn't believe Zheng Fa or Tang Lingyu, but Tang Lingyu's desperate attempt to seek medical treatment made her feel like her daughter was helpless, and finally decided to lock herself up so as not to affect her daughter's life. "Since you are here today, just have fun at our house." Aunt Ye looked at her daughter and said with a smile, "I asked Auntie to cook a few dishes. Let's eat together, and it will also be a practice for me. Mom, just try it." Tang Lingyu begged in a low voice. Aunt Ye glanced at her daughter and seemed a little helpless. "Okay, I'll try it. How to do it?" There was no expectation on her face. After asking everyone else to leave, there were only Tang Lingyu and her daughter, Zheng Fa, and old man Bai on the second floor. "Aunt Ye, just sit on the sofa, close your eyes. I'll give you a massage." Zheng Fa didn't mean to promote cultivation to outsiders. Tang Lingyu seemed to understand, but she just said that Zheng Fa knew some Chinese medicine techniques, which can be used to treat diseases by stimulating the acupuncture points on the head. Aunt Ye nodded and turned her back to Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa could see that her muscles from neck to back were stiff, as if she was nervous. Especially when Zheng Fa's hand pressed on her head, her whole body trembled. She was obviously not very comfortable. Zheng Fa pretended to press twice, and the calming talisman in Danshan trembled slightly, and the runes of the nourishing talisman shot from his fingertips into the back of Aunt Ye's head. The head in his hand sank, and when he looked again, Aunt Ye had fallen asleep. Several people put Aunt Ye on the sofa and waited aside. 10 minutes later, Aunt Ye finally woke up. She looked confused, as if she couldn't tell what day it was, but there was still a smile on the corner of her mouth. "Mom, how are you?" Aunt Ye looked at the ceiling and then at her daughter. Tang Lingyu was smiling at her. Aunt Ye turned her head suddenly and looked at Zheng Fa's hands, as if she was looking at some treasure. "Student Zheng, can you give me another massage?" she said to Zheng Fa eagerly, like an alcoholic who was addicted to alcohol. "Mom, you are changing too fast." Tang Lingyu couldn't bear to look at it. When her mother didn't let Zheng Fa treat her before, she just felt helpless. Now it seems that she trusts Zheng Fa too much. She felt a little embarrassed. "Aunt Ye, this kind of treatment doesn't need too much." Zheng Fa shook his head. "The Yangshan talisman is something that can be nourished slowly once a week. More than that will not have much effect." Aunt Ye blinked her eyes, suddenly stood up and walked into the room. When she came back, she was holding a bank card in her hand and slammed it on the coffee table. Zheng Fa looked at the bank card on the coffee table. He looked at Tang Lingyu and Aunt Ye again. I can only say that you two are really worthy of being mother and daughter. These arrogant actions are all in the same vein. How much money is Xiao? Aunt Ye seemed to understand what Zheng Fa was thinking, and said, it's all pocket money. Zheng Fa, it seems that our definitions of pocket money are quite different. It's not about money, it's really enough once a week, there's no need for more. He thought about it, and still shook his head and refused. Aunt Ye looked at Zheng Fa deeply, and suddenly said, can I ask you to come every week in the future? Mom, you're not going abroad. Tang Lingyu said in surprise. No. Aunt Ye smiled and said, the sleep I just had was the best sleep I've had in the past 10 years. I felt like my brain had a spa, and I've never felt so good after treatment in any hospital. Zheng Fa didn't say anything, as if he was thinking. Student Zheng, if you feel that the money is not enough, we can discuss it. Aunt Ye said anxiously. Looking at Tang Lingyu, who was nervous, Zheng Fa nodded gently and said, I will come again next week. The main thing is that you have to go for a checkup to see if it really works. To some extent, Aunt Ye is also a test subject for him. He still wants to see if the Yangshan talisman is really effective in modern times. Okay, I'll go to the hospital for a checkup. Aunt Ye nodded obediently. She is not at all like the person who is unwilling to go to the hospital, as Tang Lingyu said. Zheng Fa thought for a while and said, let's wait for the results of your checkup before talking about the reward. Aunt Ye took Tang Lingyu and sent Zheng Fa and Old Man Bai to the car. Looking at the taillights of the car going away, Aunt Ye suddenly sighed softly. Tang Lingyu looked at her mother in confusion. Remember to get along well with this Zheng Fa in the future. He is also taking tutoring classes with Teacher Bai. Then you have to go more often. You can skip classes, but you can't skip people. Aunt Ye suddenly said. Mom. Tang Lingyu was stunned. Do you know why I don't go abroad? Zheng Fa is great at massage. Massage. Aunt Ye glanced at her daughter and curled her lips. If you want massage, then give it a massage. Remember, doing business is the same as being a person. The most important thing is to find the right person. When you meet the right person, you have to spare no expense. You are so lucky to meet such a person. If I go abroad, you have to go to the provincial capital. Isn't it a waste? Tang Lingyu widened her eyes. I don't know what Zheng Fa likes. Money? House? Aunt Ye muttered, and finally looked at her daughter a little dejectedly, with a look of patriarchal disgust on her face. It's a pity, he doesn't like women. Tang Lingyu, Mom, are you going too extreme? Just now you didn't believe anything you said, but now you believe everything you say? Sunwei Realm, Senior Sister Zhang's home. Zheng Fa was approached by Senior Sister Zhang and listened to Senior Sister Zhang say, Uncle Peng said that he is not going to ask for the Talisman Dao Foundation building method. Ah, he wants you. Senior Sister Zhang said with a frown. Zheng Fa's expression slowly changed. Does Master Peng have any special hobbies? What special hobby? Uncle Peng wants to take you as his disciple. Senior Sister Zhang seemed not to understand what he said, but explained instead. Take you as a disciple? Didn't I refuse before? Zheng Fa frowned and said, this is not the first time Uncle Peng's lineage has proposed this matter. Sun Dayu had told him before. He had refused long ago. The reason for the refusal is simple: they are from two different lineages, and it is easy to be a bad person to become a disciple of Master Peng. This time when I exchanged the Talisman Foundation building method for the 1000-year-old purple bamboo tears, Uncle Peng brought up the old matter again. Zheng Fa said bluntly, Senior Sister Zhang, I have no intention of becoming a disciple of Master Peng. You are the one who brought me into the section. I am getting better and better in Sister Zhang's lineage. Not to mention that Sister Zhang values me. Senior Sister Yuan also has a good relationship with me. Now he is also doing well in the market. He has a big boss above him and the people below him. He will run to another lineage when he can't think straight. What Zheng Fa did not expect was that Senior Sister Zhang shook her head and actually spoke for Master Peng. This time, Master Uncle Peng is very sincere. Sincerity. Why didn't you want to become Master Uncle Peng's disciple before? Since I entered the sect, I have received great kindness from Senior Sister. The 5 Elements Talisman is already a repayment. Senior Sister Zhang's tone softened a little, and she said, you don't owe me anything. Senior Sister, everyone in the sect knows that Master Peng favors Junior Brother Zhou the most. Zheng Fa thought about it and told the truth. I went to his lineage, and I have to rank behind Junior Brother Zhou. Master Uncle Peng said that if you become his disciple, he will regard you as his only direct disciple in the future. Senior Sister Zhang looked at Zheng Fa and said seriously, in other words, the resources in his hands will be tilted towards you, and there are even some spiritual materials that can allow you to condense your nascent soul. Zheng Fa was stunned. He finally understood why Senior Sister Zhang said that Master Peng was very sincere this time. When a nascent soul master says this, it must be true. Even if he doesn't remember, Senior Sister Zhang will remember. Think about it carefully. Senior Sister Zhang, what do you mean? Zheng Fa looked up and looked into Senior Sister Zhang's eyes. I won't stop you. Senior Sister Zhang looked at Zheng Fa and said meaningfully, this is the sincerity of a Yuanying Zhenren. Zheng Fa was stunned. His face became enlightened. Watching Zheng Fa gradually go away, Senior Sister Yuan came out from behind the house. Senior Sister, are you really willing to let Junior Brother Zheng go to that lineage? You have to let him go even if you don't want to. Uncle Peng is using an open conspiracy. Senior Sister Zhang rubbed her head and looked very headache. Uncle Pang can give junior brother Zheng the resources to reach the Yuanying directly. Can I give it to him? Senior sister Zhang smiled bitterly and said, I have already asked master, but master is unwilling to agree. Senior sister Yuan was silent. I'm forcing him to stay now, but what about the future? Senior sister Zhang sighed, even if he stays, there will probably be some rift between the two of us. When junior brother Zheng reaches the stage of condensing the nascent soul, if he lacks spiritual materials, he might blame me. Then maybe junior brother Zheng is willing. Senior sister Yuan said optimistically. This is the sincerity of a nascent soul true person. Senior sister Zhang repeated this sentence again. Senior sister Zhang. Junior sister Yuan, Uncle Pang is so sincere, if he still can't achieve his wish, do you think that junior brother Zheng is ungrateful? Will Uncle Pang suppress Zheng Fa? Senior sister Yuan suddenly realized. Even if a nascent soul true person doesn't deliberately suppress him, junior brother Zheng is just in the qi training stage, how can he bear it? Senior sister Zhang turned her head and looked at the 7th peak above the 9 mountains, with a rare look of depression on her face. What she didn't see was that senior sister Yuan was also looking at the 9 mountains, with a thoughtful look in her eyes. A few days later, Zheng Fa was sitting in his study, still thinking about this matter. To be honest, he was very reluctant to go to Uncle Pang's lineage. Although there are spiritual materials, that's the only benefit. In that lineage, I'm afraid no one really welcomes him. The dispute between the two lines has come to this point, and he has changed from a former opponent to a Yuanying beloved disciple who is under pressure from him. What do those senior brothers think of him? Moreover, no matter how good his relationship with Sister Zhang is, at least after becoming a disciple of Master Pang, the relationship will not be too good. He can see the relationship between the two lines of Jushin sect clearly. Although Sister Zhang and Master Pang did not fight as soon as they met like the lower class, they were not harmonious, at least there was some dispute between them. His human laboratory is not even warmed up yet and it's going to fly. Think about how he finally became relaxed and happy in Sister Zhang's lineage. And think about how he might fall into a life of fighting for power and profit after going to Uncle Pang's lineage. He felt troubled as soon as he thought about it. In his heart, he would rather spend his time exploring the secrets of cultivating immortals than engaging in intrigue. But if he doesn't agree, do you really think that Yuanying Zhenren's face is not his face? Uncle Pang's behavior seems a bit intimidating. From the perspective of others, Yuanying Zhenren has always been high and mighty, so this is actually very sincere, and he might even be flattered. But Zheng Fa still doesn't like the feeling that he has no choice but to do what Yuanying Zhenren says. Bang bang bang. The door of the courtyard was knocked, accompanied by Sister Yuan's urging, Brother Zheng, open the door quickly. Sister Yuan, come with me. Sister Yuan pulled Zheng Fa and walked out. Sister Yuan, do you have something to ask me? Zheng Fa was pulled by her and stumbled towards the door. It's something? It's urgent. Senior Sister Yuan was walking. She probably felt that Zheng Fa was too slow, so she changed her body shape and turned into a huge Qingluan in front of Zheng Fa. Sister, still not coming up. Zheng Fa climbed onto Qingluan's back. Qingluan spread its wings and soared into the sky, heading towards the 9 mountains. Sister, where are we going? Go see the leader. Head. I recommended you to the headmaster. Senior Sister Yuan's tone was a little proud, and she seemed to be asking for credit. It took me a lot of saliva, but the headmaster is willing to see you. Good guy, my bird pulse is amazing. Senior Sister, how many nascent soul masters are there in our Jushin sect? Why do we only have 2 lines? Zhenren Yuanying? There are only 3 of them. Senior Sister Yuan introduced while flying, Zhenren Pang, Senior Sister Zhang's Master Huang Zhenren, and the leader. As for why there are only 2 lines, it's because all the disciples are dead, and there is no one in that line. Zheng Fa's eyes widened slightly. Is this master so submissive to his disciples? Then Senior Sister, what you mean by recommending is, I told the leader that you are the most suitable person to be his apprentice. This is an unlucky thing to say. Why did Senior Sister say that? Because you are just like him, a coward. Senior Sister Yuan is very fast. In no time, we arrived at the 9th peak of the 9 mountains where the leader was. This place looks familiar. Zheng Fa met the founder of Jushin here before. But this time, the place Senior Sister Yuan took him to was on the mountainside of the 9th peak, and he had never been there before. That's it. Looking at the thatched cottage in front of him, Zheng Fa was stunned. The dignified head of the 9 mountains sect lives here? This is too simple. Senior Sister Yuan nodded, pointed to the ajar door of the thatched cottage, and motioned for him to come forward. Zheng Fa walked to the door and knocked gently on the wooden door. Enter. Zheng Fa opened the door and found that the inside was very spacious. It should be said that it was a different world. In front of him were endless traffic and rolling rice fields. It was still daytime outside, but the world in front of me was dark, and there were still a few stars in the sky. A carriage was speeding through the night. Zheng Fa. A voice suddenly appeared in Zheng Fa's ears. When he turned his head, an old man with white beard and white hair and a face as innocent as a child stood behind him. Master. Zheng Fa saluted. What do you think of this place? The leader pointed at the scene in front of him, Zheng Fa, and said a bit showily, is this all true? To be honest, Zheng Fa couldn't see any flaws. He just felt that this kind of scenery shouldn't appear in this place. Fake. The leader waved his hand. Several men in black suddenly appeared in the rice fields at Zheng Fa's feet. They seemed to have not seen Zheng Fa and they were attacking the carriage with swords. The driver on the carriage seemed to have expected it. He took out a knife and fought with several people. Ping pong pong pong. Zheng Fa, what is this all about? As soon as he turned his head, he saw the leader watching with interest. Sit down. The headmaster pointed to the futon at Zheng Fa's feet and motioned for him to sit down and watch together. The noise from the birds has given me a headache these past few days, and I have no time to play in the world of Les Hong. Heaven and earth in Les Hong. Zheng Fa was stunned. Just wait and see, this story is wonderful. These people killed the coachman and the woman on the carriage, but they missed the baby under the carriage? 20 years later, when the baby grew up, he will come back for revenge, the leader revealed excitedly. This plot is a bit familiar. I adapted this based on the best-selling novel in the world right now. Good guy, you also have a dream to be a director? I've heard about you. You're doing very well. The leader suddenly said, Junior Brother Peng and Junior Brother Zhang are the mainstays of our Nine Mountains sect. They think highly of you, and I also believe in your abilities and talents. The leader is ridiculous. But I don't want to accept any more disciples. The leader suddenly said. Zheng Fa was stunned, knowing that he was rejected. So many of my former disciples have died. The leader suddenly sighed. Master, please express your condolences. Zheng Fa felt that he understood it. The white-haired person gave the black-haired person a gift. This kind of sadness does not want to happen again. It is really understandable. After death, I will be pure for 1,000 years. Huh. Zheng Fa looked up blankly. It's so troublesome to accept apprentices. They cause trouble outside, and I have to go out to help them. Every time I go out of the mountain, I feel frightened. The Sunwei world was not peaceful before, but now it is even worse than before. Zheng Fa looked at the leader blankly. Where is the sadness he promised? Does this sound different from what you think? When Master asked me to be the leader, I said that I was not the right one. As a result, neither Junior Sister Huang nor Junior Brother Peng were convinced, and the Nine Mountains sect would be divided to whomever they gave it to. I could only be the one, and later I became the general servant. I gave the palace to Junior Sister Huang and the discipline hall to Junior Brother Peng, and let them play by themselves. I just want some peace and quiet. Later, I was asked to accept a disciple. Why do you want me to accept a disciple now? I have become like this. Do I have to suffer if I accept one? Isn't it enough for our generation to suffer? The leader sighed and said, I just want to stay in the Jushin sect and play around in my Les Hong cave. Why is it so difficult? Zheng Fa looked at this Go Dao Liu enthusiast, an advocate of eugenics in the world of immortal cultivation. This old man should be his master? Zheng Fa looked at this old man, and the more he looked at him, the more he felt he was kind and friendly. A person with high cultivation level, small courage, and few things to do. It is a natural master-disciple relationship with me? Don't look at me like that. Probably because the enthusiasm in his eyes was a little obvious, the leader said with a fierce face, I will never accept any more disciples. Same as you, the leader, I don't like to go out. Zheng Fa said confidently. My eldest disciple said this? I also believed his lies at that time. The leader curled his lips, his expression full of vicissitudes. He has been squatting in the sect for 300 years, but he went out for the first time. Then I encountered the demon sect. Later was killed by the demon sect. It's better to be killed. He hooked up with the granddaughter of the elder of the demon sect and led her to renounce evil and become righteous. Isn't this good? What a heck? He left alone, but when he came back there was a swarm of people, followed by an army of demon sects. The leader gritted his teeth as he spoke, if I hadn't had some means, I could have saved that person. The elder beat us to the point of being completely destroyed. Why can't our Jushin sect be destroyed? Listening to this, Zheng Fa felt that the elder of the demon sect was a little aggrieved. Not only was my cabbage eaten by a decent pig, but someone also killed me when I followed it. No, who is the demon sect? And my second apprentice told me that he doesn't see women at all, and he doesn't even like to deal with people. Isn't this suitable for you, the leader? This kind of social fear generally does not involve any danger. He doesn't like people, and no one even dares to go where he goes. He just likes to go to some ancient ruins and find some secret cave. The leader's tone can be described as miserable. Either he is trapped in the ancient immortal cave with many mechanisms, or he digs out some evil power sealed by the predecessors. I have to go get people every time. Zheng Fa was speechless, but he finally understood the master's fear of his apprentice. I even felt a little sympathy for him. Not to mention the head's trouble-free character. Even ordinary people would have a headache when encountering these two sleeping dragon and phoenix chicks. Then your other disciples aren't two enough. The leader looked at Zheng Fa with strange eyes. These two disciples, no matter how evil I was in my previous life, they should be dismissed in this life. So it is impossible for me to have a third disciple. Seeing the leader's decisive attitude, Zheng Fa was silent for a moment, nodded and said, I understand what the leader means. Understood. The leader was stunned by his calm attitude, and asked instead, are you just going to stop fighting for it? Will the leader agree if I beg you again? Absolutely not. Then my disciple will not make things difficult for you, master. Zheng Fa said simply. You are indeed a good disciple. The leader hesitated for a while and then said dryly, the disciple has something to ask for. But we are really not suitable. I don't want to ask the master to accept me as his disciple, but I have written a few story books and want to communicate with you, the master. Oh, are you interested in this? The leader agreed happily, that's okay. I've probably read the storybook of Sunwei Realm, and I can give you some guidance. Seeing Zheng Fa walking out of the thatched cottage, Senior Sister Yuan's eyes were slightly concerned. Zheng Fa shook his head at her. Senior Sister Yuan curled her lips towards the thatched cottage, but didn't say anything, as if she had expected it. At this time, he was not as anxious as when he came here, and Senior Sister Yuan had no intention of letting Zheng Fa hitch a ride again. The two of them walked side by side down the mountain. Junior brother Zheng, how about I help you persuade the head? Senior Sister Yuan, you have already tried your best. Zheng Fa shook his head and refused. If you say any more, I'm afraid you will make the head unhappy. It doesn't matter. This old man is actually a nice person. At most he won't listen to what I say, he finds it troublesome to be angry. Zheng Fa nodded. Although the master said he was afraid of trouble, in fact, he actually accepted a disciple and really worried about his disciple. Not to mention the senior brother who used his love to influence the demon girl. Even the explorer's second apprentice was in danger time and time again, and the leader was willing to save people. Often people are unwilling to take responsibility not because they are irresponsible, but because they regard their responsibilities as too important and are afraid of them. For a person like the leader, it would be great to be a master. Actually, let's not talk about you. Senior Sister Yuan sighed and said, as soon as I transformed, the old man drove me down the mountain and asked me to follow Senior Sister Zhang. He said he would not care about me in the future, he just likes to be alone. Come on, play with the world in Les Hong. Speaking of which, I would like to thank Senior Sister Yuan for her kind words. Zheng Fa suddenly stood up straight and thanked Senior Sister Yuan seriously. You helped me say nice things in front of Senior Sister Zhang that day. Isn't it right for me to say a few nice words for you? Senior Sister Yuan waved her hand. It just didn't help much. Zheng Fa turned back, looked at the thatched cottage on the mountainside, and suddenly said to Senior Sister Yuan, I have something to ask of you, Senior Sister Yuan. What? I made an appointment with the headmaster to show him some story books. I would like to ask Senior Sister Yuan to bring them to me when the time comes. Just this little thing? No problem. Seemingly feeling a little guilty for not being able to help, Senior Sister Yuan agreed upon hearing this. Zheng Fa, the leader wants you to go again. 10 days later, Sister Yuan rushed into Zheng Fa's study and said to Zheng Fa happily, Go. Yes. Sister Yuan pulled Zheng Fa and prepared to take him up the mountain. Didn't I send you a storybook these days? The headmaster suddenly told me today that he wanted you to go again. Wait. What are you waiting for? Sister Yuan said anxiously, it must be that your storybook is well written, and the headmaster likes it and changes his mind to accept you as a disciple. Sister, you should tell the headmaster that I have thought of a new storybook recently and don't have time to go up the mountain. Here is another new one. Please bring it to the headmaster. Just say it's an apology. Zheng Fa struggled to break free from Sister Yuan's hand. No time. Senior Sister Yuan looked at Zheng Fa suspiciously, and suddenly narrowed her eyes and said, Why do I feel like you're afraid? Afraid? I'm not afraid. Zheng Fa shook his head immediately, and then seemed to remember something, and asked Senior Sister Yuan, Tell me, if I want to move to Senior Sister Zhang's yard to live for 2 days, will Senior Sister Zhang agree? Senior Sister Yuan looked him up and down for a long time, and flew to the 9th peak with the new book handed by Zheng Fa in some confusion. Where is Zheng Fa? What Senior Sister Yuan didn't expect was that as soon as she got up the mountain, she saw the headmaster who had not left the house for 1,000 years, waiting at the door of the thatched cottage. He said he's not free. Not free. The headmaster sneered and wanted to say something, but when he saw the book in Senior Sister Yuan's hand, a trace of hesitation appeared on his face. What are you holding? Junior brother Zheng said that this is a new book of stories. I bring it to you, the master, to apologize. Apology. The master gritted his teeth and said, Bah, keep it away. Even dogs won't read the book he gave me. After that, he waved his sleeves, kicked open the wooden door of his thatched cottage, and rushed in angrily. Senior Sister Yuan looked at the book in her hand, and then looked at the thatched cottage with the door tightly closed. Finally, she knew why Zheng Fa refused to come. But, why? She couldn't help but be curious, and waved her hand, and the grass on the hillside grew rapidly, and the branches and leaves and green grass intertwined, forming a single sofa-like bird's nest. Senior Sister Yuan fell into the nest, picked up the book and started reading, and soon became fascinated. After all, she was a cultivator, and she read very quickly. After an incense stick of time, she felt that her fingers were empty when she turned the pages, and then she realized that she had read the last page. But, what's next? A frantic voice came from the thatched cottage. Master, didn't you say you didn't want to read? Sister Yuan was stunned for a moment, and finally realized that the old man had been squatting in the thatched cottage, reading with her with his spiritual sense. I don't want to read, but you squatted at my door and read? How could I bear it? The master opened the door, looking depressed. Junior brother Zheng, every time you send a book, it's like this. Sister Yuan said with a little sudden realization. The master nodded. No wonder he didn't dare to come up. I'll go down. The master gritted his teeth and suddenly said, Master, you are going out. Sister Yuan's expression was a little scared. Lead the way. Sister Yuan took the master and went directly to Zheng Fa's yard. But at this time, Zheng Fa's house was empty. The master swept his spiritual sense, sneered, and disappeared in Zheng Fa's house with Sister Yuan. The next moment the two appeared in the lobby of Sister Zheng's house. Zheng Fa was carrying his bag and talking to senior sister Zhang, who was a little confused about the situation. Before he could check in, he saw two people suddenly appear in front of him. Master. Senior sister Zhang was surprised. You went down the mountain. The master ignored her completely and sneered at Zheng Fa. Run? Where can you run to? I just feel bored staying at home. Zheng Fa's voice was a little low. Bored? If you are bored, then finish the storybook for me. The master sneered. In the first book, you write that the male protagonist accepted a treacherous apprentice, but the apprentice stole the secret book and secretly colluded with his Taoist partner to slander him as a person who seeks fame. After a lot of effort, the male protagonist fell into a cave, learned a unique skill, got a magic weapon, and was accompanied by a peerless beauty, and came back to prepare for revenge. Senior sister Zhang and the others listened attentively and thought that this story seemed good. So you didn't write before the revenge war. Senior sister Zhang glanced at Zheng Fa, as if she understood why he was running away. The protagonist of the second book is even more miserable. He was originally the head of a major sect and a world-famous hero, but he turned out to be a descendant of the demon clan. Not only was he betrayed and slandered by his subordinates, but he was also framed by the mastermind behind the scenes along the way. After going through all kinds of hardships, he finally got to see the true face of the mastermind. Why don't you write it again? It's not that my disciple didn't finish every book. Zheng Fa argued in a low voice. The most infuriating one is the one that was finished. For the sake of his nephew, the uncle endured humiliation and bore all the infamy. He was hated by everyone all his life. After being understood by everyone, the protagonist is dead. Dead. Looking at the angry face of the head, Zheng Fa was a little scared and couldn't help but take 2 steps closer to senior sister Zhang and senior sister Yuan. As a result, the 2 senior sisters hid quickly, looking at his expression full of disgust. Seeing that senior sister Zhang and the other 2 were so disloyal, Zheng Fa looked a little aggrieved. He said to senior sister Zhang, I did this for the market, for the Jushin sect, and for you, senior sister Zhang. For me. Senior sister Zhang looked a little confused. Senior sister Zhang, when I saw the world in the hut of the headmaster, I was thinking about a question. Can this thing be put in the market for people to see? Senior sister Zhang was stunned, her eyes gradually brightened, as if Zheng Fa had enlightened her. She said to Zheng Fa, go on. Although our Jushin sect market is getting better now, in fact, you know, senior sister, this is just a stopgap measure. Other markets and sects may also learn from us to use the reception boat. Senior sister Zhang nodded gently. Other sects are not stupid either, the reception boats are ready-made. As long as they find out the effect, I'm afraid many sects will imitate it. And the talismans are the same no matter where you buy them. Our market is just a little cheaper. The reason why they are so cheap is that we have too many talisman masters. The problem Zheng Fa pointed out is actually fatal. The way they attract customers now is actually the low-priced talismans. The products are too single. What's more, these cheap talismans are the result of the internal competition among the disciples of Jushin sect. They earn their money through hard work. And most people don't need to come here to buy them. They just need to find a relative or friend to buy them for them. Jushin sect is not like a modern shopping mall now, but like a wholesale market. It is cheaper to buy things in a wholesale market, but how many people are willing to go to a wholesale market to buy things in person? And it is a wholesale market that only sells one kind of thing. In the final analysis, they have no necessary reason to come to Jushin sect to consume. But the world in Luzhong is different. This thing can be turned into a movie theater. It can even be a holographic projection movie theater. It is originally a big traffic diversion in modern shopping malls. And it is the unique business of Jushin sect. You mean, to interpret the stories in those books with the world in the loo. The anger on the face of the headmaster beside him gradually disappeared, and he fell into deep thought. Does the headmaster think this method is feasible? Zheng Fa asked. It is possible. The headmaster nodded and said, the world in the loo is actually to use the divine mind to control the magic array to transform the world. The requirements for cultivation are not high. It is, will anyone really watch this? The headmaster's tone was a little self-doubting. Headmaster, haven't you gone down the mountain? This. Senior sister Zhang and the other 2 were stunned and looked at Zheng Fa. Headmaster, someone who doesn't want to go out is willing to make this trip. Isn't it enough to prove the appeal of those stories? Senior sister Zhang looked at Zheng Fa, then at the headmaster, and stopped in front of Zheng Fa. There were 4 words on her face. He is still useful. Senior sister, you are too realistic. You led me down the mountain for this. The headmaster suddenly asked. The disciple wants to worship the headmaster as his master. Zheng Fa said frankly. What if I still don't want to take it? The head of the sect still refused. Then I can only ask Master Pang if he knows the art of heaven and earth in the house. Bah! His wooden head, what good storybooks have he read? These few books are ruined by him. The head of the sect cursed. It's okay, I have a lot of storybooks, enough for Master Pang to know. Hearing the arrogant words many storybooks, the head of the sect's face gradually became tangled. All. Zheng Fa added. I'll take it. The head of the sect's face changed. I have a request. Before he finished speaking, Zheng Fa took out a few books from the bag behind him. This is. Behind. The head of the sect silently took a few books, and suddenly sighed. I always feel that you will be more troublesome than those 2. If someone doesn't speak for you, speak for me, Sister Yuan. Master Jushin. The head of the sect glanced at him and said. Grandmaster, he said that you chose Lingshan method after much selection. The head of the sect smiled and said, it's just right, I practiced it too. On the way to Zheng Fa, Zhou Qianyuan was depressed, and Sunday Yu was beside him with sympathetic eyes. Junior brother, don't think too much. How can we disobey the decision made by the master? Senior brother, the master wants to accept Zheng Fa as a disciple, and I actually agree. But it's too much for me to invite Zheng Fa. When Sunday Yu heard this, his face became more sympathetic. Aren't you and junior brother Zheng the best relationship? Zhou Qianyuan's face was still depressed. Junior brother, think about it. Master is actually trying to appease junior brother Zheng. Appease. Master's acceptance of a disciple is actually a bit of a threat. After all, the relationship between our two branches is not good. Sunday Yu explained, letting us invite junior brother Zheng is also a way to express our respect for him. Hearing this, Zhou Qianyuan sighed and nodded. Thank you, senior brother, for clearing up my doubts. I understand. Don't have this kind of resentment in the future. Sunday Yu reminded, just like Master said, Zheng Fa coming to our branch is also a good thing for us in the future. At least you don't have to face senior sister Zhang and Zheng Fa working together. Zhou Qianyuan nodded silently. In terms of the importance that Master attaches to Zheng Fa, he must be kind this time. Sunday Yu guessed, this is the only way to make Zheng Fa willing to become a disciple. You only need to look at what Master did today to know how to treat Zheng Fa in the future. Junior brother will take your advice to heart. Zhou Qianyuan said softly with gratitude, it's just that junior brother feels really uncomfortable. I have an old friend from childhood. Old friend. Sunday Yu didn't know why he suddenly mentioned this. He had a childhood sweetheart female companion. The two grew up together and had a close relationship. Zhou Qianyuan continued, later, he met another classmate. The two hit it off and they were like-minded. Sunday Yu listened, his face still a little confused. Obviously he didn't understand why his junior brother suddenly said these things. One day, he introduced his childhood sweetheart to his classmate. Sunday Yu was stunned for a moment, with an expression that said he couldn't bear to hear it. Later, he drank the wedding wine of those two people. After Zhou Qianyuan finished telling this story, he sighed slowly, brother, do you think I am introducing my childhood sweetheart to my classmates? Sunday Yu was silent for a while and then said, does your childhood sweetheart look somewhat similar to Master? Then why are you sighing? I think your classmate should be sighing. I'm just a metaphor. And it's not me, it's an old friend of mine. Zhou Qianyuan became anxious. Junior brother, I understand, it is indeed not easy for you to encounter this kind of thing twice in your life. Not me. Sunday Yu looked like he didn't believe it, and comforted him, but think about it on the other hand, you have already experienced it, and you will be familiar with it once. When Zheng Fa was called in front of Zhenren Pang, he was still a little confused. He looked at Sunday Yu and Zhou Qianyuan who had brought him here, with confused expressions on their faces. The two of them didn't say anything. He didn't know what Master Pang wanted to do with him, he had already become the Master's disciple. Are you Zheng Fa? Master Pang asked. Yes. In front of Zhenren Yuanying, Zheng Fa was still honest. After all, he dared to use Hua Bandao as the leader because senior sister Yuan told him that the leader was not easy to get angry. But, Pang Zhenren's reputation among the sect is not so kind. Pang Zhenren was in charge of the discipline hall, and it was easy for him to leave an unfriendly impression in the minds of his disciples. According to the rumors among the disciples in the sect, especially those in Fangxi, Master Pang is a serious, even ruthless person who keeps a straight face all day long. Of course, since these disciples were all from the same lineage as senior sister Zhang, he had always questioned the objectivity of this evaluation. But Zheng Fa didn't expect this evaluation to be so unobjective. Master Pang obviously knows how to laugh. I have heard of you a long time ago. Pang Zhenren said gently, I have also seen the talismans you taught Qian Yuan before, they are profound and profound. I also yearn for Uncle Pang's Tao of Talisman. Zheng Fa said politely. Huh? Qian Yuan didn't learn anything. You will know it in the future. Zhou Qianyuan's face darkened. Zheng Fa was stunned. What future? Also, I am also impressed by your improvement of the Tao Dao foundation building method. Does Mr. Pang even know this? I know that Sister Zhang treats you very well. She is a generous person, but I am not stingy either. Take these 2,000-year-old purple bamboo tears first. This, no reward for no merit. Don't you hear that the elder dare not refuse the gift? Zhenren Pang stuffed 2 copies of Millennium purple bamboo tears into Zheng Fa's hand. Can. But what? You can use one for yourself, and you can give another to other brothers. Master Pang also hinted. Zheng Fa suddenly understood that this Master Pang probably thought that he would definitely become his disciple. Did you give something to yourself first? Give him an extra portion to win over his disciples? Uncle Pang, I have already become a disciple. Apprenticeship? Who? Huang. Pang Zhenren's face froze. No. Then who else dares to compete with me as an apprentice? Pang Zhenren's tone was filled with anger. Headmaster. Who? Pang Zhenren's face froze and he asked slowly, Senior brother Yuan has come out of the mountain. Zheng Fa looked at his face and carefully handed over 2 copies of Millennium purple bamboo tears. Master Pang, how about you take them back? I'll give it to you as I said. Pang Zhenren was silent for a long time and suddenly said, how can you be so stingy? Seeing Zheng Fa slowly walking away with the 1,000-year-old tears in his arms, Pang Zhenren's face trembled and his face became dejected. Master, those 2,000-year-old purple bamboo tears. Sunday Yu looked puzzled. Why did you? Obviously, he didn't believe that his master was a generous person. Do you know what the master's temperament is like? What? Protect his shortcomings. Master Pang sighed. He has only accepted 2 disciples in total. The eldest disciple seduced the demon sect demon girl, and he forced the demon sect demon girl to be protected in Jushin sect. The demon sect came one after another, and he killed several nascent souls. The second disciple broke the predecessor's seal, and someone from the righteous path also came to cause trouble, and was beaten by him. He is a disciple named Huang. I can take him back. I am a disciple of senior brother Yuan. This is like a meat bun beating a dog. Pang Zhenren said bitterly. Zheng Fa is practicing Dongxu spiritual eye. The magical power of Dongxu spiritual eye is also regarded as thunderous to him. The Jushin sect now has 2 branches competing for power. If we say that the fundamental technique of senior sister Zhang's lineage is the Tao foundation building technique, the fundamental skill of Uncle Pang's lineage is the Dongxu spiritual eye. He already understands the wonders of the Food Dao foundation building method. It can be said that without this method, he would not be practicing so fast now, and he would not have any magical powers in modern times. It was as famous as the Tao foundation building method, and the Dongxu spiritual eye, which had not even heard of any flaws, naturally made him have high expectations. He took out the Millennium purple bamboo tears given by Uncle Pang. Just hearing the name of this thing, Zheng Fa thought it was a kind of liquid. But what Uncle Pang gave him was actually 4 transparent solids, which looked like slightly purple crystals. Zheng Fa put a piece of 1,000-year-old purple bamboo tear on his right eye, and his spiritual power surged into the crystal. The crystals formed from thousands of years of purple bamboo tears began to melt slowly, turning into a stream of warm water that seeped into his eyes. His right eye first felt a warmth, and then a slight sting. As time went by, the sting became more and more obvious and deep. It felt like someone was taking a scalpel and carving his eyeballs little by little and leisurely. Let him suffer with a little fear. If Master Pang hadn't recorded it in Dongxu spiritual eyes, he would have even doubted whether he was going blind. After 2 sticks of incense, the crystals in Zheng Fa's palm gradually ran out, and the stinging pain that made him worse than death slowly subsided like a tide, and waves of slight coolness appeared in his eyes. Zheng Fa opened his eyes and reached out to touch his forehead and collar. The wet feeling proved how severe the pain he had just endured. This made him even want to rest for 2 days and then practice his left eye again. But the changes in his right eye after practicing the Dongxu spiritual eye made him feel that the pain just now seemed worth it. Standing in front of the mirror, Zheng Fa can see that when running the Dongxu spiritual eye, a faint silver light will flash in his right eye. What's even more strange is that Zheng Fa saw a different world. While running Dongxu spiritual eye, he looked out the window and found an object 100 meters away, as if it was right in front of him. And the world in front of him seemed to be clearer again. In other words, it's more complicated. He saw the runes traveling in space again. But what surprised Zheng Fa was that the runes he saw were no longer isolated. In Zheng Fa's previous observations, these little fish seemed to be swimming one by one, running around without much connection with each other. But after practicing the Dongxu spiritual eye, he saw some faint lines between these runes. Some of these lines are between the symbols, and some are not between the symbols. There is no pattern at all. In the jade tube recording Dongxu Linjian, Zheng Fa saw Master Pang saying something with a sigh. There are people in the world who say that the talismans are limited, but most of them have not even seen clearly what the talisman diagram looks like. Thinking about this sentence, and looking at the symbols in front of him, he showed himself more secret symbols. Zheng Fa also understood a little of Uncle Pang's thoughts. The more many people knew, the more desperate they became about human beings' ability to understand the world, including many scientists. Perhaps the runes he saw after completing the Dongxu spiritual eye made Pang Zhenren feel incomprehensible, and naturally he did not believe that the monks could really analyze these runes. But in Zheng Fa's view, Dongxu spiritual eye and Yuanfu foundation building method not only do not conflict, but they seem to be a match made in heaven. Dongxu spiritual eye, according to Master Pang's records, is divided into 3 realms: observing qi, entering into the subtle, and Dongxu. Observing qi improves people's vision, allowing them to see extremely far, and at the same time, they can also observe the flow and nature of spiritual energy in the void. In Dongxu spiritual eye, Uncle Pang said that after practicing to this point, you will be able to take an advantage in the battle of spells, and even be able to find flaws in the opponent's spellcasting. There is very little introduction to this realm in Dongxu Linjian. But judging from the literal meaning, what is probably improved is the monk's ability to observe microscopic things. As for the void, Master Pang didn't mention it at all, only saying that it was basically impossible to cultivate to this level before nascent soul. Zheng Fa made sense in his heart. Observing the atmosphere, the telescope seems to have some analytical functions, down to the microscopic level, microscopic, maybe even electron microscopic. As for Dongxu, there is too little information to understand. But the idea of turning his eyes into experimental instruments made Zheng Fa daydream about it. The importance of observation instruments to science is self-evident. Thinking of this, Zheng Fa gritted his teeth and took out another 1,000-year-old purple bamboo tear. At Senior Sister Zhang's house, Senior Sister Zhang is still writing the exercises sent by Zheng Fa. Senior Sister Yuan was chattering as usual. The two have been getting along like this for decades, and they have become accustomed to it. But today, as Senior Sister Yuan was talking, she suddenly said, "Why do I feel like something is wrong?" Senior Sister Zheng paused with her pen tip and without raising her eyes, she just said softly, "What's wrong?" Senior Sister Yuan looked around the study room and then at Senior Sister Zheng. After thinking deeply for a moment, she suddenly said, "There is someone missing. Junior brother Zheng is not here." Senior Sister Zheng glanced at her lightly and said nothing. "Junior brother Zheng used to come to play with you every day, and discuss the Talisman foundation building method with you. It seems that he hasn't come these 2 days. After all, he just became a disciple." Senior Sister Zheng explained softly. "Become a disciple?" Senior Sister Yuan frowned. That old man, after accepting an apprentice, went back to his room to study the storybook, saying that he wanted to make a masterpiece. How could he care about junior brother Zheng? Senior Sister Zheng, don't you think it's strange? No. Senior Sister Zheng put down her pen and said softly, "Junior brother Zheng was considered a member of our lineage before, but now he is the head of the sect, which is different." "What's different?" "He came before because I could give him shelter and resources, teach him the Talisman foundation building method, and even give him the power to manage the market. Now he is the head of the sect disciple, so naturally he doesn't need these." Senior Sister Zheng said calmly. "Sister, are you saying that Zheng Fa is an ungrateful person? He forgot about you after climbing up the ladder." Sister Yuan widened her eyes and asked in surprise. "He doesn't owe me anything. He told me the 5 elements symbols. He can't be considered ungrateful." Sister Zheng shook her head gently and said, "It's human nature for people to move up. Haven't I seen many such people over the years?" Sister Yuan's face was still not very happy, as if she was a little angry with Zheng Fa. "In fact, it may not be that he is unwilling to come, but he is considering Uncle Peng." Sister Zheng suddenly said, I thought about it before, why Uncle Peng insisted on accepting Zheng Fa as his apprentice." Sister Zheng explained, "Maybe Zheng Fa's performance was too outstanding, which made Uncle Peng worry about the safety of his lineage. Now if Zheng Fa keeps in close contact with me, I'm afraid Uncle Peng will be even more worried." Sister Yuan was confused and didn't seem to understand. "Zheng Fa is now the master's disciple. If he comes to see me every day, will Uncle Peng think that the master is also biased towards our lineage? It is not a good thing to break the balance within the sect. Now that the external threat has appeared, there can be no more internal fighting." Senior Sister Zheng had to explain in detail. Senior Sister Yuan nodded, and then she understood. But after a while, she suddenly said again, "Senior Sister Zheng, why did you suddenly think of so many reasons?" Senior Sister Yuan suddenly realized, "You are not used to it. If I had known, I would not have asked. It's better than becoming Uncle Peng's disciple." Senior Sister Zheng scolded, "At least we are not enemies now. Junior Sister Yuan, you should be more open-minded. I just don't have such an open-minded attitude as you, Senior Sister." Senior Sister Yuan muttered. She sat on a chair beside her, and didn't speak, puffing her mouth, as if she was sulking. "Senior Sister Zheng? Senior Sister Yuan." A voice came from the door. Zheng Fa walked into the door quickly, then paused and looked at his clothes. "Why do the two sisters look at me like this? Is there anything wrong with me? Why are you here again?" Senior Sister Yuan snorted. Zheng Fa didn't understand what the word again meant, and didn't even notice the dissatisfaction in Senior Sister Yuan's tone. He smiled and said, "Uncle Peng asked me to come over a few days ago, and gave me the 1,000-year-old purple bamboo tears." Hearing what he said, Senior Sister Zheng and Senior Sister Yuan looked at each other with confusion. When did Uncle Peng become so generous? "I haven't finished yet." Zheng Fa smiled and said, "Uncle Peng gave me 2 portions. I brought it to you, Senior Sister Zheng. With a microscope, how can I forget the laboratory?" "Senior Sister Zheng, I'm using Uncle Peng's wool to support you. Give it to me." Senior Sister Zheng was stunned, and looked at Zheng Fa with a particularly complicated expression. "Yes, for 2 people, I have already used 1. Zheng Fa explained, "I have been practicing this Dongsu Spirit Eye these 2 days. This skill is extremely magical and will be of great use to the Talisman foundation building method. There is another one, just for you, Senior Sister Zheng. Even if we don't talk about the help that may be provided to the study of the Taoism in the future, even after reaching the level of Dongsu, just the realm of observing qi is enough to greatly improve a person's combat power." Zheng Fa saw Senior Sister Zheng staring at him and didn't speak for a long time, so he couldn't help but wonder, "Senior Sister Zheng, you." Senior Sister Zheng suddenly laughed. How to describe this kind of smile? Warm and cold, ice and snow melted. Senior Sister Yuan on the side looked at Zheng Fa, and then looked at the smiling Senior Sister Zheng. She grinned, as if she was fed up, and muttered in a low voice, "Let it go, Pa." Sister Zheng took the 2 pieces of 1,000-year-old purple bamboo tears and suddenly said, "Give the Talisman Dao foundation building method to Uncle Peng in a few days." Zheng Fa was stunned, not knowing why she said that. He had never thought about this. Most of the Talisman Dao foundation building method still belonged to Sister Zheng. Although he practiced it, he did not plan to pass it on to others. Uncle Peng said before that he would exchange the 1,000-year-old purple bamboo tears for the Talisman Dao foundation building method. Now that you have taken the 1,000-year-old purple bamboo tears, although it is also a gift from the elders, he will feel uncomfortable. Yes, Zheng Fa also thought about this. At that time, Uncle Peng's expression was obviously distressed. If you take the Talisman Dao foundation building method over, Uncle Peng will think you are sensible. In the future, as the master's disciple, you must also get his support. Support. Zheng Fa looked at Sister Zheng and suddenly felt that there was something behind her words. Sister, you. Sister Zheng looked at the 2,000-year-old purple bamboo tears in her hand and smiled. At least in front of others, you have to show that you are impartial to our two branches, understand? Zheng Fa also looked at the 2,000-year-old purple bamboo tears. No, just these two things can make Sister Zheng think so much about him? This is clearly supporting him to become the future head of Jushin sect. If Uncle Peng had known this earlier, what would he fight for? Wouldn't it be better to pull out the 1,000-year-old purple bamboo and send it to him? Zheng Fa's family. Zheng Fa is sitting cross-legged on the futon, and the spiritual power in his body is running according to the root of red skyju. He has been practicing for 3 hours. This is much longer than the time he used to practice. Suddenly, his face flushed with blood. The next moment, a spiritual vortex appeared above his head. When he opened his eyes, there was a cheerful smile in his eyes. A breakthrough. The leader's voice suddenly sounded in his ears, "Come and see me." He didn't know when the old man started staring at him, but he discovered him as soon as he broke through. When Zheng Fa came to the thatched cottage, the headmaster was sitting on the futon with a proud smile on his face, as if he had something he couldn't wait to show off to him. Master. 4th level of Qi training? Not bad. The leader glanced at him and said with a smile, seemingly very happy. Zheng Fa bowed his head in response. Since you call me master, I should also teach you something. Zheng Fa looked at his master expectantly. But the Shen Xiao Tru method of controlling thunder requires you to cultivate into the 5 thunder dharma body and build the foundation before you can practice it. The leader shook his head and said, as for the Lingshan method, you have to practice Qi at the 7th level before you can get started. With your current level of cultivation, it's very difficult for me to teach you. Zheng Fa originally didn't understand why the two senior brothers were so cheating. But when the master spoke to his apprentice like this, he understood. Don't doubt it, I just want revenge. Actually, the disciples are not lacking in skills, but they are shortcomings. Zheng Fa looked up at the leader. The meaning in his eyes was self-evident. When Uncle Peng said he wanted to accept him as his disciple, he said he had prepared spiritual materials for him that could reach the nascent soul. You, the majestic head of the 9 Mountains sect, can't be compared with your junior brother. The leader pointed to his thatched cottage. In the future, this thatched cottage will be passed on to you. Zheng Fa looked at the room. There was nothing else in the house except 2 futons. How can I put it this way? This house in Zhuangzi is designed for cattle to live in. You also know that I was not planning to accept any more disciples before. The headmaster seemed to also feel that this room was a bit too shabby, and felt a little sorry for Zheng Fa, so he explained in a low voice. So it's natural for you to be poor? Disciple suddenly felt that Uncle Peng was also a man of wealth. Zheng Fa said with a bit of regret in his tone. That's right, he's prepared it, you can just take it from his hand. The leader clapped his hands and said cheerfully, take. Zheng Fa thought of the 4,000-year-old purple bamboo tears. Look again at the kind and encouraging smile on the leader's face. I finally understood Uncle Peng's reluctant and generous expression at that time. Master, I can't learn the techniques, and the spiritual materials are going to trick my uncle. Are you here? This shout of master seemed to be in vain? It's not like I want to take on a disciple, the leader said confidently. Master, why did you call me here for something? By the way, I asked you to come and take a look at saving Xiaoxiu Zheng Fa. When the leader talked about this, a proud smile appeared on his face. It was obvious that Zheng Fa was specially asked to show off his work after it was released. Zheng Fa twitched his lips. Master, can we change the name of our drama? That's right, this thing was named a drama by senior sister Zheng. It's a drama adapted from a storybook, so it makes sense. In order to show that he really has many storybooks, Zheng Fa not only made several domestic novels or movies mysterious. I even wrote a collection of ideas. That is to say, the outlines of some modern classic literary and artistic works have been recorded. These include many foreign award-winning or popular works. When it was time to choose the first drama of the Jushin sect, senior sister Zheng immediately fell in love with the script that was later called Saving Xiaoxiu Zheng Fa. According to senior sister Zheng, this script can show the spirit of our Jushin sect who are united and willing to do whatever it takes to save the disciples at the bottom. But from Zheng Fa's understanding, senior sister Zheng probably feels that, although we, the Jushin sect, are discriminated against, divided between rich and poor, fighting against each other, and throwing talismans every day, no matter how we look at it, we are not united. But we still have to promote the beautiful Jushin dream. What a great title for this play, it's easy to understand. Obviously, the boss is quite satisfied with the script. Then please change the name of the protagonist. Zheng Fa begged. This thing is really popular, how many social deaths will it have? Okay, what bothers me the most is the name. Probably because he really didn't want to. The director frowned and pointed at the cover of the script. The 2 words Zheng Fa on it slowly turned into its Pang Qian. Pang, Qian. Zheng Fa suddenly thought of someone. But, shouldn't it? It's your Uncle Peng. When he was a child, his fortune was told that he would use a girl's name. Later, he changed his name and didn't want to use this name anymore. The leader said that Zheng Fa's guess was correct. He was the unlucky guy. If you work together, you will bring disaster to the people around you, right? Then Master Pang, I'm afraid, he doesn't want you to use his name, Master, right? I didn't use his name? He doesn't want it now. Isn't it right for me to use it? Best regards, Master. Zheng Fa followed the leader and watched saving Xiaoxiu Pang Qian for a while, and the more he watched, the more he frowned. After all, it was a pioneering work, and the headmaster had no grasp of some of the film's narrative techniques. There was no perspective, scene, montage, nothing. It actually looked more like a documentary with a lot of psychological narration. Of course, Zheng Fa didn't understand these, but he had seen the original film, and his memory was not bad. Master, this thing may need to be slightly modified, Zheng Fa said after a moment of silence. Where to start? It can be seen that the headmaster is also a person who is willing to accept advice. From the beginning, the headmaster said faintly, you mean, what I made, can't be watched? Yeah. The headmaster suddenly stood up and said, you two come up. Soon, Zheng Fa saw senior sister Zhang and senior sister Yuan go up the mountain together. You two take a look at my play first. The headmaster played saving little cultivator Pang Qian for the two again. How is it? Very good. Senior sister Yuan said with bright eyes, it's quite interesting, I was quite moved when I saw it. Senior sister Zhang beside her also nodded. He said it's not allowed, it needs to be changed. Senior sister Zhang and senior sister Yuan stared at Zheng Fa, with a kind of condemnation in their eyes that you don't know how to appreciate. Zheng Fa was a little puzzled. Is it because his aesthetics don't match the mainstream aesthetics of the Sunwei realm? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. The head of the sect snorted coldly, you tell me now how to change it, and I will do it according to your words now. As expected of a Yuanying, he is so efficient in changing the play. Zheng Fa had no choice but to rely on his own impressions and recount the original film in his memory shot by shot. Senior sister Zhang and senior sister Yuan didn't understand these things very well, but the head of the sect seemed very familiar with them. After all, he had played in the Lezongtiandi for so many years. Less than 2 hours later, the headmaster clapped his hands and said, okay, come on, you two take another look. Senior sister Zhang and senior sister Yuan were also a little curious. They sat on the futon and watched Zheng Fa's version of saving little cultivator Pang Qian again. After watching it, the two fell silent. How is it? Which version is better? The headmaster asked. Master, yours. Senior sister Yuan said first. Senior sister Zhang also nodded and said, I think master, yours is better. Zheng Fa fell into complete self-doubt on the side. Aren't the people in this Sunwei world so special in taste? Everyone is a documentary lover? Take a look. The headmaster smiled proudly at Zheng Fa and said to senior sister Zhang and the others, then I'll show you mine again. It can be seen that he is indeed very proud of his work. Then I want to see junior brother Zheng's version. Senior sister Yuan suddenly whispered. The headmaster was stunned and slowly looked at senior sister Zhang on the side. Senior sister Zhang nodded gently and explained to the headmaster, it's mainly to see what shortcomings there are in the junior brothers drama, so that I can better appreciate the excellence of your version. What kind of high emotional intelligence judges are these? Zheng Fa glanced at the headmaster, and confusion slowly emerged in the headmaster's eyes. Obviously, the old man also saw the true opinions of the two, but he really seemed to think that his version was better. I have spent thousands of years in this world of Lezhong. Zheng Fa understood it as soon as he heard it. This thing is called knowledge and view obstacles in the fashionable words of the Sunwei world. In 1,000 years, this old man can be said to have formed his own system and aesthetics. The problem is that this aesthetic has not been tested by the market. There is a gap between it and ordinary people. It's like a person who has been writing for a lifetime and wants to write a famous book, but never publishes it, does not read other people's works, and no one even comments on it. He may be a genius, but there is a 99% possibility that what he writes is nonsense. What's more, the first version of the headmaster was actually exciting enough for senior sister Zhang and the others, and it was also the pioneering work of this world. It was just that he encountered Zheng Fa, who had experienced the era of the explosion of modern entertainment works. You two, tell me the truth, which one is better? The headmaster said to senior sister Zhang and the others. Neither of them spoke. And silence is often a kind of answer. The headmaster looked at the two of them, and suddenly said to Zheng Fa, what do you think? Teach me. Zheng Fa looked at the headmaster, and he didn't expect that the old man would admit defeat so quickly. It can be seen that this old man really loves Lu Zhongtiandi, or drama. He even let go of his obsession so quickly and humbly began to learn from his disciples. Looking at the old man's thirst for knowledge, Zheng Fa cleared his throat. Your current attainments in this drama, it's difficult for me to teach you. The headmaster was stunned, and always felt that this sentence was a little familiar. It seems that he had said something similar before. I suddenly feel that with your current level of cultivation, there are some things I can teach you. After a long silence, a smile of a teacher appeared on the face of the headmaster. After hearing what the leader said, senior sister Zhang and the two wanted to leave with a look. But the leader waved his hand, indicating that they didn't have to do this. There is nothing to avoid. I really have nothing to teach him. Sitting on the futon, he said to the three of them, the Sunwei world in my chi refining period is different from now. Zheng Fa was stunned for a moment, and somewhat understood what the leader meant. I also practiced the 5 Thunder Dharma body at the beginning, but there were so many mysterious thunderstones at that time. The leader recalled, it's not like now, this crap is so expensive, the 5 Thunder Dharma body is so expensive lost. Not only Xianlei stone, but also spiritual grass, spiritual elixirs, and spiritual talismans are all cheaper than now. The leader's tone was full of nostalgia. When I was in the qi refining stage, who cared about the spiritual stones costing 10 to 8 yuan? The leader's words silenced the three of them. You want to ask me how I cultivated to nascent soul? I don't know, I just practiced casually. Looking at the leader's frank and innocent face, Zheng Fa tasted his words and finally understood what his master meant. The good times have passed. He now also knows why the leader can't preach to him. Changes in the general environment have made the leader's successful experience during the qi refining period no longer applicable to Zheng Fa now. I'm going to guide you in your practice. What you practice is the red sky technique. I don't know how many people have practiced this technique. It's difficult to become obsessed with it. The leader added. His tone was a little helpless. I don't have anything to do. Good to teach you. Zheng Fa's expression was inevitably a little disappointed. The leader seemed to feel that he had not taught anything. After thinking about it, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, that's all, I will tell you about my talisman formation today. Talisman array. The headmaster smiled proudly and said, me, your uncle Peng, and junior sister Zhang's master, junior sister Huang, all have their own opinions on talismans. Your uncle Peng, relying on the Dongxu spiritual eye, likes to strike first and make decisions before taking action. If you ask me, it's the old turtle style of play. Junior sister Huang, well, people who are afraid of death generally shouldn't learn her methods. Zheng Fa glanced at senior sister Zhang and found that there was no doubt in her expression. She seemed to be accustomed to this comment. As for me, I am good at the magic of talisman formations. Zheng Fa nodded, and he remembered that the master said that the magic of heaven and earth in the hut was a kind of talisman formation. The talisman array is formed with spiritual talismans. Compared to ordinary formations, this talisman array has lower requirements than ordinary formations, but its power is not weakened. The leader continued to explain. For example, Luz Hong Tiandi is a magic array made of 10 spiritual talismans, lasts longer and affects a larger area than one spiritual talisman. But what I am best at is the killing array. Zheng Fa heard the leader say proudly, give me the opportunity to set up the Zhoutian Divine Thunder Array. As long as the enemy's cultivation level does not exceed the middle stage of nascent soul, I can defeat him. The dilemma of life and death, there is no return. Good guy. My master's tone is a bit loud. Senior sister Zhang on the side also showed surprised expressions on their faces. Obviously, he didn't expect that the leader who had been in residence for 1,000 years would actually have such strength. May I ask the leader, what quality of spiritual talismans are needed for this Zhoutian Shen Thunder Array? Zheng Fa suddenly remembered something. Tinpin talisman. How much does it cost? Zheng Fa had a bad feeling in his heart. 365. Zheng Fa didn't quite know the value of the Tinpin talisman, so he looked at senior sister Zhang. Senior sister Zhang thought for a while and then said, with this spiritual stone, if you just smash it into someone's face, the effect will be almost the same. Maybe you can get more helpers. Got it. No wonder this old man is so poor. Nascent soul was not so cheap before. The leader said somewhat depressedly. Master, why haven't you left home for 1,000 years? Could it be because times have changed? The leader sighed, looking very desolate. It can be seen that due to the decline of spiritual energy, this arrogant style of play is already a backward version in this era. By the way, if you go out of the mountain in the future and walk in Sunwei, don't say your name as your master. Why do you seem to have heard this somewhere? Master, I am not the kind of person who causes trouble everywhere. Zheng Fa said a little aggrievedly. I mean, I still have a few old enemies. The leader waved his hand and explained, I can't kill everyone. Then, such a big shot would cause trouble for me. Zheng Fa asked doubtfully. This is also a bit too tasteless. Are you looking down on me, your master? I can't kill him, but he won't be able to live well either. The leader said proudly, those people will have to recover from their wounds for thousands of years at least. Can't be killed. It shows that master, these enemies are strong. Recuperate for a long time. It shows that this enmity is huge. Is it you who is in trouble? Disciple now feels that Master Peng is really good. After being silent for a long time, Zheng Fa sighed dryly. Him? If you follow him, you don't even know how to practice the Lingshan method. The leader sneered. The Lingshan method you are holding in your hand was created by the founder of Jushan. Zheng Fa suddenly remembered the half-finished version of Food Dao Foundation building method. Master, what do you mean? The leader threw him 2 jade tubes and curled his lips and said, the version I modified is for people to practice. Zheng Fa immersed his consciousness into the jade tube and found that there was actually not much difference between the two versions in terms of cultivation methods. But there was only one problem. The master's version of Lingshan Law required a real mountain. Of the 2 jade tubes he threw to him, one was a revised version of Lingshan Law and the other was a theory called Lingmei theory. It was about how to find a suitable mountain range and practice Lingshan Law with the help of the direction of the mountain and river. Then the ancestor. It is a mountain. The master was a little depressed when he said this, as if he had been cheated by the first version of Lingshan Law. There is no need to find a mountain at all. Master, so you must live in the mountains to practice Lingshan Law? Zheng Fa was a little worried when he remembered that the old man had stayed at home for 1,000 years without going out. How can this be practiced in modern times? That's not necessary. Only with the help of certain mountains can you turn the spiritual power in your body into spiritual energy and emit it. The headmaster's statement was a bit vague. Zheng Fa looked at the revised version of Spirit Mountain Method again, and then he understood what the headmaster meant. To put it in a metaphor, Spirit Mountain Method is a bit like turning yourself into a large human battery. But he needs a signal tower to transform the spiritual power in his body into spiritual energy in the void. As for why the Nine-Mountain Patriarch didn't find this problem, it was because he was originally the product of the trinity of spiritual veins, runes and 9 mountains. The skills created by the Nine-Mountain Patriarch are all pitfalls? Do you know why I am willing to accept you? The headmaster suddenly said. Zheng Fa looked down at the revised version of Spirit Mountain Method in his hand. I have made many changes with great difficulty. If no one practices, it will be useless. The headmaster nodded, indicating that Zheng Fa's guess was correct, but it is not easy to find a fool willing to practice the Lingshan method. The others talked about how to modify saving little cultivator Pang Qian for a while. In fact, in Zheng Fa's opinion, his version still has many problems. One is that his memory is not that good. When he watched the original version before, he did not think about remembering every shot, so there are still many blurry places. He plans to watch it again carefully in modern times. Another is the problem of form. He watched it on a computer, not even in 3D. The headmaster made a holographic projection mode. The experience is also somewhat different. The headmaster has a lot of ideas. After all, he has played Les Hong Tiandi for so many years. When Zheng Fa was leaving, senior sister Zhang suddenly seemed to remember something and said to the headmaster, "Report to the headmaster, it seems that a spirit cave has appeared in Taiyang County, and Changchun sect has sent people to ask for help from my Jushin sect." When the headmaster heard this, his originally cynical face actually showed a bit of solemnity. What do you think? The spirit cave has appeared, and the major sects of the 100 Immortals Alliance will have some thoughts, and even attract the covetousness of the demon section. Senior sister Zhang said slowly, Changchun sect has always been respectful to our sect and has made tributes every year. We must save it. The headmaster nodded and said, since your master has handed over the General Affairs Hall to you, he also trusts your ability, just let it go and do it. Yes. As senior sister Zhang and the others walked down the 9th peak, Zheng Fa looked at senior sister Zhang and wanted to ask something. Brother Zheng, your current task is to practice well. Senior sister Zhang seemed to know what he was thinking and said softly, I understand. Zheng Fa was silent for a while and responded. The three of them walked side by side for a while, and no one spoke. Until they parted, senior sister Zhang suddenly said, you have helped. The 5 elements talisman has increased my strength a lot. Senior sister Zhang looked into the distance, her eyes seemed to be burning with fire. If those villains still think that I have stagnated for decades and are making trouble in secret. Zheng Fa was stunned, and looked at senior sister Zhang and smiled at him. Jushin sect still has me, and there are 3 Yuanying Zhenren, so you don't have to worry, junior brother. Looking at senior sister Zhang's figure going away, Zheng Fa knew that this matter was not so simple. The face of the head of the sect was rare and serious. He remembered that senior sister Zhang wanted to transfer senior sister Yuan before, probably because of this matter. It can be seen that this matter is by no means a trivial matter in senior sister Zhang's mind. In modern times, Zheng Fa sat in his seat and thought silently. He felt that he was not slow in cultivation, but compared with the troubles that senior sister Zhang and the others are facing now, it is probably of no use. If he really wants to help quickly, he can't delay the establishment of a modern spiritual energy laboratory any longer. Even if he can't use the research results for a while, it's good for senior sister Zhang and the others. But, Lingshan method requires mountains? Where can he find a suitable mountain range? Zheng Fa, my mother asked the nanny to make soup and asked me to bring you a bowl. Tang Lingwu's voice came from the front row. Zheng Fa raised his head and his eyes lit up. Look, the mountain is here for me? A bowl of soup makes you laugh so happily. Wang Chen said sourly on the side. You don't understand. I see the mountain. Bah, how can I not understand? I treat you as a brother, and I know not to look at you. Wang Chen looked straight ahead, not even at Tang Lingwu, with a face that said I was very loyal. Friends' wives should not be bullied. I want to find a mountain. At Old Man Bai's house, Zheng Fa said seriously. Old Man Bai and the other two were stunned when they heard Zheng Fa's words and looked at his serious face. What kind of mountain are you looking for? Old Man Bai asked a little confused. Why are you asking me for this thing? Ask a geography teacher to ask. Tang Lingwu on the side also looked at Zheng Fa, as if she didn't understand what he was talking about just now. The 2 people in front of him are the people who know him best, help him the most, and are the people he trusts the most in the modern world. Some of Zheng Fa's future plans also need to be explained to them. If I want you to be able to cultivate immortality, you need to find a suitable mountain. Zheng Fa explained briefly. It is true that Lingshan law cannot be explained clearly in 1 or 2 sentences. Old Man Bai slowly frowned and muttered, mountain? Spiritual land? Dojo. Zheng Fa nodded and said, it can be understood that way. It's just that the spiritual energy of this spiritual land itself was provided by Zheng Fa. Should our Jushin sect open a sect? No. Have we reopened the mountain gate? Old Man Bai opened his eyes wide and said excitedly, "It's not the Jushin sect, it's me." Zheng Fa was silent for a while, then explained his thoughts to the two of them. "This is not a section. Not a sect. I hope to find some scholars like you, Professor Bai, to study the cultivation of immortality. Well, it is equivalent to a laboratory for cultivation of immortality." Old Man Bai smacked his lips. "These two words together are quite strange, but I understand what you mean." Tang Lingyu also nodded. "Then why are you telling us this today?" Both of them could tell that Zheng Fa would not be so serious all of a sudden. He must have something else to tell them. "Now I formally invite you to join this laboratory." "Hey, so serious?" Old Man Bai said with a smile. "I thought I had joined a long time ago. Aren't we in the same group?" Tang Lingyu on the side nodded again. "You didn't understand what I meant." Zheng Fa said softly, "I want to find a mountain with a special terrain. Where this mountain is, this laboratory will be there. That is, to join this laboratory, you have to let's go there together." "You mean?" Zheng Fa nodded and said, "For example, if you are a professor, you may have to leave your family. At least it is equivalent to going to work in another place. Tang Lingyu, for example, if there is no suitable mountain in Beijing, then you will not be able to go to Beijing University." After hearing Zheng Fa's words, Old Man Bai fell into silence. Zheng Fa was not in a hurry. This was a major decision in life. For the two old men, he hoped that they would follow him. Old Man Bai is not only accomplished in mathematics, but also able to help him build the framework of this research institution. After all, he has worked at Beijing University all his life. Even if he doesn't know how to manage, he knows how to run a laboratory better than Zheng Fa. Tang Lingyu, well, the biggest help now is her family background. But this girl's efforts were enough to be recognized by Zheng Fa. If she can learn computers well, it will be a huge help. But Zheng Fa will not force it. Just because of the friendship between the three of them, Zheng Fa was willing to respect the choices of these two people. After a long silence, Old Man Bai suddenly spoke. "Actually, if you really say you want to join the Nine Mountains sect, I might really hesitate. This thing doesn't sound fun." Zheng Fa looked at him. Old Man Bai said with a smile, "But you said the Immortal Cultivation Laboratory. This is much more fun. Do you know what is the luckiest thing about scientific research?" "What is it?" Zheng Fa asked. "I have discovered a blank field that no one has discovered before. No matter what I can research, I will establish a sect." Old Man Bai said loudly, "Cultivation and mathematics, this kind of blank interdisciplinary subject. That is not for me." Shy Wei. As if he had thought of something to be proud of, a wild smile even appeared on Old Man Bai's face. Zheng Fa looked at Tang Lingyu who was standing aside. This girl remained silent and seemed to have an expression that had nothing to do with her. Tang Lingyu looked at the two of them and was a little confused. "Do I still want to express my position? Isn't my performance obvious enough?" Tang Lingyu wrinkled her face and said in surprise, "I never thought about the second option. Even if you can't go to college. This is cultivating immortality." Tang Lingyu's eyes widened. "Can't I get a diploma online?" "No, I don't need to find a job. It doesn't matter if I don't get a diploma." Well, after hearing what Tang Lingyu said, Zheng Fa was also speechless. The rich woman is willful. What's more, if I don't agree, my mother will probably kick me out of the house. Tang Lingyu said in a strange tone. "Your mother?" Tang Lingyu said quietly, "I didn't even drink a sip of the bowl of soup before it was stewed. I even doubted that if you said you wanted to take me away, she could pack me up herself. Is this, the test results coming out?" Old Man Bai on the side guessed. Tang Lingyu nodded. The three of them looked at each other and laughed. "By the way, you said you want to set up a laboratory. Are there any standards for recruiting people?" Zheng Fa thought for a while and said, "Our advantage is of course cultivating immortals. I may be able to cure other diseases in the future. The most attractive thing about this condition is, the patient, the elderly." Old Man Bai understood. "Yes, what I need are outstanding talents from all walks of life. Most of these people are not too young. If they are too young, they may not have such a solid academic foundation. On the other hand, old man, people like you, Professor Bai, may have suffered from illness and are more afraid of death. Our place will be more attractive to these people. One more thing." Zheng Fa was silent for a while and expressed his last consideration. "As time goes by, people's hearts will change. People's hearts. If a person's reputation have been good for decades, he is always more trustworthy." Zheng Fa explained. "This is of course not certain, but at least the probability of being reliable is higher." Both Old Man Bai understood what Zheng Fa meant. Recruiting people depends on their character. "Then our laboratory must have a name, right?" Old Man Bai said enthusiastically. "What do you mean by old?" It can be seen that the old man already has his own ideas. "Twilight Hermitage." Old Man Bai said loudly. "Think about it. They are all old academic leaders, living in seclusion in the mountains. This name is so suitable. What books do you usually read? Is this bad?" Old Man Bai was stunned and muttered, "Yes, it's a bit too Western. Why not call it the Luo Dharma Assembly? This is classical." Tang Lingyu on the side said as if she had thought of something. "In my dad's industrial chain, places where these people stay together are usually called nursing homes." Zheng Fa and the other two looked at Tang Lingyu. Tang Lingyu blinked her eyes and whispered, "Ecological nursing home? Kochi Ecological Nursing Home for the Elderly. What do you mean when you say you want to find a mountain?" Old Man Bai was silent for a long time, as if he suddenly forgot about naming, and asked. Zheng Fa took out the theory of spiritual veins that he had written silently from his backpack. In this book written by the leader, he summarized the forms of spiritual veins in the world and found out some necessary characteristics. He also said in Lingshan method that only on mountains with these characteristics can the effectiveness of Lingshan method be brought into play. Ability. This book looks a lot like some kind of theory about chasing dragons and dividing gold. Zheng Fa couldn't help but wonder again what kind of books this old man usually read. This seems very troublesome. None of us understand feng shui or observe the trends of mountain ranges. Old Man Bai turned over the spiritual pulse theory in his hand and sighed. Zheng Fa was also in a bit of trouble. Not only is it troublesome in modern times, it is even more troublesome in the Sunwei world. The Sunwei world is extremely vast, and there are often monks or monsters in the mountains. It's extremely dangerous to completely observe the direction of the mountains. You might offend someone. In other words, the Jushin sect has many topographic maps of the Sunwei realm. The headmaster relied on these materials to summarize the Lingshan theory and then revised the Lingshan method. According to the headmaster, if the Jushin sect was not originally a spiritual vein, he would have to find a suitable person to practice the Lingshan method. The place is also very troublesome. Is it troublesome? Tang Lingyu on the side asked doubtfully. Can't I use the satellite map to find it? Zheng Fa and the other two looked at Tang Lingyu again. Isn't it okay? Tang Lingyu asked blankly. How about you never come again? Zheng Fa always felt that the things in this old man's mind could often lead him astray. Even relying on satellite maps, it is not easy to find a suitable place. But this matter is actually not that urgent. He is only at the 4th level of Qi training now, and there is still some time before he can reach the 7th level of Qi training in the Lingshan method. According to Zheng Fa's estimation, he will not really reach the 7th level of Qi training until at least after the college entrance examination. The maps are still not accurate enough. They mainly searched near the capital. After looking for a long time, they found 4 or 5 mountains, all of which seemed to meet the requirements for spiritual veins in the theory of spiritual veins. But whether it is really suitable, you still have to see it with your own eyes. Let my mother send an inspection team. Zheng Fa was stunned and looked at Tang Lingyu. My mother has been asking for something from you recently. Tang Lingyu said softly, and even if you find a mountain, how to contract, how to build a house, my mother can also help you. Is it really okay for you to turn your elbows outward like this? Seeing that Tang Lingyu sold her mother so easily, the old man on the side was speechless. Teacher, you don't understand. It's not that I want to sell, it's that my mother can sell herself. Tang Lingyu sighed helplessly. I came here today, and my mother said let go. No, please Zheng Fa come to us tomorrow a trip home. The next day, when Zheng Fa came to Tang Lingyu's house, he finally understood why Tang Lingyu said this. It was still the same driver in big pants, and it was still the same black car, but when Zheng Fa wanted to get out of the car, he saw a hand diligently opening the door for him. Zheng Fa looked up. Aunt Ye stood in front of him radiantly, smiling very enthusiastically. As if she had expected it, Tang Lingyu sighed and walked to her mother's side. Standing together, these two looked very much like sisters. It can be seen that Aunt Ye is in excellent condition this week. In the restaurant of Tang Lingyu's house, Zheng Fa, Tang Lingyu, and her mother were sitting at the table. The dishes on the table were not rich, and they did not even look delicate. They were all home-cooked dishes. But Tang Lingyu was a little surprised when she saw them. Mom, did you cook today? Aunt Ye smiled and glanced at Zheng Fa. Didn't I tell you that I want to thank classmate Zheng today, so I made it myself to show my sincerity. Probably to show intimacy, or perhaps to keep it secret. There were only 3 people in the restaurant. Zheng Fa, come, eat chicken wings. Aunt Ye reached out and brought a plate of cola chicken wings from in front of Tang Lingyu to Zheng Fa's right hand, and said with a smile, Lingyu loved this dish I made the most when she was a child, you try it. Zheng Fa looked up at Tang Lingyu. She was holding her chopsticks, staring at the plate of chicken wings, her expression full of surprise. It can be seen that she really likes this chicken wings. And meatballs, Lingyu likes meatballs like this. When my family wasn't so rich before, and I was still in good health, Lingyu loved the food I cooked. I raised her to be plump, but now she's grown up and not as cute as before. Listening to Aunt Ye's sigh, Zheng Fa looked at the plates that were almost piled up in front of him and fell into silence. Auntie, you remember what Tang Lingyu loved to eat when she was a child so well. It sounds like a deep mother-daughter relationship. But you should give it to Tang Lingyu. Didn't you see that this girl was moved while her chopsticks were in the air for a long time, and she didn't eat a single bite of her favorite dish? Seemingly noticing Zheng Fa's gaze, Tang Lingyu pouted, not looking at Zheng Fa, just picked up a small cabbage in front of her and nibbled it bit by bit, like a little hamster, with a slightly aggrieved look, obviously not liking this dish very much. Zheng Fa gently pushed the chicken wings in front of him and put them in front of Tang Lingyu. Tang Lingyu glanced at him, her nose wrinkled slightly, she smiled, and picked up a piece of chicken wing and started to eat. Aunt Ye looked at Zheng Fa, then glanced at her daughter, and the smile on her face became more obvious. The meal was over. The nanny took away the remaining cups and cold meat on the table, and the 3 of them drank tea while talking about business. I heard from Lingyu that you are going to build a nursing home. When she said this, Aunt Ye's tone was inevitably a little puzzled. Obviously, Zheng Fa, such a young man, wanted to enter this industry, which made her a little incomprehensible. Zheng Fa glanced at Tang Lingmu, not knowing what this girl had said to her mother, so he could only nod to Aunt Ye. Auntie just wants to ask. Aunt Ye's face showed a little uneasiness. Is there anything I can help with? No, why are you so humble if you want to help? The main problem with the nursing home is the site selection. Zheng Fa thought for a while and said, I have some requirements for the terrain. So, Aunt Ye glanced at Tang Lingmu. Obviously, the girl had not told her about this before. She thought for a while and said, what are the specific requirements? First, it is better to be closer to Beijing or other big cities. This is not only for Zheng Fa's consideration of going to college. There are also many talents in big cities. Second, we need people to go into the mountains to investigate some preliminary suitable locations. This is simple. I will invite a professional investigation team. Aunt Ye said. This is nothing, but Aunt Ye's next sentence made Zheng Fa a little stunned. Site selection, permits, roads, buildings, I can solve them for you. This. Aunt, you are a little arrogant. Even if I don't know how much these will cost. But it is definitely not a small amount. Even Zheng Fa believes that this is a big investment for Tang Lingmu's family. Before, I went to the hospital for a checkup. As if seeing the surprise on Zheng Fa's face, Aunt Ye suddenly talked about another thing. The doctor said my results were incredibly good. I didn't believe it at the time, and I went to Beijing for another checkup. Aunt Ye looked at Zheng Fa and said, everything is fine. I have had this disease for more than 10 years. I only took more and more medicine, but the test results got worse and worse, and never got better. Aunt, what do you mean? As long as you continue to treat me, whether you want to build a nursing home or a palace in the mountains, I am willing to pay. Aunt Ye's eyes were filled with deep pleading. Zheng Fa still didn't believe it. He could understand Aunt Ye's eagerness to treat her illness, but promising such a large investment right away, in his mind, it was actually unreasonable. Rich people are just rich, not stupid, especially the first generation like Tang Lingmu's parents who made their fortunes with their own hands. They are not stingy, but they will not spend money recklessly. Aunt Ye was so generous that Zheng Fa hesitated. Aunt Ye seemed to see Zheng Fa's distrust. She smiled and explained, do you know how Ling Wu's father made his fortune? Zheng Fa shook his head. Tang Ling Wu also had a curious look on her face. Obviously, she didn't know these things before. At that time, our family business was just starting out. We only had a small fortune. Aunt Ye's face showed a nostalgic look. There was an opportunity at that time, but we had to invest a lot of money. At that time, Ling Wu's father and I didn't have enough money on hand, so we had to go to the bank and various relatives and friends to borrow. Aunt Ye glanced at the two of them and continued, at that time, we were hesitant and didn't know whether we should invest so much. If the project failed, our family would be ruined and we would be in debt. What happened next? Tang Lingmu asked. Later, Ling Nu's father accidentally met a master from the south. The master calculated it for him and said that this opportunity was the biggest opportunity in his life. Aunt Ye sighed, we were so cruel at that time that we invested all our money. Zheng Fa doesn't need to ask what happened next. Just think about the current situation of Tang Lingmu's father Tang's Haiqiang. From that time on, I knew there were some strange people in this world. I was lucky to meet them. Aunt Ye looked at Zheng Fa and said softly. Obviously in her eyes, Zheng Fa is almost equal to the master. After being silent for a long time, Zheng Fa finally said, Aunt Ye, you can't believe in feudal superstition. Tang Lingmu looked at him for a long time. A question mark slowly rose on her face, and there was only one sentence in her eyes. You are a cultivator. Do you think these are feudal superstitions? Zheng Fa is sincere. He had never heard of fortune-telling in the Sunwei world. Of course, it might be that his cultivation level was too low to be exposed to it. But modern times don't even have aura. This thing sounds even more unreliable. I understand. This matter should not be made public. It's really not. Classmate Zheng, your massage technique is too rough. Aunt Ye's words made Zheng Fa fall into silence. Seeing that he stopped talking, Aunt Ye smiled softly and said frankly, of course, I am willing to pay so much, and I also want to cooperate with you in the future. Cooperate. No matter what you rely on to treat me. Aunt Ye chuckled and said, I just hope that when I have someone I want you to help treat in the future, you can help. Of course, money is not an issue. Zheng Fa suddenly realized. Aunt Ye opened her mouth to help build a nursing home, even at any cost. He didn't even mention the stock participation. It seemed that it was just for this reason. As if looking at Zheng Fa, Aunt Ye said meaningfully, some people's lives cannot be measured by money. After talking for a while, Zheng Fa and Aunt Ye agreed that they still had to let the expedition team take a look first. As for how to build nursing homes and how to cooperate, that is all a matter for the future. Sunwei World. On the 8th peak of the 9 mountains, Sun Dayu and Zhou Qianyuan were going up the mountain. Master has not been very happy these past 2 days. Sun Dayu said with a frown. Zhou Qianyuan's somewhat absent-minded response came. Sun Dayu turned around, looked at his junior brother, and sighed in his heart. There is another one who is even more unhappy. But he did understand what junior brother Zhou was feeling. In the final analysis, it was because of recent events that separated junior brother Zhou and master. He even felt that junior brother Zhou's grievance was justified. It was just out of respect for his master that he couldn't say anything. Thinking of this, Sun Dayu could only shake his head and look forward. Isn't that Zheng Fa? Looking at the back of a figure on the mountain path, he said in surprise. Coming to the 8th peak again, Zheng Fa could feel the changes in Master Peng's lineage. It's hard to tell where this change can be seen at a glance. But along the way, Master Peng's disciples walked in a hurry but aimlessly. Seeing his surprised and secretly hostile eyes, the Taoist boy who hurriedly went to Master Peng's palace to report. There is also the feeling of being watched by people after setting foot on the mountain trail. It all made Zheng Fa really feel the tension and frustration permeating the 8th peak. The fact that Zheng Fa became a disciple of the master did not spread, mainly because the master was busy with film and television creation after becoming a disciple, and he couldn't bear to publicize it even after he got into the thatched cottage. But there are only a few people in Uncle Peng's family who know about it. When Zheng Fa came last time, there were several senior brothers who smiled warmly at him, as if they were part of a family. But this time they came back, their eyes were a little odd, but more alienated. Zheng Fa couldn't help but think of senior sister Zheng's words before he became the headmaster, which could be said to be a major blow to senior Uncle Peng's lineage. Senior sister Zheng even reminded Zheng Fa that he should maintain an impartial attitude towards both sides in front of others. Zheng Fa had thought that senior sister Zheng was making a fuss out of a molehill before, but looking at the atmosphere on the 8th peak today, he could somewhat understand the painstaking effort involved. The conflict between the two branches of the Nine Mountains sect was far deeper than Zheng Fa thought. If it weren't for senior sister Zheng's pressure, there might have been casualties in Fufa Pavilion and Fufa Pavilion. Only then did he understand why senior sister Zheng asked him to deliver the Food Dao Foundation building method. From just this short journey, it can be seen that the conflicts between the two disciples have even surpassed the feelings of being from the same sect. It can be seen that his apprenticeship as the headmaster and his friendship with senior sister Zheng have put pressure on senior Uncle Peng's lineage. It may be a little more difficult than Zheng Fa thought before to bridge the rift between these two veins in the future. Junior brother Zheng. Sun Dayu's voice came from behind. Why did you come to my 8th peak? There is a clear distinction between the two words you and me. Zheng Fa turned around and saw Sun Dayu and others. Sun Dayu's face was not as enthusiastic as last time. The state of Zhou Qianyuan behind him made Zheng Fa even more confused. This man looked hopeless, and he only nodded slightly when he saw him. He was not hostile at all, but he no longer had the confidence of the past. Publicity. He still remembered the first time he met Zhou Qianyuan. At that time, he stood in front of him and introduced himself proudly. What a youthful spirit. When I met again today, I found that this man had a stubble on his face and wrinkled clothes. After nodding to himself, he lowered his head and didn't look at anyone else. What made Zheng Fa even more puzzled was that if the senior brother on the 8th peak looked a little nervous when he saw him, then when he saw Zhou Qianyuan, his eyes were filled with rejection. The attitude in his expression was even stranger than to himself. I'm here to visit Zhenren Peng. Zheng Fa glanced at Zhou Qianyuan and said to Sun Dayu, meet the master. Sun Dayu was stunned for a moment, then saw the Taoist boy who had announced the entrance to the palace come out and said to the three of them, Master, please come in, senior brother Zheng. Senior brother Sun, senior brother Zhou, the real person has also summoned you. When Zheng and Fa 3 heard this, they walked into the palace at the same time. The attitude of Zhenren Peng in the palace was not as gentle as last time, but there was no hostility at all. He just seemed a little bit lively. He glanced at Zhou Qianyuan, frowned slightly, then turned to Zheng Fa and said, Master nephew, why are you here? Zheng Fa took out the Talisman Dao Foundation building method and said, the day before yesterday, my uncle gave me the Millennium Purple Bamboo Tears. I am very grateful. However, I don't have anything. I only have a copy of the Talisman Dao Foundation building method. I still hope. Master, please don't dislike me. Master Peng was stunned for a moment, looked at Zheng Fa for a long time, and then said, Food Dao Foundation building method. Exactly. The one created by Master Zheng's nephew. When Uncle Peng mentioned the words Master Nephew Zheng, his tone became slightly more serious. Yes. Zheng Fa's answer was unruffled, but made Uncle Peng slightly silent. He stretched out his hand and the jade tube in Zheng Fa's hand flew into his hand. Master Peng closed his eyes slightly, as if he was reading the contents of the jade tube with his spiritual consciousness. When he opened his eyes, a smile appeared on his face. This Food Dao Foundation building method is really unique. Master Zheng is really talented. Amazing. It wasn't just Uncle Peng who laughed. Zheng Fa saw that Sun Dayu, who was standing next to him, looked at him much more gently. A Food Dao Foundation building method made the inexplicably solemn atmosphere in the palace relaxed a lot. Senior nephew Zheng, what do you think of your junior brother Zhou? Master Peng suddenly asked. Junior brother Zhou. When Zheng Fa heard this, he couldn't help but turn his head and glance at Zhou Qianyuan. Zhou Qianyuan didn't seem to expect that his master would suddenly ask this question, and he was also stunned. Junior brother Zhou has extraordinary talent and good character. He will definitely become the mainstay of our Nine Mountains sect in the future. Zheng Fa thought for a while and said solemnly. This is not about standing in front of Zhenren Peng and saying nice things. Zhou Qianyuan was chosen by Master Peng because his talent and temperament were beyond ordinary people, and he was even trained with the expectation of competing against senior sister Zheng in the future. It was his state today that left Zheng Fa scratching his head, feeling like he had encountered some kind of setback. Qianyuan has always admired your attainments in talismans. Why don't you let him stay with you and do some things for you, and you can also help me teach him for a while? Master Peng suddenly said. Zheng Fa unexpectedly came up with this idea. Junior brother Zhou and I started at the same time, and we only communicate and learn from each other on weekdays. What's more, he is Uncle Peng's favorite disciple. How can he let me teach him? Go far? Are you willing? Uncle Peng did not answer his question, but asked Zhou Qianyuan. On the contrary, Zhou Qianyuan was stunned for a moment, but seemed to feel a little discouraged. He just nodded and said in a low voice, yes. I don't know if you, my nephew, think highly of my apprentice. Hearing this, Zheng Fa knew that it was hard for him to refuse. At this moment, he figured out Uncle Peng's intentions. Almost everyone in the Jushin sect knew that Zhou Qianyuan was favored by him. Placing Zhou Qianyuan next to him can be said to be a manifestation of Uncle Peng's support for his disciple. This is a bit like the prince of the East Palace in an ancient dynasty who had a lot of children of loyal ministers around him. Over time, these people became princelings. Watching Zheng Fa take Zhou Qianyuan down the mountain, Sun Dayu couldn't help but ask, Master, do you really want junior brother Zhou to follow Zheng Fa? Otherwise, the general trend is behind you. Master Peng glanced at his disciple and hummed. General trend. This kid dares to take Master Zheng's Tao Dao foundation building method everywhere and give it away. Don't you understand what it means? Does it mean that senior sister Zhang has a good relationship with him? It means that behind him are the leader, named Huang, and 3 people, Master Zhang and nephew? Your master and I are not enough to fight him even if we have 3 heads and 6 arms. Hearing this, Sun Dayu couldn't help but bared his teeth, as if he thought of the scene where his master was beaten. I just can't figure it out. I thought it was Master Nephew Zhang who made the decision between Master Zhang and Zheng Fa's Hong. Peng Zhenren frowned and said, Today, it seems that Zheng Fa is the master. Only then did Sun Dayu understand that his master asked Zhou Qianyuan to follow Zheng Fa because Zheng Fa was the general trend now. Then junior brother Zhou. Thinking of Zhou Qianyuan's state just now, Sun Dayu said worriedly, I'm afraid he will feel abandoned by the master. Isn't he having a good time recently? Master Peng suddenly asked. Sun Dayu lowered his head and did not dare to answer. That's right, I wanted to take Zheng Fa as my disciple before, and I'm afraid he was a little unhappy when I neglected him. Zhenren Peng seemed to see it clearly. Did your senior fellow apprentices think that he has fallen out of favor these days, and deliberately exclude him? Master Mingjian, junior brother Zhou doesn't pay much attention to family opinions. He runs to Zheng Fa's house every day. In the past, he angered many senior fellow apprentices. In the past few days, he has indeed suffered a lot of grievances. Sun Dayu said honestly. That's why I asked him to go to Zheng Fa first. Master is telling me to separate him from those brothers and sisters first. Peng Zhenren nodded, but suddenly talked about Zheng Fa. Master Zhang supports this Zheng Fa so much, but if he really wants to secure his position as the future leader, it depends on whether he can treat our lineage equally. Let your senior brothers and sisters remember this. So junior brother Zhou is a test of junior brother Zheng's attitude. Sun Dayu said suddenly. Qian Yuan is already the least sectarian among my disciples. Peng Zhenren shook his head and said, I can't do it if I want the 2 veins to be one and the same, and neither can Master Zhang. I want to see if he can. What if he can't? After Gan Yuan was wronged by Zheng Fa, he will know that my master is not bad to him. Peng Zhenren laughed. Doesn't this mean he knows how to respect his master again? As for the future leader, location, who can say the best about Ye Qingmeng duo? After descending the 8th peak, Zheng Fa looked at Zhou Qianyuan behind him. This man still looked like he was dying. Junior brother Zhou, what's wrong with you? He asked Zhou Qianyuan. Zhou Qianyuan shook his head, as if he didn't want to answer his question, and just said dryly, Excuse me, senior brother, what are your orders? I don't dare to tell you. In this case, I will visit senior sister Zhang tomorrow. You can come with me. Zhou Qianyuan nodded, didn't ask anything else, just numbly cupped his hands towards Zheng Fei, turned around and left. Looking at his back, Zheng Fa frowned. This man's state seemed a bit familiar to him, the kind of boy who was full of ideals and entered society for the first time, but then was beaten down by the cruel reality. The second day, Zhou Qianyuan couldn't sleep early. He didn't get up, he just lay on the bed with his eyes open, quietly in a daze. When he made an appointment with Zheng Fa, he opened his courtyard door and walked out. There are many senior brothers from Uncle Peng's lineage living near where he lives. In the past, everyone was still very enthusiastic, and Zhou Qianyuan also thought it was quite good. But things haven't been so good lately. He lowered his head slightly and walked quickly under the various eyes of several senior brothers. These senior brothers didn't say anything, but he also understood what they meant. After the master gave the millennium purple bamboo tears to Zheng Fa, these people looked at him and laughed at him a little, and there was no intimacy as before. Zhou Qianyuan gritted his teeth and walked to the door of Zheng Fa's house. A wry smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Before he came to Jushin sect, his master valued him, and he also had very beautiful illusions about Jushin sect. He is determined to pursue the path of Talisman. He wanted to give credit to his master. Even relying on his master's favor, he never cared about the differences between factions. Only today did he realize that he had offended so many people. When the former amiable and respectable senior brothers huddled together to exclude him one day, he finally understood how deep the sectarianism of Jushin sect was. Looking at the gate of Zheng Fa's house, Zhou Qianyuan shook his head. Zheng Fa was probably no different. Those senior brothers and he had the same master, and they were just pretending in the past. He and Zheng Fa were originally from different factions. I'm afraid Zheng Fa saw him as more distant than those senior brothers. The previous politeness and respect were just a show. He knocked on the door, and Zheng Fa opened the door and saw him and said directly, "Let's go to senior sister Zheng's house." Following Zheng Fa, Zhou Qianyuan walked to senior sister Zheng's courtyard. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. In the hearts of their faction, senior sister Zheng was a terrifying existence. This courtyard even had the deterrent power of a dragon's den and a tiger's lair. In the past, no senior brothers dared to approach it. Senior sister Zheng was waiting for Zheng Fa and the others in the backyard. Senior sister Yuan was behind her. They both saw Zhou Qianyuan, but they didn't seem surprised. They just nodded slightly. Several people sat in the pavilion by the lake, talking to each other. Gradually, Zhou Qianyuan found that something was wrong. What is the 5 elements subcharacter? What is the Yuan charm deity? What is the yin and yang of the charm? Can this enemy listen to these things? Sure enough, as they talked, senior sister Zheng and Zheng Fa seemed to finally realize that there was an outsider here, and they all looked at him. Zhou Qianyuan pursed his lips and stood up to say goodbye. "Junior brother Zhou, tell me what you think," Zheng Fa suddenly said. Zhou Qianyuan blinked and suddenly realized that he didn't seem to encounter the sectarianism and exclusion he imagined. But he encountered the silent crushing of these two geniuses. On the side, senior sister Yuan looked at him sympathetically. Zheng Fa looked at Zhou Qianyuan, with expectations in his eyes. The reason why he and senior sister Zheng did not avoid talking about Zhou Qianyuan. One reason was because of the change in his own identity. Now that he had become the disciple of the headmaster, and with the support of senior sister Zheng, he did not have any competitive thoughts when he looked at his peers like Zhou Qianyuan. He even hoped to cultivate some help for the future through this mode of mutual discussion. What's more, now that Uncle Peng had thrown Zhou Qianyuan to his side, this junior brother could be considered his own. If Zhou Qianyuan was stronger, he would have more say in Uncle Peng's lineage. It would also be helpful for him to conquer Uncle Peng's lineage in the future. But the most important reason was Talisman foundation building method was given to Uncle Peng. If you kept it from Zhou Qianyuan, wouldn't Uncle Peng teach you? What they were discussing now had already been written in Talisman foundation building method. With Uncle Peng's yuanying ability, how could he not see the mystery? As his direct disciple, Zhou Qianyuan will eventually learn it. But there is one more thing, which is the unspoken expectation of Zheng Fa and senior sister Zheng. They want to get through Zhou Qianyuan's mouth and reveal the stock in Uncle Peng's stomach. Since he got the Dongxu Spirit Eye, Zheng Fa immediately realized a problem. If he practices the Dongxu Spirit Eye, he can see those looming lines of the talisman. In Zheng Fa's opinion, this technique may promote him and senior sister Zheng to further improve the Talisman Dao foundation building method. But to be honest, the Dongxu Spirit Eye is not of much help to the two of them now. This is probably because he and senior sister Zheng's attainments in the Dongxu Spirit Eye are still shallow. But Uncle Peng is different? That's the nascent soul. His realm in the Dongxu Spirit Eye is much higher than that of himself and senior sister Zheng. Who said that you have to be the microscope yourself? Uncle Peng has been the microscope for many years. Therefore, Zheng Fa and senior sister Zheng both had high expectations for Zhou Qianyuan, the disciple that Uncle Peng valued the most. But unfortunately, under their gaze, Zhou Qianyuan hesitated. His eyes were dull, and his mind was blank. Zheng Fa sighed in his heart, thinking that junior brother Zhou had entered the sect too late and his cultivation was a little shallow. I am afraid that Uncle Peng has not had time to teach him the deeper knowledge. He turned his eyes and looked at senior sister Yuan, who was laughing at the side. Senior sister Yuan, you have been listening to it for a few days. Do you have any ideas? He asked sincerely. The dullness on Zhou Qianyuan's face slowly shifted to senior sister Yuan's face. On the 8th peak, Uncle Peng's eyes glowed with silver light, and he kept shaking his head while looking down the mountain. Master. Seeing his behavior, Sunday Yu on the side couldn't help but ask curiously. Qianyuan has been wronged these days. Uncle Peng's tone was a little distressed, and a little happy. Being wronged. Sunday Yu was stunned. Is it junior brother Zheng who treats him badly? The silver light in Uncle Peng's eyes slowly disappeared, and he said with a little disappointment on his face. I saw Qianyuan, on the day he first came to Zheng Fa's side. Although he looked depressed, he also had some hidden expectations. He might be happy to be away from your brothers and sisters. But after 2 days, the lights in Qianyuan's house were on day and night, and I saw that he couldn't sleep all night. He has been acting more painful these days. Every time Qianyuan went out to Zheng Fa's house, his face was even nervous and fearful. Sunday Yu couldn't help showing some worry on his face when he heard what his master said. What did Zheng Fa do to junior brother Zhou? Peng Zhenren shook his head, with some anger in his expression. They often go to junior brother Zheng's house. I see that every time Qianyuan comes out of junior brother Zheng's yard, he seems to have lost his soul. He must have suffered inhuman torture. Then master, you called me. Called Qianyuan. Uncle Peng said domineeringly. He should know now who treats him best. Yes. Sunday Yu hurried away and took Zhou Qianyuan up the mountain soon. When looking at his disciple again, Peng Zhenren felt a little sour in his heart. Compared to the loneliness of the previous period, Zhou Qianyuan can even be said to be sloppy now. His head and face seemed to have not been taken care of for a long time, his hair was messy, and there were some beards on his face. The Taoist robe on his body also looked like it had not been cleaned for a few days, and it was covered with dust. What made him even more worried was the look of this disciple, dull and detached, as if he was in a trance. Seeing his master, this disciple took a long time to react before slowly bowing. Uncle Peng couldn't help but be angry. I sent Qian Yuan over there out of kindness to Zheng Fa, but Zheng Fa actually tortured his disciple like this? Qian Yuan, you have suffered a lot these days. He slowed down his tone and said to his beloved disciple. Well, hearing this, Zhou Qian Yuan seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed from dull to depressed, and even his eyes were a little red. Seeing him like this, Master Peng was even more angry and made a decision directly. From today on, you don't have to follow Zheng Fa. What Master Peng and Sunday Yu didn't expect was that Zhou Qian Yuan was stunned, his face was tangled for a while, and he actually said, disciple wants to go. Master Peng heard this answer, frowned and looked at his disciple. Do you want to go? Yes. Zhou Qian Yuan hesitated for a while, and whispered, it's not that I want to go every time, I just want to go every 3 or 5 days. Master, why don't you talk to senior brother Zheng and tell him not to do any pre-class quizzes? Zhou Qian Yuan suddenly begged, disciple, I really can't finish my studies. Master Peng realized that he seemed to have gone astray. Tell me, what did they do to you? After listening to Zhou Qianyuan's story, Peng Zhenren stared at Zhou Qian Yuan, his eyes no longer feeling distressed. He asked quietly, you mean, they are discussing the Tao of Talisman together, and they don't want you to listen in? Yes. Zhou Qian Yuan muttered, it's because they like to ask questions to their disciples after they finish the discussion. Also, every time before starting a discussion, he and Master Zhang will test whether you understood before. Master Peng's face was neither happy nor sad, and he just continued to ask. Yes, he and senior sister Zhang said that this is called teaching and learning. Senior brother Zheng also said that a sage named Fei said some kind of learning method. Zhou Qianyuan's voice was like a cuckoo crying, and those who heard it shed tears. Master, these days every day, I have to review the discussions between junior brother Zheng and senior sister Zhang, and I have no time to sleep at all. He looked at his master expectantly and begged again, Master, please help me persuade senior brother Zheng. It's better not to do this little test. Master Peng looked at his disciple and remained silent for a long time. Suddenly he said, in other words, the two of them were talking, and you were standing there dumbfounded. Zhou Qianyuan suddenly felt a little bad and couldn't help but lower his voice a little. Yes. It's okay if you can't compare to them. If I ask you to go home and learn on your own, will you still be able to learn? Yes. Zhou Qianyuan's head dropped lower. Then you deserve to be unable to sleep. There are only 3 nascent souls in the Jushin sect. 3 nascent souls. Peng Zhenren shouted, Master Zheng's nephew named Huang, now Zheng Fa is the disciple of the leader, and you are my disciple. Among the 3, you are the most miserable? Is that because you are speechless? That's because I am speechless. Peng Zhenren said with anger, when I meet that person named Huang in the future, she will make me laugh to death. You still have the nerve to complain. Disciple, master, you didn't teach me anything. Zhou Qianyuan whispered. What about Zheng Fa? Zheng Fa hasn't become a disciple before. Hearing this, Zhenren Peng became even more angry. How can I not understand the leader? If he can teach his disciples, then none of his disciples will survive. That one named Huang. Damn, what kind of apprentice will she teach? Master nephew Zhang is purely self-taught. In the end, my apprentice is the least capable. Then, I'm not the worst. Zhou Qianyuan retorted weakly, there is also senior sister Yuan. She listened longer and is no better than me. It's a bird. Master Peng's lips trembled when he heard this. Compared with a bird, you are so proud. Zhou Qianyuan stopped talking. Peng Zhenren took a few deep breaths and slowly calmed down his tone. Okay, I can't blame you for this. Master. A little emotion appeared on Zhou Qianyuan's face. Blame me? It's my fault that I didn't teach you well and supervise you. Master Peng gritted his teeth and said, when you come back from Master Nephew Zhang's place, come to me first. Master, you mean? Zhou Qianyuan's face slowly turned frightened. Apprentice, I can only do it for you. Peng Zhenren said angrily, your master, I can't afford to lose this face. After reaching the 8th peak, Zhou Qianyuan still looked a little dazed. I'm asking master to lighten some of my burden. He said aggrievedly to Sunday Yu who was standing aside, why do you feel that the burden is still heavy? How about I switch with you, senior brother? Sunday Yu on the side looked at him with sideways eyes. Junior brother should suffer the consequences. Zhou Qianyuan said righteously, walking very fast. Bah. Sunday Yu looked at his back and then looked in the direction of Zheng Yuanzi. The look on her face is a bit like, she hates getting married. In Fangxi, Han Qi, and 3 others stood in the crowd, watching a group of senior brothers building a somewhat novel building. Several foundation building stage brothers threw a few Hercules talisman, summoned several rock giants several feet tall, and carried huge stones from the distant mountains. In just one night, the new building slowly took shape. The building is cylindrical in shape as a whole, without a dome, and there is a large open space in the middle. Surrounded by rows of seats from high to low, it can probably accommodate 10,000 people. This is already the largest building of the Jushin sect. You must know that the number of people in the Jushin sect, even including the family members in Fang City, is only a few thousand. It's such a big building, is it full? Han Qi, a tall and thin man next to him, whispered. Shut up. Han Qi scolded, this is what junior brother Zheng wants to build. When Han Qi said the words junior brother Zheng, the tall and lanky man next to him became nervous. Not only him, but also the several senior brothers around him who heard their chatting looked inexplicably in awe. Nowadays, a piece of news is faintly circulating in the market. Zheng Fa, junior brother Zheng, became the head disciple. The news first came from Fa Zhenren's lineage. In fact, everyone in the market did not believe this news. What kind of good person can there be in Master Pang's lineage? Just spread some fake news? But neither senior sister Zhang nor Zheng Fa showed up to deny it. The disciples of Master Uncle Pang also had a good nose and eyes. The most important thing was that they actually arranged for their master to be defeated and wanted to accept Zheng Fa as their disciple, but failed. This credibility is high. The news became more and more intense, and it almost became a tacit secret among everyone. Affected by this news, the current situation of Han Qi and the three of them is also a bit delicate. In the entire city, they are the only three who can really be regarded as Zheng Fa's people. Although others had listened to Zheng Fa's assignments before, that was because senior sister Zhang entrusted Zheng Fa with important responsibilities. Seeing the envious and distant looks of the people around him, Han Qi didn't know how to describe his feelings. Who would have thought that before? I was still thinking about when this city's surname would be Zheng. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, this Jushin sect would soon have the surname Zheng? You said that I originally wanted to make some money with junior brother Zheng. Why did he become the confidant of the future leader? Seeing that the senior brothers around him were looking at the three of them vaguely, Han Qi pursed his lips and walked out of the crowd with his two followers. Senior brother, why do I feel that these senior brothers are not as intimate as before? The tall and thin man asked softly. Because junior brother Zheng has become the head disciple. Han Qi explained softly, senior sister Ke Zhang. She has always been considered the best choice for the next generation of the Jushin sect's head. Zheng Fa and senior sister Zhang will break up. I can't explain clearly, but this is the position of the leader, and it's common for senior brothers to turn against each other. Han Qi sighed softly, those senior brothers, I'm afraid they also want to see the situation. Then they should understand. What do you understand? Here. The tall and thin man pointed into the distance. Zheng Fa was walking towards the new building. On his left was senior sister Zhang, the genius of the 100 Immortals League. Senior sister Zhang had a smile on her face and was talking to Zheng Fa left and right. On the right is Fa Zhenren's well-known disciple Zhou Qianyuan. He looked at the two of them intently, as if he was afraid of missing anything they said. Isn't it obvious that this is a great situation? Amid a crowd of people watching openly or covertly, Zheng Fa took senior sister Zhang into the new theater. You mean, we won't charge for this trial screening, but we need to collect feedback from the disciples of the Nine Mountains sect. Senior sister Zhang said as she walked. After all, it is the first drama. Zheng Fa explained, maybe their acceptance is not high enough, so it is better to give it free. Senior sister Zhang nodded and did not object. In the new theater, the director was standing in it looking back and forth. It seems that they are evaluating the effect of Luzhong Tiandi in this place. Master. Zheng Fa hurriedly paid homage to his master. He didn't expect that the old man was willing to go out in person. This shows how much he attaches great importance to the preview of saving Xiaoxiu Pangxian. The leader nodded to the three of them and asked, what are you talking about? Junior brother suggested that the first trial screening is for our Nine Mountain sect disciples, and we will not accept spiritual stones. We should also collect the disciples' impressions after watching it. Collecting thoughts. The main thing is to see if those disciples have any bad opinions. Well, we should remember those ignorant disciples. The leader nodded, as if he understood. No, you always keep a small notebook? We modify our drama based on those opinions. After a moment of silence, Zheng Fa explained, drama is a new thing after all, and it has to face the public. We have to see the audience's reaction and then slowly revise it. This is not easy to do in modern times. The cost of making a movie is very high. If you want to change it, you have to involve additional funds and actor schedules. That is even more difficult. But Sunwei realm is different. This thing can be changed however you want. The old man in front of him could change his mind, not just his face, but his whole world. Zheng Fa valued the opinions of these disciples for the same reason. After all, they were two worlds. In modern times, the popular culture between the two countries is different. At least for the first few dramas, Zheng Fa still wanted to see the aesthetics and acceptance of the world's audiences. On the second night, the first preview screening of Saving Xiaoxiu Pangxian began. What made Zheng Fa and the others a little disappointed was that there were not many people in the theater tonight. There are more than 10,000 seats, but they are sparsely populated, with probably less than 1,000 people sitting there. Many disciples heard that it is not compulsory to come, and they prefer to go home and practice. Senior sister Yuan on the side seemed to understand the look in his eyes, and comforted her in a low voice. Most disciples of the Jushin sect don't like to have fun. Zheng Fa nodded. Many disciples of the Jushin sect who are not very wealthy are like this. They have to be busy making a living during the day, and can only spare time to practice at night, although one night of practice may not be of much help to their cultivation. But this thing, it's like you're sitting in a classroom. You also know that reading books and answering questions is of little use. But when you see your classmates reading during class, you can't help but pick up the book and show off. This may be a mistake for your brain, but it is a mistake for your conscience. On the side, Zhou Qianyuan endured the pain and spoke. Also, Master seems to have prohibited senior brothers from our lineage from coming to see this. When talking about this, Zhou Qianyuan also had some doubts on his face, and added, actually, many of my senior brothers want to come and see it, but the Master's face is really ugly. This matter is 100% the leader's fault? Senior sister Zhang on the side also looked very strange. It seems that he also thought of the reason why Uncle Pang did this. Senior brother Zheng, do you know why my master is so angry? Zhou Qianyuan asked as if he understood the expressions of the three of them. Junior brother Zhou, knowing too much is not good for you. Zheng Fa was silent for a while and then asked, then do you want to go back first? Zhou Qianyuan nodded and said with some regret, it's okay if I don't go back. Master also specially told me that I have to go to his place to receive instruction today and I must not miss the appointment. I originally wanted to watch secretly. Looking at Zhou Qianyuan's leaving figure, a confused voice suddenly came from beside Zheng Fa, why is he gone? Looking at the confused look on the head next to him, Zheng Fa said nothing and just stared at the old man. Why are you looking at me? The leader frowned and said, or are you looking at me coming and being scared away by me? As the time for the preview arrived, the director waved his sleeves. Zheng Fa could see 10 spiritual talismans being waved from the master's sleeves. In an instant, the huge theater seemed to have completely changed. The explosion of magic talismans, the screams of the monks, and the screams rang in the ears of everyone in the theater. For a time, many viewers who had never seen this kind of drama were confused, and some people took out their magic talismans and wanted to throw them out. It's all an illusion, don't panic. Senior sister Zhang's cold voice resounded throughout the theater. She has always had prestige in the door. Only then did the panicked disciples sit back in their seats with peace of mind. Zheng Fa was also immersed in the plot. He has watched this play 3 times. First is the original version of the leader. Then there is a version he revised based on his memory. Later he went to modern times and watched the original film again. When I came back, I combined the leader's ideas and made another revision. Comparing the 2 versions side by side, he admitted that perhaps the narrative technique of the original film was a little more mature. But he still feels that the leader's version is better. The master's technique of heaven and earth in this hut even has more than just the effect of holographic projection. In the fantasy world, Zheng Fa can not only feel the characters and environment in the play through hearing and vision. He could smell the blood of the battlefield at the tip of his nose. His fingers could touch the sticky blood dripping from the companions beside him, especially after understanding the perspective. The leader seemed to know everything, and deliberately created this illusion to be more immersive. This kind of immersive feeling is far beyond the reach of modern film technology. Plus watching the original movie twice, Zheng Fa has read this story 5 times. But he was still obsessed with this screening until the end of the story. The illusion gradually disappeared. There was total silence in the theater. No one spoke. Zheng Fa raised his eyes and looked at the audience. They were sitting in their seats and seemed to be still immersed in the screening. Their eyes were blank and they looked lost, and some of them had wet eyes. Zheng Fa gave Senior Sister Zhang a look, and Senior Sister Zhang said, the play is over, please leave. If you have any ideas or opinions for improvement, you can get a questionnaire at the door and write down your opinions in the questionnaire. After glancing at the leader, she added, anonymous. And it's not mandatory. Hearing that she was speaking, the disciples present stood up obediently and walked out in groups. What surprised Zheng Fa and the others was that almost every disciple received a questionnaire when they went out, and they all picked up the pens beside them and wrote their opinions in the questionnaire. There was even a long queue in front of the table where the questionnaires were handed out. This scene exceeded Zheng Fa's previous expectations. So many opinions. Senior Sister Yuan blinked and said confusedly, I think it looks pretty good. By the time the audience had left, there were no more feedback questionnaires on the table. Senior Sister Zhang stretched out her hand, and the pieces of paper written with opinions flew towards several people, and were neatly moved in front of everyone. Senior Sister Yuan was the most impatient. She first picked up one, took a look at it, and then picked up the bottom one and looked at it. Her expression seemed to be stunned for a moment, and she simply pawed at the pieces of paper with her hands, quickly browsing through the opinions on the pieces of paper. When she raised her head, she found that several other people were watching her movements. No need to look anymore. What's wrong? They only have one opinion, too short. Junior brother Zheng, Senior Sister Zhang, please go to Fangxi and have a look. At Senior Sister Zhang's house, Zheng Fa was talking to Senior Sister Zhang. Senior Sister Yuan rushed in like a gust of wind and spoke anxiously to the two of them. What's wrong? The entrance to our small building is blocked. I went there this morning and couldn't even get in. Senior Sister Yuan's words made both Zheng Fa and Zheng Fa a little shocked. When did the disciples of the Jushin sect become so brave? Zheng Fa and Senior Sister Zhang looked at each other and flew towards Fangxi. Before they even got close to Fangxi, they saw a dark group of people surrounding the small building where Senior Sister Raiwen worked. There are some familiar faces among this group of people. There are the vendors who used to set up stalls in the market. There are disciples who often shop in the market. They gathered here, not only leaving the market with very few customers, but even more than half of the people setting up stalls in the market. The streets are almost empty. Seeing Senior Sister Zhang's figure, the originally noisy crowd suddenly became quiet. It was obvious that these disciples were extremely in awe of Senior Sister Zhang. But Zheng Fa could still hear someone inside shouting excitedly, "Junior brother Zheng is here. There's a play to watch. Let's ask junior brother Zheng to play another show." Hearing this, Zheng Fa roughly knew how this rare group incident in the Jushin sect occurred. He looked around the crowd and saw 3 more familiar figures in the crowd. Han Qi, what are you doing? Han Qi and the other 3 hesitated, then got out of the crowd sheepishly, and stood in front of Zheng Fa with their heads lowered. Didn't you 3 watch it? Zheng Fa saw these 3 people yesterday. Yes. Han Qi lowered his head and responded in a low voice, I just saw it before, so I still want to see it. Those senior brothers, haven't they all seen it? Han Qi pointed toward the crowd, and Zheng Fa looked along his fingertips. Sure enough, a group of senior brothers were mixed in the crowd, smiling at Zheng Fa and senior sister Zhang. These people are all loyal to senior sister Zhang, and some of them are law enforcement disciples in Fangxi. Of course, they supported the preview of saving Xiaoxiu Pangxian immediately. Zheng Fa also saw these senior brothers in the theater last night. Senior sister Zhang looked at this group of people with a cold look in her eyes. We are here to maintain order. A senior brother named Yang said in Zheng Fa's memory, there are so many people in a mess. If something happens, we have to protect senior sister Zhang. Senior sister Zhang stared at the group of foundation building disciples, squinted her eyes, and asked softly, no, protect senior sister Yuan. Senior sister Yuan pointed at herself. No, protect junior brother Zheng. Zheng Fa also hummed. Are you right, junior brother Zheng? Senior brother Yang smiled kindly at Zheng Fa. There are so many people who want us to play it again. Seeing the senior brothers being persuaded to leave, senior sister Yuan was a little stunned. Those who watched it yesterday still want to watch it, and those who haven't watched it also want to watch it after hearing the boasts of the disciples who watched it yesterday. Zheng Fa shook his head and said, Jushin sect really doesn't have many places to relax. After coming here for so long, the only entertainment place Zheng Fa knows is Sunfang Pavilion, just the one opened by the Sunu sect. Although that place is quite fun, but it hurts both money and body, and it's not as fresh as a drama. Junior brother, what do you think? This is a good thing. Zheng Fa said first, if you can attract disciples from the 9 Mountains sect, you can attract monks from outside. Then let's play another show for free. Let it be released, but it won't be released for free, the cost of the drama is not low. Zheng Fa thought for a while and said, we might as well divide it into internal tickets and external tickets in the future. The internal tickets will be given to the disciples of the Jushin sect. As long as they can be recovered, the cost is just fine. External tickets are used to make money. The cost of a drama is indeed not low. Let's not talk about the salary of the leader, Yuan Zhenren. The price of those 10 talismans alone is not low. In order to create an environment that can accommodate 10,000 people, these 10 talismans must all be Earth-grade talismans. In Zheng Fa's view, the cost of a drama is divided into 2 parts. Part of it is the cost of the talisman, which in modern times is equivalent to the cost of production. Now the mature producer of Jushin sect is also the leader. Even if this technology is popularized in the future, it will still require at least a Jindan-level monk to produce a drama. Generally speaking, only Jindan can draw Earth-level talismans. The other part is the salary of the projectionist. He also understood clearly the character of the leader. He was lazy. The director is willing to be in charge of the screening this time because this is the first time the play will be screened, and he will probably not be willing to do this job in the future. The job of a projectionist does not require the golden core stage, it can be done at the foundation establishment stage. But in order to maintain the order of the theater, it would be better to use a golden elixir monk like senior sister Zhang at least in the early stage. Adding up the 2 costs, according to Zheng Fa's estimation, at least 100 spiritual stones would be needed for 1 screening. Senior sister Zhang nodded and said, in this case, the price of these internal tickets is initially set at 10 for 1 spiritual stone. Zheng Fa did the math and found that the price was not cheap. 1 theater ticket was almost the same as 3 Huangpin talisman. This may be the total income of a Qi training disciple in 1 day. But for most disciples, watching 1 drama a month is not too stressful. Also, how will this income be divided in the future? Senior sister Zhang suddenly brought up another topic. She looked at Zheng Fa, her expression seemed a little difficult to say. General Affairs Hall, take 30%. Zheng Fa knew why senior sister Zhang was so hesitant. The most important thing about drama is actually the master's Lu Zhong Tiandi technique. The venue provided by General Affairs Hall is actually not worth much. I will be responsible for the screening in the future. Senior sister Zhang continued, but General Affairs Hall has to take 30%. This distribution is much more reasonable. Zheng Fa thought about it and said, in the future, General Affairs Hall will take 30%, the producer, that is, the master, will take 60%, and the screenwriter, that is, me, will take 10%. Senior sister Zhang looked at Zheng Fa with a gentle look, it's a bit unfair to you. Unfair? Senior sister, you don't know how miserable modern screenwriters are? The world in Luzhong is the most important. Zheng Fa said honestly, in the future, other disciples can also try the storybook. No, why is he wronged? Senior sister Yuan on the side said a little puzzled, this General Affairs Hall makes money, isn't it the 9 Mountains sect that makes money? In the future, the 9 Mountains sect is not junior brothers, and the headmaster's money, in the future. Woo woo. Senior sister Yuan, whose beak was covered by a talisman by senior sister Zheng, couldn't say a word. Senior sister Yuan, thinking about the inheritance of the lonely old man. You can think about it, but you can't say it? Although the disciples of the Nine Mountains sect are eager to watch the drama, but considering the cost, senior sister Zheng and Zheng Fa decided to wait half a month and play Saving Little Cultivator Pang Qian again. The frequency of the drama in the future will be about this. It is played every half a month. On the one hand, it is considered that the income of the disciples of the Nine Mountains sect is limited, and watching a drama twice a month is considered a high consumption. If there are more, it will inevitably encourage the disciples of Jushin sect to indulge in pleasure. On the other hand, it is also to respond to the reception boats that come every half a month. After all, those foreign cultivators are the main target customers of the drama. Half a month later, Saving the Little Cultivator Pang Qian was released again. This time, there were more people watching. About 2/3 of the thousands of people in Jushin sect came to the theater, plus some curious foreign cultivators. At first glance, this theater that can accommodate 10,000 people looks full. Zhou Qianyuan sneaked among the crowd. He had the face of senior brother Sunday Yu. Before coming, he slapped a magic talisman on himself. In the past half-month, the popularity of Saving the Little Cultivator Pang Qian has been getting more and more intense in Jushin sect. Especially those disciples who have watched the preview, they have been bragging about how good this drama is these days. It makes people feel itchy. However, his master, Master Pang, never allowed his disciples to watch the show. This time, Saving Little Cultivator Pang Qian was released again, and he still strictly ordered his disciples not to watch it. Zhou Qianyuan was curious, and after thinking about it, he could only watch it under the face of senior brother Sunday Yu. As for why he didn't change into a stranger, it was because he bought an internal ticket, and a person who was not from the Jushin sect could not enter the theater with an internal ticket. As for why he wanted to change into senior brother Sun, of course, it was because if he changed into someone else, he might meet the original owner in the theater. Isn't that embarrassing? He could only change into someone from Master Pang's lineage. None of these senior brothers could come, so he probably wouldn't be able to meet the original owner. Senior brother Sun was just right. He had been with him for a long time, so he was very good at playing senior brother Sun. Sure enough, he walked through the ticket gate and entered the theater smoothly, and no one noticed his abnormality. Before the play started, Zhou Qianyuan looked around a little bored, and then he saw an acquaintance. It can't be said to be an acquaintance he saw himself. Zhou Qianyuan stared at the man intently, and the man seemed to feel his gaze and turned to look at him. When the two looked at each other, they recognized each other's identity. Senior brother Sun, Zhou Qianyuan asked softly with his mouth. The man on the opposite side nodded, and they looked at each other in confusion. Didn't this change in vain? The next day, Zhou Qianyuan just arrived on the 8th peak. He heard his master coldly ask him, "Did you go to see that drama yesterday?" Zhou Qianyuan hurriedly said, "It's not me, it's senior brother Sun." When he said this, he couldn't help but apologize to senior brother Sun in his heart. But to be honest, the Zhou Qianyuan yesterday was really senior brother Sun. Coincidentally, senior brother Sun also said so. Master Pang snorted, "You too changed your appearance and entered the theater, I can see it clearly here. Disobeying the master's order is fine, but you are hiding your head and showing your tail, which makes me lose face." Zhou Qianyuan looked at the sneering master and lowered his head in shame. Indeed, his behavior was too sneaky and a bit dishonest. "No, master, did you see it too?" The smile on Master Pang's face slowly disappeared, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. "Skipping the ticket seems to be even worse, right?" Zhou Qianyuan asked sincerely. In the thatched cottage of the headmaster, Zheng Fa was discussing with the headmaster what to shoot for the next drama. He heard senior sister Zhang suddenly say to him, "Junior brother Zheng, I intend to let you be a lecturer in the Fufa Pavilion, are you willing?" Senior sister Zhang's words caught Zheng Fa off guard, and he looked up at senior sister Zhang. Senior sister Zhang nodded gently at him, looking serious, as if she had been thinking about this for a long time. Even Zhou Qianyuan, who was standing by, frowned at this moment, looking thoughtful. He obviously understood what senior sister Zhang was trying to do. When senior sister Zhang said this, in addition to her and Zheng Fa, there were also senior sister Yuan, Zhou Qianyuan, and the leader in the thatched cottage. "Go to Fufa Pavilion to be a lecturer." Zheng Fa pointed at his nose and said, "Me." Zheng Fa remembered that the lecturers of Fufa Pavilion were all seniors in the foundation building stage. He only started practicing a little while ago, and he is only at the 4th level of Qi training. "You are originally a Sunpin Talisman master." Senior sister Zhang nodded and said, "These days, I have also noticed your attainments in Talisman Dao. It is more than enough to be a lecturer." Zheng Fa was still a little hesitant when he heard this. Now the drama business has just started to spread. "Junior brother, I really don't have the skills to do anything else." It's not like he was looking for excuses. Rescuing Junior Xiu Pang Qian has been shown twice inside the theater, but not many outside monks have watched it. He and senior sister Zhang's pricing for outside tickets is a bit shady. One spirit stone can only buy 3 tickets, which is more than 3 times the number of internal tickets. When it was shown last time, there were not many foreign monks in the city who were willing to watch it. Most of the ones who were willing to take the free boat pickup didn't have much money. The price is indeed a bit difficult for their wallets. There is no good way to do this. We can only rely on word of mouth to spread slowly. But the plan for a second drama has been put on the agenda by him and the leader. Now with the support of the disciples of the Jushin sect, they can at least guarantee not to lose money by developing a drama. It can also enrich the entertainment life of the Jushin Grand Master brothers. Not to mention that he has to practice, make money and study Fu Dao, so his time is really limited. He was reluctant to see Zheng Fa. Senior Sister Zheng shook her head and said, "For you, Fufa Pavilion is far more important than the drama." Hearing this, Zheng Fa looked at Senior Sister Zheng with some confusion, and saw Zhou Qianyuan also nodding silently. Zhou Qianyuan saw Zheng Fa staring at him and simply explained for Senior Sister Zheng, "I think Senior Sister Zheng means that I want you to take over Fufa Pavilion in the future." Take over Fufa Pavilion. Zheng Fa glanced at Senior Sister Zheng. Senior Sister Zheng didn't say anything, but nodded slightly. Senior Brother Zheng, the dispute between our two lines actually stems from the training of disciples in Fufa Pavilion. Zhou Qianyuan sighed softly. Senior Brother Zheng, you must have seen the conflict between the two lines in Fufa Pavilion. Zheng Fa nodded slightly, remembering the group fight that started when he just started. The things of our two sects are actually different. Zhou Qianyuan explained, I heard that Junior Brother Zheng and you two discussed the Talismans, and I understood that your sect is mainly focused on studying the UN Talisman. But my master's lineage does not pay attention to UN Talisman. If there is UN Talisman, we will use it. If there is no UN Talisman, we can use the previous Talisman diagrams. When Zheng Fa heard this, he couldn't help but feel that it was outrageous. How could there be a quarrel over this matter? Are these two in conflict? There is no conflict. Senior Sister Zheng shook her head and said, but this is a different understanding of Tao. To put it simply, I believe that man can conquer nature, and Uncle Peng believes in following nature. For example, I think we need to find a solution to the decline of spiritual power. Uncle Peng feels that we shouldn't force it. As Zheng Fa listened, he still felt that there was no actual major conflict between the two. Senior Sister Zheng wanted her to study it, so why did it bother Senior Uncle Peng? I have never told you before that among the 100 Immortals Alliance, there are monks who think like me, and there are also monks who think like Uncle Peng. Those of us feel that our predecessors have failed, and we hope to find another way to change the decline of spiritual power. Senior Sister Zheng said softly, I study new talismans, and some people study other things, it's all the same. Uncle Peng and others think that the ideas of us are too low possible, and it is easy to waste the only resources of the 100 Immortals Alliance. Senior Sister Zheng was silent for a while, and continued, their idea is that the Sunwei world will be in chaos. The time is right and resources cannot be wasted doing these things. Now, Zheng Fa understood a little bit. This is a question of choosing now or choosing the future. Senior Sister Zheng's idea is a good one, and Zheng Fa also agrees with it. The predecessors failed time and time again, so why don't they change and wait to die? But Uncle Peng also has his own reasons. Sister, people are almost knocking on your door, how can I have time for you to study? If you have completed your research and it is taken away by others, that is called making a wedding dress for others. If the research fails, wouldn't it be a waste of resources? Seeing that Zheng Fa seemed to understand, Senior Sister Zheng said softly, in order to perfect the Food Dao Foundation building method, I almost used the resources of cultivating 3 golden elixirs in the section. Zheng Fa thought that before, when Senior Sister Zheng talked about her path of being a genius that was the enemy of the whole world, he thought it was a bit exaggerated, but now he understood it. In this era, with so many resources, who will be beaten if you don't get beaten? This kind of. Zheng Fa found a word to describe the two factions. The conflict between the conservative faction and the revolutionary faction is very fierce in the 100 Immortals Alliance. More or less, there are few people like me, and there are many people like Uncle Peng. Senior Sister Zheng explained, but people with my views usually have some status within the section. Also, even if you are not a genius like Senior Sister Zheng, you would not dare to pat your chest and say you want to find a new path. In the final analysis, this conflict is about attitudes towards how to deal with the decline of spiritual intelligence. Senior Sister Zheng sees the most fundamental problem. She thinks that the right way is to solve the problem of declining spiritual intelligence. But Uncle Peng sees it more realistically. Survive the chaos in the future first, and then deal with the decline of the spirit. With limited resources and time, the two can hardly coexist. What does this have to do with me being in charge of Fufa Pavilion? Zheng Fa asked. Of the two of us, Uncle Peng is in charge of the Discipline Hall, and I am in charge of the General Affairs Pavilion. It's a good thing. Senior Sister Zheng said to Zheng Fa, only the Fufa Pavilion is the place to train the disciples in the sect. This place is actually the most important. It is important, affects the balance of the two forces, and is the most likely to cause disputes. No one from either lineage is suitable to be the master of Fufa Pavilion. Only you are the head disciple. Based on your position and identity, being in charge of Fufa Pavilion is the most acceptable to both parties. And if you want to bridge the conflict between the two lines, it's best to start with Fufa Pavilion. Senior Sister Zheng's words made Zheng Fa unable to help but remain silent. He knew that Senior Sister Zheng made this arrangement for his own good. Although this will not do any good in the short term, it is the only way to be a good leader in the future. He pondered because he was asking himself, does he have the ability to resolve the dispute between the two lines now? Zheng Fa thinks that his greatest advantage is that he is very powerful. Now his cultivation is beyond the qi refining stage. I dare not say that my attainments in Fu Dao are better than those of senior sister Zheng. The disputes between the two lines in the past few decades have been in addition to the battle of ideas mentioned by senior sister Zheng. There are also old grievances between the two disciples. The only person he can rely on is the identity of the head disciple. How easy is it to solve these things? I know that your cultivation level is still a little bit behind now. You should become a lecturer first. After you have established the foundation, it will not be too late to talk about taking charge of the Talisman Pavilion. Senior sister Zheng paused again and said, if you feel that it is too hasty, it's not too late to go after you build the foundation. Zheng Fa couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Senior sister Zheng probably still wanted to respect his own thoughts. Go? Why don't you go? A mere lecturer's position makes you so hesitant. The master's voice suddenly sounded, and he said loudly, how can my disciple be so timid? I think back when I was a young teacher, if I had the opportunity to contribute to the sect, I would have done my best to do my job and lead the way. Zheng Fa didn't believe this in his heart. The old man must be bragging. Now that you are the only successor to the sect, you will have to shoulder the important responsibilities of the sect in the future. How can you push back and block everything just because of the slightest difficulty? The leader continued to say sadly. When Zheng Fa heard this, he was silent for a while, then gently cupped his hands towards senior sister Zheng and said, Senior sister, I have taken the position of lecturer. Senior sister Zheng showed a look of satisfaction in her eyes. The leader on the side also smiled and nodded, obviously satisfied that he had successfully inspired his apprentice. Junior brother just thought about it. In order to bridge the conflict between the two lines, ordinary education methods are not feasible. Zheng Fa suddenly said, Junior brother wants to try other new methods. Hearing this, senior sister Zheng asked curiously, how do you want to teach? Zheng Fa looked at the leader on the side. The smile on the leader's face slowly froze, as if he had some bad premonition. I want to use the magic of heaven and earth in Lezhong to let the disciples of Fufa Pavilion conduct a simulated trial. Simulation. Senior sister Zheng frowned, as if she didn't understand what Zheng Fa was talking about. Trial. Heaven and earth in the Lezhong. There was one sentence written on the leader's face, something bad is going on. My idea is to modify the play to let the brothers experience some real battles in the world of immortality. Zheng Fa explained, let those disciples train in this battlefield. He explained his thoughts in detail to several people. What Zheng Fa wants to do is esports, but a 100% realistic version. This was his idea after watching the play for the first time. Lezhong Tiandi can completely allow the disciples of the Nine Mountains sect to experience a real war. After hearing his thoughts, senior sister Zheng's eyes lit up. Training the actual combat ability of the disciples of the Nine Mountains sect. Senior sister Zheng always looks at the problem from the perspective of the whole sect. This is indeed the case. A great chaos is about to happen, and the disciples of the Nine Mountains sect have been in peace for too long. It's fun. This is more interesting than a drama. This is senior sister Yuan. Senior brother Zheng, when will you officially take office? This is Zhou Qian Yuan, and he seems to be eager to experience it. But one person remained silent. This person was the loudest just now, but now he not only closed his mouth, but also quietly took 2 steps back. Master. Looking at the leader 3 steps away from them, Zheng Fa showed a harmless smile. What do you think? I think your idea is very good, very good. Then the research and development of this new technique must be entrusted to you, Master. How can this thing be so simple? The leader muttered upon hearing this. Of course Zheng Fa knew that it was not simple, and the logic involved was different. Video games and movies were always 2 products. But looking at the leader's expression, you can tell that he either can't do it or finds it too troublesome. After all, Lezhong Tiandi is the leader's favorite, so there is nothing wrong with generating electricity for love. But Zheng Fa's new idea is a mission that fell from the sky. With this old man's troublesome character, it was difficult for him to move. Master, since you were young, you have been willing to risk your own life for the sake of the sect, take the lead, and do your duty. How can you be so timid when you are old? Zheng Fa skillfully repeated, Master, you are now shouldering the heavy responsibility of being the head of the sect. Why? You can push back and forth just because of the slightest difficulty, right? Leader. Zheng Fa's family, he is sitting on the futon. Before the master's new technique is developed, he will not go to Fufa Pavilion, he can't do anything if he does. Taking advantage of this time, he also wanted to try his best to improve his cultivation. I have to break through to the 5th level of Qi training tonight. In the past few days, Zheng Fa felt that the spiritual power in his Danshan was gradually overflowing, and he had a premonition that he would break through the 5th level of Qi training. He sat on the futon, swallowed a UN condensing pill, and prepared to condense the 4th UN talisman. He already had a certain plan in mind for the selection of 10 UN talisman, roughly divided into 3 categories. First of all, it must be to ensure one's own safety. For example, the first UN talisman Upright Shadowless Talisman, and even the second UN talisman Frostblade Talisman are not completely useless in modern times. At least he is now a good assassin, making it impossible not only to find the murderer, but also the murder weapon. The perfect crime is so easy. He wants the second type of elemental symbols to be able to obtain resources in modern times. This kind is represented by the nourishing charm. The third type is a type of talismans that Zheng Fa has not yet condensed, but has long planned for, those talismans that can be used to build nursing homes, cultivate power, and even help with research. Especially the Lingshan law revised by the headmaster also requires the use of spiritual talismans in some places. After all the calculations, 10 talismans are actually a little less. For the first 3 talismans, Zheng Fa condensed the upright shadowless talisman, the frost blade talisman and the nourishing talisman, which respectively belong to the 3 elements of earth, metal, and water in the feminine talisman. Therefore, the only choice for the condensed talisman this time is the yin-wood element. Zheng Fa originally had other plans, but he changed his mind temporarily and chose a yuanfu called the evergreen talisman. This is a charm most commonly used by spiritual farmers in the mysterious world. It has a wide range of effects, and has the effect of stimulating, nourishing, and healing spiritual plants. Although the effect is not that strong, but among spiritual farmers, it is very popular as a tiger balm talisman. Zheng Fa wanted to condense this elemental talisman not only because of its matching attributes, but also because he wanted to consider the future development of the nursing home. He wanted to open a spiritual field in the nursing home. On the one hand, if you can cultivate some spiritual grain plants that are not available in modern times in the spiritual field, you can get huge returns by simply selling them to the outside world. But the most important factor that made Zheng Fa choose this talisman was actually the dispute between senior sister Zheng and Zhenren Pang. Senior sister Zheng wanted to find a new path, so she wanted to create a new talisman path. Zheng Fa agrees with her philosophy, but is not as optimistic as she is. Can the end of Fu Dao really solve the problem of spiritual decline? I am afraid that senior sister Zheng herself does not have such great confidence. He chose evergreen talisman because he wanted to see if he could combine spiritual plants with modern agriculture in the future, and develop agricultural technology suitable for cultivating spiritual plants, so as to feed back the Nine Mountains sect and Sunwei world. Not to mention solving the problem of the decline of spiritual machines, it is also possible to develop methods to increase the output of spiritual plants, which will be of great use to the Jushin sect. He was not sure whether this would happen or not, but one more possibility is worth it in Zheng Fa's opinion. Soon, the evergreen talisman was condensed in Zheng Fa's danshan and landed next to the nourishing talisman. As the evergreen talisman was successfully condensed, a small spiritual energy vortex appeared in the sky above Zheng courtyard. He had broken through to the 5th level of Qi training. Master nephew Zheng has made another breakthrough. On the 8th peak, Pang Zhenren sighed and turned to look at Zhou Qianyuan. Zhou Qianyuan looked a little embarrassed. He knew what his master meant. He had not yet broken through to the 5th level of Qi training. Zheng Fa's qualifications are much lower than his, but now he is catching up from behind. Disciple has been slacking off a bit these days. Zhou Qianyuan said shamefully. It's not all your fault. Pang Zhenren was not harsh on him at this moment. You didn't have a good life under my sect in the past few days, so it is understandable that you have no intention of practicing. In the past few days, you have been studying talismans with them every day, and you have to study Talisman Dao at night, so you have no time to practice. Zhou Qianyuan's face relaxed slightly. But, Qianyuan, you have to understand that both Master Nephew Zheng and Master Zheng are the most outstanding geniuses of our Jushin sect generation. Pang Zhenren said with some warning in his tone, you are valued by them because of your talent, but if you are left too far behind. Disciple understands. Zhou Qianyuan's expression tightened. Look at Master Nephew Zheng. He has a lot of worries. Doesn't he usually have more things to do than you? Fangxi, drama, and Fu Dao. Pang Zhenren continued to teach, but in my eyes, he doesn't have a day. I have slacked off in my practice. Disciple. Zhou Qianyuan felt even more ashamed. Letting you follow him not only allows you to learn the Tao of Talisman, but more importantly, it allows you to see how Master Nephew Zheng and Master Nephew Zheng treat cultivation. Pang Zhenren said softly. Yes. A few days ago, you said that Senior Nephew Zheng intends to let Zheng Fa take charge of Fufa Pavilion. Master Pang nodded and said, let's see if he has the ability to bring your senior brothers back to their homes. If he can, you will use this, leave it to him. Pang Zhenren took out a jade tube and handed it to Zhou Qianyuan. Master, put it as my drama ticket money. Pang Zhenren curled his lips and said, it's changed. In the 9th peak, the leader proudly said to Zheng Fa and senior sister Zheng. Zheng Fa was stunned. Is this old man so fast? Cultivation is indeed the primary productive force? How about we give it a try? When senior sister Yuan heard this, she was eager to give it a try. She had become interested in this game when she heard Zheng Fa's idea before. Senior sister Zheng also had a look of interest on her face. The leader threw out a dozen spiritual talismans. Zheng Fa's eyes flashed, and he realized that nothing had changed. The Nine Mountains sect was still in front of him. Now he understood a little bit why the old man was so fast. I set up the illusion based on the Nine Mountains sect. The voice of his master came to his ears. In this illusion, you have your own cultivation, magic weapons, and talismans. There is only one difference from reality. You don't be afraid of death. Somehow, Zheng Fa heard a strong malice in the old man's voice. Half an hour later, Zheng Fa looked at the 3 people in front of him with a pale face. The leader had a satisfied smile on his face. Senior sister Zheng looked at the sky. Senior sister Yuan looked at the ground. Just don't look at him. These 3 people, 2 golden elixirs, and 1 nascent soul, he is in the chi refining stage. What is it like to play games with these 3 people? Let's describe it this way. For him, this was Grandma Liu's 3rd visit to Shichuling. For these 3 people, this is the battle between 3 heroes and Lin Daiyu. Hundreds of spectacular deaths. The one who did the most evil was his own master. Ahem. The headmaster couldn't sit still due to his resentful gaze, and looked at senior sister Zhang and the 2 of them. What do you 2 think? Fine. I think it's good. The 2 of them nodded. No. Zheng Fa said, it has to be changed. I know you were a little miserable just now, the leader said a little unhappily. Obviously, this old man is too lazy to change. The looks in the eyes of senior sister Zhang also revealed this meaning. They both felt that Zheng Fa objected because his gaming experience was so bad. It's not because of this, it's because the entire rules have to be changed. Zheng Fa's expression was serious. First, there are too few maps of the illusion, and the 9 Mountains sect is too familiar with them, so it cannot test the adaptability of these disciples in a strange place. Senior sister Zhang and the 2 couldn't help but nodded lightly when they heard this. Obviously he became serious about Zheng Fa's suggestion. Second, we cannot let these disciples fight alone. Zheng Fa added, one of the reasons why we do this is to cultivate the disciples' practical ability, and the other is to encourage mutual cooperation, especially for the lower-level disciples. Certain cooperation has a much higher survival rate than fighting alone. You mean? The leader also became thoughtful. Team up and compete against each other as squads. Seeing that the 3 of them were convinced by themselves, Zheng Fa then talked about his most important consideration. Finally, there is the issue of cost. Master, how much does it cost to set up this talisman array? 15 Earth-grade charms. The leader frowned and said, seeming to understand what he meant. This cost is too high. Zheng Fa said, a trial is more expensive than a drama. It goes against our original intention of letting the disciples accept more trials. It is better to let them risk their lives. Add maps, change mechanisms, and reduce costs. Zheng Fa smiled and looked at the resisting master. Master, it all depends on you. Modern. After another monthly exam, the atmosphere in the classroom was a little strangely happy. The exam was certainly not enjoyable, but the short-term relief after the exam is cherished. The students in the classroom also know that at this time, the teacher's requirements for them will be slightly relaxed. Zheng Fa put down the textbook in his hand and suddenly said to Wang Chen behind him, do you have time? Whether there is or not depends on what you are talking about. Wang Chen warned. I just want you to teach me how to play games. Zheng Fa's words made Wang Chen open his eyes wide. He thought for a moment, what game? Lion Can? A tadpole looking for its mother. For the most popular games on the market, it's best to have a competitive nature. Zheng Fa had been studying hard in the past few years and had not played many games. If he wanted to improve the simulation trials, he couldn't help with changing maps or reducing costs. But he can learn from the game mechanics. As soon as he heard this, Wang Chen became excited. He secretly took out his mobile phone from his desk and said, come on, I'll teach you. Zheng Fa also took out his mobile phone and followed him in downloading several popular games from the app market and started playing them. Zheng Fa, my mother said that the expedition team has sent back the report. While he was playing the game with his head down, Tang Lingwu's voice came from above his head. Then let's go to Teacher Bai's house later. At the tense moment, Zheng Fa responded without raising his head. Tang Lingwu didn't leave either. She just stood beside Zheng Fa and stared at Zheng Fa's mobile phone screen curiously. It can be seen that she has not played many games. Wang Chen, what are you doing? Just as Wang Chen was immersed in the game, old Chen's gloomy voice came from behind him, playing games. Wang Chen's hands shook and he looked at Lao Chen's angry face in horror. Did you do well in the exam? Or are you 100% able to go to a prestigious university? How long has it been and you still have the heart to play games? After Lao Chen finished scolding, he looked up again and saw Zheng Fa and Tang Lingwu, whose heads were close together and seemed to be studying together. They said to Wang Chen with an indomitable attitude. Look at Zheng Fa and Tang Lingwu, they are the top 2 in the class again this time? What are they doing? Why can't you study? As he spoke, he walked forward and walked to Zheng Fa's desk. Beside, looking at the familiar picture on the screen of Zheng Fa's mobile phone, Lao Chen twitched his mouth and said, can't you learn from this person's spirit of combining work and rest? You still have to go and see it for yourself. After looking at the information passed by the expedition team, Zheng Fa pondered for a moment and said, that's not to say that the expedition team Aunt Ye found was careless. On the contrary, these are probably professionals who have conducted very detailed inspections. The information passed included not only photos, but also some geographical information collected locally. There are even some videos shot with drones. But Lingshan method is not a martial art of this world after all, and some of the master's discussions in Lingmei alone are a bit mysterious in modern eyes and cannot be explained. Only by going there in person can he really determine whether the place is suitable for the Lingshan method. At least 2 places have been eliminated. Tang Lingwu on the side nodded, and comforted, there are still 2 places, let's find time to go and see them. Zheng Fa thought for a while and felt a little distressed. We don't have time before the college entrance examination. They only have 1 day off every 2 weeks now, and a trip to the capital would take a long time at least. In addition to the inspection in the mountains, 2 or 3 days are not enough. But he also wants to determine the location of the nursing home as soon as possible. Now he has reached the 5th level of Qi training, and is only 2 or 3 months away from the 7th level of Qi training. It is best to let Aunt Ye start working before reaching the 7th level of Qi training. Isn't it okay to ask for leave? Old Chen. Zheng Fa shook his head gently. He is a worry-taker. Lao Chen has been his class teacher for almost 3 years. Zheng Fa can also tell something about his character. This teacher is so responsible that he is like a mother-in-law. Worry. It's easy to ask for leave if you want. Zheng Fa explained to Tang Lingmiu, you don't have to go to class in the first place. What's more, it's convenient to ask your mother to ask for leave, but I can't. Tang Lingmiu immediately understood what Zheng Fa meant. Zheng Fa has no parents, plus living right in the school. If you skip a class at random, you will easily be stuck at home. With Lao Chen's worrying personality, Zheng Fa wanted to take leave, but he couldn't find a legitimate reason, let alone an adult to guarantee it. Zheng Fa thought for a moment and said, I'll try to ask Lao Chen for leave in 2 days. If it doesn't work, I'll have to kill him first and then report him. That's right. We cultivators are free and easy, and cannot be restricted by a false note. Old man Bai on the side agreed. Tang Lingyu also nodded slightly, but her eyes were thoughtful. Zheng Fa hasn't asked Lao Chen for leave yet. Lao Chen suddenly found him. The school is going to have a study tour. Old Chen called Zheng Fa to the office. Anyone who ranks among the top 20 in the monthly exam in the 3rd year of high school can go and sign up voluntarily. Study trip. Zheng Fa was stunned for a moment and continued to ask, where to go? There was also a strange look on Old Chen's face, as if he didn't quite believe the answer, Beijing. In the past, it would have been a big deal to go to a provincial capital for this kind of thing. This time, it was more generous. Not only did I go to the capital, I also took a plane back and forth, which took about 3 to 4 days in total. Old Chen looked at Zheng with a puzzled look on his face. Fa said, there are only 2 people in our class who are among the top 20 in the monthly exam this time, one is you and the other is Tang Lingmu. I have already asked about Tang Lingmu. Zheng Fa's face became increasingly weird. She said she should go back and ask her mother. Since you don't have parents, I can just ask you directly. Lao Chen also added, by the way, this study tour is free of charge. Zheng Fa was silent for a long time, then calmed down the expression on his face and nodded seriously towards Lao Chen. I'll go? Okay, I'll register your name for you, you go back first. When Zheng Fa walked to the door, he heard Lao Chen muttering behind him. If you have this money to burn, why don't you pay me more salary? When he returned to the classroom, Zheng Fa couldn't help but look at Tang Lingmu who was pretending to be nonchalant. Tang Lingmu didn't even look at him. She stared seriously at the book in front of her. She didn't know where this data structure and algorithm came from so much charm. When he passed by Tang Lingmu's table, he caught a glimpse of the girl's lips raised slightly, as if she was a little proud. What did Lao Chen call you for? Seeing him return to his seat, Wang Chen asked curiously. Talking about the study tour. Study trip. Wang Chen's eyes lit up. Are we going to go out for fun? Where to go? The provincial capital. Go to the capital. Looking at Wang Chen whose face was filled with anticipation, Zheng Fa paused and said, I will go, not us. As you say, we will do it next time. What does next time mean? Next time, it will be when you get ranked among the top 20 in the whole grade. Zheng Fa thought for a while and then said, and there will also happen to be a rich woman who has nothing to spend money on and is willing to spend money on you. This is a bit difficult. Wang Chen understood, and his face couldn't help but feel depressed. If you work hard, maybe. Zheng Fa wanted to encourage him. Usually, I wake up laughing halfway through a dream like this. The day of study tour came soon. There were many people going to the capital this time. All the top 20 students in the grade came. I guess so, a round trip to the capital is not cheap, let alone in the name of a study tour. Few parents would stop it. In addition to these 20 people, the school also sent 3 adults to accompany them. Lao Chen, a female teacher, and a vice principal. When you go out, I will be responsible for your safety. Old Chen looked at the group of students seriously and told them, no one is allowed to go out alone. Boys should tell me if they want to go out, and girls should tell teacher Wang. Follow the instructions for all actions outside, understand? Everyone nodded, both men and women, their faces were full of excitement. The bus to pick them up had been waiting at the school gate for a long time. The moment he saw the driver, Zheng Fa was 100% sure that it was Tang Lingmu who did it. Big pants, don't think I won't recognize you just because you are wearing trousers and sunglasses today? After getting on the bus, the vice principal and 2 teachers sat in the first row. The other students filed back and found their seats. Zheng Fa sat in the 3rd row from the bottom, basically behind everyone. Everyone was very tacit, unless they were familiar with each other, they would sit alone in a row. But what Zheng Fa couldn't understand was that a few boys who were originally sitting in the aisle seats suddenly changed to the window seats, as if they were saving seats for someone. After Tang Lingmu got on the bus, and then saw the uncontrollable expectations on the faces of the boys, Zheng Fa understood. Tang Lingmu stood at the door, first glanced at the driver, then glanced inside the car, and walked straight towards Zheng Fa. After she sat next to Zheng Fa saw that the boys silently moved back to their original positions. Did you arrange it? Hearing this, Tang Lingmu shook her head quickly, as if refusing to admit it. Seeing that Zheng Fa still had disbelief on his face, she whispered, "A gang crime." When he arrived in Beijing, he knew what a gang crime was. The hotel they stayed in was not expensive, it was just an economy hotel. Zheng Fa and a boy he didn't know well were assigned to a double room. When the two were in an awkward silence in the room, the door was suddenly knocked. When he opened the door, not only Tang Lingmuo was standing at the door, but also Aunt Ya. What surprised Zheng Fa the most was that there was also the old man by. "What are you doing? Let's talk while walking." "I've said hello to your principal," Aunt Ya said softly. "Time is a bit tight. It will take several hours to get into the mountains. Let's set off tonight." "I'll go." Zheng Fa immediately understood what Aunt Ya meant. He looked at the sky outside. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. It was estimated that it would take all night to get into the mountains. It's the middle of the night, who would be at ease? Aunt Ya waved her hand and said, "If you are really worried that I will be tired, just give me a massage." The old man next to him also hurriedly said, "I want it too." "Is this addictive to the Yangshan talisman?" In the room upstairs, Lao Chen and the vice principal shared a room. "Hey." Through the window, he happened to see the figures of Zheng Fa and his group. "Isn't this Zheng Fa? Where are you going?" He opened the window and was about to call Zheng Fa, but a hand was put on his shoulder. "Don't call, I agree," the vice principal said with a smile. Lao Chen was a little confused. "Do you know how this study tour came about? Isn't it organized by the school?" The vice principal looked so naive. "What can't our school do with this money?" "To tell you the truth, someone came to us with money, saying it was a donation to society. Guess who it was?" "Tang." The vice principal patted Lao Chen on the shoulder and said, "Besides, this visit to Beijing University was also arranged by someone else, otherwise, where would our school get the face?" Lao Chen understood. He looked at the backs of Zheng Fa and the others, and said in a daze, "So this is for Zheng Fa's vinegar, and we made dumplings for this table." "That's right. But this..." Old Chen still frowned. "After all, Zheng Fa has no one at home, I still have to keep an eye on him." "You..." The vice principal shook his head helplessly. "They don't want Zheng Fa to be special, so they are willing to spend a lot of money and do everything well. Look, the students have relaxed and broadened their horizons. As for the school, take some photos and write some publicity articles, so that we can brag about it in the future." At this time, the door of their room was knocked twice. "As for the two of us..." The vice principal opened the door and came back with 4 bottles of beer and a large bag of skewers with a smile. "We have the freedom that married men dream of. Everyone is happy, but I don't know whether Zheng Fa knows it or not." Old Chen stared at Zheng Fa's back, still a little worried. In his sight, Zheng Fa suddenly raised his arm and waved it in the air. Old Chen's phone vibrated. He picked it up and looked at it. He suddenly smiled and walked into the house. "Hey, principal, you still eat alone? What's the point of drinking alone? I'll accompany you." Deputy. "I understand, principal." Old Chen smiled and grabbed a skewer. "It's only a matter of time." Zheng Fa put down his arm, and Tang Lingmu asked curiously, "What are you doing?" "Reporting safety to a man who loves to worry." Zheng Fa replied, and asked the old man next to him, "Why are you here too?" "I contacted Jingcheng University for you, and I came to see someone by the way." The old man's eyes flickered, as if he had some other ideas. "See someone? A dying person?" The old man's tone was meaningful. "I understand. This is to test my brain." Because Aunt Ya was there, old man Bai did not elaborate on this dying man. Although Aunt Ya and Zheng Fa were already in a cooperative relationship, but the three of them still consciously kept some reservations from her. They tried not to mention anything related to cultivation when Aunt Ya was present. Even Tang Lingmuo was the same. When the car drove to midnight, Aunt Ya's expression gradually became tired, and the muscles on her face were a little stiff. Zheng Fa knew that this was because her illness was a little recurrent due to fatigue. Tang Lingmuo, who was standing by, also looked a little nervous. "Shall I give you a massage?" Zheng Fa asked softly. Aunt Ya's eyes lit up and she nodded quickly. Tang Lingmuo glanced at the driver in front, stood up, and leaned over to look at her mother. To outsiders, she seemed to be observing Aunt Ya's condition, but in fact it was to block Zheng Fa's gaze from the driver in front. Zheng Fa stretched out his hand and gently kneaded Aunt Ya's shoulders and neck twice, and the spirit-nourishing talisman shot from his fingertips into the back of Aunt Ya's head. When Tang Lingmu sat down again, the driver in the rearview mirror could only see Aunt Ya who was sleeping soundly. There was also an old man Bai who looked at Zheng Fa eagerly. Zheng Fa ignored the old man Bai's eager eyes. It was not that Zheng Fa was stingy, but in modern times, each Yuan Fu had only 3 chances to be used. If it was used too much, the Yuan Fu Dao Foundation condensed in the body would collapse. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning when they arrived at the first suitable mountain. It was not easy to go up the mountain in the dark. Several people simply found a hotel at the foot of the mountain to stay. At dawn the next day, the 4 people got up and walked up the mountain under the guidance of the driver. Only then did Zheng Fa know that the driver last night was a member of the expedition team, and Aunt Ya specially invited him. It was late spring at this time, and the scenery on the mountain was just right. Several people walked on the mountain road, and the mountain breeze blowing on their faces dissipated a lot of sleepiness from the night's travel. On the mountain road, you can occasionally meet climbers wearing outdoor sportswear. The driver who led the way explained as he walked, "The scenery of this mountain is also famous in Beijing. It is convenient to drive here. Many outdoor enthusiasts like to come here to play. It is just right to build a nursing home. It can be heard that he recommends building a nursing home on this mountain. When he reached the top of the mountain, Zheng Fa's eyes flashed with a silver light and looked down the mountain. After a while, Zheng Fa nodded, but just said, "Let's go to another mountain to have a look." The transportation on the other mountain was not so developed. They drove from the highway to the provincial road and then crossed a section of rural road to get to this place. There is nothing good about this place. The driver's tone was a little disgusted. This mountain belongs to the village collective, it's a bit remote. I guess not many people are willing to come here for retirement. Zheng Fa's face was thoughtful. When we returned to the hotel, Old Chen and his friends probably took other classmates to visit Beijing University. There was no one in Zheng Fa's room. 4 people were sitting in the room. Tang Lingyu and the other 3 all looked at Zheng Fa, wanting to hear his thoughts. Both places are suitable. Zheng Fa first said, "We need to consider other aspects. There are more than 10 types of spiritual veins in spiritual vein theory, and these 2 mountain ranges happen to meet 2 of them. From the perspective of practicing spirit mountain method, there is not much difference between these 2 places." He turned his head to look at Aunt Ye. "Aunt, what do you think?" Aunt Ye thought for a while before speaking. "In terms of cost, the difference is not that big. The contract approval for the first place will be more troublesome, but the transportation cost for the second place will also be a little higher. Which of these 2 places to choose depends on how you plan for the future." Zheng Fa nodded slightly, looked at Aunt Ye, and motioned her to continue. "The first place is close to the scenic spot, and there are some villa areas nearby." Aunt Ye paused and said, "If you want to make friends with some big people, or become a guest of someone, then the first one is better. The second one is quieter. Which one to choose depends on what you want to do." Zheng Fa was silent for a while. He knew that this was a test of Aunt Ye. Looking at the silent Zheng Fa, Aunt Ye seemed to know that she had to give him some time to make a decision. She walked out the door, turned around and nodded to Tang Lingyu, signaling her daughter to follow. As a result, Tang Lingyu's eyes fell on Zheng Fa's face, and she didn't see her movements at all. Aunt Ye looked at her daughter's eyes, shook her head helplessly, and gently closed the door for the 3 of them. "What do you 2 think?" Zheng Fa asked Tang Lingyu and the others. The old man smacked his lips and said, "Choose the first one." The miracle doctor came down the mountain, and his medical skills shocked the major families in Beijing. He can turn the clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. Why does this old man feel that his taste in reading is getting lower and lower? Tang Lingyu on the side curled her lips, seeming to disagree, but facing Zheng Fa's eyes, she still shook her head and said, "I listen to you." Zheng Fa shook his head. He looked out the window and suddenly said, "Auntie Yes words gave me some reminders. Since the nursing home is going to be established, I think some principles need to be explained. What do you think?" Old Bai and Tang Lingyu looked at each other and listened quietly to Zheng Fa's words. "First, don't play tricks. Although it's hard to explain the matter of cultivating immortals, if someone comes to ask us to treat them, we will treat them. Just disguise ourselves and pretend to be an ordinary nursing home on weekdays." After hearing this, Old Man Bai and the 2 men also understood that Zheng Fa actually had a choice. Second, do not pursue worldly power, and do not fear power but do not please it either. Third, I hope that the nursing home will be a relatively pure research institution. Whether it is treating people or developing agriculture, it is just to maintain the operation and research of the nursing home. Zheng Fa's voice was very soft, but the more he spoke, the firmer he became. For him, modern fame and wealth are almost useless. He simply cannot bring modern materials to the Sunwei realm. At least it's useless for cultivating immortality. What is useful is the various talents and knowledge that modern science can provide. Now through cultivating immortality, he has come into contact with wealth that was far away from him before, and there may be more in the future. But he always knew what he wanted. After saying this, he looked at the 2 old men. These 3 sentences are, on the one hand, Zheng Fa's thoughts. On the one hand, it is actually a requirement for the 2 of them, especially the old man Bai who likes to think wildly. Not only did old man Bai not show a look of frustration on his face, but he looked like he was relieved, and muttered, "I'm still thinking about it. Those lackeys in those books seem to have a hole in their brains. I can't act. Have you even found your own role?" Tang Lingyu on the side. "Well, this girl seems to agree to whatever Zheng Fa says now." Sunwei World. It's another day when Saving Xiaoxiu Pangqian is released. Zheng Fa, senior sister Zhang, and senior sister Yuan stood in the steward's building in Fangxi, watching the pickup boat in the sky slowly falling into the dock. Before the boat could even stop, a group of people surged out and ran towards the theater. Zheng Fa saw Han Qi and the others getting off the boat, and as if something happened, they headed straight towards the small building. "Junior brother Zheng, our reception boat is a little short." When he saw Zheng Fa, the first words Han Qi said made him a little stunned. "Not enough." "Yes." Han Qi's eyes flashed with excitement. After the last screening of Saving Xiaoxiu Pangqian, some outside monks watched it. After they returned to the sect, there were too many people who wanted to come to our Jushin sect this time. Zheng Fa looked at the flow of people rushing towards the theater. This is when the reputation of Saving Xiaoxiu Pangqian began to ferment. There are no publicity channels in the Sunwei world, but the foreign monks who have watched rescuing Xiaoxiu Pangqian have become the source of this drama. Although there were not many foreign monks who watched saving little Xiu Pangqian last time, the sources were also very mixed. They returned to various cities and sects and spread the word to hundreds of people, and now it has had results. We originally planned to go to 3 sects and 2 markets this time, but after leaving one sect, the boat was almost full. Han Qi said helplessly, when we went to other places, there were still people I'm willing to pay to go on board. The capacity of the reception boat sent by the Jushin sect is not large, and it can only accommodate up to 300 monks. Before the release of rescuing little Xiu Pangqian, each pickup ship could only bring about 100 monks. Sometimes it's not even half full. This time it was so hot. Junior brother Zheng, take a look, should we send a few more pickup ships? Han Qi suggested. Hearing this, Zheng Fa glanced at senior sister Zhang on the side and said to Han Qi, let's discuss this matter. You have worked hard all the way, so go back and rest first. Hearing what he said, Han Qi bowed his hands towards the 3 of them and exited the small building. Senior sister Zhang didn't say anything, just leaned against the window. The monks who got off the reception boat probably had nothing to do after buying tickets in the theater. In order to kill time, they could only wander around the market. As the saying goes, it's coming. Moreover, the monks who are willing to spend money to watch saving Xiaoxiu Pangqian are more willing to spend than those foreign monks before. After all, the previous group of monks came here for free because of the cheap Jushin sect's spiritual talisman and the free boat. But this group of monks are people who are willing to pay a relatively high price to watch a drama. They are the same people, but their consumption concepts are different, and the benefits they bring to Jushin Zhongfang City are completely different. Looking at the lively market downstairs, senior sister Zhang nodded gently towards Zheng Fa, junior brother Zheng, you have done a good job in the drama. Senior sister, our Jushin sect will be richer in the future. Zheng Fa said suddenly. If you want to study anything in the future, you won't need the resources within Huasong. This sentence made senior sister Zhang silent for a long time. Zheng Fa continued, Jushin sect has insufficient resources. Let's just earn external resources. In this way, Master Peng won't mind. Junior brother Zheng, I suddenly realized that I still have something to deal with. After another long silence, senior sister Zhang said to Zheng Fa, her face seemed to be completely normal. Congratulations, senior sister. Senior sister Zhang and senior sister Yuan landed in the backyard of her home. She seemed to be stunned and just stared at the waterfall falling from the mountain without saying anything. Senior sister, you can laugh if you want. Senior sister Yuan sighed, looked at senior sister Zhang and said, your mouth is so curled up. I heard that junior brother Zheng will go to the Fufa Pavilion to give a lecture tomorrow. Han Qi was walking towards the market when the tall and thin man beside him suddenly said, giving a lecture. Han Qi was a little curious. He really didn't know about this, junior brother Zheng giving a lecture. Yes, I heard that he is now a lecturer at the Fufa Pavilion. The tall and thin man said the news he had inquired about. Then we have to go to support junior brother Zheng tomorrow to avoid any trouble. Han Qi pondered for a moment before speaking. Brother, what do you mean? You know that the Fufa Pavilion is a place where trouble can easily occur. Han Qi said a little worriedly, junior brother Zheng is still in the qi refining stage after all. Of course, there is no problem suppressing those new disciples in the qi refining stage, but those lecturers in the past were all senior brothers in the foundation establishment stage. I am afraid that they will exclude junior brother Zheng. The tall and thin man nodded silently and was about to speak again. A man suddenly walked past him. This man kept his head down and walked hurriedly, as if he was afraid of attracting attention if he stayed on the road for too long. He seemed not to notice Han Qi and the other two, and bumped heavily into the tall and thin man. The tall and thin man was caught off guard, staggered forward, and looked up at the man. Hey, senior brotherly. The tall and thin man shouted, with a flash of surprise on his face. This junior brotherly was wearing a coarse cotton uniform of a Jushin sect disciple, and the cuffs were a little washed and white. This was also very rare in Jushin sect. Most Jushin sect disciples didn't wash their clothes very often. On the one hand, even if they wanted to wash their clothes, most people would choose to use the body cleansing talisman. A yellow-grade talisman can make people clean from inside to outside, a bit like you take a shower with your clothes on and wash your clothes at the same time. Of course, it's a clean version. But more importantly, although the lower-level disciples are considered poor in Jushin sect, they are too rich compared to ordinary people. Cotton cloth, a commodity that does not require spiritual materials to produce, is extremely cheap in the market. It is very common for Jushin sect disciples to throw away dirty clothes and buy new ones. Most of the disciples, except for those with quirks, actually dress very decently. But Han Qi and the other two knew that this senior brotherly was really poor. Senior brotherly looked up at the 3 of them, put his hands into his sleeves, and a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. Senior brotherly, where are you going? Han Qi smiled and bowed, his tone very intimate. Senior brotherly looked at Han Qi's high spirits now, and the clothes of the law enforcement disciples on his body, and his face became even more embarrassed. He lowered his eyes and said, I go to the market to find some work. Then senior brother, you picked a good day. Han Qi smiled. Good day. Today, many foreign cultivators came to the market, and they are willing to spend money? You can earn 2 or 3 times the money you used to make if you go to the dock for a day today. Is that so? Senior brother Li seemed to go out very rarely, and was not very clear about the changes in the market now. Then, 3 junior brothers, I'll go first. Senior brother, take your time, there's no rush. Han Qi urged. Watching him walk away, the tall and thin man suddenly sighed. Brother, how come brother Li's life is like this now? Han Qi was silent for a moment, shook his head and said, in fact, among the brothers we followed before, brother Li has the best personality and is considerate. He has good talent, but he just thinks about talismans every day. I heard that brother Li's father is also from our Jushin sect, and has some relationship with sister Zheng's master. The tall and thin man said thoughtfully. Yes, brother Li's father is also a foundation building cultivator, and their family has always been from sister Zheng's lineage. Han Qi explained, it's just that brother Li's father killed himself and several other disciples because of that talisman, so he fell into decline. Unexpectedly, brother Li is also addicted to it, and I'm afraid he has invested all his wealth in it. Watching brother Li's head-down figure disappear in the market, Han Qi couldn't help but sigh. They followed brother Li at the beginning, and to be honest, except for being a little poor, they actually lived quite happily. Senior brother Li has a good temper and rarely goes out, so he doesn't bother people. Usually, he just asks them to run errands or something. Later, senior brother Li's life became worse and worse, and naturally he couldn't afford to support 3 people. But everyone parted ways in peace. Now that his life has gradually improved, he feels a lot softer. Seeing senior brother Li getting more and more miserable, he actually has some sympathy that he didn't have before. Senior brother Li walked in the market, he lowered his head all the way, and almost didn't look at people. He knew that if he looked up, he would see some unfriendly eyes. Most of the vendors selling talismans in this market didn't like him. Since his father passed away, this group of people treated him and his son as a joke. Senior brother Li also knew that he couldn't find a job in the market. Whether he was a clerk, an accountant, or even just doing some simple chores and moving some things. As long as the disciples of Jushin sect who knew him, they would not choose him. Those who didn't know him would recognize him after being told by others. As time goes by, the disciples of Jushin sect in this market will not hire him. But he also has a way to make money. Go to the dock and find those foreign disciples who don't know him. Leading the way or running errands can also earn some living needs. He walked through the market and walked to the dock. Only then did he realize that what Han Qi and the other 2 said was true. There were indeed many more foreign cultivators at the dock. Soon, a middle-aged monk who looked quite wealthy hired him and asked him to take him around the 9 Mountains sect. The middle-aged monk was walking around and asking questions. He seemed to be curious about many things about the Jushin sect. Junior brother, do you know who came up with the free pickup boat from the 9 Mountains sect? The monk asked him. Senior brother Li was startled. He had actually heard someone say this. He lived by the dock, and the matter of guiding the ship was considered big news at the dock. It seems, junior brother Zheng. Zheng Fa. Unexpectedly, the monk immediately called out Zheng Fa's name. Senior brother Li was stunned for a moment, and his expression suddenly became wary. He's not stupid. He doesn't look like he's here just for fun. Instead, he seems to be inquiring about something. Seeing his expression, the man said frankly, to tell you the truth, I am in charge of the nearby Qinhe sect's market. Your market is booming, and I also want to come and learn from it. To be honest, after watching it for so long, we can still learn from your free boat pickup. The middle-aged man sighed, but your drama, drama. This is senior brother Li's knowledge blind spot. When the middle-aged man said this, he was a little confused, as if he didn't know what a drama was. You don't know the drama? It was also done by Zheng Fa. The middle-aged monk seemed to be in disbelief, pointing to the amphitheater in the distance and said, it's the one in there, it's very beautiful. He seemed to be from the Jushin sect, trying to sell it to senior brother Li. Let me tell you, I originally wanted to watch it again, but I still want to watch it after watching it. I'll come back next month. Senior brother Li was stunned. He glanced at the theater and murmured, is it so good? Alas, junior brother, let me tell you this. The middle-aged monk said with an envious look on his face, don't think that I am in charge of the city in Qinhe sect, and I am still a figure, but when I think about you, it's so convenient to watch the drama, and there are internal tickets. I really regret not coming to Jushin sect back then. Senior brother Li twitched the corner of his mouth, always feeling that the whitewashed Jushin sect disciple uniform he was wearing was worth a lot. Suddenly I felt a little proud. I would say that your Jushin sect was better than our Qinhe sect before, but the lives of ordinary disciples are almost the same. It's that Zheng Fa. He came up with a lot of new things as soon as he came. I think he likes to play new tricks, talented people who can also play tricks. When they parted, the middle-aged monk sighed again towards senior brother Li. When senior brother Li walked back, he kept thinking about this sentence for some reason. The more I thought about it, the more impulse I felt in my heart. Zheng Fa, like new things. He rushed to Fangxi and found Han Qi and the others. I heard that you are now under junior brother Zheng. Right. Looking at senior brother Li with an eager face, Han Qi and the other 3 were a little confused. Those 3 junior brothers, can you recommend them to me? Senior brother Li said bluntly. Early the next morning, Zheng Fa came to Fufa Pavilion. When he walked into the courtyard gate, he felt a little emotional in his heart. He has only been to this place 3 times. All 3 times, I came as a new disciple. I didn't expect that this fourth time I would become a lecturer. Just a few months after I entered school, senior sister Zheng asked me to be the principal. This feeling was really outrageous. The students didn't come, but the lecturer did. There are quite a few who come. It can be seen that many lecturers come because of him. It is really eye-catching that a new disciple in the Qi refining stage has become a lecturer of Fufa Pavilion less than half a year after starting. Looking at the lecturers who were staring at him, Zheng Fa Zhenren saluted with his hands raised in a very low posture. Junior brother is a lecturer today and has little experience. If there is anything wrong, please give me some advice. No way, we have all heard about junior brother's talisman talent. What's wrong with teaching? Let's communicate together. We, the senior brothers, have to learn from you, junior brother. Each of these senior brothers behaved more politely than the other, even a little humble. Zheng Fa was even more embarrassed. He continued modestly, junior brother doesn't understand the rules of Fufa Pavilion. If there is any offense, please forgive me. We are all brothers of the same master, so what are the rules? Zheng Fa stood up, looked at the friendly and polite senior brothers in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Why is there so many disputes in the Fufa Pavilion, and why are the two disciples so incompatible with each other? Why would my senior fellow apprentices dislike me for my low cultivation level during the Qi refining period and my rapid rise? It's all slander from hostile forces outside. Look at the atmosphere. Isn't it great? Senior sister Zheng behind him looked at the respectful scene between brothers and sisters, nodded, showed a smile that concealed his merit and fame, and slowly walked out of Fufa Pavilion, like a thigh passing by chance. It didn't take long before the disciples who came to listen to the talismans today gradually came. Zheng Fa found an empty room and waited for his disciple to come. On the surface, the rules of Fufa Pavilion are that students can choose their own lecturers, and they can listen to whomever they like, and no one is forced to choose whom. But the actual situation is that there are usually only two lecturers, one from the same lineage, so as long as the students are not rebellious enough to bully their teachers and destroy their ancestors, they have little choice. For example, today, Zheng Fa is the mentor who represents senior sister Zheng's lineage. What Zheng Fa did not expect was that the first people to come in today were several lecturers from Lunfu Pavilion, including one from Uncle Peng's lineage. It can be seen that Sister Zheng can make them polite, but she cannot make them convinced. Zheng Fa looked at these uninvited lecturers and knew that they wanted to see what he was like. He had expected this kind of thing long ago. The news that senior sister Zheng intended for him to take over the Fufa Pavilion had already spread. This decision was actually very important. In Jushin sect, Fufa Pavilion, Discipline Hall, and General Affairs Pavilion were the three major places. If we compare them, they were probably the Financial Department, Law Enforcement Department and Education Department. The head of Discipline Hall was Yuanying Master Peng. The General Affairs Pavilion was under the charge of senior sister Zheng. She was comparable to a Yuanying in Jushin sect. At least, no one would disagree with her saying that she was the number one person under Yuanying. And Zheng Fa, who was almost on par with them in terms of position. He was just a Qi practitioner. It was impossible for these lecturers not to think too much about such a big gap in strength. Whether it was the head disciple or the support of senior sister Zheng, it was really impossible to dispel everyone's doubts. What puzzled Zheng Fa was that among these lecturers, there were more people from Master Peng's lineage, but fewer from senior sister Zheng's lineage. For example, he didn't see senior brother Zhuang who came to teach him for the first time this time. Not only senior brother Zhuang, he came twice afterwards, and the two senior brothers who taught him were not seen today. Not long after, new disciples came to the class. At first, they were all new disciples from senior sister Zheng's lineage. Later, Zheng Fa saw some sneaky figures coming in with their heads down. Zheng Fa also knew these people. They were all new disciples who came from the same boat, but they just became disciples of Uncle Peng. Shouldn't this group of people go to Uncle Peng's lineage? There was a voice coming from the door, one of which sounded familiar to Zheng Fa. Brother Zhou, if the brothers know that our people are listening to Brother Zheng's class, won't they blame us? It's okay. I tell you, Brother Zheng has prepared good things. But, isn't this betrayal? Don't worry, Master knows. As long as we keep a low profile and don't do it under the eyes of the brothers won't mind too much. Zhou Qianyuan stopped as soon as he stepped into the classroom. In the classroom, several brothers from Master Peng's lineage were looking at him silently. Behind him, the brother he pulled over looked pale and trembling. Brother Zhou, why do I feel we just bumped into the eyes of the brothers? Zhou Qianyuan's body was stiff. He glanced at several brothers with unfriendly faces, and found a seat with his neck shrunk. Zheng Fa understood it now. Maybe it was to play a mock trial, or maybe it was to prevent his first class from being boring. Zhou Qianyuan probably tried his best to recruit new students for him. Looking at the new disciples of Uncle Peng's lineage, they sat in the classroom like quails, not daring to move. Zheng Fa felt a little sympathetic. Seeing the classroom gradually filled up, Zheng Fa coughed and said, "Some of you don't know me, and some do." The world in front of the people present changed like a revolving lantern, and finally stopped in a dark valley. So, I have prepared a new way of education for everyone, to be used as a self-introduction. In the darkness, Zheng Fa's voice seemed to come from the air. I call it the Great Way of Immortality. In the eyes of those foundation-building lecturers, a halo appeared faintly under the feet of those Qi-refining disciples. The halo is divided into red and blue. Attention, disciples. You will be randomly divided into 2 teams. Please identify your enemies and friends according to the color of the light ring under your feet. In Dao Zhengxian, you can have your cultivation, talismans, and magic weapons. You have 2 ways to win. First, kill everyone in the other team. Second, smash the sign in the opponent's stronghold. Death in Dao Zhengxian will not really kill you, but your soul will be uncomfortable for a day or 2. Dao Zhengxian is an improved simulation trial newly modified by the headmaster. On the one hand, he added a few more maps. On the other hand, it reduced the cost. Now only 10 or so yellow-grade talismans are needed. Of course, the highest yellow-grade talismans can only simulate the cultivation of the qi refining stage. The reason why the previous simulation trial was expensive was because it was necessary to cover the consciousness of the headmaster or senior sister Zheng and simulate their cultivation. The requirements for talismans are naturally high, but Dao Zhengxian does not have this demand. Zheng Fa is going to teach some disciples in the qi refining stage. As for the mechanism, Zheng Fa actually did not modify it much. The first point is the team division mechanism, which is evenly divided into 2 teams, red and blue, but there is no limit on the number of people in each team. This is because Zheng Fa has not yet figured out how many people in the world of immortal cultivation should cooperate best in a team. This kind of thing cannot be thought of in a snap, and can only be slowly experimented in future trials. The Dao Zhengxian is a primary version after all, and it can be modified later. Another point is that Zheng Fa divides the game into 2 modes, stronghold mode and death mode. Simply put, if a team is completely dead or the tower is pushed, it is considered a loss. As for the weakness of the soul after death, he deliberately asked the head to add it. Only in this way can the game be more realistic, and it can also prevent these disciples from really going to the battlefield and not cherishing their lives. This time, only the qi refining disciples present are experiencing the Dao Zhengxian. As for those lecturers in the foundation establishment period, just like Zheng Fa, they can only watch from the side. In their perspective, most of the new disciples who had just been dragged into the trial were a little flustered. If it weren't for Zheng Fa's previous reminder, I'm afraid these disciples would be running around like headless flies. Even with Zheng Fa's reminder, the performance of this group of people was not very good. Zheng Fa saw a disciple running arrogantly in the forest, the leaves rustling under his feet, without any sense of concealment. Sure enough, the next moment, a fiery snake attacked him from behind. Burn him to ashes. What made Zheng Fa frown even more was that some of the disciples who were already in the same team did not cooperate at all. The 2 disciples often fought independently. For example, when 2 disciples from senior sister Zheng's lineage met a lonely disciple from another lineage, they would just throw a magic talisman at them regardless of whether they were around or not. These 3 people were originally from the red team, but they started fighting among themselves for no apparent reason. They were picked up by the disciples of the blue team who were squatting aside, and all 3 of them were killed in one fell swoop. In this chaos, most of the disciples were quickly killed and eliminated directly. But there was one team that made Zheng Fa's eyes shine. Zhou Qianyuan took 2 disciples and hid in a cave in the canyon. One of these 2 people is from Uncle Peng's lineage, and the other is from senior sister Zheng's lineage. They are both new disciples. Among the 3, Zhou Qianyuan has the highest strength, the 5th level of qi training, so the other 2 are under Zhou Qianyuan's command. In this Dao Zhengxian, in addition to our new disciples, there are also some old disciples participating. Zhou Qianyuan looked at the chaos outside and said, "We have been introduced for a short time, and our cultivation is not as good as those old disciples. We have to fight head-on." "No." The other 2 nodded, quite convinced. "I have been taught by Master, and I have also heard senior sister Zheng and senior brother Zheng discuss talismans. In fact, our 2 lines have their own advantages." Zhou Qianyuan said thoughtfully, "Disciples of senior sister Zheng's lineage are good at UN talisman, and their talisman spells are powerful and effective. And our lineage is good at observing opportunities and seizing the enemy's traces and flaws. So, here's what I thought." Zhou Qianyuan said in a low voice, "Let's go invisible and go directly to find the opponent's stronghold. Junior brother, you are responsible for observation along the way," he said to his own junior brother. "As for this junior brother, you first store your spiritual power, and then we will crush the other parties signed together." After Zhou Qianyuan finished speaking, the other 2 people thought about it and nodded, agreeing with his plan. Zheng Fa couldn't help but feel a little relieved when he saw Zhou Qianyuan's performance. Although Zhou Qianyuan's plan was rudimentary, at least it really treated everyone equally, and he wanted to take advantage of the respective advantages of the 2 lines. Zheng Fa also concluded in his mind the difference between Uncle Peng's lineage and senior sister Zheng's lineage. Uncle Peng's lineage relies on the Dongxu spiritual eye, which is actually very suitable for assisting. It's also good to observe the enemy's situation. It would be a good idea to seize the opportunity to set yourself a healing charm. To put it simply, it is very suitable for use as a medic and a scout. Their weak point is that because they are not very knowledgeable in Yuanfu, the power of the spirit talisman is often not strong enough, making it difficult to kill them with one strike. In this regard, disciples of senior sister Zheng's lineage are much better. Those foundation-building lecturers were staring at the illusion of the road to immortality, and they were also discussing among themselves in whispers. No, they were angrily criticizing their own students. "Stupid or not? You can't even use the golden armor talisman. Are you blind? I can't see anyone squatting on the side. No, I taught you this shadowy talisman for a whole day, and you gave it all back to me. Throw the firebending charm? Are you a fool? This group of people, who were originally sitting, stood up now, rolling up their sleeves and eager to play in person. The road to immortality ended soon. As expected, Zhou Qianyuan and the three men succeeded in stealing the chicken. After the illusion was lifted, most disciples still had excited expressions on their faces. What do you think of my self-introduction? Zheng Fa said with a smile. Senior brother Zheng, I want to play again. You should have been our lecturer long ago. Senior brother, if I transfer to senior sister Zheng's lineage, will you accept me? Seeing the enthusiastic responses from these disciples, Zheng Fa gradually put away his smile and said, but I am very disappointed. What I'm disappointed about is that you have been studying talismans for so long but you don't even know how to draw the most basic talisman when you're in battle. The Jushin sect has been in peace for a long time. I don't blame you for not being good at fighting. I'm not disappointed. When you say the enemy, you only know how to charge and kill, and don't think about how to win the battle with your brains. Junior brother Zhou has done a good job in this regard. What disappoints me is that you are obviously disciples of the same sect, but when you go to the battlefield, you can't trust each other and cooperate with each other, and you even kill each other. I'm very disappointed in this. In the classroom, the group of foundation building lecturers who originally wanted to see Zheng Fa's success looked at each other with a bit of shame, as if they felt they shouldn't be here. After Zheng Fa finished speaking, he saw that the eyes of the lecturers in the foundation building period in the classroom became very complicated. These people were right. He was scolding these people in front of them. He even wanted to knock this group of people from the beginning. Speaking of which, these senior brothers were really polite. Zheng Fa didn't even need to find them, and they came to the door by themselves, as if they were afraid that their junior brother would take 2 more steps. Zheng Fa was a person who was not willing to conflict with others for no reason. For example, he also helped senior sister Zhang manage the market, but he was still very polite to the senior brothers in the market. If he wanted to do something, he would usually discuss it with them. Of course, under the watchful eyes of senior sister Yuan, Zheng Fa was usually responsible for the discussion, and those senior brothers were responsible for the approval. But to be fair, Zheng Fa felt that he still respected those senior brothers. But he was not going to do so again in the Fufa Pavilion. The reasons are very complicated. First of all, of course, he will be in charge of the Fufa Pavilion in the future, and he needs to establish his own authority. In the market, he is just a subordinate of Sister Zhang, equivalent to an executor, or even a consultant. But on the other hand, he really thinks that this group of lecturers almost destroyed the entire Fufa Pavilion. From the perspective of Sister Zhang and Master Pang, the dispute between the 2 branches of Jushin sect is really not a big deal. It's just a different concept. Uncle Pang didn't oppose Sister Zhang for personal grudges. Sister Zhang is not someone who can't tolerate opinions. At most, they compete for resources. From the bottom, what do these new disciples know? They were just instilled with the idea that the 2 branches are incompatible as soon as they entered, and then followed their brothers step by step. But in the Great Dao fights for immortality, they actually killed each other? In Zheng Fa's opinion, the biggest problem is this group of lecturers. Maybe they are not selfish, but these trends in the Fufa Pavilion are inseparable from them. If senior sister Zhang didn't plan to hand over the Fufa Pavilion to him, it would be fine, but since he was ready to take over this position, he must show his attitude like today, even at the cost of going too far. When his eyes swept over them, the group of foundation building brothers lowered their heads and dared not refute. This is why Zheng Fa wanted to use the Great Dao fights for immortality as a show of force. Facts don't lie. The performance of the chi refining disciples in the trial was so poor. Those eye-catching performances were fine. The behavior of attacking one's own people was unacceptable. The harm of the 2 sects fighting was so obvious that these brothers had no room for rebuttal. In fact, it was not just this group of lecturers, but those chi refining disciples also understood what Zheng Fa meant. Some people also looked a little indignant. After so long, there were more than 1 or 2 who had engraved the old grudges between the 2 sects into their bones. Zheng Fa also saw the dissatisfied expressions of these people. From today on, I will select some students every day to experience the Great Dao fights for immortality. Zheng Fa said slowly. Not surprisingly, Zheng Fa saw the desire on the faces of these students. But not everyone can participate. Zheng Fa said with a smile, I will randomly divide you into several groups. Only the top scorers in each group will have the opportunity to experience it. The expressions on everyone's faces were a little speechless. What if your thoughts are more obvious? What is random grouping? There are no fools here. Of course, they know that Zheng Fa will deliberately disrupt the factional differences among the disciples. Do you have any opinions? Seeing the expressions of this group of people, Zheng Fa laughed even more heartily. He never thought of hiding his thoughts, he didn't have the intention. But how does the saying go? Adults are only screened, not educated. Those who want to play games or want to improve their actual combat skills must agree with his ideas. No. A group of disciples shook their heads. This scene made the lecturers on the side feel complicated, but they had nothing to say. Okay, today I will first tell you about the fixed body talisman. Zheng Fa waved his hand, and a water curtain appeared in front of everyone. The figures of several disciples present appeared on the light curtain. Everyone, look, this junior brother, he just wants to draw the body-fixing talisman at this moment. Can you see it? Can't see it? That's right, he didn't draw it successfully. A disciple present blushed, as if he was a little ashamed, but Zheng Fa did not laugh at him, but nodded and praised him. This junior brother can think of using the body-fixing talisman at this moment, which is a very clever idea. The disciple was stunned, the embarrassment on his face faded, and his eyes became serious. The only problem is that the tip of the pen is broken here. Zheng Fa continued, the yuanfu of the body-fixing talisman is not difficult, but everyone must pay attention to the two places where it is easy to break, and it must be connected. He looked at the disciple as if he had listened to it, and with a wave of his hand, several other disciples appeared on the light curtain and began to talk about the most conspicuous problems. This mode of using examples to explain the talisman method made the group of disciples listen attentively. In the past, those lecturers would also tell them some precautions for the talisman method. But how can it be as impressive as experiencing it in person? Moreover, they just realized that if these mistakes were made, people would die. The sun gradually set, and when it hung in the sky, dyeing the clouds red, everyone realized that Zheng Fa had been talking for a whole day. Seeing that it was getting late, Zheng Fa said to everyone, that's it for today's talisman discussion. Brothers and sisters, we will see you next month. After he finished speaking, he saw these disciples spontaneously stand up and salute him. What surprised Zheng Fa was that several lecturers also stood up. Zheng Fa felt a little relieved, at least these disciples knew that he had put his heart into it. After returning the salute to everyone, he walked out of Fufa Pavilion. The lecturers who were still in the classroom looked at me and I looked at you, but they were speechless for a moment. They looked at the new disciples who still had unfinished expressions on their faces, feeling even more frustrated and ashamed. Why did you get up to salute just now? Someone suddenly asked the person next to him. Zheng Fa said it well. The person next to him responded, it cleared up a lot of my doubts. I see you were nodding your head just now, shouldn't you be saluting? The man's face turned a little red, but he was a little too rude. Okay. Suddenly, an older brother among the lecturers said, can't you understand the character of junior brother Zheng? What they are playing is upright and overwhelming. Let's not talk about the appeal of the road to immortality, let's talk about the level of the shadow talisman, the idea of using these disciples' actual combat performance to give lectures, and the ideas in the lecture just now. How is his cultivation of Fu Dao better than ours? He is more than enough to be a lecturer, and he is just as good as a pavilion master. Having said this, the senior brother sighed, stood up and walked out, and said, at least he will be the master of the pavilion in the future, so I have no objection. Watch this person slowly walk away. The group of lecturers looked at each other and suddenly felt that the familiar Fufa pavilion was like the sunset on the horizon. It seemed ordinary, but it was also the end of reincarnation. Zhou Qianyuan was walking on the way to the 8th peak, his brows furrowed slightly. What he was thinking about was the jade tube that his master gave him. The master said at that time that if Zheng Fa could bridge the differences between the two lines, he would hand over the jade tube to Zheng Fa. These words made him a little undecided. He also understood Zheng Fa's attitude in Fufa Pavilion. Zheng Fa is courageous and even very tough in promoting his ideas. He also believed that in the near future, Zheng Fa would be able to do what the master said. What he hesitated about was whether he should hand over the jade tube to Zheng Fa now. After all, Zheng Fa just took out the Dao Dao Zheng Xian. Zhou Qianyuan was really not confident whether this could bridge the two veins. Master's statement is too vague. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed. When he was halfway up the mountain, he suddenly heard a quarrel coming from the hall where his master lived, as if several fellow disciples were scolding someone. Give me an armor? Give me an armor. Don't rush. There's an ambush. Dead again. These urgent voices were occasionally mixed with one or two irrepressible curses. But Zhenren Peng's voice was not heard. Master is not here. These senior brothers are so presumptuous now. What made him feel even more strange was that Sunday Yu was squatting at the door, as if he didn't want to go in. Senior brother Sun? This is... Oh, Master went to ask the master and learned the great way to fight for immortals. Sunday Yu explained. Isn't this something only Qi refining stage disciples can play? Just seal your cultivation consciousness. Sunday Yu explained. Then, the master is not here. Zhou Qianyuan asked. Yes, the master has given orders. Only the master can learn this and cannot pass it on to us. Sunday Yu said regretfully, the master had a lot of fun. Zhou Qianyuan listened carefully again. There was indeed no master in the cursing voice. I didn't expect that master has such a good temper. Zhou Qianyuan said with emotion, these senior brothers are so yelling and swearing, but he is not angry. Sunday Yu looked at him and said nothing. Senior brother. Zhou Qianyuan was a little confused. Who do you think they were scolding? Master, he has extraordinary talent. How can he cooperate with others? What's more, he often forgets that he is in the Qi training period. Zhou Qianyuan still didn't quite understand what Sunday Yu meant. Sunday Yu used an expression with high emotional intelligence. Master, he is too brave. Got it. Like to die. Zhou Qianyuan looked at the main hall, suddenly turned around and left. Junior brother, why are you going? Send a jade tube. Can the road to immortality bridge the dispute between the two lines? Judging from the way master would rather be scolded than have fun, that's really awesome. Zheng Fa was receiving the middle-aged monk from Qinhe sect in Fangxi. Master Qian. Zheng Fa asked the other party with a smile, look at the market of our Jushan sect, how does it compare to the market of Gizong? The middle-aged monk's face looked a little ugly, but he still said, Jushan Zongfang market has a reception boat and a drama. It is much more lively than my sex market. I heard that Zhenren Qian wants to get a pickup boat when he goes back. Yes, does the Jushan sect have any objections? The middle-aged monk frowned and looked at Zheng Fa's expression, which made him even more resistant. No objection. Zheng Fa shook his head and said, there is only one thing I want to remind Master Qian. Now that the monks around here are willing to come to our Jushan sect, your sect will send us to pick up the boat. I'm afraid there won't be too many monks going. Maybe you will still lose money. The middle-aged cultivator's face became even uglier. He looked at Zheng Fa, frowned and said, what does Master Zheng mean? I am interested in cooperating with your Qinhe sect. Zheng Fa explained his intention of inviting this person. You see, the traffic volume of Jushan sect's market is so large. If the spiritual grain of Qinhe sect can be sold here. The middle-aged cultivator's eyes lit up. Qian Hezong's real person was thinking seriously about Zheng Fa's words. The Qinhe sect is also a member of the 100 Immortals Alliance, but it is far inferior to the Jushan sect. The Jushan sect has 3 nascent soul masters and is the largest sect in the 100 Immortals Alliance. The strongest thing in Qinhe sect is just the golden pill. Therefore, their market was not as prosperous as the Jushan sect before. The cost of the pickup boat is actually not small for Qinhe Zongfang City. If, as Zheng Fa said, the Jushan sect has sucked away all the surrounding passengers, then the gain by the pickup boat will indeed outweigh the losses. But Qinhe sect is not without its own characteristics. They have great experience in planting ling, especially huanja rice, which is somewhat famous in the 100 Immortals League. Then how can we sell the Qinhe sect's spiritual valley to the Jushan sect? Zhenren Qian thought for a while, but did not appear particularly happy. Of course he knew that Zheng Fa came to him specifically and must have some requirements. Zhenren Qian, I represent Jushan Zongfang City and want to cooperate with Gazong. Zheng Fa said with a smile, how to sell it, of course, depends on Gazong's choice. First, of course, your sect should rent a storefront. Sell it in our market, you need to be responsible for your own profits and losses. Zheng Zhenren, you don't know how difficult it is to rent the front of your section. Qian Zhenren said with a wry smile. Of course Zheng Fa knew. Since Jushan Zongfang City has slowly become prosperous, rents in Fangxi haven't started to rise yet. Transfer fees have skyrocketed. If Qian Hezong wanted to find a shop, it would cost a lot. In addition, it's not like there are no lingu sellers in Fangxi. Renting a shop is too risky for Qinhe sect. Zheng Fa was just talking about this option. Second, we, Fangxi, are cooperating with you. We purchased the yellow sprout rice from your Qinhe sect, and you only need to take care of the planting. Your sect doesn't have to worry about any stores or profits and losses. Master Qian gradually understood what Zheng Fa meant. In the future, we will only need to supply goods to the Jushan sect. Right. What's the price? 1 spirit stone and 3 stones. No. Qian Zhenren's lips trembled. This is the price in our own market. Isn't that right? There is no business in your own market. Zheng Fa said in a low voice. Master Qian became even more angry when he heard this. Of course this is the truth. Zheng Fa picked people up one after another. Qinhe sect's own disciples all come to Jushan sect for shopping. What other business is there in Qinhe Zong's market? No need to discuss. Zheng Fa said looking at his angry look. Not at all. Qian Zhenren flicked his sleeves and wanted to leave. At least 300 stones a month. Qian Zhenren's footsteps stopped abruptly. At least 300 stones. Just a little more. Qian Zhenren's expression became tangled. 300 stones is probably almost 100 spiritual stones. This money is not too little even for Jushan Zongfang City. What's more, it is increasingly difficult for Qinhe sect, especially today's Qinhe sect. Otherwise, Master Qian wouldn't even think of coming here to steal his teacher. Zheng Zhenren, this price is too low. Master Qian. There was no doubt on Zheng Fa's face. Qinhe sect is not the only family in the 100 Immortals Alliance that can plant spiritual grains. I can also find other families. No. Qian Zhenren said quickly, it can be discussed. I will go back and report it to the leader. It will definitely be discussed. When Qian Zhenren left, there was a mixture of sadness and joy on his face. He seemed not to know whether the boss would scold him or praise him for bringing such a big order back. But Zheng Fa and he both knew that Qinhe Zong would definitely agree. The Jushan sect has almost sucked up the nearby passenger flow. If Qinhe sect wanted to avoid losing money, it could only be the supplier of Jushan sect. Although I made a little less, I made small profits but quick turnover. Looking at his back, senior sister Yuan turned to Zheng Fa and asked, Junior brother Zheng, why do you insist on ordering yellow rice from them? There were several senior brothers in the small building, all looking at Zheng Fa with doubts in their eyes. The products in our market are too single. We must have more and more attractive goods. Zheng Fa explained. Besides, didn't senior sister Yuan say that yellow sprout rice is delicious? Senior sister Yuan couldn't help laughing when she heard this. The yellow sprouted rice was indeed carefully selected by senior sister Yuan, and Zheng Fa felt good after eating it. But isn't 300 stones a bit much? What if I can't sell it? Senior sister Yuan is still a little worried. Senior sister Yuan, have you calculated how much spiritual grain our Jushan sect consumes in a month? Our Jushan sect, not counting the disciples' family members and followers, has almost 1,000 people. Zheng Fa Zhenren said, a disciple consumes about 5 or 6 taels of spiritual grain a day, which is 1/5 of a stone a month, and at least a month. It's more than 200 stones. If we include those relatives, 300 stones will definitely be less. According to the calculation of Sunwei realm, 1 stone is about 900 taels, which is the consumption of the 9 mountain sect disciples. These 300 stones are almost finished. You mean, these spiritual grains were bought for the disciples? Senior Sister Yuan, I wonder if you have noticed that the price of Ling Guin or Fangshi has increased. Zheng Fa said softly. This seems a little bit. As a golden elixir cultivator, Senior Sister Yuan was not that sensitive to this. She thought about it for a while before frowning and saying, these profiteers. It's not necessarily that they did it deliberately. Zheng Fa shook his head. During this period, everyone has made money. Not only the spirit grains, but the prices of other things are also rising. To put it more exaggeratedly, this is a small-scale inflation in the Jushin sect. That's not a bad thing either. After all, this is because the disciples of the Jushin sect are richer than before. I thought, not everyone is rich. Some disciples, especially new disciples, can't make any money at all and just rely on monthly subsidies. Zheng Fa Chao explained to the others, these cheap yellow yummy, just what they need. Zheng Fa ordered yellow sprout rice from Qinhe sect, of course, in order to consolidate the current advantages of Jushin sect. With the flow of people in the shopping mall, of course, it also needs some top products, otherwise it will only be a few magic talismans. It was really a waste of the drama produced by Zheng Fa, but the main reason was because he saw that some disciples at the bottom not only did not become rich due to the development of Jushin sect. Instead, life became even more difficult. In this round of development of Jushin sect, those who became rich were the big families behind the shops and the vendors with some connections and capital. But the poorest group of people basically did not enjoy many benefits. Instead, they have to bear the increase in prices. After all, this is Zheng Fa's version of the vegetable basket project. Inside the room, the eyes of these senior brothers looking at him gradually changed, and they seemed to have some resentment. Brothers, why do you look at me like this? Junior brother, you were born so late. A senior brother named Ying suddenly sighed. Zheng Fajia, he was sitting on the futon, preparing to condense his 5th Yuan talisman. This time, what he wants to condense is the elemental talisman of the yin fire element, the Juxia talisman. Most of the fire elemental symbols are offensive. But Zheng Fa doesn't need it much now. The Xiaxia talisman is very suitable for him. This magic talisman can turn the monk into a ray of rays of light and fly in the air, which is convenient for traveling in modern times. After all, there are radars in modern times. If it were flying in other ways, it might be regarded as a UFO. It would be much better to have the cover of Xiaguang. Nowadays, he is quite familiar with the condensing Yuan talisman. After swallowing the condensing Yuan pill, within less than a stick of incense, the Juxia talisman appeared in his body's danshan. What surprised him was that after the Xiaxia talisman was formed, the 5 yin yuans formed one body and slowly started to rotate in his danshan. A golden lotus platform appeared in his danshan. On the lotus petals, the upright shadowless talisman, the frost blade talisman, the nourishing talisman, the evergreen talisman and the rising cloud talisman were painted. But what caught Zheng Fa's attention the most was the shadow of a lotus growing at the bottom of the lotus. Although there were only illusory golden lines, the shapes of the rosette and lotus petals were also very obvious. He couldn't help but think of the yin and yang that senior sister Zhang told him. Just when his consciousness was immersed in his danshan, streaks of 5-colored rays of light suddenly fell from the sky above his yard. The rays of light surrounded the quiet room where Zheng Fa practiced, making all the monks living nearby look askance. Junior brother Han, what is this? Senior brotherly asked Han Qi. Today is the day when Han Qi is going to introduce him to Zheng Fa. It's okay. It should be that junior brother Zheng's cultivation has improved again. Han Qi said with a somewhat proud look on his face. Although junior brother Zheng has dual spiritual roots, I heard that his current progress rate is the first among their new disciples, not inferior to that of a single spiritual disciple. Root. Senior brotherly nodded, but his expression became even more uneasy. Zheng Feiyu is a genius. The more he worried about whether Zheng Fa could like him, the cold shoulder he had received in the Jushin sect for so many years had almost made him lose confidence. Looking at his expression, Han Qi probably knew what he was thinking, and suddenly asked, Brother, did you buy a new set of clothes today? Senior brotherly smiled a little shyly and said, Today there is particularly cheap yellow sprout rice for sale in the market. I have some money left and want to dress decently, lest junior brother Zheng think I am disrespectful. That yellow sprouted rice is what junior brother Zheng bought specially for us disciples to eat. Han Qi smiled at senior brotherly and said, I don't know if junior brother Zheng is interested in the talisman, but senior brotherly, junior brother Zheng is not someone who looks down on us. Senior brotherly took a look at his new clothes, was silent for a while, and finally smiled, with a look of relief on his face. Junior brother Zheng, this is senior brotherly Nilai. Han Qi brought senior brotherly to Zheng Fa and introduced him. Senior brotherly, nice to meet you. Zheng Fa saw senior brotherly who looked a little unnatural and took the initiative to salute. Senior brotherly was stunned and threw his hands towards Zheng Fa in panic. It seemed that no one had spoken to him like this for a long time. Senior brother Han, you invited senior brotherly here because Han Qi looked at Senior Brother Li and said, Senior Brother Li should speak for himself. I would like to ask Junior Brother Zheng to lend me some spiritual stones. Senior Brother Li was silent for a long time, and then he actually said, borrowing money? Zheng Fa blinked and glanced at Han Qi in confusion. Was this person a relative of his family? Han Qi was also speechless. Junior Brother Zheng Mingjian, Senior Brother Li borrowed money not for himself, but for research. Research. Zheng Fa finally became interested. There were not many people in the Jushin sect who liked to study. Looking at Senior Brother Li, who was a little confused, Zheng Fa asked, what are you studying? Sigil. Senior Brother Li took out a blood-colored square from his arms, with the pattern of a golden armor talisman engraved on the square. Sigil. Is this rune printing? Zheng Fa took the cube and looked at Senior Brother Li. His eyes were slightly bright. Just this one. This is the only one that worked. The others will explode. Zheng Fa's hands trembled. Why didn't you say so earlier? Linyo said sadly, my father was accidentally killed in a bomb while studying talismans. Senior Brother Li, do you have a name? My nickname is Shishan. Linyo answered a little confused. Fortunately, it is not beer. Zheng Fa held the talisman and looked at it for a long time. This is a seal, blood red all over, square, and the golden armor talisman pattern on it is also a little blurry. Senior Brother Li, why are you still standing? Please sit down. Seeing Linyo still looking at him anxiously, Zheng Fa said politely, tell me carefully what is going on with this talisman. Linyo was stunned, as if he didn't expect Zheng Fa to be so interested in the talisman. It seemed that he couldn't speak anymore. His lips were mumbling for a long time, but he couldn't say a word. But Zheng Fa misunderstood, and he said, this should be Senior Brother Li's family secret method. I was rude. No, it's not. After hearing this, Linyo waved his hands repeatedly. What kind of family secret method? This thing, no one in Jushin sect likes it. When he said this, he could not hide his dejection. Zheng Fa frowned slightly and looked at the talisman, a little puzzled. Is there anything wrong with this talisman? Senior Brother Li nodded honestly and said, Junior Brother, how did you make this talisman? Zheng Fa looked at the color of the talisman, and his tone was a little uncertain. Blood. Yes, this talisman is actually made of a mixture of spirit beast blood. Linyo said frankly, but each talisman requires a different proportion of spirit beast blood types. If there is any difference, just engrave it on it. When the symbol is drawn, an explosion will occur. What about the number and grade of the talismans drawn on this talisman? Zheng Fa asked. A monk at the first level of Qi training can draw 30 yellow gold armor talismans in one day with it. Zheng Fa was a little stunned. He also thought about the issue of talisman printing. But after thinking about it, I realized that the matter of drawing talismans is inseparable from monks. Spiritual talismans require spiritual consciousness to capture the talisman patterns in the void, and spiritual power to draw the talisman on the talisman paper. Judging from Zheng Fa's feelings, monks in the Qi refining period are often limited by their spiritual power, and the number of symbols they can draw in a day is limited. For example, Zheng Fa, when he was at the first level of Qi training, he could draw 3 talismans in one day with his spiritual power. So, this talisman uses the spiritual energy in the blood of the spiritual beast to replace the spiritual power of the monk. Zheng Fa asked. Linyo nodded and said, Junior Brother made it clear, that's exactly what happened. Zheng Fa gently placed the talisman on the table, with a bit of disappointment on his face. The talisman was much less effective than he imagined. Linyo looked at him, his eyes full of anxiety. Then I want to ask, how many spiritual talismans can be drawn from one talisman? Zheng Fa asked another key question. Linyo's face became even more embarrassed. According to my father's estimation, such a talisman can print almost 1,000 Huangpin talismans. How much does this talisman cost? 6 spiritual stones. Linyo's voice became even lower. Zheng Fa did the math and found that the golden armor talisman was a very common spiritual talisman in the Jushin sect. The price is not expensive. 1,000 yellow-grade golden armor talismans can be sold for about 33 spiritual stones, maybe less than that. If you include the talisman paper and the loss of spiritual ink, it will cost almost 30 spiritual stones. The net profit is not even 3 spirit stones. This thing is a complete loss. Seemingly seeing Zheng Fa understand, Linyo's face gradually became a little despairing. Senior Brother Li, what do you want to do when you come to me? Linyo's voice was inaudible. I want Junior Brother to lend me some money. Research on sigils. Yes. Linyo lowered his head, as if he found it difficult to speak. Junior Brother, I don't want more. 10 yuan a month, no, 5 spiritual stones will be enough. If there are new talismans, maybe the cost can be reduced. When the time comes, Junior Brother, if you hold the talisman, you can make money. Linyo couldn't continue talking at this point. He seemed to suddenly think of Zheng Fa's current identity, the head disciple, deeply trusted by senior sister Zhang, and a well-known genius talisman master in the sect. How could he like these 3 melons and 2 dates? Senior Brother, let me think about this matter for a few days. When Linyo heard this, he thought it was Zheng Fa's polite refusal. Then I won't disturb Junior Brother. He didn't beg, he just stood up and said sadly, Senior Brother, you probably misunderstood what I meant. Zheng Fa said, I mean, it's not appropriate for me to pay personally, but it's best if the General Affairs Pavilion or Fufa Pavilion pays for it. Liu didn't understand the difference, but he understood one thing. Junior brother, did you agree to borrow money? I don't want to borrow money, but I can invest. Zheng Fa explained, the sect will provide the money, and you will provide the talisman technology. If we can make money at that time, we will talk about how to divide the money. Liu understood this but didn't understand it at the same time. What I understand is that some shops in the market do this, hire a skilled monk, such as an alchemist, and then allocate shares to the other party. But what I don't understand is that their technology can definitely make money. As for myself, what should I do if I lose? He was no longer confident and said, will the sect be willing? Investment is always risky. Zheng Fa said with a smile, the ugly thing is, if you make money, the sect will definitely get the majority, and the money you get will definitely be very small compared to it. Zheng Fa's words did not hit Liu at all. As long as you, my junior brother, can get me the money to study the talismans, I don't need any money from now on, he said excitedly, his eyes a little red. After sending Liu and the two away, Zheng Fa thought for a while and walked towards senior sister Zheng's courtyard. Only then did he remember that except for the day when he took up the post of lecturer of Fufa Pavilion, he hadn't seen senior sister Zheng for a long time in the past few days, and he was still a little uncomfortable with it. I don't know what senior sister is busy with recently. When he arrived at senior sister Zheng's house, he realized that this senior sister was not busy with anything. Oh, no, I'm busy enjoying it. In the small pavilion in the backyard of senior sister Zheng, she and senior sister Yuan leaned crookedly on the guardrail. The stone table in the small pavilion was filled with food, delicious spiritual fruits, chewy-looking preserved meat, hot cakes, and preserved fruits in small white ceramic jars. While the two were eating, they were whispering to each other, talking and laughing, and it was as comfortable and relaxed as a secular gathering of best friends. He has seen senior sister Yuan like this before, but this kind of senior sister Zheng exceeded Zheng Fa's imagination. I always feel like something is wrong. Senior sister Zheng, you. The two senior sisters were not surprised when they saw Zheng Fa walking in. Senior sister Yuan even waved to him. As soon as Zheng Fa stepped into the pavilion, he was stuffed with a spiritual fruit by senior sister Yuan. Is it delicious? Seeing Zheng Fa swallowing the pulp in his mouth, senior sister Yuan asked with a smile. It's delicious. Zheng Fa nodded sincerely. Not only was this spiritual fruit delicious, he could even feel that this mouthful of pulp entered his throat and directly turned into a stream of pure spiritual power, which made the spiritual power in his danshan it's all a bit deeper. This is 5 spiritual stones. Senior sister Zheng suddenly said, remember to return it to me. Zheng Fa took the spirit fruit, opened his mouth, and looked at his belly. It was as if he wanted to spit out the mouthful of fruit pulp. Looking at senior sister Zheng again, I found that she had a smile on her face, and her words were obviously a joke. But, is this the life of Jindan Master? Think about how Liu almost knelt down for him just for the 5 spiritual stones every month. Zheng Fa couldn't help but have a complicated expression. What did you think of? Zheng Fa didn't hide it. He came to senior sister Zheng just to discuss Liu's matter. His idea was that funding Liu's research was actually a trivial matter. But there are rules to be set in this matter, how to encourage Jushin sect disciples to research, who will pay for it, and how the final proceeds will be distributed. Everyone should have a charter. Unexpectedly, senior sister Zheng rejected him directly. Liu can't. Zheng Fa was stunned and asked, he and senior sister, you? No, his father used to be from our lineage, so there is no old grudge. But the talisman doesn't work. Zheng Fa was silent. He looked at senior sister Zheng and knew that the other party would not reject him for no reason. I know that the talisman requires the blood of spirit beasts. Senior sister Zheng did not mince words and said directly, spirit beast blood is getting more and more expensive now. It's not as cheap as hiring 10 disciples in the chi refining stage. Good guy, the blood of spiritual beasts is precious, but the blood and sweat of our disciples of the 9 Mountains sect are not expensive. What is the low-cost advantage of humans being inferior to beasts? But Zheng Fa also knew that senior sister Zheng was really right about this matter. This junior brother has also thought that if the talisman is still as efficient as this, of course it won't work. Zheng Fa muttered, but technology is always improving, and I think the investment is not big, and it may be possible to reduce costs and improve efficiency in the future. Zheng Fa's mentality is quite good. He wanted to fund research on sigils, mainly because this kind of productivity-improving thinking was too rare in the Sunwei world. As for whether he could guarantee that this thing would work, he wasn't sure. But when it comes to research, who can guarantee 100% success? If it's what you said, it would be even worse. Unexpectedly, senior sister Zheng shook her head and said, Liu's popularity in the city is very poor. Do you know why? Have no idea. After the talisman comes out, won't those talisman masters have no work to do? Zheng Fa finally understood why senior sister Zheng disapproved of Liu's name. Every time a new technology appears, a group of people will suffer losses. The ones whose talismans have the greatest influence are these Jushan sect talisman masters. Especially since at least half of the chi refining stage disciples in the sect make a living by drawing talismans. The spiritual materials for making spiritual talismans are also limited, and the demand in the Sunwei world is not endless. This leads to the high probability that the talisman master will lose his job after the talisman appears. If it's someone else, I have nothing to say if you say you want to support him. Senior Sister Zheng said, if it's Linyo, at least the General Affairs Pavilion won't provide the money. Zheng Fa nodded silently. The Showa Pavilion has a close relationship with the Talisman Masters, and they must take care of the feelings of these Talisman Masters. In the final analysis, monks in the Sunwei world are farmers or craftsmen. Therefore, it is inevitable to have the mentality of cherishing oneself. For some new technologies, they are not as happy to see their success as Zheng Fa, especially when this group of people not only have the heart to maintain their own interests, but also have the strength to maintain their own interests. It's Senior Sister Zheng who has always suppressed her contemporaries and has never been afraid of anyone. They would all advise Zheng Fa to think deeply. Seeing that Zheng Fa understood, Senior Sister Zheng comforted her. It's a good idea for you to have this idea, but this matter, I still want to try this. Zheng Fa said suddenly. Senior Sister Zheng, just like Uncle Pang said, the Sunwei world is going to be in chaos. Zheng Fa explained. Senior Sister Zheng's eyes deepened. In the past, it would have been the same with or without this, but when it comes to a real fight, Zheng Fa explained, technology that can quickly create magic talismans may change the situation of the battle. That's it. It can draw yellow talismans now. Senior Sister Yuan muttered. Maybe not, but as you said, Senior Sister Zheng, the road ahead has been exhausted. We have to find another way. It's okay to try. Senior Sister Zheng was silent for a while and then shook her head. Zheng Fa was a little disappointed. He understood Senior Sister Zheng's rejection. Indeed, the problem with the talisman is no longer the cost, but that it will offend almost all the talisman masters of the Jushin sect, and may not get any good results. Don't show up, I'll do it. Your cultivation is too low now. It's not a good thing to offend these disciples. Senior Sister Zheng said softly, I gave out the spirit stone, so they can only hold back what they have to say. Senior Sister Yuan looked at Zheng Fa and then at Senior Sister Zheng, her mouth wide open. She suddenly had an idea and said, Senior Sister, I also have an idea, but I still lack spiritual stones. Senior Sister Zheng just looked at her and said nothing. Senior Sister Yuan picked up a piece of preserved fruit and silently blocked her mouth. Zheng Fa looked at Senior Sister Zheng and felt that if this continued, he would have no choice but to marry her with tears in his eyes. Seeing Zheng Fa's somewhat touched face, Senior Sister Zheng smiled and suddenly said, I will do this as soon as possible. I will leave the sect for a while in a few days. Leave the sect. Zheng Fa was stunned, not understanding why Senior Sister Zheng suddenly mentioned this. He had some understanding of Senior Sister Zheng's personality. Senior Sister Zheng was not a person who liked to go out. If Zheng Fa didn't look for her and she didn't have to deal with the internal affairs of the sect, she would usually practice at home. A bit of a homebody anyway. Or in other words, because the cultivators of the Sunwei realm practice most of the time, they behave a bit like homebodies. Senior Sister Zheng explained, I told you before that a spiritual cave appeared in Taiyang County, and the Changchun sect repeatedly asked for help. Zheng Fa remembered that Senior Sister Zheng had said before that she wanted to transfer Senior Sister Yuan away because of this. But at this time, why did Senior Sister Zheng go alone? I wanted to let Junior Sister Yuan go before because I felt that you might encounter some difficulties in managing the market, and I was worried. Senior Sister Zheng seemed to understand what Zheng Fa was thinking and spoke. Zheng Fa understood that what Senior Sister Zheng meant was that he performed too well. If it was Senior Sister Zheng who stayed, Zheng Fa's burden would be much lighter. If there was anything difficult to decide, he could just ask Senior Sister Zheng for advice. But Senior Sister Yuan, well, considering that Senior Sister Yuan was good to him, Zheng Fa politely stopped thinking about it. Senior Sister, what is this spirit cave? Senior Sister Zheng's explanation could not completely reassure Zheng Fa. Senior Sister Zheng was like a stabilizing force for the Jushin sect in terms of wisdom and cultivation. Zheng Fa saw that the three Yuanyings in the sect did not seem to be very reliable, but Senior Sister Zheng was the one who worried the most. The things that could make her leave the sect were definitely not as easy as she said. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. Spirit cave. Seeing him asking, Senior Sister Zheng smiled, as if she knew he was concerned about her, and her voice became much softer. Spirit cave, spirit vein, are actually the same thing. Spirit vein. Zheng Fa was shocked. This was no small matter. He had read the spiritual veins theory written by the head of the sect, and knew that in the Sunwei realm, spiritual veins can be said to be the foundation of a sect's survival. Especially now that spiritual energy is declining, a spiritual vein with abundant spiritual energy is even more important. Spiritual veins are often on the surface of the earth, and can gather spiritual energy for a long time for cultivators to practice. Senior Sister Zheng explained to Zheng Fa and the others, but spiritual caves are different. Although spiritual caves also gather spiritual energy, they are often buried deep underground and unknown to people. Then the spiritual cave will appear. When the spiritual energy of the spiritual cave accumulates to a certain stage, it will explode, causing changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then it will be discovered by cultivators. Looking at Zheng Fa's face that was still a little confused, Senior Sister Zheng added, although the spiritual energy of the spiritual cave will slowly dissipate after the explosion, the spiritual cave will also have a lot of good things accumulated over the years. Senior Sister, what are you saying? Zheng Fa was a little confused. A spiritual stone mine was discovered in the spiritual cave in Taiyang County. Spirit, stone, mine. Zheng Fa immediately understood why senior sister Zheng had to go out in person. Sister, this spiritual stone mine has appeared. Zheng Fa frowned and asked, won't it cause a big mess? Zheng Fa knew how important spiritual stones were to cultivators. This thing can not only serve as currency among cultivators, it can also assist cultivators in their cultivation. Of course, there are generally no cultivators in this era who waste things like this. In the fields of formations, spiritual stones also play an irreplaceable role. Taiyang County is in chaos now. The head of the Changchun sect has sent letters many times, saying that not only cultivators from the various sects of the 100 Immortals Alliance have appeared, but also some from other sects, and even traces of the demon sect have been found. Changchun sect. The founder of the Changchun sect was once a disciple of Maijushan sect. After achieving the golden elixir, he founded his own family, and later developed into a small sect, but they have always been respectful to Maijushan sect and have been offering sacrifices continuously. Zheng Fa nodded, knowing that the Changchun sect was probably a die-hard vassal of the Jushan sect, and perhaps the Jushan sect was behind the founding of the sect. It seems that Zheng Fa understands the importance of the emergence of this spiritual cave. Senior Sister Zhang suddenly said, the General Affairs Office has its own rules for so many years. I am not worried about anything, but the market has changed a lot now, with the fairy and the drama. I am still not at ease. Senior Sister Yuan patted her chest and said, you can leave the market too. Zheng Fa. Senior Sister Zhang rushed to say. Senior Sister Yuan watched Senior Sister Zhang point at her and entrusted Zheng Fa, including Junior Sister Yuan, you should take care of them. Zheng Fa and Senior Sister Yuan left Senior Sister Zhang's courtyard side by side. After walking a long way, Senior Sister Yuan slowly put away the grievance on her face and said to Zheng Fa, I am afraid that Taiyang County is not good. Huh. Senior Sister Zhang, only before the war will she satisfy her appetite. Senior Sister Yuan said slowly, with a rare worry on her face, she herself is not aware of this habit of hers. Watching Zheng Fa staring at her, Senior Sister Yuan was a little confused. Why are you asking me to watch? I didn't expect that Senior Sister would be so insightful. Tisk, there are too many things to care about when you are a human. I'd rather be a bird, free and unfettered. Senior Sister Yuan raised her head and said with a very smart look, anyway, Senior Sister has sent a lot of people to Taiyang County during this period. Zheng Fa remembered that when he went to Fufa Pavilion before, he found that many lecturers from Senior Sister Zhang's lineage were missing. Now it seems that he probably went to Taiyang County. But with Senior Sister Zhang's strength, even if there is a conflict with Zhenren Yuanying, she will not have any big trouble. Then I can go to Taiyang County to play with her. Senior Sister Yuan thought for a while, as if she was thinking about it again. He comforted himself and laughed heartlessly. Zheng Fa frowned unconsciously as he walked to his home, feeling quite sad in his heart. Senior Sister Zhang's departure certainly meant that he lost a big leg within the sect. But there's nothing to worry about. His status as the head disciple and Senior Sister Yuan are enough for him to run amok in the Jushan sect. But Senior Sister Yuan's words made him realize that his cultivation level was still too low. It's so low that Senior Sister Zhang is unwilling to tell the truth to herself. And he really can't help much now. Senior Brother Zheng. When he walked to the door of his house, Zheng Fa suddenly heard someone greeting him. When he looked up, it was Zhou Qianyuan. He stood at the door of his house, as if he had been waiting for him for a long time. Junior Brother Zhou, do you have anything to do with me? Zheng Fa asked Zhou Qianyuan into the room. It's not a big deal. Zhou Qianyuan shook his head, took out the jade tube given by Master Pang from his storage bag, and asked with concern, Senior Brother Zheng, you were frowning just now, as if you were embarrassed, are you? Can Junior Brother help? Zheng Fa didn't hide anything when he heard this. Now he and Zhou Qianyuan are familiar with each other, and there is nothing to hide. He sighed and said, I just think my cultivation level is too low, too low. Zhou Qianyuan paused and looked at the jade tube in his hand, seeming a little hesitant. Yeah, I'm only at the 5th level of Qi training now. Senior Brother, I have only practiced at the 4th level of Qi. Zhou Qianyuan interrupted him, his tone a bit resentful. The atmosphere was inexplicably awkward. Zhou Qianyuan pursed his lips and handed the jade tube to Zheng Fa. Zhou Qianyuan said with a straight face, this is the jade tube my master gave me. He said he asked me to give it to my senior brother you on a certain day. Zheng Fa was ready to take over the jade tube. There was a burst of cheerful shouting outside the door. Zheng Fa. The courtyard door of Zheng Fa's house was pushed open with a bang. Zheng Fa was stunned. This voice and this movement are both a bit familiar. Zheng Fa, I'm here to see you. The 7th young master's voice passed through the door. He walked quickly into the yard and said cheerfully, surprise or not. He stumbled to the door of the lobby, and said, young master, I was just thinking that I am accompanied by my sister in King Mu sect, and you are alone in Jushan sect without any relatives or reason. Loneliness must be bad. No, I will come find you as soon as I can leave the clan. The 7th young master looked into the hall and saw Zheng Fana's hand, which was about to take the jade tube, resting on Zhou Qianyuan's arm. The two looked extremely close. He trembled his lips. Looking at Zheng Fa, then looking at Zhou Qianyuan, the expressions on his face were very complicated. Zheng Fa silently retracted his hand, always feeling embarrassed that he had been caught cheating on someone. 7th young master, why are you here? He walked quickly to the door and saw another familiar figure, Miss. The eldest daughter of the Zhao family was standing at the door, looking helplessly at her dejected brother and shaking her head. I had something to do when I went out and passed by Jushin sect. This guy was making trouble to come. Who's making a fuss about coming? The seventh young master stood at the door of the lobby, feeling a little aggrieved. Then what are you doing here? The eldest lady gave him a sideways look. I'm here to watch the drama. The seventh young master snorted coldly and said, the reputation of the Jushin sect's drama has spread to the Kingmu sect. I'm here to see what's going on. I'll leave after watching it. Looking at his appearance, Zheng Fa couldn't help but laugh. Seventh young master, I am very happy that you are here. Really? The seventh young master's face slowly looked better. That's because I have no relatives in the Jushin sect. What about him? He's here to deliver something to his master. Zhou Qianyuan nodded silently and raised the jade tube in his hand. It means that he is just a simple errand boy. The seventh young master laughed, put his arm around Zheng Fa's shoulders and said, you've suffered a lot in the Jushin sect alone. It's okay, I brought you something good. The seventh young master stretched out his hand towards his sister. The eldest lady reluctantly handed over a small bundle, opened it, and found some bottles and cans, as well as some wrapped food. These are the specialties of our Kingmu sect. The eldest lady explained. He saw them and thought they were good, so he brought them to you. Junior brother Zhang. Han Chi's voice came from the door. Those vendors in Fangxi have brought a lot of things to you in the past 2 days. We have moved them here for you, junior brother. Han Chi and the other 3 appeared at the door carrying large and small bags of things. The seventh young master looked at the small bundle in his hand and tightened his fingers as if he wanted to take it back. Zheng Fa came over, opened a small oil paper bag in the bag, picked up a piece of cool brown sugar pastry from it, and stuffed it into his mouth. Tasty. While chewing, he spoke vaguely to the seventh young master. The seventh young master looked at his expression for a moment, then finally laughed. Seeing that Zheng Fa had an old friend visiting, Zhou Qianyuan, Han Chi and the other 2 left with a tactful look. Zheng Fa was left alone to entertain the seventh young master and his sister in the lobby. As the saying goes, a short absence is better than a new one. No, meeting an old friend in a foreign land makes it a pleasure to talk about anything. Miss, Zheng Fa said to the eldest lady of the Zhao family. The eldest lady waved her hand and said, we are not in the Zhao family, you can just call me Zhao Jinglan. Senior sister Zhao. Zheng Fa thought about it and changed the name. Do you have something to do in Jushin sect? Is there anything I can help with? He knew that the seventh young master might come to visit him specifically, but Zhao Jinglan would not. After all, the 2 were not that familiar with each other. No need, I'm going to Taiyang County and I just happened to pass by Jushin sect. Zhao Jinglan explained. Taiyang County. Zheng Fa was stunned. Why is it this place again? Seeing his expression, the seventh young master beside him asked, have you heard of Taiyang County? Just as Zheng Fa was about to speak, he saw the eldest lady winking at him. Seems a little anxious. He thought for a while and smiled. I've heard that the Changchun sect in Taiyang County has some relationship with our Jushin sect. Zhao Jinglan exhaled lightly, and the seventh young master didn't seem to notice this. He asked Zheng Fa, how are you doing in Jushin sect? Zheng Fa thought for a while and replied, not bad, right? He didn't know how to describe his situation. He always felt that if he said too much, it would be like showing off, or the kind of low credibility, which would easily be regarded as bragging by the seventh young master. I heard that your Jushin sect is quite chaotic. Who knew? The seventh young master pouted and said. Chaotic. Zheng Fa was stunned. Does Jushin sect have any bad reputation outside? My senior brothers said that there are 3 evils in your Jushin sect. The first evil is senior sister Zhang, who relies on her talent and doesn't take others seriously. They say that she not only bullies the disciples of Jushin sect, but also treats other disciples of Baixian League rudely. Zheng Fa looked at the mouth of the seventh young master. Didn't he learn his lesson after arriving at Kingmu sect? However, senior sister Zhang's reputation has always been mixed. Especially those disciples who were beaten by her. I'm afraid there are many who hate her. What about the second one? The second one is your leader, who hides in the mountains and doesn't care about anything. He is useless. Now Zheng Fa can be sure. The seventh young master lives a happy life in Kingmu sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so brave. Then, the third one. Zheng Fa was quite curious. The third one is your Fufa Pavilion, which was originally a place to learn Fufa, but I heard that there are fights every day, and the disciples have no intention of learning. Is this eating melon eating on himself? Think about his identity as the future pavilion master of Fufa Pavilion. Zheng Fa suddenly became alert. His identity as a close friend of senior sister Zhang, the head disciple, and the future head of the Fufa Pavilion, isn't it a combination of 3 evils? Seeing Zheng Fa's strange expression, the seventh young master was quite worried. Zheng Fa, is Jushin sect really so chaotic? He looked at the things sent by Han Chi again, shook his head and said, it seems that you haven't suffered any grievances. After all, you have such a strong talent for Fufa. I haven't been wronged, but my reputation seems to be ruined. Zheng Fa turned to ask the seventh young master, Seventh young master, are you doing well in Kingmu sect? The seventh young master laughed, and didn't say anything, but his face was full of pride. The eldest lady Zhao Jinglan on the side rolled her eyes at him and said, as soon as he entered the sect, because of his good aptitude for Fufa and the relationship of his elders, he worshipped a Jindan Zhenren who is good at Fufa as his master. Zheng Fa nodded. Just like the Jushin sect also has cultivators who like to refine medicine and weapons, other sects also have cultivators who are good at talismans. Of course, they are definitely not as powerful as the Jushin sect's inheritance. After being trained by Zheng Fa, the talent of the 7th young master in the art of talismans may be relatively ordinary in the Jushin sect. But in the King Mu sect, he is a genius in the art of talismans. He has become the leader in a short time. Looking at the 7th young master again, he has really put on a good face. He is so arrogant. Seeing that his sister didn't say anything, the 7th young master was still urging. What else? What else? Cultivation. The 7th young master reminded. By the way, this fool broke through to the 3rd level of Qi training 3 days ago. Zhao Jinglan was speechless for a while, and said helplessly. Zheng Fa was really a little surprised this time. He and the 7th young master both have dual spiritual roots, so they naturally know the speed of advancement of dual spiritual roots. Except for those who can't be compared with him, the 7th young master's speed is extremely fast. The 7th young master waved his hand modestly. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning, it's just that the master loves me and gave me some pills. Yes, the King Mu sect is famous for alchemy. The 7th young master not only has a sister in the foundation establishment stage, but also a golden elixir master, not to mention those precious pills. The pills in the Qi refining stage probably don't have to worry about it. Zheng Fa also understood it. This guy is not here to see me. He is definitely here to show off. He even brought a mouth replacement. The 7th young master happily handed all the bottles and jars in the bag to Zheng Fa and said, "Don't say that I don't remember the old friendship. I also brought you pills. There are not many pills in these bottles and jars, all of which are 1 or 2 pills, and it is obvious that they are really saved from the mouth. By the way, what realm are you in?" The 7th young master asked curiously. Zheng Fa glanced at the pills in front of him. He decided to protect the happiness of the 7th young master. "It's about the same as you," he said vaguely. "You are so fast too." The 7th young master was stunned, looking at the pills, and seemed to want to take them back. He looked at the pile of things sent by Han Qi again, nodded and said, "You seem to be doing well." The 7th young master smacked his lips, his face had some inexplicable regret, and suddenly said, "It would be great if Gao Yuan was here." His tone showed that he missed Gao Yuan very much. King Mu sect is not close to Jushin sect, and the 7th young master and the others were tired all the way here. Zheng Fa arranged for the two to sleep in the guest room, and then he had time to take out the jade tube of Master Pang. He closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into the jade tube. Less than half an incense stick later, he opened his eyes with a painful face. How to describe the contents of this jade tube? There are all seemingly true and false talismans inside. In short, if the talismans are the 7th young master. Zheng Fa felt that he was very familiar with the 7th young master. But when he looked at the talisman in Uncle Pang's jade tube, it was as if he saw that the 7th young master had 9 furry monkey tails on his butt and 6 fox ears on his head. Compared to the talismans Zheng Fa had learned before, there were many other patterns in these talismans. Zheng Fa put down the jade tube, and his expression was a little excited. Master Pang was the best at the Dongxu Spirit Eye. The jade tube he took out was probably the talisman he observed with the Dongxu Spirit Eye. Compared with the popular knowledge Zheng Fa had learned before, the talisman in the eyes of a Yuanying Zhenren was probably closer to the essence of the talisman. The next day, Zheng Fa did not have much time to entertain the 7th young master and the others. Senior sister Zhang was going to leave Jushin sect, but she was not very sure about senior sister Yuan. There were many things that needed Zheng Fa to take over. Of course, most of the things were done by Zheng Fa himself. For example, ordering spiritual grains from Qin He sect. For example, where should the receiving ship be sent this time? How many talismans should be loaded? And now that the Jushin sect market is very popular, should we send another receiving ship? Another example is that the Jushin sect market is booming now, should the rent be increased a little? He was so busy in the steward's small building that he could only ask Han Qi and the other two to take the 7th young master out to play. Looking at Zheng Fa, who was writing furiously and sometimes frowning and thinking hard, the 7th young master felt a little sympathetic for some reason. After leaving the small building, he was still muttering to Han Qi and the other two, "Yesterday, I saw you sending him things, and I was a little envious. Now it seems that senior sister Zhang is using him to death." Han Qi and the other two looked strange, but they didn't dare to speak. "By the way, do you three have a good relationship with Zheng Fa?" The 7th young master asked again. "We." Han Qi smiled and said, "We followed junior brother Zheng." The 7th young master looked a little confused. He looked back at the small building, and then at Han Qi and the other two. "Zheng Fa has just joined the sect, so you have to listen to him? Were you so miserable before? When you come to Jushin sect, you naturally have to visit Jushin sect's market. I have heard that Jushin sect's market is lively, but I didn't expect there are so many people." The 7th young master said, a little surprised as he looked at the surging crowd in the market. Zhao Jinglan, who was standing by, probably knew that life was harder. She shook her head and said with emotion, "I'm afraid the vendors in this market make a lot more money than me." "Senior sister Zhao has also done business?" Han Qi asked. "In the early years, I ran around for several years to build my foundation." Zhao Jinglan said with a bitter and nostalgic smile in her tone. "Today, I see that these disciples of Jushin sect are living a better life than I did back then." She looked at the vendors of Jushin sect with some envy. But as she walked, she found something wrong. The vendors were very enthusiastic when they saw Han Qi and the other two. Or, they looked respectful but not afraid. Junior brother Han, what's wrong with them? Zhao Jinglin asked Han Qi and the other two, confused. Han Qi didn't say much, and explained to her, I'm also working in the market now, so I'm familiar with them. Zhao Jinglin nodded. But the look in her eyes when she looked at the three people changed slightly. Xianmen is an extremely realistic place. You can't get respect from people just by being familiar. The most worthwhile place to visit in Jushin Sect's market is, of course, the newly built theater. Or rather, the drama. When the seventh young master said he came to see the drama before, it was not a lie, he had heard of the reputation of the drama in King Mu Sect. Sister, you don't want to see? Zhao Jinglin looked at the ticket price on the sign beside him, pursed his lips, shook his head and said, Sister is not interested. Seventh young master said with a stern face, Sister, I have spiritual stones, I'll ask you to see. How much money do you have? You bought a gift for Zheng Fa before, but now you're spending money on me. Zhao Jinglin habitually scolded his brother, you spend lavishly as soon as you go out. Are you rich? Seventh young master pursed his lips and said nothing, but he felt a little wronged. Han Qi waved to the tall and thin man beside him and said, Junior brother Zheng has prepared tickets for you. Prepared. Zhao Jinglin narrowed his eyes and finally asked what he felt was wrong in his heart. Zheng Fa is in Jushin Sect. Seventh young master opened his mouth and murmured the words of Han Qi and the others. You said Zheng Fa, now he is the only disciple of the head of Jushin Sect, and he is also loved by senior sister Zhang. No, I mean trust. Han Qi wiped the sweat from his forehead, always feeling that this Mr. Zhao's ability to understand was strangely accurate. He is now at the 5th level of Qi training. The seventh young master didn't care about what he said at all, and jumped up all of a sudden, I'll go find him. What are you doing? Those pills? But I saved them one by one. He is so rich, how dare he take them? The seventh young master gritted his teeth. Zhao Jinglin couldn't bear it anymore, and slapped his brother's head. Sister, Mom always says that you are a fool with good fortune. Zhao Jinglin sighed and said, you are too foolish and blessed. Zheng Fa never thought that Zhao Jinglin would come to him in the dead of night. He was practicing in the quiet room. He heard a gentle knock on the door. He originally thought it was the seventh young master, but when he opened the door, Zhao Jinglin was looking at him at the door. Seeing that he seemed to want to speak, she put her index finger to her lips and made a gesture to silence him. Zheng Fa glanced at the guest room and knew that she probably didn't want the seventh young master to hear something. He gently opened the door, invited Zhao Jinglin into the room, threw a silent note at the door and said, Senior sister Zhao, do you have something to talk to me? Zhao Jinglin also looked back at the guest room where the seventh young master lived, and saw that there seemed to be no movement there, so she breathed a sigh of relief. When I mentioned Taiyang County yesterday, I saw your face. You probably know what happened in Taiyang County. I know, the spirit cave was born. Zheng Fa nodded. Zhao Jinglin nodded slightly and said, then you also know what I'm going to do, right? Rob the spirit stone mine. Zheng Fa's tone was hesitant, and he seemed to be unsure of his answer. Zhao Jinglin curled his lips, am I going to die? Zheng Fa nodded. Even Sister Zhang, who is comparable to the nascent soul, is so cautious about the spirit stone mine. Zhao Jinglin is just a foundation building. Only crazy people would want this. When the spirit cave is born, there are not only spirit stone mines, but also some other spirit materials. He seemed to really not understand. Of course, those precious ones are not my business, but those with low value, I still have a chance. Senior sister, you didn't tell the seventh young master about this. Zheng Fa silenced Zhao Jinglin with just one sentence. Both of them knew the loophole in Zhao Jinglin's words. Yes, those big shots are going for those high-value spirit materials. But as the saying goes, since you are here, it's not like their storage bags can't hold them, why don't they take the low-value spirit materials? Zheng Fa also read a short article in Modern Times about a billionaire who picked up coins that fell on the ground. Don't worry about whether it's true or not. Aren't those big guys allowed to save money? What's more, spiritual plants are becoming increasingly scarce and have great potential for appreciation. Who would complain about this thing? Brother, I'm not as lucky as you. Zhao Jinglin bowed his head for a long time before speaking. As soon as you entered the sect, you were favored by senior sister Zhang and accepted as a disciple by the headmaster. I entered the sect 10 years ago and barely built my foundation. I don't have such a good talent for talismans as you do. I am also mediocre in the alchemy talent that King Mu sect values most. If I don't take risks, I might end here in my life. Zheng Fa understood. Compared with Han Qi, Zhao Jinglin is much luckier although it is difficult for her to build her foundation. She has built her foundation after all. But unfortunately, compared with Han Qi, she can see hope, but this hope is so slim that sometimes it is better not to see it. If Jingfen doesn't live up to his expectations, I won't take the risk. Zhao Jinglin suddenly talked about the seventh young master again, but Jingfen is now protected by Master Jindan, so it doesn't make much difference whether I, the foundation building sister, have him or not. If the spirit cave doesn't appear, I will wait until Jingfen builds his foundation, and then I will leave the sect to look for my own opportunity. Zhao Jinglin looked up at Zheng Fa, junior brother Zheng. For me, the only thing I can risk in this Sunwei world is my life. Zheng Fa looked at Zhao Jinglin and was speechless for a while. Then why did senior sister Zhao come here? Jingfen and you are close friends. I only ask you one thing. I will take care of him. If I really die in Taiyang County, please stop Jingfen and don't let him get impulsive. I think there are not many people in the world who can stop him. Zhao Jinglin made a request that Zheng Fa didn't expect. Zheng Fa pursed his lips and asked, is Taiyang County so dangerous? I don't know either, but there are rumors that someone from the Great Freedom Demon Sect has appeared. The Great Freedom Demon Sect? Zheng Fa slowly frowned. Senior Sister Zhang had never told him about this. He now knew why Senior Sister Zhang seemed to be in a bit of trouble with her cultivation. The Great Freedom Demon Sect, the oldest branch of the Demon Sect. How ancient is it? The group of ancient cultivators who killed all the people in the world before were their predecessors. In a sense, the people in the Sunwei realm are probably their descendants. Of course, everyone is now in a state of looking down on each other. The cultivators in the Sunwei realm think it's not nice to have such an ancestor. The Great Freedom Demon Sect thinks these weak chickens are not worthy of being associated with them. No wonder Senior Sister Zhang seems a bit tricky. Then Senior Sister Zhao, Zheng Fa wanted to persuade again. Junior brother Zheng, the opportunity for the spirit cave to be born is too great. Zhao Jinglin's eyes lit up, and there seemed to be a flame in his pupils. Zheng Fa stopped talking. After leaving the Zhao mansion, he understood the eldest lady of the Zhao family. Because of 10 years of hard work, she has become a typical Sunwei world cultivator. She pursues opportunities regardless of her own life. She sacrifices herself to improve her realm. Every time she obtains resources, she does not hesitate to pay sweat or even blood. Seeing Zheng Fa, he seemed to understand. Zhao Jinglin smiled lightly and repeated again, Junior brother Zheng, not everyone is as lucky as you. For a while, the room fell into silence. The door was knocked gently again. The seventh young master pushed the door open stealthily, and whispered, Zheng Fa, I don't know what happened to my sister today. She kept asking me to rest early. I still have a lot to tell you. It was inconvenient for my sister to be here before. He put his head into the quiet room and saw Zheng Fa and his sister looking at him in the quiet room. Sister. The seventh young master's eyes were a little complicated for a moment. You also have something to whisper, and you want to tell Zheng Fa behind my back. The seventh young master and his brother were sent away. Zheng Fa sat back in the quiet room. The flames on the candlestick flickered, casting flickering light and shadow on his face, making his frown appear more profound. He was actually not that worried about Zhao Jinglin looking for him. Although he doesn't like to take risks, everyone has their own ambitions. This is Zhao Jinglin's own choice. The most he can do is to comfort and even use his influence to protect the seventh young master if something goes wrong. What worries him is Senior Sister Zhang. The name of the Great Freedom Demon Sect is not among the 5 major sects in the Sunwei realm. In other words, the demon sect has been deprived of its ranking. The Sunwei realm has been peaceful for so many years, which has made the demon sect's living environment a bit harsh. But this does not mean that the Great Freedom Demon Sect is not strong. On the contrary, they have endured it for so many years, and this birth means that the peace of the Sunwei world will be disrupted. Senior Sister Yuan told him before that Senior Sister Zhang would have life-saving measures even if she encountered Yuanying when she went out. Senior Sister Yuan acted very relieved at that time. Because now there is a tacit understanding between the major immortal sects, Yuanying basically does not participate in the fight. But this tacit understanding has always been unwritten. Moreover, the demon sect has a tacit understanding with you? When Senior Sister Zhang goes to Taiyang County, the situation she faces may be more dangerous than Zheng Fa thought before. Even if we don't talk about Senior Sister Zhang's care for him, just say that Senior Sister Zhang is of extraordinary significance to the Jushin sect. Zheng Fa saw it clearly and abandoned Senior Sister Zhang and the Jushin sect. He is just in the qi refining period now, probably worse than Zhao Jinglin. What's more, if he wants to take advantage of Hyundai, he must have his own basic base. The transformation from research results to practical applications is inseparable from the Jushin sect. His fate is tied to the Jushin sect and Senior Sister Zhang. But Senior Sister Zhang didn't tell her anything. I'm afraid she looked at him the same way Zhao Jinglin looked at the 7th young master. The only thing that I can really help Senior Sister Zhang now is the perfection of the Food Dao Foundation building method. He took out a Yuanning Dan and swallowed it. This is the 6th elemental talisman he has condensed. In fact, there is nothing to choose from. What he wants to condense now is the first positive talisman. In terms of the 5 elements, it is the earth element. In the Lingshan method revised by the leader, he combined his own talisman formation method with the Lingshan method created by the 9 Mountain Patriarch. In other words, if you want to use the Lingshan method, you need a kind of spiritual talisman, the spiritual talisman. This kind of spiritual talisman is not very useful. It can apply a little spiritual power to the non-spiritual vegetation and rocks. Generally speaking, monks in the Sunwei world use this thing as a mark, such as leaving some secret codes or guiding the way for people traveling with them. However, the leader used this thing to set up a formation and perfected the Lingshan method. The Spirit Awakening Talisman quickly fell into the Danshan, and in Zheng Fa's consciousness, the original talisman of the Spirit Awakening Talisman gradually appeared on the lotus that was originally just a shadow. After a long time, he opened his eyes, took out the jade tube given by Uncle Pang, and memorized it carefully. Modern, old man buys home. Tang Lingyu was in the posture of a pine crane pile. Zheng Fa put his hand on her back and slowly injected spiritual power into Tang Lingyu's body. These days, Zheng Fa has been helping Tang Lingyu and Old Man Bai practice the Linghe body. Probably because of her youth, Tang Lingmuo was much faster than old man Bai. Zheng Fa put his hand on Tang Lingmuo's back while still thinking about senior sister Zhang. Of course, he hopes that he can further analyze the runes and give senior sister Zhang the greatest help. But he didn't have much confidence in this matter. Thinking about it this way, his face looked a little worried. The old man Bai on the side looked at the two people. Tang Lingmu was immersed in contemplation. On the contrary, it was Zheng Fa who was distracted and frowning. Zheng Fa, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking that our research on runes is still too slow. Zheng Fa sighed and said. Slow. Old man Bai was stunned and said, I've never seen you in a hurry before. Zheng Fa shook his head. Of course he knew there was no rush to study this matter, but in this situation, it was difficult for him to adjust his mentality. Seeing old man Bai looking at him in confusion, Zheng Fa sighed and said, I want to help someone. Helping someone? Old man Bai asked. A very important person. It's important to me. Male or female? Old man Bai touched his chin and suddenly asked again. Female. Zheng Fa looked at the old man puzzled. What does this have to do with men and women? Old man Bai curled his lips and looked at Tang Lingmuo, who was still pretending to be concentrating on practicing. Could his ears be any more crooked? Suddenly, Tang Lingmuo's shoulder blades surged, her plump legs under her jeans kicked off the ground, and she jumped up toward the ceiling of old man Bai's house. It was Zheng Fa who had quick eyes and quick hands and grabbed Tang Lingmuo's ankle, otherwise the girl would have had to test the quality of this old residential building with her head. Is this jealousy? Old man Bai stared blankly at Tang Lingmuo, who opened her eyes blankly, and murmured. Tang Lingmuo has mastered the spiritual crane body. It's like a person holding a hammer always wants to find a nail, and a person who picks up a straight little stick always wants to find a bunch of dogtail grass. Tang Lingmuo has mastered the spiritual crane body, just want to go out for a walk. The three of them came to the small park where Zheng Fa practiced before. It was already late, and there were not many stars in the sky, which made the night even darker. This park is also very old, with sparse and dim street lights. It is often necessary to walk through a long dark section before encountering a hazy halo. It was a summer night. There were also many mosquitoes flying in the park, which was not a particularly good place to stroll. But there were people here. As the three walked, they would always meet some young or middle-aged couples holding hands. Originally, the three of them were a little careful when talking. After all, they would talk about things about cultivating immortals from time to time. But after walking for a while, they found that they were afraid of running into others, and others were even more afraid of running into them. Not to mention those young couples, they would always lower their heads when they met them. The middle-aged people were even more intense. When they saw the three people, they separated and walked far away, one in front and one behind, pretending to be strangers. Tisk. I don't know who is more disgusting. The white old man shook his head, his face full of envy for the decline of morals. He and Zheng Fa were walking side by side. Tang Lingmu in front of the two of them was jumping up and down, and her ponytail behind her head rose and fell, and she had a kind of shiny black and lively feeling in the night. To others, she seemed to be running, jumping up and down, like a sprinter. Only Zheng Fa and the others could see that she didn't use any strength at all, and she didn't even bend her knees. She just tapped the toe of her shoes lightly on the rough stone slabs, floating and swaying, and jumped over 2 or 3 meters in one go. It can be seen that she still controlled her strength. Tang Lingmu seemed to like the feeling of breaking the wind while moving fast. As she walked, she couldn't help but smile, with happiness from the heart on her face. Only when she saw someone approaching did she stop obediently and wait for Zheng Fa and the others. Seeing her little girl's appearance, not only did the old man Bai smile like an ant, even Zheng Fa's mood couldn't help but relax a lot. Not anxious anymore. Seeing his face, the old man Bai asked softly. Zheng Fa nodded gently, and saw Tang Lingmu in front of him also turned around and looked at him with concern. Anxious, but it's useless. To be honest, he was not so anxious as to be uneasy. After all, he had a good time in Jushin sect. Now because of the things in Taiyang County, he always had a bad premonition. Yes, it's useless to be anxious. The old man Bai nodded and waved to Tang Lingmu in front of him, as if he had something to say to the two. Tang Lingmu walked to the two with a curious look on her face. Before, I was messy and taught you a lot of things. The old man Bai pondered for a while, as if he was organizing his words, and then slowly spoke to the two. How to do academics. How to learn mathematics. I told you to work hard, cooperate, and strive. The old man looked at the two people who were thinking, and then looked around the park and said, but there is one thing I have been thinking about, whether I should teach. Zheng Fa and Tang Lingmu both looked at the old man's somewhat tangled face. In addition to hard work and cooperation, these old sayings. The old man spoke slowly, as if he was slowly thinking about how to say, you must also learn to give up. We are all human beings, and no one can solve all problems. The old man said this and glanced at Zheng Fa. Even if you cultivate immortals, don't you have so many troubles? Zheng Fa showed a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. Is cultivating immortals good? It must be good. But are the people in Sunwei realm happier than modern people? Zheng Fa is afraid that those immortal disciples will not think so. Do I want to be a great mathematician? Get a fields, get a wolf. The white old man pointed at himself. I dream about it. Do I want to cultivate to the point of ascending to heaven? Of course I want to, but Lingmu and I have been practicing spirit crane body for so long, she has mastered it, and I am still far from it. The white old man's words made Tang Lingmu's face flash with embarrassment, as if she felt that her behavior just now was a bit too boastful. I don't mean anything else. The white old man waved his hand and said, what I mean is that it is normal for human power to be poor sometimes. Don't think that the fate of others depends on you, and don't take everything on your shoulders, this is arrogance. Zheng Fa was stunned. Especially when doing research, you must not be arrogant or force yourself. If you force yourself to practice, you will go astray. If you force yourself to do research, you will go astray. Sometimes, academics or cultivation are not that important. After saying this, the old man Bai touched his head and said to Zheng Fa and the others, I talked nonsense. In fact, I don't understand what I want to say. Zheng Fa blinked his eyes, he looked at Tang Lingmu and asked, do you understand what teacher Bai is saying? Tang Lingmu shook her head. Zheng Fa laughed, I didn't understand it either, but teacher Bai, I'm not in a hurry. Zheng Fa actually understood. If the old man Bai's previous teachings were as a teacher, then today's words probably regarded himself as an elder. Teachers want students to become talented, but sometimes elders will tell you that success is not as important as happiness. At the dinner table at Zheng Fa's house, he was wearing the gloves he used when practicing Five Thunder Dharmakaya. The gloves were connected to the transformer. The transformer was plugged into the power supply. His expression was much calmer than before. Although Old Man Bai's comfort was a bit unclear, it strangely made him no longer anxious. Old Man Bai is right when he says something, don't shoulder everything on yourself, whether it's the Jushin sect or senior sister Zhang, can they be destroyed without him? There are 3 Yuanying Zhenren in Jushin sect. Senior sister Zhang is even more talented. I am in the period of refining my qi. To be honest, thinking so much is a little unreasonable and even overestimating my abilities. He closed his eyes and felt the electricity slowly flow into his palms, stimulating the muscles in his body. Zheng Fa was not wearing a shirt at this time, and his upper body was bare. If there were outsiders present, they could clearly see that the muscles in his body were more than 1 order of magnitude larger than before. Zheng Fa's food is much better now than in Zhao's house. Needless to say, in modern times, he has always been a loyal supporter of the cafeteria ant. Now in Jushin sect, he is also a person who is not short of money. Dunton Linggu is the minimum. These foods, under the influence of the Five Thunder Dharmakaya, gradually turned into streamlined muscles on his body. But now he no longer has those little mouse-like ups and downs. In Zheng Fa's opinion, this means that his current level of cultivation of Five Thunder Dharmakaya is almost at the end. As time passed, the muscles all over his body began to tremble and swell, and a large amount of sweat appeared on his body. Under the light, he seemed to be wearing an exaggerated armor made of muscles. But after a while, his muscles began to contract again, leaving only clear lines under Zheng Fa's skin. But if he puts on clothes, he looks a lot thinner. Zheng Fa opened his eyes and stood up from the chair gently. He always felt light and airy. After reaching the realm of meat training, he felt a sense of harmony within himself from the inside out. According to the expressions in the martial arts classics I saw in the Zhao Mansion before, it is probably the unity of body and mind. No, it should be a higher level of unity of body and mind. Zheng Fa put his mobile phone on the dining table, turned on the camera, stood in front of the camera, and performed a set of Linghe Cloud Piercer in front of the camera. When watching the video again, Zheng Fa discovered the difference before he advanced. The mobile phone camera could not capture his movements at all. Even at the highest frame rate, Zheng Fa's hands were blurry in the video. He is faster. Zheng Fa grinned. He sat back in his seat, put his gloves on his hands, and wanted to continue practicing the next level of bone forging in the Five Thunder Dharmakaya. But after a moment, he opened his eyes in disappointment. In every realm of the Five Thunder Dharmakaya, the need for voltage intensity is great. The maximum voltage of this transformer is only 300 V, which is no longer enough for bone training. Zheng Fa put away the transformer a little disappointed. This immortal treasure seems to be unable to keep up with his cultivation progress, but maybe he can use it to call Old Man Bai in the future. He has always been interested in the Five Thunder Dharmakaya. Zheng Fa Zhenren was sitting in the classroom, thinking about what he should rely on to continue practicing the Five Thunder Dharmakaya. Others are immersed in the final sprint before the college entrance examination. Tang Lingmu walked to his seat again. Now not only Wang Chen and the others, but also a large number of classmates around Zheng Fa seemed to have turned a blind eye to Tang Lingmu coming to Zheng Fa. It's commonplace, the clouds are calm and the wind is gentle. It's like Tang Lingmu originally belonged here. Or perhaps, the pressure of the college entrance examination has made Wang Chen and the others no longer care about Zheng Fa and the others. Tang Lingmu held a lot of things in her hands. There is a bulging folder with a notebook on top. Zheng Fa was stunned and looked at Tang Lingmu's face. Did this girl stay up late again? But it didn't look like Tang Lingmu's. Her fair face was full of vitality, and there was no sign of staying up late at all. On the contrary, it was because she had cultivated the spiritual crane body that her appearance had improved to a higher level. What are you looking at me for? Tang Lingmu stopped and touched her face in surprise. I think you look better. Zheng Falao expressed his thoughts honestly. Tang Lingmu blushed a little. From behind, Wang Chen's gloomy voice came. That's enough, please get out of the flirting. Aren't you studying? Cough. Tang Lingyu first placed the folder in front of Zheng Fa, spread it out, pointed to the drawings inside and said, "This is what my mother asked the Architectural Institute to design. See if there is anything that needs to be modified." Zheng Fa took a look and saw that this was the structure of a small manor. Because there are not many flat open spaces on the mountainside, the area is not large and there are not many buildings. There are only 2 main buildings in the drawings. After entering the courtyard, there was a Chinese-style 3-story building. Tang Lingyu pointed at it and said, "This is for foreign visitors or patients. It is equivalent to a guest room or ward." Behind the small building, there is a specially left open space. This was reserved for Zheng Fa's future farming plan. At the end of the clearing, against the mountain wall, is an area with a question mark. "My mother said that we can live here for better privacy. She wants to ask your opinion on what kind of house you would like to live in." Zheng Fa shook his head. He didn't have high requirements in this regard. He just said to Tang Lingyu, "It's up to you. Oh, by the way, ask Teacher Bai. You all need to live there." Wait. Wang Chen's voice came again, obviously not giving up eavesdropping on the conversation between Zheng Fa and Zheng Fa. Your mother, will you build a house for him?" Wang Chen pointed at Zheng Fa and then at Tang Lingyu. "You two will live together in the future. Aren't you concentrating on your studies?" Zheng Fa asked in confusion why this guy kept listening to his conversation with Tang Lingyu. "I also want to concentrate on my studies." Wang Chen pointed to the essential tips for the college entrance examination in front of him and said through gritted teeth, "I am reading here, and you are talking here. I am looking horizontally and vertically. Go in, and finally you can see the words between the words. What do you think they are?" "What did I see?" 2 words densely packed together, jealousy. Wang Chen turned his head and asked Tang Lingyu, "Tang Lingyu, do you still have a sister?" Tang Lingyu's face looked a little confused. "I'm not greedy for the house, I just can't bear to part with my good brother Zheng Fa." Wang Chen said in a deep voice, "I want to be his brother-in-law." Wang Chen made it difficult for Zheng Fa and Tang Lingyu to talk in the classroom. They walked to the corridor outside, and Tang Lingyu handed the notebook in her hand to Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa took the notebook and found that it was old man Bai's handwriting. When he opened it again, Zheng Fa looked a little surprised. This note was written based on Master Uncle Peng's talismans. The first is to simplify Uncle Peng's overly complicated runes. Then, probably with the help of Tang Lingyu, he used the previous method to find some similar symbols. On the first page of the note, Zheng Fa was shocked to see old man Bai writing. The algorithm proves that the 5-element subsymbol is not a special case. There are 3 different subsymbols in each symbol, and the 5-element subsymbol is just one of them. The 5-element talisman is probably the easiest to observe, but the other talismans seem to be incomplete. I speculate that each talisman should be composed of 3 different sub-talents. Except for the 5-element sub-talisman, the functions of the other sub-talents themselves are not very clear now. Zheng Fa turned over it. The handwriting in this note is very new, even a bit rushed. An example of the upright shadowless talisman that Zheng Fa condensed first behind Old Man Bai. This talisman was broken down into 3 sub-talents by Old Man Bai. In addition to the earth element symbol, there are 2 other characters, but the meaning of these 2 characters is not clear. This is, "Grandpa Bai has been studying the runes you gave him in the past few days. I found the senior brother again and asked him to try various methods. I didn't have much hope at first, but maybe the runes will be updated. It's complete, so the patterns are more obvious. The computer automatically categorizes these symbols. Grandpa Bai and I studied it and discovered that talismans are composed of 3 parts. We call it the law of 3 talismans." Zheng Fa pursed his lips. Tang Lingyu put it simply. But Zheng Fa knew how difficult it was. The runes that Master Peng gave him were more complete than what Zheng Fa had seen before. But it's also a lot more complicated. He has also been studying these runes these past few days, so he naturally knows the workload involved. "Teacher Bai. He said he wanted to catch up on his sleep for 2 days and asked you not to bother him." Tang Lingyu relayed what Old Man Bai said. These words were not very polite, and it sounded like the old man's tone. Zheng Fa felt that the notebook in his hand suddenly felt a little heavy, and he said softly, "This old man told me not to force myself. I lied to you." Tang Lingyu narrowed her eyes and said to him, "This is a gift." "Ah, you are 18 years old." Zheng Fa was stunned for a moment before he remembered that if calculated based on the age of this body, today is indeed his 18th birthday. Whether in modern times or in the Sunwei world, he has no habit of celebrating birthdays. No one has lived in modern times, and there are no conditions in the Sunwei world. On this day in previous years, except for some software, no one remembered this incident, and no one gave him blessings. Unexpectedly Old Man Bai and Tang Lingyu could actually remember. "You all remember this." He looked at the notebook in his hand and breathed out softly. "I saw it at Lao Chen's place." Tang Lingyu said with a smile, "We don't have anything to give you. Fortunately, we have made this thing." Zheng Fa took a deep look at Tang Lingyu, then turned his head and looked at the residential building where Old Man Bai lived. He pursed his lips and suddenly asked, "So, did Teacher Bai say those words on purpose?" "Yes." Tang Lingyu said with a smile, "He and I have already discussed it, and we want to give you a surprise." "But, Zheng Fa, those words are also sincere." Zheng Fa shook his head. No wonder the old man suddenly said those words. It wasn't that he doubted the other person's feelings for him, but it was obvious that Old Man Bai was a little unnatural at that time, and his words didn't match his words. Now it seems that he said it deliberately to prevent Zheng Fa from guessing what the two of them were doing. Zheng Fa, Tang Lingyu, look here. In the classroom, a classmate's shout suddenly came. Zheng Fa and the other two looked up and saw the flashlight coming on, and a boy holding up his mobile phone took a photo of the two of them. What are you doing? Aren't we going to take the college entrance examination? The boy said with a smile, I wanted to record it. You two look good standing outside, so I took a picture. Here it is. Zheng Fa looked at the other person's mobile phone screen. In the sunset, he and Tang Lingyu stood side by side. Tang Lingyu smiled without restraint, as if she was proud of giving Zheng Fa a surprise, and her exposed gums had not yet retracted. Zheng Fa looked at his face and found that he was also smiling. He never knew that he could smile so easily and even unbridled. Can you send me this photo? He asked the boy. Of course. The boy waved his hand and asked a little nervously, I want to use this photo as the cover of our class album. Can I put the two of you in love on the internet? The click rate will be higher. Okay. Zheng Fa hadn't agreed yet. Tang Lingyu spoke first. Professor Bai, your 3-character talisman law is very powerful. 2 days later, when he went to Old Man Bai's house again, Zheng Fa couldn't help but praise Bai Yuanying. This old man did a big job behind his back. A little gain, a little gain. Old Man Bai waved his hands. His tone seemed humble, but his face was full of arrogance. Zheng Fa looked at the somewhat arrogant Old Man Bai and suddenly took out the notebook from his backpack. Professor Bai, I didn't understand some issues about the law of 3 suns in my notes. Can I ask you, the creator, for advice? Zheng Fa asked for advice sincerely. Say it. Old Man Bai tilted his mouth and leaned back on the chair, showing his domineering attitude. Among the 3 talismans, apart from the 5-element talisman, there are 2 other types of talismans. How many are there respectively? Old Man Bai grinned and said after being silent for a long time, I'm not sure. More talismans are needed to study. Are these sub-talismans limited? Not sure either. What are the functions of the other 2 types of sub-talismans? Uncertain. Zheng Fa slowly put down the notebook in his hand and stared at Old Man Bai with deep eyes. Old Man Bai slowly sat up straight, the pride on his face slowly turning into embarrassment. This is all the result of the algorithm. Old Man Bai spoke in a low voice, as if he was defending aggrievedly. In such a short period of time, I have not been exposed to real auras. What can I tell? Zheng Fa flipped through his notebook and found that the tone used by Old Man Bai in the notebook was mostly guessing. Old Man Bai hesitated for a while, then suddenly spoke again. Actually, Ling Wu had a conjecture before, which I think is interesting. Zheng Fa looked at Tang Lingyu. Tang Lingyu's face was a little red and she seemed a little embarrassed. She whispered, I was just imagining it. What's your guess? Tell me. Zheng Fa was quite curious as to what kind of idea could make Old Man Bai find it interesting. Lingyu doesn't study computers, so she just thought, after all, the magic talisman is the process of dialogue between man and the world, which is similar to the interaction of computer hardware. Zheng Fa was a little enlightened. He seemed to understand what Tang Lingyu's guess was. Code. Zheng Fa couldn't help but think of what senior sister Zhang had said before when she discussed the nature of runes with him. She believed that runes were the flow tracks of spiritual energy, but some people called runes Taoist runes. Yes. Old Man Bai clapped his hands and said, Lingyu, what did you say? He looked at Zheng Fa with curious eyes. I've been wondering, what makes the magic talisman work? Tang Lingyu was no longer shy. She opened her mouth and explained to Zheng Fa, according to your description, in my opinion, the essence of the magic talisman is to use the soul, or spiritual power to control everything in the world. I was just wondering if Yuanfu can be regarded as a function. The 3 types of talismans are actually statements with 3 different functions. For example, the 5-element talisman can be regarded as a calling statement, telling the world which kind of spiritual energy I need. The other 2 subsymbols may have other functions. For example, one is responsible for logical calculations, and the other is an output interface for interacting with all things in the world. Tang Lingyu's voice became smaller and smaller, as if she wasn't confident, and she finally added, I was just imagining it. Zheng Fa and Old Man Bai both laughed. It's quite interesting. If it works, this will be the 2nd law of Tang's talisman Dao. Old Man Bai said with a smile. Zheng Fa also nodded and looked at Tang Lingyu with an encouraging look. Of course this idea is immature and still needs a lot of improvement and verification. But it's not impossible. Moreover, both Zheng Fa and Old Man Bai knew that Tang Lingyu had never been very confident. This lack of self-confidence made Tang Lingyu work very hard. In fact, both Zheng Fa and Old Man Bai felt that this girl had really helped a lot. But Tang Lingyu seemed to be unaware of the power of money. Looking at the smiling eyes of Zheng Fa and Old Man Bai, Tang Lingyu lowered her eyes, but her expression was cheerful and lively. Of course, the 2nd law of Tang's talisman Dao only exists in conjecture. But Bai's first law of talismanism has now been modified into the law of 3 Zi talismans, incomplete version. To be honest, this thing is a bit of an unexpected surprise, but on the other hand, it brings more mysteries. But after Old Man Bai explained it, Zheng Fa was no longer impatient. At least they are uncovering the essence of Fu Dao bit by bit. By the way, Professor Bai, how is the man you said you wanted to go to the capital to see who is dying soon? At that time, Old Man Bai acted alone. After all, Zheng Fa and others didn't know each other, and the seriously ill person might not want to be disturbed, so it was inconvenient for them to come to the door rashly. I didn't see it. Old Man Bai's tone was a little weird. I also missed the funeral she held for me. The funeral you organized yourself. Zheng Fa felt that he couldn't understand Chinese characters. Yes, that guy said that he held a funeral for himself while he was still alive. I heard that he cried so hard at the scene. What now? Old Man Bai took out his mobile phone, opened the watch list in the short video software, and selected one of the video bloggers. Here. Zheng Fa and Tang Lingmu leaned over and saw an old lady wearing a military green jacket, sunglasses, flying hair, and a wild smile on the screen, riding a black motorcycle, rumbling in the wilderness. This is traveling around the world. Zheng Fa then knew why the Old Man Bai said he hadn't seen this person. Professor Bai, what does this person do? Tang Lingmu looked at the old lady in the camera with bright eyes, and seemed a little envious. This girl might be like this in her imagination. Didn't Zheng Fa say before that he needed an agricultural expert? The Old Man Bai explained, this person has been engaged in agricultural research all his life, but he has never been married and has no children. He just takes care of the land. This temperament doesn't look like it. Zheng Fa looked at the screen again, and couldn't help but be a little suspicious. People say that she has been down to earth all her life and is about to die, so she has to be more fashionable. The old man sighed, she is so rebellious. Professor Bai, what is your relationship with her? Thinking about their ages, and looking at the heroic appearance of the old lady in the camera, Zheng Fa couldn't help but have some ambiguous associations. Before, I was in Beijing and joined a blind date group for the elderly with high intellectuals. The old man was a little embarrassed. I met her. Like. A little. Did she reject me? Zheng Fa asked again. The old man sighed and said, she is not here for a blind date. She said she didn't want to get married, and her mother forced her to come, saying that she would die without taking care of her when she got old. How old was she at the time? 58. Zheng Fa was silent. He was still being urged to get married at the age of 58. No wonder he was rebellious in his old age. She also said that now it's good, she died early, and her mother doesn't have to worry about her. The old man sighed and said, as if he still had some lingering feelings for the old lady. You too. If you can't be a couple, can't you be an old friend? I've been trying to contact her these 2 days, but she's on the way and she's slow to reply. The old man opened the chat list on the software again. Huh? Did she reply? He looked at the message, raised his head and said to Zheng Fa, she will come to the provincial capital next month. He didn't say the rest of the words, but Zheng Fa understood the pleading in his eyes. He looked at the notebook in his hand and said, if I can help, I'll try. Sunwei Realm, today is the day for senior sister Zhang to leave the sect. She is not leaving alone. This time she will go to Taiyang County with a group of disciples. If senior sister Zhang goes alone, she will naturally go as fast as possible. But with these disciples, for safety, she chose the flying shuttle in the sect. This is also a kind of boat commonly used by cultivators, shuttle-shaped, 5 or 6 times faster than the shuttle, but it can carry a lot fewer people. A group of people stood on the dock, and senior sister Zhang stood at the front of the crowd. The time for departure has passed. But senior sister Zhang did not move, but frowned slightly, as if waiting for something. Some disciples felt a little strange, but did not dare to speak, but only looked at their companions. Who is senior sister Zhang waiting for? You know, senior sister Zhang is a person who is vigorous and decisive, and leaves as soon as she says she will. Who can? No, who dares to let her wait? At this time, she has been standing on this dock for a long time, and it seems that she would rather wait for a few more hours. The disciple turned his eyes and nodded towards the distance. The smoke and dust rose, and Zheng Fa's figure hurried from afar. He had a horse armor on his leg, and he was as fast as a galloping horse. He rushed to the dock and saw senior sister Zhang and the group and felt relieved. Senior sister. He shouted to senior sister Zhang. Behind Zheng Fa, there were also the 7th young master and his sister. They were also acquaintances with senior sister Zhang. When they heard Zheng Fa say that senior sister Zhang was going to Taiyang County, they also came to see her off. Senior sister Zhang looked at him coming over in disheveled clothes and couldn't help but smile. The eyes of the disciples behind him met twice, and they all understood. I'm late. Zheng Fa said a little embarrassedly, and he wanted to explain something. Senior sister Zhang waved her hand and interrupted him directly. I know you. Zheng Fa was startled, and suddenly laughed, and handed a book in his hand to senior sister Zhang. 3 Sons of the Talisman Law? For me. Senior sister Zhang lowered her head, looked at the name of the book, and looked up at Zheng Fa. Well, although it is not perfect, it may be of some help to you. Zheng Fa said, junior brother almost missed the chance to see you off because I copied this book. Behind them, the 7th young master and his sister and brother watched the two talking, and did not dare to step forward. Senior sister Zhang has an old relationship with the Zhao family, but it is a relationship of the previous generation after all. Senior sister Zhang herself is not close to the Zhao family. They saw with their own eyes that senior sister Zhang's frown was slightly relaxed, and the brilliance in her eyes almost made them feel that this was not the senior sister Zhang they knew. Are you going to Taiyang County too? Senior sister Zhang suddenly asked Zhao Jinglan. Yes. Are you living in Zheng Fa's house now? Yes. You can also get on the boat. Senior Sister Zheng nodded to Zhao Jinglin, who seemed to have not understood and stood there in a daze for a long time before saying, "Is this convenient? You and I are old friends, there is nothing inconvenient." Senior Sister Zheng glanced at Zheng Fa and said righteously, "Yes." Zhao Jinglin looked back at Zheng Fa, his eyes full of deep thought. It would be better to follow Senior Sister Zheng. After all, there is a certain guarantee of safety, and you can also be covered with a tiger skin. Watching the shuttle gradually go away, the seventh young master touched his chin and looked at Zheng Fa suspiciously. "Just now Senior Sister Zheng took my sister away. Is it really because of the relationship between our two families?" Senior Sister Zheng is a warm-hearted person. Zheng Fa said with a straight face. "I just saw it. When you handed her the book, she smiled happily." The seventh young master pouted and said, "What's in the book?" "Love poems." Zheng Fa saw that the seventh young master thought the book was a love letter. But the first author of that thing is Old Man Bai, and it's hard to chase a rebellious old lady. It doesn't seem to be a good match. The second author, is Tangling Mu. In the river beside the dock, a young man stood on a small boat. He was dressed in a scholar's gown and looked at the shuttle going away. He whispered to the two people beside him, "Zhang Wuyi is gone, let's find out about Zheng Fa." The three of them looked like masters and servants. The leader looked like a young man of letters from aristocratic families, with clear features and no evil aura at all. The other two were more ordinary, one middle-aged and one young, dressed as servants, but they didn't look like ordinary people. After hearing what the scribe said, the young man on the left asked, "Sir, this Zheng Fa has just gained some fame in the Jushin sect and is just a training monk. Why should we care so much?" The young man glanced at him and didn't speak. "Talk too much." The older man slapped the person who asked the question in the face, and scolded him, "Young master is interested in this person, let's go find out. Is it necessary? Explain to you. This slave is guilty." The young man was beaten and didn't even dare to feel angry. He just lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Hearing his words, the young master looked at the two of them for a long time before he said, "Not only Zheng Fa, but also the geniuses of the 100 Immortals Alliance, and even the geniuses of the Sunwei realm, our holy cult will not let go." The other two looked at each other, seemingly a little confused. Last time when the genius failed, Tianhe sect came out with a peerless talent. Our holy sect didn't pay attention to it in the early days. Unexpectedly, he almost unified Sunwei in the end. The young master's face didn't know whether it was fear or yearning, but he continued, "That time, my holy religion was almost wiped out by him. If it weren't for the deep foundation of our holy religion and the blessing of our ancestors, I'm afraid the inheritance would have been cut off. In this calamity, our holy sect will never make the mistake of ignoring these geniuses again. That's why, young master attaches so much importance to Zheng Fa." The other two kind of figured it out. "It's not that we take it seriously. What the sect is most afraid of are the famous geniuses of the 5 major sects. In this 100 Immortal Alliance, there are only a few talents such as Zhang Wuyi who can be said to be taken seriously by the section." The young master shook his head. "It's just Zheng Fa Chuan is the most talented person in the 100 Immortals Alliance for Talisman Dao in 10,000 years, and he is accepted as a disciple by the head of the 9 Mountains sect, which makes me a little interested. I teach martial arts and am the best at pretending. You two go to the 9 Mountains sect to have a look." The young master thought for a while and added, "If there is a chance, I will take Zheng Fa's life." "Yes. Senior Sister Zheng asked me to stay at her house." Zheng Fa looked at Senior Sister Yuan in front of him, a little surprised by the news brought by Senior Sister Yuan. "Yes." Senior Sister Yuan nodded, and after thinking for a while, she seemed to remember Senior Sister Zhang's original words. She said that the Sunwei world is not peaceful now, and several young monks with some reputation have died inexplicably. The place I live now is too close to the city, so it is easy for bad people to take advantage of me." When Zheng Fa heard this, he couldn't help but look at Senior Sister Zhang's courtyard. It seems that he saw the figure looking at him with a smile in the independent booth. "I have also been living at Senior Sister Zhang's house." Senior Sister Yuan also patted her chest. "I promised Senior Sister Zheng that I will watch over you. No, I will protect you." Zheng Fa knew Senior Sister Zhang's good intentions. Senior Sister Zhang's yard has plenty of aura and is much safer than where Zheng Fa lives now. Anyone else would envy Zheng Fa. But he did not immediately nod in agreement, but looked at the 7th young master behind him. "Zheng Fa, I also want to return to the Qingmu sect." As if he knew what Zheng Fa was thinking, the 7th young master suddenly spoke. "What are you doing?" The 7th young master pursed his lips, pulled Zheng Fa a few steps away, and then asked softly, "Isn't it very dangerous for my sister to go to Taiyang County this time?" Zheng Fa couldn't help grinning. Smart 7th young master is online again. She gave me a lot of spiritual stones and elixirs during this period, saying that she didn't need them anymore. The 7th young master lowered his head and said in a low tone, "You think I'm stupid? It's not that dangerous. Senior Sister Zhao, please be careful. You should have no worries about saving your life. Senior Sister Zheng will take care of you." Zheng Fa couldn't help but comforted him. "I know my sister is actually very tired." The 7th young master suddenly interrupted Zheng Fa. "Not only does she want to practice herself, she also helps me collect resources and expand my network. My master, she also begged many people, helped me get on the line. Zheng Fa, I want to go back to practice." When I build the foundation, I will be able to help my sister. When I get the golden elixir, I can give my sister whatever she wants. Waiting for my nascent soul, when the time comes, I will enjoy the blessings with you, my mother, and by the way, plateau. Then I'll wait. Zheng Fa pursed his lips and smiled, looking at the seventh young master. He had always felt that everything was going smoothly for the seventh young master in the King Mu sect, and nothing seemed to have changed. But now I find that he has changed. When the seventh young master was sent to the dock, the seventh young master suddenly asked Zheng Fa, I heard that the 100 Immortals Alliance holds a 100 Immortals Dharma Assembly every 10 years, where disciples from various sects will communicate and compete. Will you go? Probably so. Zheng Fa had heard of the 100 Immortals Dharma Assembly. Zheng Fa finally understood the nature of the 100 Immortals Alliance. Rather than saying it is a sect, it is better to say it is an alliance of commercial city-states. There are frequent business exchanges among various sects, but most of them go their own way. The 100 Immortals Dharma Conference is a place where the 100 Immortals Alliance communicates with each other and competes for interests. It seems that it will be less than 2 years until the next 100 Immortals Dharma Assembly. Generally speaking, the 100 Immortals Dharma Assembly is placed 2 years after the Immortal Grade Assembly. Generally, by this time period, this wave of new disciples who have started are extremely talented. Almost everyone stood out. You can take it out and show it to everyone. Zheng Fa remembered that senior sister Zhang surpassed her contemporaries with her foundation-building cultivation skills at a 100 Immortals Dharma conference decades ago, and won the title of #1 in Talisman techniques. I should also go. The seventh young master's eyes were bright. After 2 years of hard training, I should have already established the foundation. Zheng Fa was a little confused about what the seventh young master wanted to say. You should be fine too. The seventh young master's face was full of pride and ambition. When the time comes, let's meet as foundation-building monks. Normally when I use such an impassioned tone, I have to at least shout Jindankai. Zheng Fa couldn't help but complained. Seeing the seventh young master's frozen expression, Zheng Fa couldn't help laughing. In the Sunwei world, he only feels like a young man when he is with a few people. Zhao Jingfen. Zheng Fa suddenly looked serious. Do you know what I expect? Meet nascent soul. The seventh young master held it in for a long time before he said, I would never dare to do this in my dreams. Wait until Zheng Fa sends the seventh young master on the ship. The seventh young master suddenly held on to the guardrail of the boat and shouted towards Zheng Fa, see you at Yuanying. Zheng Fa smiled and waved to the seventh young master on the boat. Nascent soul is of course difficult, and it is even harder for people like the seventh young master who are not top-notch, but Zheng Fa still hopes that in this world, there will be people like the seventh young master. Live longer. The people around were attracted by the seventh young master's shouting. They all looked at the two of them. Uncle, is this the immortal sect monk? In the crowd, an old man and a young man looked at Master Seven and Zheng Fa. The young man who had been slapped on the boat before laughed in a low voice. Returning the nascent soul? You are so stupid that you don't know the heights of the world. The middle-aged man glanced at him and signaled him not to talk too much in a crowded place. The two of them walked towards Fangxi. When they passed by Zheng Fa, the young man looked back again. The immortal sect monks are different from our uncles and nephews. The middle-aged monk said when he saw that there was no one around him, our holy religion respects blood, and the blood of the ancient saints is more noble than us. We rely on our bloodline to practice very quickly, but if we hadn't obtained the holy blood pill, the two of us would have no hope of advancing to the nascent soul. Immortal monks don't have such restrictions. At this point, the middle-aged man sighed again and said, my holy religion is strong because of bloodline, but it is limited by bloodline. Even if it is a holy son, it is the same, so afraid of these unrestricted geniuses. The young man nodded and looked at Jushin in the distance with a little fear, but there are still 3 nascent souls in Jushin sect, and the two of us are just building the foundation. That's why the young master won't come. The middle-aged man glanced at the companion with a sullen expression, and said, don't feel uncomfortable with anything. Don't say that our holy religion is like this. How can the Sunwei world not be like this? There is nothing wrong with Jushin sect different. The young man pursed his lips. The middle-aged man smiled, as if he thought he had little experience. Our holy sect gives those geniuses with low cultivation and low bloodline as slaves and maids. Isn't it the same with these immortal sects? It's just covered with a layer of righteousness. Just skin. Okay, the Jushin sect is indeed not someone I can mess with. Let's not delay and go find Zheng Fa's residence first. The two came to Zheng Fa's yard. The middle-aged man laughed when he saw it. This place is full of people. Let's be careful. It's not difficult to find an opportunity to quickly deal with this person. The difficult thing is how to escape. The young man also looked around and nodded. This place was originally intended for new disciples to live in. In addition to Jushin sect disciples, there were also family members of Jushin sect disciples living around. And because of the bustle of Jushin Zongfang City today, there are many outsiders settling here. It's really a good place to start. The two of them were afraid of long nights and many dreams, so they simply found an inn on the corner of the street and watched the activities of Zheng Fa's family through the window of the room every day. One day later, Uncle, does Zheng Fa really live here? The young man couldn't help it anymore and asked the middle-aged man beside him. I asked about it, it's this courtyard. The middle-aged man was also confused. He looked at the empty courtyard and muttered to himself, Zheng Fa is very famous in the Jushin sect. Wait 2 more days. 3 days later, the uncle and nephew stood by the window, looking at each other. Uncle, the shopkeepers are asking me what I do in the room every day. Let's go to Fangxi to find out more. Then, let's go watch a play. The young man suddenly suggested, this thing has become famous recently, and it happens to be on tonight. Looking at his nephew's pleading eyes, the middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. When the uncle and nephew arrived at the theater, the entrance to the theater was already bustling with people buying tickets. The young man squeezed into the crowd and managed to grab 2 tickets. When he looked back at his uncle, he found that the uncle was looking around. Uncle, what are you looking at? I heard that this drama was created by Zheng Fa. Now it seems that the Jushin sect has made a lot of money from this thing. The two walked into the theater and found that all the 10,000 seats inside were almost full. The uncle made some calculations in his mind, and then sighed to his nephew. In this case, the Jushin sect will earn at least 300 spiritual stones. His nephew nodded, but didn't take the words to heart. He just looked left and right eagerly. The middle-aged man looked at his nephew's expression and sighed slightly, knowing that his nephew's temperament has not yet been finalized and he likes to have fun. However, the holy cult is very hierarchical and does not allow him to be arrogant. This was the first time I came out of the holy cult, and I went a little too far. Thinking of this, his heart softened and he followed his nephew. After a while, saving Xiaoxiu Pengqian began. The time of the play seemed to fly by. After watching it, the uncle and nephew walked out of the theater with the flow of people without saying a word. It seems that he is still immersed in the plot. After a while, the middle-aged man suddenly heard his nephew mutter, Jushin sect is different. In this play, the people of the Jushin sect are willing to spend such a high price to rescue a young monk in the qi refining stage. The young man said softly, it is different from our holy sect. The middle-aged man twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at his nephew, feeling a little headache. I know that you are usually a bit rebellious, and those of us from the demon sect don't have any loyalty. But, you are a little too crooked, right? This is a drama. The script has been changed. He whispered, it's fake. His nephew stopped talking when he heard what he said. After the two of them left the theater, they walked around the market and planned to inquire about Zheng Fa's movements. The middle-aged man glanced at the crowds of people in the market and couldn't help but sigh, this market is so lively. It wasn't even there when we came here a few days ago. We think we were attracted by this drama. The Jushin sect is really making a lot of money. His nephew didn't care about economic matters. He just looked around and went wherever the excitement was. As they walked, the two of them discovered that a shop was doing very well, with many people crowding in front of the shop and even forming a long queue. There was a sign in front of the store, half a stone per person, no extras for sale. The uncle and nephew stepped forward and saw that this was actually a lingu shop. Brother, why is this shop so prosperous? The young man asked the monk at the end of the team curiously. Is it your first time coming to Jushin sect? Yes. The yellow sprout rice here is cheap? It is said that the Jushin sect negotiated the price with Qinhe sect specifically so that people can buy affordable spiritual rice. The uncle and nephew looked at the winding team. Let's watch a drama and buy some spiritual rice to take home. Whether we eat it ourselves or sell it, can we make some money? The monk was still sighing. We can only buy half a stone each. I heard there are no restrictions on the disciples of Jushin sect. There are also many people who resell at a higher price, and they are very evil. But what can we do? The monk sighed and said, Renjiushin sect said that it is all welfare for the lower level disciples. If you eat it and sell it, the disciples' life will be easier. Hearing this, the young man looked at his uncle and said softly, Uncle, Jushin sect is different. His uncle didn't speak either, just stood silently behind the monk. Zheng Fa was walking on the mountain path of the 8th peak. It was early morning now, and there were many disciples of Uncle Pang on the 8th peak. When they saw Zheng Fa, the disciples with lower cultivation would first bow to him, and even the disciples with higher cultivation would smile at him. Zheng Fa knew that this was because of the influence of that batch of yellow sprout rice. At the beginning, Zheng Fa and Qinhe sect agreed that the yellow sprout rice was 300 stones a month. But these 300 stones were actually sold out in 10 days, and later they even had to restrict outsiders from buying. Now, Jushin sect has to order at least 600 stones of yellow sprout rice from Qinhe sect a month, which is double what was said before. The biggest beneficiaries of this transaction are these disciples of Jushin sect. Zheng Fa walked along the way, bowing to these fellow disciples all the way. The journey that used to take less than an incense stick took half an hour. When they arrived at Uncle Pang's hall, the sun was already high. Uncle Pang was in the hall, and he didn't seem surprised to see him. He just nodded at him. Nephew Zheng, do you want to see me for something? Zheng Fa bowed to Uncle Pang and looked around the hall. There were still many disciples who stayed here, looking at him curiously. To be fair, among the 3 Yuanying of Jushin sect, Uncle Pang was actually the one who valued his disciples the most. Not to mention his own master, Master Yuan. He hadn't met Master Huang, the master of Sister Zhang, yet, so he could see how he lived. Only Uncle Pang would pull his disciples over every now and then to teach them. Master Pang was one of the few people who always planned for his own disciples. Thinking of this, he was a little envious of these brothers. Uncle, I came here to ask for something. Zheng Fa said, now that Sister Zhang has taken away many brothers, the General Affairs Hall and the market are short of manpower. I would like to ask you to send some brothers to help me manage the market. Uncle Peng slowly sat up and looked at Zheng Fa. His expression could be summed up in one sentence. Junior brother Zheng had just left, and you were ready to raise the flag of rebellion? Zheng Fa certainly understood his thoughts. General Affairs Pavilion and the market have always been the territory of senior sister Zheng, and disciples of Uncle Peng's lineage are not allowed to interfere. I mentioned this to senior sister Zheng before she left. Zheng Fa explained. Senior sister Zheng also agreed. In fact, senior sister Zheng took so many senior brothers away this time to clear some obstacles for him. Seeing Uncle Peng's expression of disbelief, Zheng Fa had to explain further. In the past few years in the market, some disciples relied on senior sister Zheng to rob, and some disciples colluded with those profiteers. Although senior sister Zheng has always been tolerant of this matter, to be honest, this kind of thing has been repeatedly banned. Now the market is more and more prosperous, but the people who reach out are more and more bold, and the number is more than usual. Zheng Fa knew that this kind of thing would continue in the future, and even worse. He was confident that the market would earn more and more spiritual stones and spiritual materials. On the other hand, as the spiritual power declines, these things become more and more valuable. Even senior sister Zheng has to admit that no matter how powerful she is, she can't control people's greed. Just change some rules to suppress it. So you want to ask my disciples to go? All the senior brothers are good at the void spirit eye. Zheng Fa said with a smile, I want to ask the senior brothers to guard the market. The first is to prevent people from making trouble, and the second is to supervise the disciples in the market. The direct disciples of Uncle Peng's lineage have all practiced the void spirit eye. Of course, Zhou Qianyuan, the unlucky guy, has not. In Zheng Fa's mind, these are all good materials for security guards. It comes with surveillance. Hearing him say this, the disciples in the hall looked at each other, and they didn't seem to be very tempted. This job sounded boring and offensive, especially since the market was senior sister Zheng's territory. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. Zheng Fa held up 3 fingers and said, I will give you 3 extra spirit stones on behalf of senior sister Zheng for 1 month. At this point, the faces of several senior brothers became excited. It's good to be bored. Who wouldn't want to get money for nothing? It's even better to offend people. The ones I'm offending are you guys who eat alone? With spirit stones, everything is easy. Uncle Peng looked at Zheng Fa, and then at his excited disciples. I always feel that Zheng Fa can lead his disciples away with a wave of his arm. 3 spirit stones a month is not really high because Uncle Peng's disciples are at least foundation building, and even if a foundation building disciple in the market doesn't bother to make money, it's not a big problem to get this income. But Uncle Peng's lineage is really poor. They are in charge of the Discipline Institute and get a fixed salary. Unlike senior sister Zheng's lineage, which has the market under their control, there is a lot of oil and water. In terms of drawing talismans, Uncle Peng's disciples are no match for sister Zheng's lineage. Most of the spiritual talisman markets above the Xian grade talismans in the market are controlled by sister Zheng's lineage. It is precisely because of this that Uncle Peng teaches his disciples so attentively, but the strength of the 2 lines is actually not distinguished. After all, Uncle Peng's lineage does have less resources in comparison. No wonder they are dissatisfied with sister Zheng. Sister Zheng's move, on the one hand, is of course to rectify the market. On the other hand, it is also a concession. I actually underestimated the breadth of junior brother Zheng. After Uncle Peng was silent for a long time, he nodded gently. In that case, who of you is willing to go follow junior brother Zheng later? After Master Peng finished speaking, he looked at Zheng Fa and suddenly said, have you reached the 6th level of Qi training? Yes. Zheng Fa gently lowered his head in response. He was not slow in his cultivation, and in addition to being at senior sister Zheng's house these past few days, he had plenty of spiritual energy. Breakthroughs come naturally. Others break through more slowly, but you break through faster and faster. Master Peng was silent for a moment. The speed of your breakthrough has actually caught up with Master Nephew Zheng's back then. Zheng Fa was stunned. He didn't know how fast senior sister Zheng could break through, but what he knew was that senior sister Zheng was the fastest in building the foundation of the 100 Immortals Alliance. But if you think about it carefully, it's natural. The Tao Foundation building method helped him far more than senior sister Zheng. If you include modern times, he has been practicing for a long time. Now he lives in the place where the Jushin sect has the most spiritual power. You have entered this realm, and I, as an elder, have to reward you. Uncle Peng flashed his hand, and a jade tube appeared in his hand. I still have some secret cultivation techniques in my Dongsu spiritual eye. You can take it, go back and discuss the details with Master Zheng. Zheng Fa was stunned and looked at Master Peng. Are you really hiding something? Of course, he also knew that this was Master Peng's reciprocation. You mean? Someone is staring at me. Zheng Fa didn't expect that as soon as he recruited a few Fangxi security guards, he would get big news, and the news was not about Fangxi, but about himself. Yes. Seeing Zheng Fa's confusion, Sun Dayu explained, our lineage has always been responsible for the safety of the Jushin sect, and there are also some disciples patrolling the sect. We asked those disciples to pay more attention to the people near our junior brother. Condition. Zheng Fa was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but thanked him. Thank you, senior brother, for your trouble. Sun Dayu waved his hand and said, Junior brother, you allow us to earn spiritual stones. Unlike master, we don't have any secrets for you. We can only do small things. Zheng Fa smiled bitterly. This is no small matter. Unexpectedly, senior sister Zheng's precautionary measures actually saved him from trouble. Sunday Yu took him to the inn on the corner of the street. There are already several senior brothers here, communicating with the innkeeper. Zheng Zhenren. The shopkeeper is not a disciple of the Jushin sect. He seems to be a relative of a certain senior brother who opened an inn in the sect to make a living. Did you, the shopkeeper, find out? Of course. As soon as these two people entered our inn, they stayed in the room and didn't know what they were doing. The shopkeeper nodded and said, I know that room, and the window is facing Zheng Zhenren's house. Small courtyard. These real people came to ask me if there was anyone suspicious near your home, and I remembered these two people. When the shopkeeper said this, his face was a bit bitter. I was actually a little suspicious, but I never thought they really had evil intentions. I think the young man among these two people quite likes our Jushin sect. Like. Yes, after that person watched Saving Xiaoxiu Pangqian, when he met me, he liked to talk about how good our Jushin sect was, and his tone was very envious. Zheng Fa and Sunday Yu looked at each other. Is this really true? Sunday Yu said slowly. More trustworthy than me. The shopkeeper's face was also very confused. Even Zheng Fa didn't know what to say. After the play was released, most people in the Jushin sect just watched it for fun. The brainwashing function was not strong, but they didn't expect it to move a bad guy. It can only be said that distance creates beauty. Where are the people? We knocked on the door just to ask, but who would have thought that those two people would run away as soon as they saw us? A senior brother said. Several senior brothers went after us, but the movement techniques used by these two people seemed to be based on rumors. The shadow of the devil in the sky. Sunday Yu was startled, and his expression became more solemn. Tianmo Juiying is the secret of the Great Freedom Demon Sect. Junior brother Zheng, I have to report this to Master. Do you think? I'm also going to see the leader. The shadow of the demon. On the 9th peak, the leader slowly frowned when he heard this technique, showing a rare look of worry. The Great Freedom Demon Cult. He thought for a while and suddenly looked at Zheng Fa. Did you hook up with another saint? What kind of PTSD does the disciple have? No, it won't. The leader himself shook his head. Zheng Fa was inexplicably relieved. This old man still trusted his character? Master Zhang will not give you this opportunity. Senior Sister Yuan on the side nodded and stared at Zheng Fa warily. Master, what kind of existence is this Great Freedom Demon Sect? The Demon Sect. The leader suddenly sighed and said, you also know that the Great Freedom Demon Sect was founded by the monks who survived the Great Tribulation. Zheng Fa and Senior Sister Yuan nodded. It is rumored that some of those monks are still alive. Ah, this is a bit too turtly. At least 1,000,000 years have passed since the last tribulation. How can someone survive to this day? Including the Great Freedom Demon Sect. The Demon Sect we know has a total of 13 giant chambers, that is to say, there are 13 ancient monks who have passed down the bloodline, and they are collectively called the Demon Sect. These people are called the 13 demon ancestors. Some of them may still be alive, the most likely one is the founder of the Great Freedom Demon Sect. Master, I just have a question, why did our immortal sect survive? According to the laws of the Sunwei world, the older you get, the stronger you become. If there are really people who can live for such a long time, then what else are they playing with? From the classics, the last calamity was indeed dominated by the demon sect, but the Tianhe Venerable took up the sword alone, destroyed the 13 great families, and fought with some giants hidden in history before unifying Sunwei. So this calamity is dominated by the immortal sect, and we immortal sects have been committed to suppressing the demon section. The head of the sect sighed and said, now that the traces of the Great Freedom Demon Sect have appeared, it is really not good news. Master, why are these demon ancestors so obsessed with continuing their bloodline? Zheng Fa couldn't help asking. This was the point that he couldn't understand the most. When practicing Taoism for immortality, reproduction is not so important. Especially for this kind of existence that has lived for 1,000,000 years, this blood relationship is quite distant. The magic sect's skills all come from the 13 demon ancestors, and only their blood can be practiced. I have never seen these skills, but a great man once said that for the demon ancestors, these people are not only descendants, but also furnaces and cauldrons, and even in the end, they may all be blood food. There are also rumors that some demon ancestors have been relying on taking over their own best blood to survive for so long. Zheng Fa was stunned for a moment, and understood, this is to deal with the decline of spiritual power, to cultivate a spiritual plant that only you can use. Your words are good, but I am a little scared when I hear them. The head of the sect was silent for a long time before speaking. The uncle and nephew who were monitoring Zheng Fa ran all the way and fled for their lives. The Sky Demon Absolute Shadow is an excellent way to escape into the air, but unfortunately, someone among the pursuers called the Jindan disciples, and the two not only did not escape, but watched the people chasing them getting closer and closer. Uncle, where should we escape to? The young master once said that if we are exposed, we should go to a secret place to meet him, and he will rescue us. The middle-aged man said as he ran, that place is not far from here, and we will arrive soon. This is the corner of the river bank, and there is a small house at the corner, which is probably used by fishermen. It's there. The middle-aged man pointed to the small house and said. But when he reached the door, he suddenly stopped his nephew and gave him a blood-colored pill. Uncle, the young man said in a daze. If something happens after entering the house, you just swallow this heart-burning pill. After saying that, the middle-aged man took a deep breath and pushed open the door of the house. A mysterious light flashed in the house, and the middle-aged man's loud reminder came, "Take the pill quickly." When the young man heard it, he immediately swallowed the heart-burning pill in his hand. The next moment, the blood in his body began to coagulate, and his heart slowly stopped beating. He suddenly realized that there was no young master in the house at all, and it was probably just a reminder array. As soon as they entered, the young master knew that the two were exposed. At this time, the young master was asking the spirit of the holy ancestor to kill his uncle and nephew. In the Great Freedom Demon sect, people with pure blood and high cultivation can kill them without even taking action in this way. He felt his body gradually stiffen, and only the heat of the burning blood pill remained to maintain a ball of heart fire. Lying at the door of the hut, he saw that his uncle was already lying in the house, without a single movement. His chest was burning hot, not just because of the burning heart pill, but also because of the anger burning. Found it. Behind him, there was a shout from the pursuers. He looked up, tried his best to raise his neck, and whispered to the person who came, "Save me." Several disciples of the Jushin sect were stunned. Seeing that the other party was lying on the ground and gradually fainted, and then looked at the Jushin sect uniform on his body, they couldn't help but wonder, did he see the wrong person? When he woke up again, the young man found himself lying on a couch. Next to the bed, there was a man holding a ceramic bottle, with a thin tube extending from the mouth of the bottle, piercing his arm. "Are you awake?" Seeing him wake up, Zheng Fa smiled, waved his hand, and the tube formed by the blood-sucking talisman disappeared into the void, as if nothing had happened. Looking at the bottle, the awakened young man was silent and just asked, "Where is this?" "Jushin sect." Zheng Fa clearly saw the expression of broken faith on the man's face in an instant. "Junior brother Zheng? The blood is used up again." Lin Yo pushed the door in, his face full of the words seeking funds. He looked at the porcelain bottle full of blood, sniffed it with the tip of his nose, and said in surprise, "Is this the new blood you bought, junior brother?" "Hey, why is this man fainted?" Zheng Fa is not some bloodthirsty pervert. At least he didn't think he was. The reason why he was interested in this man's blood actually stemmed from a discovery. There was actually a magic talisman in this man's blood. When the disciples of Uncle Peng's lineage captured him, the man was dying. If it wasn't for the heat in his chest, he would have been buried long ago. When Zheng Fa saw him, his limbs were cold and stiff, his breathing was so weak that it was almost inaudible, and black and red blood was flowing around his lips. Zheng Fa also hesitated whether to save this person or not. Although in the shopkeeper's words, this man sounded a bit stupid. But this is a disciple of the Great Freedom Demon sect. Not to mention that what he said was really insincere and he was lying to the shopkeeper. Let's just say that even if this person is stupid enough to have his heart set on the Nine Mountains sect, with the demon ancestors' control over these descendants, Zheng Fa cannot be completely reassured. Those senior brothers brought him back to see if they could get some confessions. As for any good intentions, even people like Zheng Fa who had undergone modern education would not dare to do this to people in the demon sect. This man has been placed in a small house far away from the core of the Nine Mountains sect, and there are many spiritual talismans attached to his body and in the house. Until 2 days ago, the man was still unconscious at the time. Zheng Fa was practicing the Dongxu spiritual eye according to Uncle Peng's secret method, and he accidentally glanced at the blood at the corner of the other party's mouth, and then he discovered a surprise. There are some specious talismans in this man's blood. All monks have spiritual power within their bodies. However, for monks like Zheng Fa from the Nine Mountains sect, the spiritual power in their bodies is scattered, and they will only show certain patterns when they are operated deliberately. But the spiritual power in this person's blood seems to be spontaneously moving according to the trajectory of the spiritual talisman. No, this is not a talisman. Zheng Fa observed for several days before he could confirm that the symbols in this man's blood were different from those in the void. If analyzed based on the law of 3 characters, in the 2 talismans, the parts of the 5-element talisman are exactly the same, but the other 2 types of unknown subsymbols are very different. The main difference is quantity and variety. If these 2 types of unclear subsymbols are called Type A and Type B, among the talismans in this person's blood, the types of Category A subtalismans are obviously much less. There are even fewer Category B, just 2 types. And every talisman in his blood must have these 2 subtalents. This discovery made Zheng Fa very interested in this man's blood. He guessed that this might have something to do with the nature of the demonic cultivation technique. What made Zheng Fa a little helpless was that once the person's blood left the body, the talismans in the blood would dissipate within half an hour, which forced him to draw a little blood every day. In order to maintain the blood supply, he also attached several healing charms to the man. I don't know if his magic talisman is too effective, or if this person's will to survive is too strong. This man actually woke up. When the young man woke up again, he saw Zheng Fa and senior sister Yuan staring at him. "May I have your name?" Zheng Fa asked. The young man remained motionless, as if he didn't want to answer Zheng Fa's question. After a long time, he finally spoke, "Lin Bufan. This surname is good, but there is something wrong with this name." Zheng Fa was silent for a moment and then said, "If you remove the alias, I think it can be a great success." Lin Bufan's lifeless face showed a hint of confusion. "Now that you're awake, you should also know that you have been captured by our Jushin sect." Zheng Fa and senior sister Yuan wanted to get some information from this person. "You and another person, come to me. What's the intention of Jushin sect?" "That person? How is that person?" Lin Bufan's face suddenly became excited. Dead. Zheng Fa and senior sister Yuan looked at each other and knew that Lin Bufan had something to do with the dead man. Dead. Lin Bufan's eyes darkened, but he was not hurt. He must have guessed the answer a long time ago, then he cremated and buried. Zheng Fa said frankly. This was what he strongly recommended. Zheng Fa was not at ease with keeping the man's body buried next to the river beach where he died. Cremation. Lin Bufan was silent for a long time, then sighed. That's good, at least the body is not exposed in the wilderness. What do you want to ask? Lin Bufan raised his eyes and looked at Zheng Fa, as if he wanted to cooperate. Why are you staring at me? It's not just you, we will all attack the geniuses of the 100 Immortals Alliance if we have the chance. Lin Bufan paused and said, including that Zhang Wuyi, senior sister Zhang. Zheng Fa was suddenly shocked. This group of people sneaked into Jushin sect just after senior sister Zhang left the sect. It really doesn't seem like a whim, but rather something prepared. So your target is senior sister Zhang. He stood up suddenly, his voice a little anxious. I don't know. Lin Bufan said directly, I don't have a high status in the holy demon cult. I don't know anything about Zhang Wuyi. What I can say is that there must be someone staring at Zhang Wuyi. Lin Bufan's voice suddenly revealed a trace of hatred. Among them, there is the person who asked me and my uncle to come to Jushin sect, that is, that person. Want to kill you, uncle. The great Zize demon sect respects the surname Lin and says that we are a family. But over the years, there are more than tens of thousands of people with the surname Linear. Lin Bufan looked at the roof. My parents have passed away since I was a child. It was my uncle who I raised him. After he said this, it was as if he didn't want to reveal anything more. When Zheng Fa asked him anything, he either said nothing or said he didn't know. You are now a prisoner of our Jushin sect. Have you seen the spiritual talisman on your body? If you use spiritual power or walk out of this room, you will die. Seeing that he refused to say anything, Zheng Fa was silent for a moment and stood up. Come, if you think of anything again, tell me. Zheng Fa took senior sister Yuan out of the room in a hurry. Lin Bufan looked at the backs of the two of them, his eyes shining brightly. Junior brother, do you believe his words? The purpose is not pure, but there must be some truths. Zheng Fa said his thoughts as he walked. This person probably wants to avenge his uncle now and wants to lead us to deal with the person who killed his uncle. 2. This person's behavior actually did not hide his purpose, but on the other hand, Jushin sect cannot take this matter lightly. Senior sister, I want to send a message to senior sister Zhang and tell her about this matter. Zheng Fa thought for a while and then said, I also need to go to master to discuss it. Senior sister Yuan nodded, as if she was mainly based on Zheng Fa's opinion. On the other hand, senior sister, you have to keep an eye on this person for me. Zheng Fa turned around and looked at the room where Lin Bufan was lying. We know too little about the demon sect. I have an open enemy but a secret one. This person is now being abandoned by others may indeed be a bit of a double-minded thing. Maybe there will be other gains. Wrap it around me. Senior sister Yuan nodded. Zheng Fa thought about the runes obtained from Lin Bufan's blood and compared them with the runes he had learned before. The law of 3 characters is not perfect enough. Among the 3 types of subtalents, the 5-element subtalisman is the clearest and the most qualitative. The other 2 types of subtalents are extremely vague from quantity, type to function. But these talismans in Lin Bufan's blood opened a small window for Zheng Fa's thinking, especially the 2 types of B-type talismans in this person's blood. And it will always appear. Compare it with the runes Zheng Fa learned before. There was a more important discovery. One of the 2 types of B-type talismans in this person's blood was common in the previous talismans. But the other never appeared. He couldn't help but have an idea. This talisman was one of the essential secrets of the magic sect technique. Even think about it more deeply. Could this subtalisman itself correspond to the demon ancestor of the Great Freedom Demon cult? Thinking of this, Zheng Fa couldn't help but think of the so-called interactive talisman mentioned by Tang Lingyu. Does this talisman represent the invisible and close connection between the disciples of the demon sect and the demon ancestor? Thinking about it this way, the second law of Tang's Fu Dao actually has some meaning of coming true. However, Zheng Fa did not dare to study this thing wantonly, or even draw this subtalisman. Who knows if a demon ancestor will pop up? Junior brother. Lin Yo hurriedly ran over and shouted towards Zheng Fa, I'm done? I'm done. What happened? Seeing Lin Yo's overjoyed expression, Zheng Fa asked. I made a talisman. Lin Yo said loudly, the talisman of the nourishing talisman. Real. Zheng Fa was also a little surprised. He actually didn't have much hope. Lin Yo's father blew himself up and only got a talisman. Now the research has been completed for less than a month, and the results have been produced. How much does it cost? Zheng Fa asked. No cost. Didn't you draw that man's blood before? I asked you to get some and tried it with his blood. That's great. Zheng Fa looked at the room where the man was lying and fell into deep thought. Is it just his blood? Our Jushin sect's blood is not good anyway, Lin Yo said with certainty. Have you tried this before? Zheng Fa couldn't help but widened his eyes. When we couldn't afford the blood of spiritual beasts, my father and I used our own blood. Zheng Fa couldn't help but be silent, and he also had a guess in his mind. If there is any difference between the blood of these demon sect members and the monks of the 9 Mountains sect, it is the talismans in the blood. Junior brother, the devils of the demon sect should be killed by everyone. Lin Yo looked excited. Their blood is worthless. Yes. Compared to spiritual beasts, there are indeed many benefits to using the blood of demon sect disciples to make talismans. Spirit beasts must be carefully bred and are very delicate. Some sects in the Sunwei world are famous for breeding spirit beasts. The disciples of the demon sect are very sensible. They can eat and sleep by themselves, and they also take the initiative to practice. In the past, when the immortal sect and the demon sect fought, the disciples of the demon sect would always be killed. The risk of fighting was high and the profit was small. Now, well, I can only say that the atmosphere is conducive to slaying demons. Thinking of this, Zheng Fa understood Lin You's excitement. There is only one problem. Master, do you think that if we cut off the spiritual plants that others have raised for many years, will they take revenge? In the master's thatched cottage, Zheng Fa asked his master. Who? The leader thought for a while and suddenly said, You harmed your Uncle Pang's 1,000-year-old purple bamboo? That's not right. He treasures this thing. If the spiritual bamboo is not dead, you can pay it back to your uncle. Go back. No, a member of the demon sect. Demon sect? Why should we be polite to them? They are trying to sneak into our Jushin sect to cause trouble. The head of the sect patted his chest and said loudly, The immortals and demons cannot coexist. There is no need to talk about morality. If something happens, you still have me as your master. I have killed people from the demon sect before. That's fine. Feeling his master's protection, Zheng Fa's face was very excited. Tell me, whose spiritual plant are you going to cut? No one, it's the demon ancestor of the Great Freedom Demon Sect. The head of the sect was silent for a while, and then said, How about I pull out the 1,000-year-old purple bamboo of your Uncle Pang and give it to you? I said that disciples are all debts. One is more troublesome than the other. You can use the blood of demon sect disciples to make talismans anywhere. The only thing is that it's more of a suicide attempt. Although the demon sect in the Sunwei realm is now in decline, the current status of the 13 demon ancestors is questionable. But you take a sickle to cut the leeks that others have worked hard to grow for millions of years. Does the demon ancestor not want face? Walking out of the leader's thatched cottage, Zheng Fa shook his head. The matter of the talisman is not feasible now, and it cannot even be spread. Otherwise, even if you can save a few spirit stones to buy the blood of spirit beasts, you will easily provoke a powerful enemy. What's more, the talisman itself has a lot of controversy in the Jushin sect. The benefits and risks of doing this are extremely disproportionate. Junior brother, Lin Bufan still hasn't said anything these days. What should we do? Senior sister Yuan followed him and suddenly asked. Zheng Fa thought for a while, then turned to ask senior sister Yuan, Senior sister, what do you think? Kill. Senior sister Yuan said immediately. Although senior sister Yuan has always been lively and cute, she is heartless. But when the word kill is mentioned, it is actually commonplace. Just 2 words, Zheng Fa fell into silence again. After a while, he nodded slowly, yes. Although he had received a modern education, he now saw it more clearly. Modern sympathy cannot be applied to Xianwei. You cannot bring risks to the people around you just because of your own inadequacy. This is the safest option. Not to mention that Lin Bufan came here to assassinate him. Just because of his status as a disciple of the demon sect, everyone in the Jushin sect said he deserved to be killed. Lin Bufan can survive to this day partly because his blood is of some use. On the other hand, it was Zheng Fa and the others who wanted to ask some secrets from him. Clearly, this person was not very cooperative. Although his blood has huge benefits, the risk is also greater. If that sub-talisman really corresponds to the demon ancestor, then the demon ancestor may have strong control over him. Putting him in Jushin sect will always be a hidden danger. Go ask him again today. If he still refuses to say anything, then so be it. Zheng Fa said to senior sister Yuan, and the two of them headed towards the cabin where Lin Bufan was imprisoned. What are you doing? Once inside, Zheng Fa saw Lin Bufan get out of bed somehow. He was kneeling on the ground. His face was pale, blood was still dripping from his mouth, he was breathing heavily, and he was extremely embarrassed. It was obvious that getting out of bed was also difficult for him. I would like to worship you as my master, just to spare my life. Lin Bufan said angrily, his voice full of desperate determination. Zheng Fa was stunned. He turned back to look at senior sister Yuan, who also looked a little confused. I'm not stupid, I didn't tell him. The senior sister didn't say anything, but she came less and less, and the people who treated me stopped coming. Lin Bufan laughed sadly. This guy is a bit keen. Zheng Fa frowned and said, you should get up first. Lin Bufan didn't show off again, but slowly stood up from the couch beside him and looked at Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa looked at him. When Zheng Fa first heard about Lin Bufan, what he heard from the shopkeeper was that he was a bit silly and even a bit easy to deceive. When I saw him for the second time, he seemed to have no regrets but a desire for revenge. See you for the third time. There was a hint of desperate madness on this man's face. In just a few days, this person has become 2 people. You are very smart. Zheng Fa looked at Lin Bufan and said, but I don't want to accept you. Why? In addition to wanting to survive, you also want to find an opportunity to take revenge. Lin Bufan stopped talking, and nodded slowly after a long time. My uncle has been working for Lin Yangtian all his life. He is disrespectful in everything, and is as diligent as a dog. In the end, he died in his hands. Others think that if I am a member of the demon sect, I will die, but that is the person who raised me. I understand. Zheng Fa waved his hand and said, it's your business to want revenge, but I don't have to help you. I'm useful. My blood is useful. It is also useful to you, and it is also useful to that senior brother named Li. You are really smart. Who would have expected that this person could even see this? Do you know why I don't want to promise you? Zheng Fa suddenly asked. Why? Yes, you are very useful. Zheng Fa said slowly, but your idea of revenge will drag down our 9 mountains sect. Lin Bufen's eyes darkened, and he suddenly gritted his teeth and said, I am willing to give you the soul seal. At this time, senior sister Lian Yuan had a hint of surprise on her face. Soul seals are extremely famous in the Sunwei world. This spell is relatively popular among demon sects, but not many people practice it among immortal sects. To put it simply, Lin Bufen presented his soul seal, which meant that life, death, and even any actions depended only on Zheng Fa's thoughts. To a certain extent, his control over Lin Bufen was comparable to that of the demon ancestor of the Great Freedom Demon Sect. For many monks, between offering the soul seal and death, they would rather choose death. But Lin Bufen directly said that he would offer his soul seal. This is giving all his control to Zheng Fa. Tell me, what is the current situation of the Great Freedom Demon Ancestor? Zheng Fa suddenly asked. Saint Ancestor, the situation should not be good, the rumors are not in this world. Although Lin Bufen didn't know why Zheng Fa asked this, he still said honestly, if the Saint Ancestor is well, I will not survive this time. Zheng Fa nodded. This is somewhat reasonable. With the name of Demon Ancestor, Lin Yangtian's curse to kill Lin Bufen could fail. It does explain something. Not in this world. Zheng Fa slowly frowned. Besides him, who else can leave this world? I don't know about this either. Some say that the Holy Ancestor is recovering from his injuries, some say that the Holy Ancestor is sealed, and some say that the Holy Ancestor is practicing some magical power. Zheng Fa nodded. Lin Bufen is just a foundation builder, and the Demon Ancestor is too far away from him. But Lin Bufen's next words made him look more serious. But if the Holy Ancestor comes to Sunwei, our tribe will be able to sense it. That's why there are rumors in the clan that the Holy Ancestor is not in this world. Why choose me? Zheng Fa was silent for a while and then asked. If you sell yourself, you have to sell yourself to someone with a future. You, the 9 Mountains sect, only have 2 geniuses. Lin Bufen sounded a little depressed. Then you didn't say anything before. Zheng Fa was a little stunned. I was originally waiting for Zhang Wuyi to come back. Let me tell you that there are people outside who want to deal with her. They just want her to return and I will join them again. Lin Bufen said honestly. Zheng Fa thought for a moment. Not only did senior sister Zhang not seem to want to come back, she was also quite excited in her reply, as if she was having a bit of fun. Now there is no news that she has returned to the clan. I can't hold on anymore. You want to promise him? The leader looked at Zheng Fa and asked. Yes, he is right, he is useful. Tell me about it. When the leader heard his answer, he was non-committal. I don't value his blood that much. Zheng Fa slowly expressed his thoughts, but now that the demonic cult of freedom has taken action against me and senior sister Zhang, we will fight against each other even if we don't offend each other. The other party is in conflict. So what? I heard him say that he has a certain sense of the Great Freedom Demon Ancestor. Zheng Fa said slowly, if the Demon Ancestor really comes to this world, we can make preparations early. There was another reason that Zheng Fa didn't say. He hoped to see some of the secrets of the demon sect from Lin Bufen, such as the sub-talisman. In the future, we will have more methods to deal with the demon sect. The leader looked at him and then looked down at the 9 mountains. Zheng Fa said nothing more. Although he had some ideas, this matter was somewhat risky and related to the safety of the Jushin sect. He couldn't make a decision based solely on his own thoughts. Do what you want. After a long time, the leader spoke. Master, it's not like I haven't killed anyone from the demon sect before. Zheng Fa was stunned, looking at the leader with his lips curled up, and felt for the first time. This old man is a bit reliable. In modern times, Zheng Fa is sitting in Tang Lingmu's car. This time it was not to go to Tang Lingmu's house, but to the provincial capital. The agricultural expert that old man Bai mentioned before, the old lady in the short video, has arrived in the provincial capital. The big pants driver of Tang Lingmu's family drove him, Tang Lingmu, and old man Bai to the provincial capital. The college entrance examination is the day after tomorrow, doesn't it matter? Probably because he was familiar with them, the driver with big pants was still chatting with them in the rearview mirror. Zheng Fa knew that he was asking himself. Tang Lingmu doesn't need to take the college entrance examination. It's not bad. Zheng Fa thought for a moment. His scores in the monthly exams should now be among the top 3 in the school. Most of the cases where points are deducted are usually in essays or some subjective questions. These really depend on luck. As for the rest, there is nothing to review. This was 2 days before the college entrance examination, and the school was on holiday. It just so happened that the man also came to the provincial capital. Less than 3 hours. The car drove to the provincial capital. This place. Looking at the final destination, Zheng Fa and the other 3 were a little stunned. This is the most expensive hotel in the provincial capital. It seems to be a high-end 5-star chain. The cheapest rooms are several thousand in size. Zheng Fa doesn't know the exact amount, it's his previous economic status, and it's not something he deserves to know. He knew about this hotel because a boy from a relatively well-off family in his class came to play there once. When he went back to brag to his classmates, he listened to it. Teacher Bai, is that teacher's family rich? He asked old man Bai curiously. Old Man Bai shook his head and looked very confused. I think it's an ordinary family. I didn't know she was so rich before. Miss Tang, welcome. The three of them walked to the door of the hotel, and the waiter at the door suddenly shouted. She looked at Tang Lingyu, who was accustomed to nodding lightly. Old Man Bai and Zheng Fa looked at each other and realized that this was a really rich man. She said to go to the restaurant to find her. After entering the hotel, Old Man Bai looked at his phone and said, she wants to treat us to dinner. Entering the restaurant, the first thing they saw was the person they were looking for. The old lady ordered a large table of dishes by herself, which was quite eye-catching. Are you getting rich? Old Man Bai walked over, puzzled. Are you still too rich? Isn't it just that I won't live? The old lady stood up and smiled at the three people. I have calculated it all. The doctor said that I can live for another half a year. I have calculated clearly how to spend the money in the past half year, not a penny more, not a penny less. So, Old Bai. The old lady suddenly smiled at Old Man Bai. Don't find a doctor for me. I have spent all my money. Even if he is saved, I am still a poor guy. Old Man Bai stopped talking. The old lady greeted Zheng Fa and the others. Are you Zheng Fa? This little girl is so beautiful. Is she Tang Lingyu? Come on, eat. I ordered it for you. Her face was full of happiness and carefreeness. Eating with Teacher Wada is a very pleasant thing. The old lady introduced by Mr. Bai has a surname of Tian. She joked that it was this surname that allowed her to farm fields all her life. She is not a good-looking person. Probably for the sake of easy care, her hair only reaches her earlobes, and her skin is not fair. Instead, it is dark from farm work, mixed with a bit of sickly sallowness. It can be seen that even when she was young, she was probably not considered a beauty. But her smile was infectious in another way. It's that kind of hearty, heroic, and even a little indecent smile. Her mouth is opened wide, her head is slightly raised when she smiles, and sometimes her upper jaw can be seen. Teacher Tian is very talkative. Let's not talk about it with good friends like Old Man Bai. She also had something to talk with Tang Lingyu. The two of them talked about everything from what kind of milk tea they like to drink to what styles of skirts are popular recently. The mentality is very young. After hearing that Zheng Fa's parents had passed away a long time ago, Teacher Tian's reaction was also different from ordinary people. She did not show the condescending sympathy that ordinary people often have, but said warmly, it will become more and more popular in the future. Okay, although it's just one sentence. But Zheng Fa could also see that the words themselves contained the simplest blessing. This old lady also has a big appetite. At first, when Zheng Fa and the others saw that she ordered so many dishes, they thought she was extravagant, but it turned out that this old lady could eat from beginning to end. It seemed that Zheng Fa and the other three were surprised. Teacher Tian smiled and said nonchalantly, I used to work a lot, and my appetite has grown up, so I'm used to it. Now, every extra bite counts. The smile on Old Man Bai's face slowly faded, and his eyes looked a little worried. What exactly is the disease? There was something growing on my liver. I had it cut once, but it grew back later. Teacher Tian explained, shrugged, and said, doctors don't dare to treat me anymore. They say I'm afraid of something happening at my age. I'm not good either. Making things difficult for others, right? Old Man Bai glanced at Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa nodded slightly. He has already thought of several spiritual talismans to cure diseases. As for whether they are useful, he still has to check them in Sunwei realm. Teacher Tian glanced at Old Man Bai and suddenly said, I can't decide whether you die or not. There is only one thing I want to ask you for. My mother. Old Man Bai was stunned. After I got this disease, the person who suffered the most was not me, but my mother. When I saw you, I had to go back to spend the last days with my mother. Teacher Tian said slowly, I'm not worried about her pension money. I saved a sum for her, which should be enough with the pension and so on. There is only one thing, if you have time, go and see her more. Good. Teacher Tian smiled and said, I originally thought I could send my mother away in this life, but I didn't expect that she would have to send me away. I actually don't think it would be good to die, but my mother lost her husband and daughter, and she will be alone in the future. I'm lonely. I have no friends or family, so I can only rely on a few friends. Old Man Bai nodded slightly. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. It's not good for two children to listen to this. Teacher Tian smiled, picked up the drink in the cup and said to Zheng Fa, I heard that you are going to take the college entrance examination. Then let me first wish you a gold medal. Looking at Teacher Tian's smiling eyes, Zheng Fa paused and drank the drink in the cup. Sitting in the car, looking at Teacher Tian standing at the door of the hotel waving goodbye to them, Old Man Bai glanced at Zheng Fa and asked, is there any way? You can try it. Zheng Fa thought for a while and responded. They didn't mention treating Teacher Tian today. The first one was their first meeting, and they didn't have this idea. The second one is actually more important. Accepting Teacher Tian into the nursing home is actually more strict than Antya. The secret of cultivating immortals must not be hidden from Teacher Tian, otherwise it will be difficult for him to use his talents. I asked you to come here today because I want you to have a chat with her. Old Man Bai said his thoughts. You mentioned several conditions for recruiting people to the nursing home before. I thought about it and found that there is actually one more thing. Zheng Fa looked at Old Man Bai. Congenial temperament. Zheng Fa nodded. This was indeed something he didn't expect. A team, even if they are all good people, can easily get into trouble if their personalities don't get along. We are doing well now. Old Man Bai shook his head and said, if other people come in and don't get along, it will be bad, so I want you to see me. What do you think of her? Zheng Fa thought about the details of teacher Hishan's meal and said with a smile, it's not bad for the time being. He finally understood why Old Man Bai wanted him and Tang Lingmu to come over first to meet teacher Tian. The main reason is to let them see what kind of person teacher Tian is and whether they can get along well with him. Yes, she is indeed a nice person, otherwise I wouldn't have had this idea. Old Man Bai nodded and said, as for her professional ability, although she is not among the top ones, she has also led national-level projects. I don't think so. She knows her profession well, so she should be able to do it. Finally, character. Old Man Bai was silent for a while, then slowly said, character is actually the most difficult thing for me. I have lived for so many years, and I have to say whose character I really trust. Just one or two people. Zheng Fa's face became more solemn when he heard this. They say mathematics is difficult, but from my point of view, people's hearts are even more difficult. Zheng Fa returned home and was still thinking about what Old Man Bai had said before. Among the 4 talismans to be condensed next, there must be a place for a medical talisman. Even if he didn't meet teacher Tian, he had to condense this kind of talisman. This is the foundation for Zheng Fa to maintain the nursing home. On the way back, Old Man Bai probably didn't want to embarrass Zheng Fa, so he didn't ask him again. But his words were all about pleading for teacher Tian. Let's not talk about the value of teacher Tian as a person, just talk about his relationship with Old Man Bai, and Old Man Bai's help to him. Even just look at the 3-character theory that the old man worked out for several nights last month to give him a gift. Zheng Fa was also willing to help. What made Zheng Fa think was Old Man Bai's discussion on character. Old Man Bai had met quite a few people in his life, and there were many academic masters, but character was really hard to say. On the one hand, he recommended teacher Tian, of course, to give teacher Tian a chance to treat illnesses. But on the other hand, there was really no one to recommend. Zheng Fa understood Old Man Bai's caution. This was a responsibility to their small group. But on the other hand, he also knew that he couldn't rely on the Old Man Bai for this matter. Zheng Fa must have some means to test human nature or prevent leaks. Illusion Talisman. This was the first choice that came to his mind. After all, as the only disciple of the master, he was very familiar with the Illusion Talisman. Thinking of this, 2 of the remaining 4 sub-talismans in the Talisman Foundation building method have been determined, the Healing Talisman and the Illusion Talisman. On the 3rd day after returning from the provincial capital, the college entrance examination began. Zheng Fa's examination room was not in Qingshui High School, but in Experimental Middle School. This is a junior high school, not far from Qingshui High School, and it takes 20 minutes to get there by bus from home. On the morning of the first day of the college entrance examination, Zheng Fa took a transparent file bag, checked the admission ticket and stationery inside, and took the bus to Experimental Middle School. On this day, the whole city seemed to make way for the college entrance examination. The road in front of Qingshui High School was closed. The passing vehicles didn't honk much. The bus Zheng Fa took was also full of parents who were sending their children to take the exam and students preparing for the college entrance examination. The bus driver was quite thoughtful. He played an inspirational song in the bus all the way. But Zheng Fa could clearly see that the expressions on the faces of the students on the bus became more nervous. When they arrived at the Experimental Middle School, it was not time to enter the examination room. Zheng Fa stood at the gate of the Experimental Middle School, waiting to enter with other candidates. Soon, he realized that he seemed to be quite eye-catching. Other candidates were accompanied by their parents to take the exam, but he was alone, holding a file bag. He looked a little lonely. Zheng Fa didn't mind. A thin boy stood next to him, who seemed very familiar. After looking at him twice, he suddenly asked him, "Brother, did you come alone?" "Yeah. Where are your parents?" "It's not convenient for them." Zheng Fa replied indifferently. "Your parents are so nice." The boy seemed to envy Zheng Fa's freedom, and he also seemed to be showing off that he was spoiled. He said to Zheng Fa, "Unlike my parents, they get up at 5 or 6 in the morning and are more nervous than me. Look, even my grandparents are here." Zheng Fa looked at the direction his finger pointed to. There were indeed 4 adults looking at this place. When they saw him looking over, they nodded and smiled at him kindly. "Zheng Fa, why don't you reply to Tang Lingmu's message in the group?" The 2 were chatting casually, and a girl from Zheng Fa's class passed by, and it seemed that she was also taking an exam in this school. She shouted to Zheng Fa as soon as she saw him. Message. Zheng Fa was stunned. "I didn't bring my phone." He thought it was inconvenient to hand in his belongings after entering the examination room, so he simply didn't bring anything except the exam supplies. Anyway, he didn't need to contact anyone, and he could just go home directly after leaving the examination room. "Didn't bring your phone?" Zheng Fa's classmate said. "Then I'll tell her that you're here." After a while, Zheng Fa saw Tang Lingmu trotting over. He had never seen Tang Lingmu like this. Tang Lingmu was dressed very ordinary at school. Most of the time, she wore ordinary t-shirts or shirts, and sometimes she wore the kind of school uniforms that were least popular among boys and girls. Most of the time, she wore jeans on her lower body, and she rarely wore skirts. But today, Tang Lingmu wore a small cheongsam. I don't know if it was because of her own talent or because the dress was cut very finely, but her figure was very beautiful. When she ran over, she attracted a lot of attention. The boy next to Zheng Fa couldn't help staring at her all the way, until Tang Lingmu approached. He embarrassedly retracted his gaze. I'll take you to the exam. Tang Lingmu walked up to Zheng Fa, smiled with her face up, and deliberately turned around and said, look, the first victory. Zheng Fa saw the boy next to him turn his head to look at his somewhat large group of people sending him to the exam, and then looked at Tang Lingmu, as if he wanted to change. In the examination room, several classmates sitting around Zheng Fa couldn't help but glance at Zheng Fa secretly when they heard Zheng Fa gently put down the pen in his hand. The expressions on their faces were almost the same as the collapse. The exam has only started for an hour, brother. Have you finished writing again? Even the female teacher who was invigilating the exam couldn't help but come over and take a look at Zheng Fa's test paper. She saw that his paper was full of writing before slowly leaving. The college entrance examination is indeed not difficult for Zheng Fa, especially after gaining cultivation. His reaction speed and memory are much stronger than before. If there were no partial questions on a test paper, he could finish it in less than an hour, and he would even have time to check it again. It was not yet time to hand in the papers. Zheng Fa was sitting in his seat and already starting to think about his future plans. Before, because he was illiterate, he wanted to keep up with his studies. He studied extremely hard for at least 5 years. In Sunwei realm, even when he was working in the fields, he was not aware of the scorching sun above his head. He was just carrying the textbook he had memorized. In modern times, he has hardly left home for 5 years, rarely entertained, and can live a life of isolation from the world. The college entrance examination is an explanation of his previous efforts day after day, but university is another matter. He had no reason to go to college, or in other words, he didn't care about the things that other people cared about. He doesn't need a diploma to gain financial status in modern times, just like Tang Lingmu said, I don't need a diploma. Zheng Fa's purpose in going to university, to put it mildly, is to truly learn how to do research and how to organize a laboratory, so as to bring out the value of the nursing home. On a more serious level, he wants to truly cultivate his scientific thinking and analyze the true immortal way. Zheng Fa has always understood that the biggest advantage that modern times can give him is thinking. He hopes to learn more. There is, of course, the idea of attracting more academics to nursing homes. Zheng Fa is now practicing the Lingshan method, and the idea of building a nursing home is becoming more and more urgent. The Fudeo Foundation building method now encounters 2 more troublesome issues. First, after the discovery of the 3-character talisman law, we now need to conduct research on the 2 types of unknown talismans, A and B. Especially after studying the Ziaifu in Lin Bufan's body, Zheng Fa already had some inspiration. I don't have much clue about the category A subtalisman yet, but category B Fujianfa has 2 conjectures. First, this is a directional subtalisman. For example, among the 2 subtalismans in Lin Bufan's body, one may point to the demon ancestor of the Great Freedom Demon sect, and the other may point to himself. This is what Tang Lingmu proposed. This type of subsymbol is interactive, equivalent to everything in the world being computer hardware. The biggest problem with this kind of conjecture is that it points to too many objects. If this were the case, then the subtalents of category B would be endless. Second, this is a kind of interaction-like subsymbol. They are interacting with something more essential. This was guessed by Zheng Fa based on the model of the 4 basic forces. The advantage of this conjecture is that it may be concise enough. The disadvantage is pure conjecture, no evidence at all. The second topic is actually a bit older. What is the essence of the yin-yang symbol? This is also something that has troubled Zheng Fa for a long time. He still can't understand this thing about yin and yang. He was already at the 6th level of qi training at this time. Judging from his current cultivation speed, he will probably be able to reach the 7th level of qi training before August and truly begin to realize the Lingshan method. After the college entrance examination, Zheng Fa was a little surprised when he walked out of the examination room. He didn't see Tang Lingmu waiting for him. In the past 2 days, every time he came out of the exam, Zheng Fa would see Tang Lingmu waiting for him at the door. But when the college entrance examination was over, Tang Lingmu disappeared. The man who came to pick him up turned into an old man. What are you looking at? Old man Bai looked at him looking everywhere, patted him on the shoulder and said, What's wrong? Isn't it enough for me to pick you up here? Zheng Fa shook his head and said nothing more. He followed old man Bai onto the bus. The bus swayed along. There were many candidates in the car again, and their faces looked a little relaxed at this time. They gathered together in 2s and 3s and chatted. How did you do in the exam? Old man Bai was also asking Zheng Fa. Is it okay? Is Beijing University stable? Old man Bai's words silenced the students around him. They all looked at old man Bai, with 3 words on their faces. How dare you think? It should be okay. Zheng Fa nodded. The probability that the top 3 students from Qingshui High School will enter Beijing University is quite high. Then he saw the group of people in the car coming over to stare at him silently, with 3 words on their faces. Really good at blowing. After getting off the bus, Zheng Fa and old man Bai looked at each other and laughed. They didn't dare to say a word during the car ride just now. Then when will we go to the capital? Wait until the notice comes out. Go early. The nursing home is the most important thing. When? I have some things to do at home, probably in early July. What's up? I have some chores to do. I want to thank the teachers and staff who have taken care of me over the years, and visit my parents' graves. To be honest, he doesn't even know what his relationship is with this body now, but his parents are kind to him for raising this body. Now that I am leaving my hometown, I should go and see them. Okay. The two walked into the residential area of Qingshui Middle School in silence, and the old man Bai suddenly said, "Come to my place to eat. The meal is ready." Zheng Fa turned his head and looked at him, and nodded. As soon as he entered the old man Bai's house, he was a little surprised. He was not surprised that Tang Lingmu was here, but Teacher Tian was also there. The two were in the kitchen. Tang Lingmu stood in front of the stove, holding a spatula as if facing a great enemy. Teacher Tian stood next to her, as if giving instructions. Seeing the two come back, Teacher Tian came out of the kitchen. Tang Lingmu seemed shy, and hid inside instead. "Teacher Tian, why are you here? Old Bai said that you have finished the college entrance examination, and other people's families are celebrating with dinner parties, and he also wants to prepare one for you." Teacher Tian said with a smile, "But, this person can't cook. So they called you here. I just happened to be free." Teacher Tian waved his hand and smiled cheerfully. Zheng Fa glanced at old man Bai, who was smiling awkwardly. The old man wanted to give him a surprise, and even tried to ask Teacher Tian for help in a roundabout way. But on the other hand, Teacher Tian was willing to cook this meal for him after just one encounter, and Zheng Fa was indeed quite grateful. As for whether Teacher Tian knew that he might be able to cure her illness, from his understanding of old man Bai, the old man actually knew his limits. What about her? Zheng Fa looked into the kitchen, where Tang Lingmu was still hiding. Teacher Tian looked at Zheng Fa with interest and said, I don't know what's going on. It seems that she suddenly became interested in cooking. This tone, as if she knew exactly what was going on. During the meal, Zheng Fa knew why old man Bai called Teacher Tian over. She really has cooking skills. It was just a simple plate of green vegetables, but it didn't smell fishy when eaten, and it was fresh and sweet. "Auntie Tian, your cooking is better than the ones I've eaten at hotels." Tang Lingmu praised her like this. Given her family background, this evaluation is really not low. The place where I did research before was very remote. Teacher Tian laughed and said, "There were no restaurants. I had no choice but to practice it." "Wait a minute, you call me grandpa, and you call her aunt." Seeing that the two seemed to be familiar with each other, the old man was relieved and a little puzzled. There is a difference in seniority. Do you have any opinions? In this regard, even the quite cheerful Teacher Tian would never give in. With a slight glance, the old man closed his mouth and dared not speak. Zheng Fa watched Tang Lingmu leaning against Teacher Tian and whispering this, and he discovered another characteristic of this girl in his heart, the treasure of the old man and the old woman. In a short time, the two of them became so close. As he watched, Zheng Fa discovered Tang Lingmu's little action. She quietly moved the plate of tomato and egg she fried in front of him, covered it with her hand, and ate it alone. While eating, he frowned and was a little depressed. To be honest, this dish is not bad for beginners, at least it is cooked. But compared with Teacher Tian's cooking skills, there are many problems. The tomatoes are too hard, the eggs are too old, and most importantly, there is too much salt. No wonder Tang Lingmu felt a little ashamed. After all the hard work, she was still hiding it and didn't want to give it to others. Zheng Fa reached out and rescued the plate of tomatoes and eggs from under Tang Lingmu's arms. "Salty," Tang Lingmu said anxiously. Zheng Fa used chopsticks to push the eggs into his bowl, nodded, and said without raising his eyes, "It's okay, I have a strong taste." Tang Lingmu was stunned and smiled. The white old man next to him looked at this scene, chewed the vegetables in his mouth, and asked Teacher Tian in confusion, "Did you put sugar in this dish?" "No." "Then why am I so choking?" Sunwei Realm. Zheng Fa stood in front of Lin Bufan and looked at a black jade ring on his right hand. This is Lin Bufan's soul seal. As long as Zheng Fa is willing, Lin Bufan's life and death will only take a moment. Lin Bufan lay on the bed, his face pale and his eyes a little confused. He seemed to be unsure whether this choice today was right or not. "Please give me a name, sir," he whispered. It can be seen that this person is a sensible person. After confirming the master-servant relationship, it is a common practice in Sunwei Realm for the master to give a name. Zheng Fa thought about it, shook his head and said, "I don't care about this matter. Besides, your uncle's surname is Lin, and it's not good to change it." Lin Bufan's eyes shook slightly, and the confusion in his eyes was much less. He seemed to think that Zheng Fa could think so, at least proving that he was not a harsh person. He thought for a long time, and suddenly said, "Then I will change my name to Lin Fan." "Didn't you say before?" "Don't." Looking at Lin Bufan's puzzled expression, Zheng Fa was silent for a while and said, "This name is a bit unlucky. By the way." Zheng Fa took out a white porcelain bottle from behind. "Do it yourself." Lin Bufan looked at the porcelain bottle that was bigger than before, and then looked at Zheng Fa. His eyes began to be confused again.